Chapter 341 After May. Have you found a good location? Alka stayed in the hall, looking at Jason, who came in and asked. Jason nodded. Aurelius has been flying around outside for a while. She has already found several good places. Only after hearing this did Alka nod. Then everyone packed up their things, checked out of the room, rejected the hotel owner's invitation to stay, thanked him for his kindness. Following Jason, they walked out of the city. They had decided to find a good place outside, and temporarily set up a camp for rest. Although in terms of rest comfort, the hotel is definitely better. But the hotel is in the city after all. There are many people and eyes, and they are too conspicuous, which is not conducive to their actions and doing things. For example, they are planning to practice well during this period of time. But practicing in such a densely populated city is a bit too troublesome. After all, there is almost no good place for them to train. Although they can train in the shared dream in the dream. But for them, it was a dream after all, not as direct as in reality. No matter how they trained in the dream, they had to integrate it in reality. It just took a lot less time, but it was not nothing. And their meditation had a great impact on the surrounding magic fluctuations. The huge suction would continuously extract the surrounding magic. On the sea, the possible impact range was only around the dawn sound, and at most 10 meters around the ship. At least they could clearly feel someone meditating on the boat, and even clearly feel someone breaking through. On the sea, their influence over such a large area was naturally not easy to hide. After all, the sea was wide enough. If there was any life approaching 10 meters around the dawn sound, and they hadn't discovered it, then they really should reflect on it. But in the city, the area of a hotel was at most that large. And they were meditating with the magic gathering stone. The impact on the surroundings is quite noticeable, especially when the magic gathering stone gathers magic power. In addition, this is the land of fragrance, the place where the flower fairy revives. It can be called the power center of the entire land of spirits. Once they start meditating, it may attract the attention of the entire city. After all, the large-scale gathering of magic power, how can it not attract attention? During this period of time, when they meditated, they changed people to go outside the city, and after meditation, they went back to change to another person, riding on the flying swallow. They saw the crystal dragon passing over their heads, flying forward. The boat they were driving soon arrived at the place where the crystal dragon stopped. It was a forest, but the height of the forest was not high. It was different from the trees they had seen before. The overall height was only about 7 or 8 meters, but the unique feature of the dense and intertwined treetops still existed. After docking the flying swallow outside, everyone looked inside. It was different from what they thought. It was simply a very natural camping site. There was actually a small group of large reefs exposed above the water, and the reefs looked slightly flat. This grove of trees grew around the reefs, forming a perfect circle with the reef exposed in the middle. There were also various hay and branches laid out inside. There was also a layer of light crystal debris on these licorice branches. It was obvious that the crystal dragon had rested here before outside the city. Everyone stepped slightly over a section of the water, climbed onto the reef, and looked at the surrounding environment. This place is really nice. Okay, everyone clean it up. Let's clean it up. Everyone nodded and started to work. Soon, some of the moss on the reef was cleaned up, and it became dry, and some uneven bumps were ground off. This place became a dry platform. Simon stretched out his hand and began to manipulate the metal to fix it around. Julia used this special spell and began to manipulate the growth of the vines wrapped around the branches. Changing their growth direction, they began to grow slowly around them and overlapped with the metal block Simon had made. In an instant, they formed a semicircular wall around them, extending all the way until an opening appeared in front of them. The top was also made of branches and hay plus some metal brackets. A simple camp that was completely habitable was built by them. Alka took out the magic gathering stone and began to start it experimentally. Not sure if it was his illusion, he felt that something was wrong with this place. Of course, it wasn't dangerous, but a strange feeling. As the magic gathering stone was activated, magic began to gather. Alka sat under the magic gathering stone, feeling the difference in the magic gathered around him. After feeling it for a while, he nodded. This is actually a node of the magic vein. Hearing this, Jason looked at Aurelius, who was lying next to him. Boogie, she said she found the place by feeling. So it's some kind of talent, Alka said. But this is a good thing for them. It can slightly speed up their meditation speed. This place is not far from the land of fragrance. They just need to talk to the gardener and others when they enter the city. If there is anything, they will come here to find them. At night, Alka sank into his dream world. His dream bubble still hadn't changed much, just like before. Various strange plants glowing with fluorescence were growing all over his dream bubble, and various dream creatures created by him were living freely in his world. It was a pity they could only live in his dream. Walk out of his dream bubble. Alka looked around. At this time, the entire mirror court was being built in full swing. Everywhere was an area covered by pale white mist, these areas covered by mist. There are clusters of them, big and small, in various places in the royal court. Some places have already been outlined. For example, there is a huge table below Alka's dream. A round crystal ring is below it, and the crystal ring stands on top of a pyramid. And Alka's dream world is on this round crystal ring, as if it is being lifted up. His dream bubble appeared at the highest point of the entire royal court at some point. It's like the sun here. As for Xiaodaidi and his friends' dreams, they were arranged reasonably below. There were circles of mirror fragments around the pyramid. They orbited Alka's dream, rotating slightly like a satellite. They formed something like a light belt. This was just a corner of the top. The location of Alka and his friends' dreams was given the highest priority for construction. That's why it was in good condition. The area below was completely covered by fog. The area completely covered by white fog could be imagined as a construction site. That was the performance of the fog creatures when they were building. Sensing his arrival, Juan ran over from the side on the air and came to his side. Alka touched Juan's dear head and said, "Take me to find the shadow robe." Juan nodded, carried Alka on his back, and ran quickly in the Dreamland's royal court. Not sure if it was his illusion, Alka seemed to feel that his mirror royal court was expanding to the side. He closed his eyes and felt it carefully. It was really expanding on its own, without him having to worry about it, spending his thoughts and energy to expand it. Because a dream god's royal court was being built here. The area in the mirror was merging with the surrounding environment, and Alka's royal power automatically began to expand around. The entire world in the mirror also began to expand around. It was just that he didn't know how large this range would expand to, and he couldn't feel it very clearly now. Soon Alka came to where the shadow robe was. It was a platform floating in the dream world. In addition to shadow robe, there were several mist creatures with strength at the 5th stage. It seemed that Shadow Robe was saying something. Listening, it seemed that he was saying something like a construction plan. Other mist creatures nodded from time to time. Shadow Robe was now the chief designer of the entire royal court. According to Bai Ma, Mermi's royal court was his earliest masterpiece. After seeing Alka's arrival, they paused slightly, and then bowed in the direction of Alka to show respect. "King." Alka nodded, then looked at Shadow Robe and said, "I have something to talk to you about." The other mist creatures nodded, and slowly left. "King, do you have any doubts?" Alka nodded, and said directly, "I recently met 2 incomplete gods in the outside world, one of whom can use black fog like a shadow creature. He calls himself Fear Nightmare, and he should have had something to do with the gatekeeper. Do you know who he is?" Fear Nightmare and Black Fog. Shadow Robe thought for a while and asked, "Then do you know where his territory is?" A powerful being like this that exists in the dream must have its own territory. Just like the kings of dreams, or powerful dream creatures. Alka nodded. "You should know where I am now. It's around the corresponding dream where I am in reality." Shadow Robe nodded. Most of the powerful mist creatures in the royal court are always paying attention to the corresponding place between Alka's reality and dreams, in order to provide support when needed. "I have an impression of that area. Let me think about it." After a while, he seemed to recall it. "It's the Shadow of Fear. The god you mentioned. It should be the former Shadow of Fear. Don't worry about him. He has completely fallen. What you see now should be the independent consciousness formed by a large piece of fragments after his fall." Hearing this, Alka frowned and asked, "Can the fragments of God still have independent consciousness?" Because the first thing he thought of was the one he ate. Shadow Robe nodded, and then said, "Don't worry. The piece in your body has been digested by you. It didn't exist originally. The fragments that can form consciousness must fall into the dream world to be produced. And they must be large enough. It requires certain coincidences, such as a certain number of believers who believe in him." Hearing this, Alka nodded, and he probably understood. Although this revival is related to the former gods, the relationship is not significant. It is probably similar to the reappearance of a new life, and it can only be produced in the dream of this spiritual world. It may just be some of the original memories. And fortunately, there are few believers of the God of the fragment he ate. Then he asked, is he dangerous to us? Or can he pose a threat to me in the dream? Shadow Robe shook his head. Please rest assured. The area where he is now is where he died and collapsed. Once he leaves there, his strength will drop sharply. There are too many shadowy dream kings paying attention to that place. Once he comes out, he may be torn into pieces before he sees you. Hearing this, Alka nodded with relief. So that's it. It turns out that Guy is a tempting piece of cake in the dream. Why are so many shadow warriors paying attention to him? Just like you, just like His Majesty Murmy in the past. They all want to go further. And the fragments of gods, who exist similar to them, are the easiest way. Hearing this, Alka's mind couldn't help but start to flip through the memory fragments of Murmy in the past. It's a pity that only some fragments were found. Your Majesty, you are lucky. You have obtained both the fragment of the god and the right to the kingship. Although I don't know what the god of the fragment of the god you obtained was like, but His Highness Miami once needed it, which means that he must be related to the mist creatures. Each fragment of a god may not bring too much power improvement, but it will bring a fatal attraction to these dream creatures, especially for the shadow creatures. What? Alka's curiosity was successfully aroused. That is, it is easier for them to enter reality. For the black shadow creatures with strong desire for destruction, being able to enter reality, even if it is just a little easier than before, is fatal. Hearing this, Alka nodded in understanding. Although the barrier between dreams and reality is very strong, it is also difficult to break through. But gods belong to the world after all, whether dreams or reality are part of the world. It is natural that it is easier to travel between the two worlds than normal life. Especially Alka. The fragment he ate once guarded the two gates. If you think about it this way, as the god whose fragment he ate, it might have been stronger than him. Otherwise, it would not have the strength to deal with those shadow creatures who want to enter the real world. After the chat, Alka nodded, bid farewell to the Shadow Robe, continued to do his own things in the dream. Time flies. They have been in the grove outside the fragrant land for almost 5 months. A huge figure cut through the sky. This figure was snow white, and under the sunlight, it radiated a brilliant luster, and one could see dots of rainbow color on her body. She fluttered her huge wings. At this time, her body was larger than before, and her growth rate had accelerated in the past few months. Jason sat on his back, bent over slightly, and looked ahead. In the swamp water ahead, a person was also swimming forward quickly, not even daring to look back. And he was Jason's target. After realizing that the distance was about right, Jason immediately stood up, stood on the dragon's back, and raised his right hand. The iridescent spiral of light gathered into a sharp crystal, and then fired. The crystal cut through the sky, leaving a long, rainbow-like crystal track. It instantly penetrated the bottom of the water, and the blood immediately dyed the green water red. The figure swimming underwater had to stick his head out and gasp for air, covering his wound, and kept running to the side and front. Although the water level in this place was not high, it was already buried in his chest, and his running was meaningless. Ulilius dived, and the largest figure directly hit the water surface, creating a lot of water splashes. The water splashes fell across the sky and landed on the crystal on her body. Through the sun, a small rainbow seemed to appear around. The color of the surroundings matched the entire body shape of Ulilius very well. Jason jumped off the dragon's back, and the crystal in his hand rotated to form a slender sword blade. The blade directly touched the man who was half crouching, with only his neck and head exposed. Are you still running? No, sir. Jason squinted at him. The blade turned slightly, cutting the man's shoulder, and then gently scratched his shoulder twice. Seeing this action, the man's eyes widened, and he gathered magic power in his hands and prepared to attack. Before he could attack, the crystal blade had already penetrated his body. The blood once again dyed the surrounding sea red. Don't be so excited. You, the cultist, really don't understand you. You don't believe in normal gods, but believe in these monsters. You don't even think about whether these powers have a price. Price? A lot of blood had already flowed from the man's mouth. He snorted disdainfully and fell into the water. Looking at the corpse, Jason didn't despise it. After searching his body, he really didn't find much information, and sighed helplessly. Looking at the tattoo on the cut shoulder, the tattoo was revealed. Another small shrimp, the place where you are hiding is exposed again. You have to find another place to hide next time, he said, and jumped onto Ulilius's back again. Let's go back. Boogie! Still eating? The box I set is almost finished by you. I tell you, I don't have much money at this stage. Although he said so, he still took out a gem and threw it into the crystal dragon's mouth. Ulysses was satisfied and flew high into the sky, flying towards the camp. Chapter 342 Stage 4. The camp where Alka and the others are. Doll girls can be seen patrolling outside the dense forest. Some doll girls can be seen hiding on the vertical branches. Even Ziadite and others were standing outside chatting, but Jason, sitting on the dragon's back, could clearly see that they were keeping a relatively alert state. What's going on? Why are you so alert all of a sudden? Jason asked in confusion. Boogie. Hearing Eurelius' words, Jason frowned. Magic? Suddenly thinking of something, he closed his eyes and began to carefully feel the changes around him. As they got closer and closer to the camp, they could already feel the surrounding magic power gathering towards the camp, as if there was a vortex there. Sensing this change, Jason immediately opened his eyes. Is Alka going to break through? Be careful. We will land on the periphery. Eurelius nodded, and his fluttering wings formed a stream of light. And then he landed lightly next to Ziadite and the others. You're back? How's it going? Did you catch him? Simon asked when he saw Jason landing. Jason got off Eurelius' back, patted him, and then shook his head. It's just a small minion. No information at all. Hearing this, Simon nodded. It's normal. Most of the people they caught are like this. These cultists are getting more and more annoying recently, Simon said. Hearing this, Juanlu next to him looked at him and said, a new cult group has come, with an icon of a big snake wrapped around a tree trunk. He handed them a piece of cloth he had taken. Ziadite looked towards the location of the fragrance land, and murmured to himself, it seems that the flower fairy is indeed going to fully revive. In the past few months, ever since Alka gave the flower fairy the divine essence she needed, the evil cults in the giant tree habitat seemed to be angered by something, and frantically set various groups to destroy this place. In addition to the evil cult led by the member of the Nafas family, there are 3 other cults. And now there is another one. How can there be so many evil cults in such a small place? There are also some pirates and thieves groups coming with them. Now this place can be said to be a place of chaos. The problem is that those strange undead souls at the junction of life and death seem to be activated and are constantly attacking the land of all spirits. They can often see the wounded returning in the land of fragrance, and the conscription teams can be seen in the gathering places of various villages. Various militias patrol and guard around day and night. It seems that the entire land of all spirits has entered a critical period. And now they have almost become long-term mercenaries of the land of fragrance, mainly because among these cult groups, there is a member of the Nafas family. According to the information they have received, the member of the Nafas family is still in the giant tree habitat and has not returned here. By the way, Jalina and the others have received the latest news. Ziadite suddenly thought of something and said. After hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look at her. They have the latest news about Nafas. I heard that he has come here to continue his chaotic activities. Finally here? It's really hard to wait, Jason said with a smile. The surrounding magic began to rotate in large quantities, and the pulling force became clearer. Feeling this change, everyone looked into the woods. Is it the final stage? It should be. At this time, Alka was in the woods, in the middle of their camp. The whole person was floating in the air, and the magic gathering stone and the matching crystal stone above his head were frantically pulling magic from the surroundings. Alka's mirror and dream catcher were floating beside him, rotating. The concentrated magic power gathered around him, like a stream of water, converged into his body. In his body, 9 rings in a group, a total of 3 groups of spirals, began to move closer to each other under the pressure of powerful magic. The original 9 rings were almost completely overlapped, and if you didn't look closely, it seemed that there were only 3 rings. The distance between the overlapping began to approach nothing, and only a faint gap could be seen. When the 3 groups of spirals were completely combined together, they became a group. A large amount of magic power gathered on top of this thick set of spirals and formed a new one. Compared to the spirals next to it, it was as thin as a hair. But this new spiral indicated that Alka had successfully entered the 4th stage, breaking through the 27 spirals and reaching the 28th. The magic power rotated, forming a cycle in his body, and the magic power formed a larger cycle than before. And the concentration of magic power was more concentrated. The improvement of magic power quality also began to be fed back to other areas in Alka's body. Heart, blood vessels, muscles, bones, even the brain, and the most mysterious soul. All of these, under the influence of the magic quality, moved forward. The original separation between the spirit and the body began to melt, and they became closer and closer. Although compared to normal people, there is still a separation, but it is no longer as dangerous as before. The distance between them has reached a very safe area, and Alka himself no longer needs to worry about his reality and spirit being completely separated due to some circumstances or accidents. The mirror surface appeared in front of him, and then sank under his face. 2 crystal clear antlers grew on his head. Now this state of complete control, no longer need to accept the power of dreams, but forced to achieve. This state will become normal. He stretched out his right hand, and the dream catcher's crystal ball rotated in his hand. In the crystal ball, the pink mist filled it, twisted, and turned under Alka's control. He closed his eyes. I began to feel the changes that occurred when both the body and the spirit reached the 4th stage. Will it be better than when only the spirit reached the 4th stage? It is indeed different. The coordination and synchronization of the body and the spirit let me truly and completely control the treasure. Alka muttered to himself, sorting out the changes in his body. At the 4th stage, after he completely controlled the mirror, in addition to the physical changes brought about by imitation, and the ability to perform deeper imitation, the mirror's ability to attach to the mirror was also completely controlled. He who could only construct mirror space in dreams before, can now also create real mirror space in the real world. But the problem is that reality is much more real than dreams. In dreams, Alka can combine the mirror and dream space through the blood of gods and the power of kingship to form a real space. However, in real life, such operation is not possible. He can only construct a false temporary space through the mirror. But it was enough, completely enough. He was only at the 4th stage, so this ability was enough. He opened his eyes, and couldn't help but smile. He needed to wait for the magic to completely strengthen his body and soul for more changes, before he could savor them carefully. Huh? He exhaled deeply. A mirror appeared in front of him, and Alka walked in. The suction disappeared. It seems Alka succeeded. Sadaidi said, when he felt the magic changes around him return to calm. Just as he was about to go to the camp with everyone, a thin mirror appeared in front of them. The mirror surface was rippling like water, and Alka walked out of it. Seeing Alka appearing in front of them, Sadaidi looked at the distance between where they were and the camp. It was more than 100 meters, and it must be more than 200 meters here. And it was not like the movement when Alka activated this ability before. Has the ability become stronger? Alka nodded after walking out of the mirror, and said, the 4th stage can fully control the Holy Grail. Level treasure. He gently turned his palm. The water surface under everyone's feet became clear in an instant, and the green sea surface seemed to have turned into a clear mirror. Then the mirror surface turned over. Everyone seemed to have suddenly turned 180 degrees in a strong trance. They looked around. However, the surroundings seemed to be no different from the outside, as if nothing had changed. But Julia felt the difference here in an instant. This is a false space, no life, no living things dead. As expected of you, yes, this is a false mirror space, Alka said, and waved his hand gently. The surroundings were like a broken mirror. Cracks appeared in the air, as if the space was shattered. Alka reached out and knocked hard. The space was broken, and the fragments like mirrors slid down. Everyone felt dizzy again, and returned to reality. Complete control of the treasure? Sadaidi muttered to herself. Then she sighed and said, we are still far away. Although Sadaidi was trying hard to catch up. But her strength had just reached the 22 spirals. There are still 5 spirals to the 27th stage. Not to mention the breakthrough to the 4th stage. Apart from Alka, the strongest ones are Sadaidi and Simon, both of whom have reached the 22nd spiral in the past few days. The others are still a little short, but they are all at the 21st spiral. Among them, Juanlu and Mathlisa are catching up, but they are still a little behind the others. They both stopped at the 20th spiral, which is much better than the previous big gap. Their rapid improvement seems to come from the fact that their treasures are remade with the essence of divinity. It is a little higher than everyone else's treasures. This little bit of level will help improve strength. And there will be a little difference. About 10% more. You have reached the 4th stage now. How long do you plan to go? Huh? Sadaidi shook his head and asked. Alka thought for a while. Just these few days. Wait until the changes brought by my improvement are completely stable. Everyone nodded and returned to the camp. Alka stayed outside the camp alone. He needed to train and adapt to some changes after he was promoted to the 4th stage. Fortunately, he had experienced the 4th stage in his dream for a long time, so it was more of a matter of getting familiar with it. If he went to fight directly now, he would be able to perfectly display his current strength. The main purpose was to experience the linkage between the mirror space and the dream catcher in reality. After all, there was still a difference between reality and dreams at this point. Thinking of this, Alka stretched out his palm again. The water surface where he was once again became like a mirror. And then Alka turned his whole body, as if he had rotated 180 degrees, and appeared in the space in the mirror. Stretch out your hand. With a slight flip, the seawater under your feet began to reverse in an instant, and as it reversed, the seawater began to pour down. After flipping to the side, the seawater began to slide down like a landslide. Alka stood on top, and his feet had stepped on a surfboard without knowing when. Walking on the waves on the sea surface, stretching out your hand, and turning it back and forth, making the waves begin to spiral. Although it cannot exist as real as in dreams, it cannot exist for a long time, but it still retains the characteristics of being able to control and adjust the direction range at will. Alka said that the dream catcher's crystal ball also floated out, and stopped on his shoulder and floated quietly. The world in the mirror returned to normal, and calmed down in an instant. The 2 crystal clear antlers grew out from Alka's forehead again. A strange wild pattern appeared on his face. A large amount of pink mist filled the entire space in the mirror in an instant. Through this mist, you can clearly see the boundary of this world. It is not like what is shown, directly replicating a complete world. It has a boundary, but you can't see the air wall of the boundary. The distant view is just a deliberate texture, a fake mirror reversed. As the fog filled the area, the entire dream space was reversed in an instant, entering the dream world. It was exactly the same as the dream world. This is a dream world that is both fake and real. It has the same characteristics as a dream, but it is not a real dream world. After doing this, Alka finally smiled happily. Perfect. Perfect fit. Feeling the degree of fit between his 2 pieces of equipment, how could Alka hold back the smile on his face? Reaching the 4th stage in the spiritual dream world, such changes are not reflected. After all, they are indeed in the dream world. But the special nature of the changes after reality enters the 4th stage is reflected. Alka can use a fake temporary mirror to replicate the environment of the dream world. You should know that Alka simulates Mermi through the mirror, and his characteristics and strength in the dream world are enhanced. Even if the dream reproduced in this mirror world is false, it is highly similar to the dream. This is equivalent to a field that is unique to Alka himself, which can greatly enhance him. The downside is that if the enemy also has the ability to be improved in the dream, they will also be improved. Alka believes that, for the time being, no one will be improved more than him. The descendant of the dream god, one of the dream kings, and the hunter in the dream. What these bring is the strengthening of the mechanism. It is much more useful than any gain. Of course, there is a real premise, that is, the enemy has not broken the boundary of this space. After all, this is a false thing after all. As long as the power is enough, it is completely possible to break this space. But Alka believed that this space had an absolute future. As his strength grew, the false mirror world could expand more and more. Until a great war, the border could no longer be touched. A round mirror appeared in the mirror world again, floating next to Alka. What was seen in the mirror was the real dream world. Gold and silver energy floated out of the mirror. Alka looked at the gold and silver energy that had gathered in his palm, which he had just extracted from his dream. Compared to outside the mirror, the amount extracted from the dream world is much greater. Obviously, in this simulated dream world, there is little loss, and more can be done. The connection here with the dream world is a little closer. If it is here, even the distance between the dream and reality has become not so far. This place can even become a temporary transfer station, reducing unnecessary losses caused in certain situations. Very satisfied. Alka is very satisfied with the changes combined by the 2 treasures. Complement each other. Gently pinching the palm, a crack like a broken mirror appeared in the boundary space not far away. And with the sound of breaking, it turned into fragments of mirrors floating in the air. In the reflected light, the space disappeared and reversed, and Alka returned to reality. Chapter 343, Exploring the Mystery of Orange. The flying swallow was sailing on the emerald green sea. The originally blue seawater was dyed green by the vines that covered the ground below. Zadaiti and others were on the ship, but the puppet girls, who were the largest in number, were not seen. This time, no puppet girls were there. Why don't you take them with you this time? Lucilia sat on Alka's shoulder and asked curiously. When they left the camp just now, Alka specifically told the puppet girls to stay in the camp, and they couldn't follow this operation. Not only Lucilia, Xiaodai, and the others beside her also had the same question, turning their heads to look at Alka. Alka explained, because this time it is a pure battle, it's not just them. You also have to help defend the periphery, and you can't directly participate in the battle without waiting for everyone to ask questions. Alka continued, the enemy this time is the hatred from the ancient gods. They are pure spiritual monsters, and all attacks are aimed at the soul. Not only for you, it is absolutely fatal for the puppet girls, who have just enlightened their souls, and it is very likely to cause them irreparable damage. The puppet girls are puppets without souls. It was just because of the puppet girls made by Alka and others through their hair, and Lucilia's improvement, that they gradually began to have their own spiritual wisdom. These spiritual wisdoms were not enough to produce a complete soul. If they were attacked by the soul at this stage, no matter how you think about it, it would definitely affect the process of their soul condensation irreversibly. They could not even condense into a real soul anymore. This was something they could not allow. Besides, it was not an operation that they had to participate in at this stage. For safety reasons, Alka kept them in the camp. As everyone was thinking, Alka continued, I can't guarantee that I will succeed this time. After all, those monsters are very powerful. I am mainly going to test it this time. If it works, I will get it all at once. If not, I can also get away unscathed. My soul strength is stronger than all of you, and the strength of the dream world makes my soul highly defensive. Ordinary soul attacks have almost no effect on my soul. But you are different. The wounds of the soul are not easy to recover, and once the soul is seriously injured, it is likely to cause a greater impact. After saying this, Alka looked at everyone and said, so you can just assist me up there. Don't worry, we have been together for so long, I am not a reckless person. After listening to Alka's words, everyone thought about it and nodded. As Alka said, they really can't help much this time. Even if their strength reached the 4th stage, it would be difficult for them to deal with those monsters that attack the soul underwater. After all, their soul strength is much weaker than Alka's. Not only Alka, 99% of the people in the Infinite Sea cannot have the soul defense like Alka. He is basically the only one now. Just like this, while everyone was talking, the flying swallow was about to reach the place they explored before. As the flying swallow slowly stopped above the point, Alka looked down, the hole in the vine layer they had dug out before. It had almost been repaired, but it looked a little thinner than the surrounding area, and the vines were greener. These vines grew very fast. Pororo swam over and waved his claws twice without hesitation, once again cutting off the green that had grown and entangled. The hole leading to the deep sea below was revealed. In addition to Pororo, Matlisa and Julia also dived into the water. However, they did not go down from the cave entrance, but waited. Wait a minute. Pororo, you 3 will go down with me. But you only need to stop at 150 meters and wait for me to pick you up. This is very important. Do you hear me? The 3 nodded. Then Alka looked at Xiaodai. Give me a long-term and powerful dark vision. There is no dark vision in the deep sea, which is not good. It is difficult to see the surrounding environment clearly. Xiaodai nodded, and a triangular yellow gemstone headband appeared on her forehead. She followed her hand and touched Alka's eyes. The powerful dark vision attached to Alka's pupils. Even in the dark deep sea, Alka could see everything around him as clearly as if he was on the ground as bright as day. A mirror appeared in his hand, and Alka lifted the broken hair on his forehead. He looked carefully at the flower mark hidden underneath. The mark was still clearly imprinted on his forehead, and he could also clearly feel some of the blessings it brought. Then he nodded with satisfaction. Jason came over, stretched out his right hand, and grabbed Alka's left forearm. A large number of crystals attached to Alka's forearm. A crystal arm armor was formed on it. Can you use it? Don't worry, I've played with it before. Hearing Alka's words, Jason nodded. Then it was Juanlu, who took out his treasure directly. He waved the 3 balls on it, and floated directly beside Alka. At this time, the ball was still in its normal form, and it did not open its mouth to attack. The 3 of them can help you attack the enemies that are close to you, and they can bite off a piece even if the enemy is a spirit. Alka looked at the 3 balls floating beside him, and nodded. Then Juanlu took out a biscuit, and handed it to him. Eat it. It's a strong nutrient block. Although it doesn't taste good, it can help store energy and quickly restore physical strength. But it can only be stored. Wait for an hour. Alka nodded. They had eaten it when Juanlu was developing it before. And it really didn't taste good. It was a bit like eating wet algae that had just been dug out of the soil. Resisting the strange taste, he stuffed the biscuit into his mouth. Simon had prepared a patrol plane for exploration next to him, and dived into the water first. This time he prepared 6 planes for mutual monitoring, and he would control them himself, so he should be able to see the situation below clearly. Everyone waited for him to finish the exploration. With the 6 underwater cone explorers, they quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. Soon it sank below. When it was about to approach 160 meters, the speed gradually slowed down, and all the detection devices were turned to the maximum. They kept some distance from each other, so that each could feel the status of other patrol planes. Then they accelerated sharply at the same time, and explored downwards together. As the attack progressed, one after another was destroyed, but this time, they were not destroyed at the same time. Through mutual observation, Simon finally saw the specific number. There are 6 in total. I didn't see what they were. But there are at least 6 of them. Be careful. Alka nodded. The pearl he had obtained before appeared in his hand, and buckled it around his waist. Following Paro and the other 2, he swam down from the cave. As soon as he dived into the water, Alka felt as if he could breathe air in the water just like on land. This experience was really interesting, including the fact that the water around him did not become a deadly element. There seemed to be a barrier in the mouth part of the breathing area, blocking the water out. Although the surrounding area was a dark sea, Alka could clearly see the surrounding environment. Not far away, a huge rope made of countless vines was hanging straight down. The 4 people swam slowly downward, until the records in their hands showed that they had reached about 150 meters. The 3 people of Pororo stopped at the source. Alka turned around and looked at them. Mavlisa raised her hand gently, and 16 thin needles floated out and pierced Alka's body. The needles inserted into his body would treat him at critical moments and conquer some states. Julia closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her eyes were already blood red. The coin appeared in her hand and began to flip, turning into the side of the skull burning with flames. The scarlet lines wrapped around Alka's body. Alka could feel his own strength becoming stronger, and the pain was weakened, giving him the illusion of being fearless. He could even feel himself becoming slightly more bloodthirsty and brutal. Then he gently waved his hand. The pink energy plus some mirror fragments enveloped the 3 people, allowing them to hide in the surroundings instantly. 3 streams of gold and silver energy were separated and put on their heads, strengthening their soul defense. He looked at the 3 people and nodded. Alka began to slowly continue to dive down alone, 2 huge crystal antlers, which had extended from his head without knowing when. The wild pattern representing the deer also appeared on his face. Or getting closer and closer to that area, he could already sense the hatred of that area through his induction. The strong emotion had stung his skin through the seawater. Even with the powerful dark vision that Xia Deity had configured for him, he still couldn't see through the black film below. It was not darkness, but a barrier formed by some kind of hateful energy. It blocked the inner and outer worlds. It should be this thing that trapped the soul of the saint, who was once a flower fairy here. And no one knew it. Take a deep breath. Alka pierced through the membrane violently. Ah! A piercing scream rang in his ears, trying madly to sting his soul. Alka could not feel the sting of his soul, but was upset by the crazy scream. He turned his head and looked around. The gray-black mist penetrated his chest directly, but the attack did not cause various wounds on his body, but his body lost temperature rapidly. His physical strength began to be lost in large quantities, and he could also feel the chill on his mind and soul. That kind of attack on the soul. There are 8 in total. 8 black strange soul monsters dragging tattered black robes swam wildly in the water, like sharp arrows made of black mist, interspersed wildly. They kept piercing his body around him, trying to attack his soul. In this water, their speed was like teleportation. The 3 balls surrounding Alka had turned into red monsters with open mouths, spinning and biting non-stop, and every bite they made could tear off a piece of mist to chew. But as they chewed, they could see that the speed of the balls biting slowed down, and they were inevitably affected. Alka, who was already moving in the water and not flexible enough, found it difficult to resist. The crystal shield on his left arm opened, and was able to block the monsters rushing towards him head-on. These monsters directly hit the crystal shield, and did not penetrate directly. But the other monsters kept penetrating Alka's body from the side and back, taking away the temperature in his body. Ding! The crisp sound of ding-dong. The 8 soul monsters that were swimming and piercing wildly around him seemed to be frozen in place. Alka, who was cold all over, gasped twice. Although the enemy's attack did not destroy his soul, nor did it cause any harm to his soul, the cold breath still had a bad effect on him. The flower fairy blessing on his forehead was emitting a faint light. In front of him, at the bottom of the hanging vine, there was a corpse tied up. The body had not decayed, but the armor she was wearing was covered with mud and sediment from the sea. It was covered with cracks and debris. The armor began to vibrate as if it had come alive. The dust on it disappeared, revealing the pattern on the armor. It was embroidered with dense flower patterns, and the flower of heaven was in the center. The body still had its eyes closed, and Alka saw it clearly. A broken spear pierced straight through her body. The spear was already covered with rust and was entangled with a lot of weeds. A pale pink and white glowing spirit emerged from the corpse. This spirit had some defects, and was more transparent than a normal soul. She came to Alka, looking at the blessing on Alka's forehead. She closed her eyes, and her face was full of hope and relief. My God, is he still alive? The language she used was exactly what Lucilia had said before, and it was exactly the same as the language of the fragrance land. Alka nodded. The flower fairy is still alive, and is even about to revive. Really? That's good. That's good, she said with a weak voice. But the excitement in her voice could be clearly heard. Your soul's defense seems to be very strong. Go quickly. Don't think about killing these hateful spirits. I will help you suppress them. Resist their attacks. Then pull out the broken gun from my body. Hold my body and leave this area. They will naturally break and disappear. This area has been changed. They will never die here, and they will always hate everything. She quickly repeated the surrounding situation to Alka. Alka nodded, and immediately swam towards the place where the body was. As Alka moved, the evil spirits also began to struggle, and began to break free from the oppression brought by the soul. But their speed was much faster than the previous exaggerated lightning speed. A lot of pink mist and mirrors were scattered around. Alka looked at the place where the body was, and a mirror as tall as Alka appeared above his head. And then the mirror rotated to wrap Alka. The wrapped Alka disappeared instantly. The evil spirits shuttled around frantically, and they could sense where Alka was, but they could not cause any impact on him. Alka, who had already arrived in the mirror world, could feel the slightest movement around him, but he smiled. It can actually be used like this. Although his fake mirror world did not cover a large area, he was not far from the corpse in the outside world. The boundary was just where the corpse was. However, Alka only enveloped himself and turned into the world in the mirror. What was left outside was just a temporary mirror constructed by the surrounding seawater. Those hateful undead spirits were like madmen, shuttling and attacking the real location corresponding to the Alka mirror. But nothing changed. The floating spirit released the suppression of the evil spirits. He looked at the distorted mirror next to him. Mirror Master? No. That damn guy should have died long ago. Why did this thing appear on a mortal? And with the blessing of my God? What happened outside? She was puzzled, but she knew that there must be a big change outside, which led to such a situation. However, she still smiled at the use of such ability, because it was very useful in the current situation. Alka swam to the place where the corpse was in reality in the mirror world. Taking a deep breath, the mirror world reversed again. He appeared directly next to the corpse. The evil spirits around began to attack frantically. Taking this opportunity, the spirit once again used a powerful suppression force, and her soul began to flicker and became extremely unstable. But the 8 evil spirits were also immobilized in an instant. Alka did not say much, and immediately took action, quickly grasping the broken spear and pulling it out of the body. The short spear was pulled out, bringing out some flesh and blood fragments. But no blood. Holding the body, Alka flipped the mirror again. The spirit disappeared instantly, and the evil spirits around screamed wildly, wandering around randomly. However, their attacks had no effect at all. They only needed to break the mirror left outside to let Alka out. But obviously they were too crazy to think like that. Alka in the mirror began to swim upwards. He soon touched the air wall, checking the distance around him, and he seemed to have not left the range. He felt the changes caused by the attacks of the evil spirits just now. If his soul strength was to be affected like that again, although he would not be hurt, the chill would slow him down, until he was sunk here. After thinking for a while, he pulled out the energy of gold and silver and put it on himself. In a flash, Alka appeared outside. The 8 evil spirits gathered around Alka and attacked his soul madly. The coldness that passed through him took away the heat and strength in his body. The pink mist suddenly exploded. He pushed the evil spirits away a long way. Taking this opportunity, Alka threw the body directly from the water. Parolo. Catch it. The legs of the body just passed through the black film. And then, they were pulled up and disappeared. The dark area began to shake wildly. The screams of the evil spirits had penetrated into the soul. These hateful evil spirits began to wander around here randomly, and no longer attacked Alka. Chapter 344 Gods Walking on the Earth. Several figures swam up quickly in the deep sea, leaving strong water marks. Through the hole in the vine layer, with a splash like an explosion, Poro jumped out of the water. In his hands was Alka, who was already weak and trembling. Huff, inhale, huff. Cough, cough. Alka knelt on the deck and coughed madly, breathing the fresh air outside. There was still a light layer of frost on his body. This frost froze from the inside out. It was a mistake. Damn. Evil spirit. Alka's teeth trembled as he spoke incoherently. The 3 balls that were already somewhat sluggish around him returned to Juanlu's side. The 3 balls had been frozen into ice sculptures, and their bodies were also covered with frost. However, they were not attacked, but because they ate too much of what they shouldn't have eaten. He didn't expect that he could be immune to the most deadly soul attack. But the accompanying frost attribute, which was insignificant compared to the soul attack, caused such serious damage to him. What a mistake. Madlisa also came to the boat from below, checking Alka's problem. The soul is not injured, but his body has severe frostbite. The fine needle inserted into Alka's body has begun to resist the cold from the inside out. Waves of warmth flowed into his body from the fine needle. At the same time, Madlisa waved to Juanlu. Do you have any lava peppers? Yes. Juanlu quickly took out a long red carrot-like pepper that emitted amazing heat from his pocket ring, and threw it over. Seasonings like this or precious ingredients are stored in their pocket rings. Some are obtained from random islands. If they are gone, they may never be seen again in this life. Madlisa reached out to catch it, and then crushed it into pieces. Her hands were wrapped in a thin film of flowing water to prevent the pepper pieces from burning her palms. Even so, the film was still emitting steam. This shows the amazing heat of this pepper. Open your mouth. Alka opened his mouth when he heard this. His brain had been frozen and numb. Then he felt something hot like lava entering his mouth. The lava extended from his throat to his stomach, as if it had stopped in his heart. A scorching flame began to burst out from inside to outside. Alka's face flushed red, and even his mouth swelled slightly. Water! Water! A large amount of clear water appeared out of thin air, and fell directly from the sky, and fell on Alka's head like a waterfall. At this time, the frost on Alka's body had long disappeared, and the clear water falling on his head instead emitted amazing steam. Alka was now red and emitting an exaggerated temperature. After a long time, Alka finally recovered. The red skin finally faded. Staring at the sky, he kept panting. He underestimated the hatred of those evil spirits, and the hatred they had when they were on the verge of death. They seemed to have a premonition of their own death. The hatred went straight into his body and exploded in his body. Although his soul was not hurt, the vibrations caused by the self-exposure of these evil spirits were full of chill. Alka was almost frozen under the deep sea. Fortunately, this time Alka used a trick to cooperate with Hokalmara's spirit and brought her body out. Julia put the body in her arms on the boat. Everyone looked at the body, and looked at it with curiosity. Has this person really been dead for tens of thousands of years? Jason looked at the body, and couldn't help asking. The main thing is this corpse. Although it is pale and stiff, it is not decayed at all. It can almost be seen in its original appearance. She must have been a beauty when she was alive, even though she has been dead for so long. Her body is pale and blue, but her former beauty can still be seen, except for the armor on her body and some dirt wrapped in her hair. It is hard to believe that this corpse has been dead for tens of thousands of years. 10,000 years without decay? Has it been tens of thousands of years? A faint and ethereal voice came. Everyone immediately perked up and became alert. A weak and indifferent spirit floated out of the corpse, looking at Jason and asking. Looking at this spirit, everyone knew. The soul of this corpse is still preserved? What kind of strong soul must it be to survive in such an environment for 10,000 years? However, Jason nodded and replied, If you really died during the War of Gods, then 30,000 years have passed. 30,000 years? It's really a distance. Unspeakable, he murmured to himself, his voice full of vicissitudes and sighs. Then she looked at Alka, who was resting on the edge of the boat. Thank you, you seem to still have a connection with my God. If possible, can I see her for the last time? I will give you all my legacy, as a thank you for saving me. Looking at the voice of the indifferent soul in front of her, Alka nodded. No problem. I don't know if you can feel it. The flower fairy is not far away. Alka pointed, then said, in the direction of the fragrant fragrance. The spirit looked in the direction Alka pointed. He shook his head gently, and his soul became solid at this moment, allowing everyone to see his past through his soul. A woman with long hair, a soft face, and a tall figure. Like a bunch of pale white flowers standing there. No, she is coming. My God. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look. A faint floral scent drifted in with the wind, and this floral scent was very familiar to them. Especially to Alka. The mark of the flower fairy's blessing on the forehead also flickered slightly, foreshadowing the arrival of the former blesser. A pile of petals suddenly exploded in front of them. As the petals scattered all over the ground, a figure appeared among the petals. A beautiful woman wearing a luxurious flower robe, and covered with flower decorations appeared. Her long light pink hair fell to her waist. Seeing this figure, Alka immediately bowed her head and bent over, Flower Fairy. Hearing Alka's address, the crowd immediately reacted and hurriedly bowed their heads and bent over to show respect. No one thought that the Flower Fairy had a physical body. A god walked on the earth. Even Alka lowered his head with a look of shock on his face. Looking at the Flower Fairy in front of him, Hokalmara's spirit trembled all over, knelt on the ground, and even the soul shed mist similar to tears. God. The Flower Fairy did not speak, walked over quietly, and embraced Hokalmara's spirit in his arms. You are here so close, and have been in the lonely deep sea for so long. So long. The Flower Fairy's tone was full of emotions, like grief and self-blame. It seemed that she had fulfilled her wish, or the energy of her spirit was no longer enough to support her actions. The spirit began to disintegrate, becoming increasingly weak. Seeing this, the Flower Fairy did not give Hokalmila any chance to speak. A flower grew from under her feet, and her soul was sucked into the flower. It grew from a bud to a bud, waiting to bloom. The Flower Fairy picked up the flower from the ground with its roots and mud. And then the flower disappeared. She looked at the corpse not far away and waved. The body also disappeared. A divine essence that glowed orange was left behind. Except for the orange border that Alka could see, the entire divine essence was brilliant light blue and dark blue, plus the feeling it exuded. It looked like the starry sky, or a star wrapped in the starry sky. The divine essence floated in the hands of the Flower Fairy, and another flower appeared. The flower wrapped the divine essence in it. Alka, take it. This is Mela's promise. The Flower Fairy's voice no longer had the previous frivolity. It was gentle but serious. Alka, who was standing next to him, nodded, stretched out his hands, and the flowers floated in his palms. A little starlight flowed into his mind along his palms. The figure of the Flower Fairy disappeared on the spot as the petals fell, leaving only a voice floating in the air. Remember to come and get your reward. When the Flower Fairy left, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, one could imagine the pressure brought by a god standing next to them. Why would the Flower Fairy walk on the earth? Simon asked in confusion. Alka just shrugged his shoulders at this question. How would he know? Before, the Flower Fairy could only stay in the flower in the dream. But now it has its own body and appeared in front of him. Alka can guarantee that there was no such thing before. He suspected that it might be the essence of the flower of heaven. Forget it. Forget about it. This is not something we should peek into. Hearing this, everyone nodded and stopped wanting to continue chatting. Discussing a god at will, and he was here just now, is really too bold. Then everyone's eyes turned to the flower in Alka's palm. They saw the divine essence just now with their own eyes. The fluctuations and energy emitted by that thing just now are exactly the same as the divine essence they have seen before. It's just that the fluctuations seem to be a little stronger. What level? Jason couldn't help asking. Alka looked at the brand new flower. Scepter? Everyone showed a surprised expression, and their faces were full of curiosity. Xiaodai frowned and asked, Scepter? How to use the divine essence of the level? Although they have used the divine essence of the level of Holy Grail, they have even personally created a suitable carrier for this level of divine essence. If possible, they would certainly prefer to obtain the divine essence rather than the original treasure, because that way they can create a more suitable tendency expressed by the divine essence and their personal habits. It is also easier to improve the compatibility of their other treasures. These are all what they have studied before. However, these are just rough research results and have not been fully confirmed. Now there is a treasure that has never been obtained. Scepter. This level. It is not clear whether the previous experience is applicable. Looking at the slightly worried expressions of the crowd, Alka smiled and said, "Don't worry, the flower fairy passed on all the experience of using Hokalmara and the specific abilities of this divine essence to me. The flower fairy even told me, based on the current system of treasures in this world, what kind of materials are more likely to perfectly carry this scepter. Level of divine essence. It is a perfect after-sales service." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. At least it was much better than their random guesses. Xia Dedi looked at the shining flower in Alka's hand. "What should we do now? What arrangements do you have?" Alka looked at the thing in his hand. He didn't expect that what he had in his hand would be a kind of divine essence. He thought it was a treasure. In general, if it was a divine essence, the treasure information would say so. But this time it only said that this thing would be all of Hokalmara. He had to make some changes to his previous plan. "Let me think about it." Alka began to think carefully in his mind, analyzing the information sent by the flower fairies. This divine essence is related to stars and starlight. It is mainly related to stars, and starlight is incidental. The material that can perfectly carry it is preferably also related to the stars. In short, the best material to use is the fallen objects from the sky, that is, meteorites. It is best to use gemstones among meteorites. Are there gemstones in meteorites? Alka has never really learned about this, so he can only ask Simon, who has a deep understanding of this aspect. It is best to use some star spells or similar rituals when integrating the materials to enhance the coordination of integration. And the last words left by the flower fairy. Alka has not had time to listen. Taking this opportunity, Alka's spirit activated the short message left by the flower fairy. "Alka, you have talent, ability, and a future. After you successfully complete this treasure, I suggest you consult your god. This is related to your future, your destination. In fact, I think you may not need my reminder." This tone is different from the flower fairy's previous peculiar character. You can hear that. It is very serious. It is a very serious suggestion. After hearing this, Alka couldn't help but frown. It seems really important. But if he asked him to consult the Stone Mother, would it work? He was not sure. Although Alka had roughly understood his origins, he also knew that his so-called deepest secret was not worth mentioning to the Stone Mother. But now, he was asked to try to meet this god whom he had always talked about verbally, and who he believed in later. He still felt a little uneasy. Would it be too offensive? Alka's expression became tangled. After thinking for a long time, Xia Dedi patted his shoulder, looking at Alka, who came back. Xia Dedi couldn't help but ask, "Have you thought it through? Your expression is not right." "It's okay." Alka smiled, then looked at Simon and asked, "Simon, do you know that there are gemstones among meteorites?" "Meteorites? Do they have to be gemstones?" Hearing this, Simon frowned and lowered his head to think. Obviously, this is not something that is easy to obtain. It is definitely available. I don't know about other places, but if it is in the Holy Machine Church, it can definitely be obtained. It will take some time at most. He looked at Alka. The meaning was already very clear. There was no hope of getting similar materials here. We must return to the Twin Islands. Everyone looked at Alka, waiting for his decision. "Don't worry too much," Lucilia said beside him. "You can leave a team of puppet girls on the island. I can sense their positions through the connection between them, so I don't have to rely on luck to wander around the sea for a long time." "Is it feasible?" Alka asked uncertainly. "It's feasible. Even if it's not possible at this stage, it will definitely be possible when we reach the fourth stage." Hearing Lucilia's affirmative voice, Alka stopped hesitating. After all, when they arrive at Gemini Island and finish all these and return to Zahai, everyone will definitely be almost at the fourth stage. It will definitely take half a year to go back and forth. Not to mention that they have to build the scepter. Level treasure on Gemini Island. "Okay. Pack up. We'll go to the Land of Fragrance. Meet the Flower Fairy. And then we'll leave." Hearing Alka's decision, everyone nodded and started to act. After sending the people back to the camp, some people started to pack up in the camp. Juanlu, Ziadite and Alka went to the land of fragrance. Alka needed to meet the flower fairy to get their reward. Others needed to buy some supplies. And then everyone gathered and started to return. Alka and the other two drove the flying swallow and soon arrived at the land of fragrance. I'll go see Giliana first. And let them know first, Alka said, and said goodbye to the two. Ziadite and the other two also separated, and each went to buy the supplies they needed. Alka soon arrived at the military camp. Alka? Giliana saw Alka and asked with some uncertainty. Hearing this doubtful voice, Alka looked at herself. Have I changed a lot? Haha, of course not, congratulations. Giliana saw that Alka had successfully reached the 4th stage. You are here, what's the matter? Wasn't it Jason in the past? I'm here to say goodbye, we have something to do, and need to leave for a while, and we won't be back for about half a year. Giliana nodded when she heard this, and didn't say anything to keep you. But her expression was still clearly regretful. Although they were in a difficult situation now, and they needed the fighting power of Alka and others, this was indeed not the reason for them to ask others to stay. Then I wish you a safe journey, and may the flower fairy always protect you on your way forward. Alka smiled and nodded. Then a purse appeared in Giliana's hand, and she handed it to Alka. This is your reward for this period of time, and I hope we will have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. Alka weighed the purse, and put it into the ring, and reached out to shake hands with Giliana. Don't worry, it won't be long, we haven't caught the guy yet. We will definitely come back. Hearing what Alka said, Giliana nodded with relief. It's only half a year, they can definitely hold on. Not to mention the multiple results found at this stage are gratifying. Chapter 345 Going Home. After saying goodbye to Giliana, Alka soon arrived at the bottom of the flower of heaven. Seeing that it was Alka, the priests around him nodded to him, and did not stop him. After all, they were already acquaintances. Until they were about to reach the root of the flower of heaven, a priest stopped Alka and led Alka to the bottom. Then he waited beside. A faint pollen flowed from the huge flower. The pollen turned into petals in the air, and the figure of the flower fairy appeared among the petals. The priests around immediately bowed their heads to show respect. The flower fairy waved her hand, then looked at Alka in front of her. Are you here so soon? Are you ready to leave here? Alka nodded. Yes. Really? Then I hope you can come back soon. My people still need your help. Here is what you want. After teasing for a few times, the flower fairy stretched out her hand. An energy object like a seed appeared in her hand. What is this? Alka looked at the thing in his hand, and asked in confusion. He really couldn't tell what it was. It felt like the essence of divinity. But it was not quite the same. A divine seed. But in this broken world, there is no place for it to grow. So it's just the remaining energy and an empty shell. After listening to the flower fairy's explanation, Alka still looked confused. He didn't understand what this thing was for, or how to use it. It sounds very powerful. This is what you need. If you insist on saying what it is useful for, well, do you have a boat? You should have, after all. This has become the world of the big guy of the sea god. Alka nodded, yes. That's good. You can try to plant it on the boat. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Hearing this, Alka gently took the seed. Holding it in his hand, Alka felt more clearly that this thing really looked like a divine essence, a bit like the divine essence was weakened. But it seemed to have a kind of entity. Very strange. Carefully took out the box from the pocket ring, put the seeds in it, and sealed it well. Just held it in his hand. When Alka finished and looked up again, the flower fairy had disappeared from the spot, leaving only petals on the ground. Master Alka, follow me. The priest next to him walked up and said. Alka nodded, and left with the priest. Soon on the way back, he met Ziadite, who was purchasing supplies. They came to the port together. Juanlu had been waiting here for a long time. In addition to the supplies in their pockets and rings, they also carried large and small bags. Most of them were food. Although there should be some left on the Dawn Sound. They had not returned to the Dawn Sound for a long time. And those food may have spoiled. The three of them took the flying swallow, and came to the camp. Most of the camp had been dismantled and everything had been recycled. Who should stay? Lucilia sat on Alka's shoulder, and asked with some entanglement. She hadn't decided which puppet girls to let stay. Alka looked at her and asked. How many have you decided? Lucilia stretched out her finger and said. If I leave, 0 must stay. She is the most mature and stable, and can control the others. Then leave a member of Team 5, a member of Team 7, and a member of Team 1. The deputy leader. The maintenance man. The spellcaster? And an assassin? It's a reasonable configuration. Think about Alka's suggestion, let Xian stay. And add another member of Team 9. Why let Xian stay? Lucilia was a little puzzled. In case of accidents, Xian is the only one who can enter the dream. She must enter the dream in my royal court. If an accident occurs, it will not be considered a loss of contact. And when necessary, she can also seek support in the royal court. Hearing this, Lucilia nodded in understanding. Okay, that's it, I'll go make the arrangements. After saying that, he ran to where the puppet girls gathered. Then Alka heard a noisy sound coming from behind. It wasn't a postponement, but they all wanted to stay. They thought it would be fun, brave, and free. But the quota was soon chosen. Alka looked at Zero, and a coin appeared in his hand. The front of the coin was his royal court symbol, and the back was their team symbol. This is equivalent to Alka's proof of royal authority. Take this. If you have any problems, you can ask Ileana or the Flower Fairy for help. If it doesn't work, you can ask Qian Rumung for help. Use this coin as a coordinate. Zero nodded. The selected team soon stayed in the woods, and waved goodbye to Alka and the others. Alka and the others also sat on the flying swallow, moving straight ahead, towards the edge of the swamp. The call has been sent out. The voice of Dawn had been waiting outside for a long time. It is estimated to take more than a week, Xia Daidi said while driving the flying swallow. At this time, the flying swallow, with the help of the propeller behind it, ran on the water like a speedboat. The water splashed from both sides. Arka nodded. At this time, he was sitting on the boat, organizing the materials in his hand, including the maps he had drawn. At this time, the map in Arka's hand was the complete map of Zahai, but except for the land of all spirits. It was not detailed enough. It was a very old version. But I had seen the general information of the area on it before, so it was enough. Turn to the next one. This one was a detailed map of the land of spirits. But since it was a whole map of the area, the light spots were clearly marked on it. Alka looked at the map. Frowning, he just stared at it. At this time, he had been using the treasure hunting vision, but the light spots on the map did not change. The reason he stared at it was because he always felt that this map was weird. He had never felt this way before. So what went wrong? When one's strength reaches the fourth stage, all illusions and strange feelings cannot be ignored casually. This may be his spirituality, or the premonition brought by highly enhanced dreams, and ignoring it may bring fatal danger. So Alka must find the source of the problem, no matter what it is. The discomfort and irritability that separated him by a layer of membrane made Alka frown. You seem very irritable. If you have any problems, you can say it. If you don't want to say it, it's better to calm down. Being upset can't solve any problems. Lucilia, who was sitting next to Alka and reading a book on his lap, said. Alka took a deep breath and nodded. The feeling of being upset still existed. Alka, who had calmed down, had begun to look for the thread of this feeling. Slowly, his eyes became dull, and his energy was diverted to other places. Yes, that feeling was finally coming out. There was a barrier in between. A sense of pleasure that was about to be pierced, and a desire to vent. Almost. Alka took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, began to mobilize this strange feeling. He was hiding deeper in his soul. Or rather, his own soul. As his eyes opened, Alka took a deep breath and exhaled heavily, turning his gaze to the map in his hand. A small red cross-shaped mark appeared on the map. A mark that had never been seen before, a mark imagined by Alka himself, really appeared on the map. Looking at the mark, Alka frowned. The mark changed from a red cross to a red circle, rather than a flashing dot. Following Alka's thoughts, it turned into a cross mark in a red circle. Finally, it returned to its original appearance, a small red cross. It was not a ghost system, but something more hidden. The red cross represented nothing else but the target that Alka and his team had been looking for. The evil cult member of the Nafas family. Why can this guy be marked? This ability to mark something comes from the new ability that Alka has acquired after his strength has increased. The fourth stage seems to be a threshold for overall strength. For example, the fourth stage is also called the staff holder. The reason is obvious. Only at this stage can one be able to master a treasure of the level of scepter. Just like one has to reach the sixth stage to use a treasure of the level of crown. The same reason why he is also called the crowned one. At the same time, it is also the fourth stage, as if he has the ability to perfectly master the treasure of the level of Holy Grail. The fourth stage has a huge improvement in strength. This comes from various aspects. If this person can be marked, then what about the puppet girls who stayed on it? Alka thought and looked at the map. Sure enough, a few small stickman patterns appeared on the map. These stickman patterns overlapped, like a mess. Alka immediately adjusted the display mode of the pattern, turning it into green dots. A few dots still remained at their previous camp. That's fine. This is interesting. Then Xia Dai and his group appeared on the map, including Alka himself. It turned into triangular blue dots, and piled up together, moving at a speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye. Looking at the map, Alka thought, what about Giliana? He began to experiment with those who were not so familiar, whether they could be marked on it. A green triangle appeared on the map, on the island of the Land of Fragrance. Flowers. Never mind. Alka wanted to think whether the flower fairy could be marked, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. After all, he was a god, so he should not be too bold, and proper respect was essential. Alka was mainly debugging what kind of people could be marked on the map by him. Then various marks began to appear on the map, triangles, five-pointed stars, all kinds of shapes came. All of them were conducting experiments. In the end, Alka came up with a rough standard. Whether he could mark someone on the map depended on how well they knew him. Only when they knew a certain amount of information could they mark him. If they only knew a little bit, even if it was just a little bit off, it would not work. Based on their understanding of this cult member of the Nafas family, he should not be marked. It was not up to that standard. The only information they knew about this member of the Nafas family was a simple, vague appearance and name. Apart from that, I don't know anything about his life experience and other things. On the contrary, I know more about the family he once belonged to, but it's useless. I must understand this person. Because Alka has tried it with some family members and individuals he knows on the Twin Islands, and it doesn't work at all. Can it be marked? Alka has a clear feeling at this stage, even if the target is not necessarily on this map. And the feeling of being able to mark the source of this cult member of the Nafas family is not because Alka knows him well enough. It was another strange feeling. It was similar to a dream. I got it. Alka suddenly remembered that Xian had marked this person's dream in his dream before. He could vaguely sense his direction, but it required a certain distance. Alka was already in the dream, allowing Xian to share the special feeling brought by this mark with him. So if you don't know a person well enough, in certain circumstances, you can deepen your feeling by giving him some kind of positioning mark, and mark his position on the map. Alka is now very inclined to his own system, maybe some kind of treasure. But he did not find similar traces in his body, only some kind of instinctive feeling. Just like I can walk, I can climb, I can punch. After struggling for a while, Alka stopped struggling. Now his strength is only the fourth stage. When his strength is strong enough, he will naturally have more premonitions. Thinking about these now will only add to his troubles. Looking at the red cross on the map, Alka smiled. Come next time. You won't have to do it like this time. This guy. Let alone anything else, his hiding skills are just like a mouse. I seriously doubt his treasure. Maybe there is some ability that can allow him to hide himself. It seems you have figured it out? Lucilia said beside him. Of course, thank you for your reminder. Hee hee. The flying swallow is still galloping on the sea. After less than a week of fast sailing, they are almost reaching the verdant border of the Naze Sea. The blue sea surface has appeared in front of them. Finally. It is not the dark green sea water. Finally. We are here. This blue sea looks more comfortable, Jason said with a smile. The three marine groups next to him agreed with Jason's words. They swam in the seawater in the swamp sea. The dark green color always made them feel weird. Just like the soil is brown, and one day it suddenly turned into other bright colors, it would make people uncomfortable. The ship driven by Alka showed a trace of fatigue on his face. Not only him, but everyone on the ship was like this. It was not physical fatigue, but mental fatigue from the long and fast journey. With so many people, the distance of activity was so large, after all. The Fium was running at full speed. Everyone took turns driving day and night, and basically had no rest. The range of activity was limited. They were mentally a little tired. The melodious music came, and when they heard the music, everyone smiled. In the distance, on the blue sea, water splashed. A sailboat rushed out of the sea. The strange bird-head figurehead made everyone feel familiar. After a long time, they were finally going back to their ship, back to their home on the boundless sea. The sound of dawn also drove in their direction, until it reached the border of the green vines. The music became passionate and cheerful. "Speed up. Go," Alka said with a smile. Hearing this, Simon's face was full of smiles, and the treasure's index finger emitted a bright light, and tapped on the propeller at the back. A strong sense of push came. The people standing on the propeller almost fell into the water. The broken water formed a water curtain on both sides. The whole ship cut through the sea like a sharp sword. Under the powerful power, it soon reached the edge. The propeller slowly slowed down, and then collapsed. The speed of the flying swallow slowly stopped. The bow of the Dawn Sound was facing everyone, and the entrance was open. Driving the swallow, he slowly slid in. The ocean trio had already jumped off the ship, and jumped onto the long mist deck through the sea. The puppet girls also left one after another, and couldn't wait to get on before they arrived. The tree root ropes were hanging from the ship, and everyone was pulled up holding one. Alka smiled and drove the boat in silently. After putting the boat in place and fixing it, he returned to the deck from the stairs. The melodious singing around showed the joy of the sound of dawn. In this melodious singing, there was also a beautiful voice. Julia stood at the bow, holding a harp in her hand, playing and singing. It seemed that the previous fatigue was eliminated. The puppet girls formed a circle around her, dancing randomly to the music. "Ah! It's still good here." Alka lay directly on the deck and said loudly, "We must celebrate tonight. I will use all my strength," Juanlu said with a big laugh, and rushed directly into the kitchen he had not seen for a long time. Finally, he could show his cooking skills in this perfectly equipped place. The ship stopped at sea. Alka was not in a hurry to urge the Dawn Sound to sail. He still had 2 valuable treasure chests on him. He put the box containing the extremely precious orange divine essence into the treasure house on the ship. He carried the other box and returned to the deck. He sat by the flower bed and looked at the flowers planted on the flower bed. These were the ones they had planted before. Originally, they were going to plant a big tree here, but there was no suitable variety. Thinking of this, Alka opened the box. He looked at the seed inside that was emitting a faint glow. Chapter 346 Dawn of Life. Looking at the glowing seed in his hand, Xia Deity and others also gathered around. They could feel the power emanating from the seed, which was very similar to the essence of divinity. "Is this the reward given by the flower fairy?" "Yes, that's it." "The essence of divinity?" Simon asked. "It's too similar." This basically became everyone's first reaction. Alka shook his head. "A similar existence. What exactly it should be, I don't know how to answer. In general, knowledge affects vision. But at least I know how to use it," Alka said with a smile. And then the magic surrounded the center of the flower bush. A small hole was dug at the bottom of the flower bed, and Alka gently put the seeds in. Then he dug the soil in and buried it. Everyone just looked at that place. But nothing happened. Just like that?" Jason asked with a puzzled look on his face. Alka smiled slightly. "Don't worry. It hasn't officially started yet." As soon as the voice fell, the Dreamcatcher's crystal ball and the mirror mask floated out of Alka's body and floated beside him. Different magic powers emanated from the 2 treasures. One was powdery mist, the other was a translucent bright beam. Both flowed to the land where the seeds were. Feeling the magic power absorbed by the seeds, Alka looked at everyone and said, "You can also try, infuse the energy used by your treasures into it. Maybe there will be unexpected gains, anyway. They are all a kind of magic power." Hearing this, everyone took action. Even Juanlu in the kitchen ran over. Blood-colored light like the sun, wind and snow with a chill, orange-red and emerald-green spirals, dark green beams, orange-yellow energy, blue magic beams. Here is the energy of all the treasures of the people. Then everyone turned their heads, looked at Jason who had done nothing. "Why are you looking at me? I don't have any treasures," Jason said helplessly. His was not a treasure. He just signed a contract with a powerful being. They were now basically certain that the crystal dragon was the only living creature from ancient times. The brilliant rainbow energy flew from afar, emanating from the crystal dragon on the rear deck. Jason had no choice but to use his own brilliant energy, directing it to be infused there. "I hope it works." The various energies gathered in the land where the seeds were buried, and the powerful energy made the entire piece of soil begin to change. Fortunately, the magic power they used was not much, and almost everyone did not need to spend too much magic power to consume it. "How long do you have to transmit like this?" Simon asked. However, just as he asked, Julia said, "Be quiet. There is movement. Everyone turned their heads to look over. The green buds grew out of the soil, and the growth momentum pushed away the soil buried on top of it, and began to thrive. It began to grow wildly in front of everyone's eyes, shaking. As the buds grew, Alka shouted loudly, "The sound of dawn! Blend in. Become a part of it. This will be your new life." Hearing Alka's words, melodious singing came from all around. The branches grew. The sound of the lower deck being pierced was heard by everyone, and the whole ship was filled with collisions. The crackling sound of the broken wooden boards kept ringing. However, no one seemed too panicked, because they roughly felt why such a problem occurred below. I mentioned the flower bed and the treasure house below before. They are connected together as a cylinder. It is embedded in the center of the ship, which is also the core of the whole ship. The violin core of the dawn sound is also stored here. Alka and his team even set up a large number of protective spells for protection. This is the strongest and safest area of the entire ship. At this time, the roots of the tree planted above spread downwards, wrapping around the cylinder. In the treasure house below, the roots penetrated into it, and then the spreading roots completely wrapped the violin core floating in the air, making it merge with the roots. On the flower bed above, the flowers growing around began to be squeezed and moved to the edge. The small buds in the central soil have grown wildly and turned into branches. A tree trunk about the size of a human head has appeared on it and is growing wildly upward. Although the Sound of Dawn is a large three-dimensional sailing ship, if the trunk of this tree grows upward again, it is likely to affect the operation of the sail. Sound of Dawn, control your growth. Hearing Alka shout, the Sound of Dawn, which has been integrated into the new body, began to control its growth. And then the growth of the entire branch became a little distorted. Obviously, he had not adapted to the transformation from a boat to a tree. Seeing this, Julia immediately stepped forward and placed her hands on the tree trunk. Be quiet and listen to my guidance. As Julia's voice sounded, a slight singing voice came out of her mouth. The boat did not respond, but the tree in front of them responded. The twisted trunk gradually straightened. The trunk grew straight, but the height remained at a distance of 6 or 7 meters, and then began to spread its crown. These branches grew to both sides, without piercing the sails or blocking the sails. The branches and green leaves began to grow around the mast, surrounding the mast. A natural canopy umbrella was formed in the center of the deck. Then, under Julia's guidance, the tree stopped growing, but the roots below began to spread to the entire ship. It wrapped around the keel all the way, protecting and binding it tightly, protecting the core skeleton of the ship, and even integrating into it. Some branches even broke through the bottom of the ship, and then immediately blocked the punctured holes and grew outwards. The tentacles grown by the tree roots spread out from the center to the surrounding areas. Like blood vessels, these branches gave birth to some tiny buds, which would become carnivorous plants under the ship. They would clean the dirt and parasites on the bottom of the ship, and also catch some small fish passing by under the ship. These would become nutrients for the tree, and nutrients for the ship. The ship was transformed from a ghost ship to a living ship with life. In addition to the bottom cabin, all the places on the first and second decks had been infiltrated and combined by the spreading tree roots. Some spells on the boat were destroyed, and some lighting facilities were smashed. The whole boat was filled with shattering and cracking sounds. It was as if someone was wreaking havoc inside the boat, destroying it crazily. Finally, a series of growths were completed. Julia let go of her hands and exhaled heavily. Her head was covered with beads of sweat. Now, do the embellishment you want. As she finished speaking, holes appeared one after another on the tree trunk, and various sounds came out of the holes. The branches of the tree drooped down and inexplicably blossomed with colorful flowers. The flowers looked different. Then crystals fell one after another. Just like gems, the colorful gems hung on the tree, making it a real treasure tree. A strange white bird appeared on the branch. The sound bird? Lucilia recognized the species of the bird at a glance. It was the prototype of the Prime Minister of the Dawn Sound ship. The bird chirped softly, singing a beautiful song, standing on the branch, looking at the crowd with its head tilted, flashing its wings and jumping around on their bodies. Every time he came to someone, he rubbed their cheeks with his head. He showered them with love. As if thanking them, Jason looked down at his feet, and found that the entire deck was covered with a thin layer of grass. Although this is good and beautiful, will there really be no problem? After all, the deck was covered with grass. So would it not corrode seriously? Xiaodidi stood there, and the silver ripples kept spreading around. She almost witnessed the changes in the entire ship. Hearing Jason's question, she said, compared to the changes on the surface, I suggest that you go down and take a look. The changes are quite big. Alka looked at the vines and flowers growing on the railings along the edge of the ship. He probably thought of what changes would happen below. But he still took the lead and walked towards the cabin below. As soon as he entered the first deck, he saw the tree roots that covered the entire ceiling. Like blood vessels. The roots were not exposed, but were completely embedded in the wooden boards, and merged with the wooden boards. It was as if the wooden board was extended from the tree roots. But the broken wooden board fragments disappeared again, as if they were melted into the tree roots. But the lantern lighting stones hanging here disappeared completely. Looking at the replacement of the lighting stone, there was a gem hanging on it. The gem emitted a soft pale white light, exactly the same as the gems hanging on the tree, but the shape was different. Well, this actually looks pretty good. I'll go check out the library. I'll go check out the kitchen. I'll go check out my room. Everyone started to disperse. Alka and Simon walked quickly to the manufacturing hall. Seeing that the manufacturing hall was perfectly preserved, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. This is their lifeblood. Fortunately, it's very intact here. Simon breathed a sigh of relief. Alka scanned the details in the hall. It's different. Many places are different. Then he began to check carefully. The magic storage array has completely disappeared. The magic transmission pipeline is gone. The experimental magic gathering spell is gone. Here, Alka said while checking. Simon was frozen in place, and his whole body fell into gray. But apparently Alka didn't finish what he said. After checking the changed state, he said, all the infrastructure we built before were replaced by plant roots with the same effect. Replaced by plant roots? How? Simon came to Alka's side and asked. I don't understand it either. How did you do it? Alka watched the magic pipeline turn into a tree root that helped to transport magic. By studying the magic gathering stone, the super-degraded magic gathering array that was simply constructed turned into a kind of moss plant. And it also played the role of gathering magic. Try it. The two began to experiment. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. What on earth is this? Simon squatted on the ground in even greater confusion. Those things that were destroyed and replaced before are gone, but they will be replaced with better ones. All replaced with plant-like structures, and they have better effects. For example, better magic transmission efficiency, better magic gathering, and it can even automatically help them decompose some of the residue in the magic, making the magic purer. At this time, the door of the manufacturing hall was opened, and Mathlisa swam in. Didn't you go to the library with Lucilia? Yes, but I left again. There were big changes there, and Lucilia seemed to be affected by the place. She cried. Crying? Alka frowned and asked. Seeing Alka's look, Mathlisa smiled. Don't be so nervous. She is happy. She even said she will live in it. Really? That's good. Simon looked at Mathlisa and said, I suggest you check some changes in your area. We have changed a lot here. Hearing this, Matlisa's face changed, and she hurried to her own area. The two looked at her expression. From shock, to gloom, to surprise. It was exactly the same as theirs. So they nodded in satisfaction. And it was obvious that the equipment changes brought by the plant roots were better than the previous equipment of Mathlisa, especially the extraction and refining of some materials. Overall, the changes here were good. I have to go to the treasury to take a look, Alka said, and walked out directly. The two nodded and did not follow. The treasury is a very important area. In most cases, only one person is allowed to pass through. Alka came to the central cylinder. At this time, the cylinder was completely wrapped by the spreading tree roots, forming something like a pillar. There were some branches and flowers growing on it, as if it was deliberately camouflaged. These flowers and plants are similar to the surrounding environment, which will make people deliberately ignore this place and regard it as something like a wall. The flowers and plants on it are naturally confusing and have no magical reaction. Very good. Alka gently raised his hand and placed it on the tree root. The tree root slowly turned, revealing a hole large enough for one person to pass through. Alka walked in. The tree root immediately closed again. After coming inside, Alka looked at the vertical cylindrical protection. Above, through the entanglement of vines, a violin was wrapped. But the violin no longer had spirituality, but its original core function still existed and was integrated with the whole plant. The color of the violin became emerald green, and it had become part of the tree root, like the shape formed by the tree root. It emits a green light, and there are crystal marks on it. Alka looked around the treasure house. The tree roots and vines surrounding it replaced all the defensive and warning spells previously engraved on it. Very good. Better defense than before. And more solid. Satisfied, Alka left after watching, and came to the first deck. Jason was checking the changes of the rock-shaking cannons. These cannons were completely entangled by vines, and Simon had already modified them countless times before. Whether it is still the same rock-shaking cannon as before is a question mark. It has become a pure energy cannon. To be honest, it looks a bit like a firework between life and death. After hearing Jason's words, Alka came over to take a look. What is the crystal on it? The cannon had long been wrapped and entangled by vines, but there was a crystal branch on the back, which was not there before. Similar to the crystal structure of Eurylius, it probably plays a role similar to gathering energy. The vines wrapped around the crystal have different structures, and there seem to be blue patterns on the vines that look like bright light. It was like a channel that was specially designed to receive energy. Try firing. As soon as Alka finished speaking, the vine cannon in front of him fired. There was hardly any sense of heaviness. Even the sound of firing was very dull and low-key. A green bullet flew out. It hit the sea surface in the distance, and then a large group of vine monsters waving wildly appeared on the sea surface. Alka looked at the vine monster, which raged wildly around for a long time before it became completely quiet, turned into energy ash, and disappeared. Has it turned into this kind of shell? It's really strange. Alka toured around the ship, observing the changes of the entire ship. It can be basically confirmed that the ship has merged with the tree, and turned into a living warship. The original cable has been replaced with a vine similar to the cable, which is good camouflage. It has become tougher than before, and can break and grow automatically, and has powerful attack capabilities. Fortunately, the sail has not changed, except for the addition of an exaggerated treasure tree on the deck. Only the vines that spread around the ship were left, which looked like they were parasitized by tree roots. The library had completely turned into a garden. A forest-like structure. This style was just like what Alka had seen in Lucilia's dream. Or even exactly the same. Alka even wondered if it was made 1:1 according to the situation in Lucilia's dream. Overall, the entire ship became a more complete individual through the seed. It became a living thing, capable of self-repair. With the blessing of Alka's treasures, the Dawn Sound also had some special abilities. Moreover, this tree could still grow, and this battleship could also continue to grow. But it would take more energy and time to nourish it. At least that's what Julia said. Alka was looking forward to what he would look like when he was fully grown. Chapter 347 Return to the Island. Alka finished his meditation in the observation room. Sure enough, the efficiency of meditation is not as high as before. Has it returned to normal? The current meditation efficiency, although higher than the normal 3-stage, but overall it has returned to normal in the 4-stage. During the last few spirals, Alka's strength gap in the dream was too big, which led him to improve madly. That made his meditation efficiency very exaggerated, and his strength kept improving. With the 5th stage of dream, the 4th stage of reality finally reached a certain balance. At least not as divided as before. The efficiency of the natural improvement of strength in the dream has also greatly slowed down. Although Alka's current strength improvement is still higher than that of ordinary people. At least it is not as exaggerated as before, and has become slightly more normal. 27x3. To reach the 5th stage, 81 spirals are required. When Alka thought about the 54 spirals that would be added later, his face fell. Oh my god! How long will it take to make 54 spirals? Thinking of this, Alka fell on his back on the floor of the observation room, staring at the ceiling. When you really reach this stage, you will find out how exaggerated the total number of x3 is at this stage. The exponential increase is really outrageous. The 45th stage is 81 spirals. The 56th stage is 243 spirals. The 67th stage is 729 spirals. The 78th stage is... The more Alka thinks about it, the more hopeless he feels. This really can only be achieved by hard grinding with time. Alka suddenly felt that there were only a few people who became gods in the past 10,000 years. And not many of them were famous. This was closely related to the improvement of their own strength. Relying on spirals and stages, they gradually improved their strength to reach the limit of transcending the life of their race. Such a power setting is really genius. And the time required is a necessary price. Alka experienced the changes in his own strength. with the current meditation efficiency. If he maxed it out every day, it would take more than 5 years to reach the 5th stage. It's difficult. I can only grind slowly, Alka said, and stood up and looked outside, looking at the endless dark sea. I wonder how fast the higher level treasures can improve my strength. It should be at least twice as fast as the Holy Grail treasures. Right? He was thinking in this way, alert to the surrounding situation, until the successor Poro came to take his place. A hanging basket made of vines appeared next to the observation room. Alka stood on it, and was slowly moved to the stern by the vines. I went back to my room and started to rest. I quickly sank into the dream. Arriving at my dream bubble, Alka felt her figure shatter and disappeared on the spot. Xian, who was sitting on Juan's back, was patrolling the dream palace as usual. Suddenly, broken lenses appeared next to him and gathered together, forming Alka's figure. Dad? Xian jumped directly onto Alka's shoulder, and Alka looked at her and asked, "How is it? Is there anything wrong outside?" "No, it's just a little boring." "Well, bear with it." Alka stood there, looking down. There was still fog below, but most of the buildings had already shown some outlines. Looking at the buildings below that took up an exaggerated area, Alka frowned, somewhat confused. Who would live in such an exaggerated building complex? Although Alka could not understand the architectural style of the buildings below, he had basically never seen a similar style in the outside world. Most of them were various diamond-shaped rings. The buildings of various shapes were intertwined and inlaid together. They were called buildings, but they looked more like some kind of art. It was like a strange large sculpture, and most of them had the characteristics of clouds and mist, or crystal-like effects. But as there were more of them, they actually became a building area of a special style, almost covering the entire bottom of the mirror world. The most common structure was a spiral-like building surrounded by a circular aperture. But there were too many too wide. It had completely touched Alka's blind spot in knowledge. As Alka's voice fell, Shadow Robe appeared beside Alka. The answer was, this is the basic building standard of the royal court. It cannot be reduced. Among the royal courts of the kings, this standard is already considered small. Hearing this, Alka looked at the area below. Is this considered small? If he calculated correctly, the area of his royal court should be about 2/3 of the Twin Islands. And the densely packed buildings almost covered this 2/3 area. Even if the Twin Islands were occupied by 2 churches, there would not be such densely packed buildings and streets. Moreover, most of the buildings are hollow in the middle, after all. They are for people to live in. But dream creatures don't need these things at all, and it's a 3-dimensional space, and these buildings are stacked layer by layer. The density is amazing. This is still considered small? So what are these buildings used for? Alka asked Shadow Robe. It can improve the recovery speed of dream creatures, slowly enhance their strength, and even under certain circumstances, allow them to split themselves. Wait, what does splitting yourself mean? Alka asked with some confusion. This sentence suddenly made Apao a little stuck. He didn't know how to explain it for a moment. He had to use a meaning that Alka could understand accurately. Reproduction? I understand. You continue. Alka immediately stopped the topic and asked him to continue. After the world's broken fell asleep, there were no new compatriots. The losses in the outside world also affected us. Our number was inevitably reduced. It is difficult to repair the outside world with the current number of dream creatures. Having come to this point, Apao thought about it, and prepared to say everything he had to say at once. It is not that easy to truly repair the world. The world is now stuck in a vicious circle. If we want to quickly and stably repair the world, we need to let the mist creatures spread all over the dream. But this is obviously impossible. The mist creatures can only gather in the dream corresponding to the areas with more people. But even then, the number is not enough. If we want to increase the number of mist creatures, we need to revive the world. But that will make her fall into inescapable pain. The second is that the outside world has more life. The chaos has decreased, and it has become stable. If you want the outside world to have more life, the chaos has decreased, and it has become stable, you need more mist-like creatures. More mist-like creatures require more life outside, the chaos has decreased, and it has become stable. However, now we have fallen into a vicious circle, no matter what we do. We can only maintain the status quo, and it may even get worse. So these buildings? Yes, that's right, tens of thousands of years ago. The Dream Kings at that time set such standards. Although the probability of producing the same kind is small, it is not zero. And these buildings can also strengthen and repair the external environment. After hearing this, Alka completely understood. The so-called royal court is equivalent to the largest world repair group. At least for Alka, whose royal court is almost entirely made up of mist creatures. The royal court is like this. This is consistent with Alka's goal concept. After listening, Alka nodded, and did not ask too many questions. He even began to observe the construction process of these mist creatures more carefully, and tried to understand the reasons why these buildings and themselves affect the world. He needed to understand the details, to know more clearly. Only then could he truly make efforts to repair the world when he became stronger. In order to find Zahai, they spent more than 100 days and nights at sea. But when they left Zahai and headed straight for the Gemini Islands, it took less than 20 days and nights. Because Zahai seemed to have just drifted to a place not far from the Gemini Island chain at that time. It was also a kind of luck. Finally, we are here. Jason looked at the large island in the distance. As well as the ships coming and going around this time, they breathed a sigh of relief. They circled the edge of the island and entered the central harbor from the entrance. They officially returned to the Twin Islands. It was still the same as when they left, nothing special. They docked the ship. A priest wearing the robes of the Church of the Virgin Mary, with several soldiers, looked at Alka and his ship, and the treasure tree on their ship that inevitably attracted the eye. Alka and his friends looked at the treasure tree and could not help but sigh. This thing is too conspicuous. But it can't be covered at all. In such a crowded port, sometimes you have to sigh. This can be regarded as the first small trouble caused by the change of the ship. The priest looked at the stern of the ship, which looked like the iconic bird head. Obviously, he recognized whose ship it was. Lord Alka, can you cover the tree on your ship? The priest asked loudly. Hearing the words below, Alka shook his head helplessly. This tree is still in the growth stage, and it is obviously not possible to cover it for a long time. How long do you plan to stay here? At least a week. Hearing Alka's answer, the priest nodded. Then the underwater magic power surged out 2 streams of water, lifting the voice of dawn and landing on the slide in front. As the slide operated, the sailboat entered an open-air warehouse. The crowd left the ship at this time and walked down from the deck. The open-air warehouse was like a wall around the ship, and only the highest mast was extended from above, which could be seen from the outside. Compared with other protective measures, the main purpose is to prevent people outside from seeing the treasure tree, so as not to suppress their greed. After thanking the priest, Simon said, "Then I will go to the church first to collect the materials you want and the information about the spell rituals." The others nodded and watched Simon take the ferry boat in the middle to the other side. They came to a hotel not far away and rented several townhouse rooms. After returning to the room, Alka said to everyone, "It's a rare trip here. If you want to buy anything, buy it now. Okay, disband, and do whatever you want." You know, although they didn't get the most valuable treasure of the Nafas family in Zahai this time, but they helped the church complete various commissions in the Fragrance Town, helping them find and arrest those cultists. This resulted in almost every one of them carrying at least nearly 1,000 gold sales. This is already a huge sum of money. Of course, except Jason. Because he actually owed everyone a few hundred gold sales. Maybe he could only become rich when they took the treasure of the Nafas family. When he thought of this, Jason looked at Pororo. "While Eurylius is not here, I'm going to have a drink. You know?" Pororo shook his head impatiently and followed Jason out. It was not because he wanted to drink, but because he had money, and Jason did not. Soon, only Alka was left in the room, and several doll girls who were sleeping soundly. The rest had all left. After resting in the room for a while, Alka left the room and walked towards the church. Arriving at the main gate of the church, he walked around directly, entering from the side door. The guarding knights and priests around, seeing that it was Alka, did not stop him, but nodded to him. When Alka was looking up information before, he had already become familiar with them. After all, this island is not big or small, and the number of people in the church is limited. After staying for a while, he basically became familiar with them. Walking around in the huge church hall, he came to the library on the edge. "Arka? It's been a long time since we last met. It's been a year, right? The ship you're holding at sea is very conspicuous." A middle-aged man wearing glasses sat at the counter and looked at Arka and said with a smile, "Did the news spread so fast?" Arka asked with some doubt. He had just landed, which meant he was delayed for a while to find a hotel to rest. The news had already spread here. "Haha, my friend, the treasure tree on your ship is too conspicuous. Knight Marlowe even complained that he had to send more troops to help you guard it. He raised his glasses and said with a smile. Alka shrugged helplessly. Please thank Knight Marlowe for me. The Virgin Mary will bless a steady man like him. He nodded. What do you want to ask this time? After all, Alka didn't come here to read books. I want to know if there are any spells or rituals about stars, the sky, or similar. Hearing Alka's words, he frowned. Stars, the sky. Is it related? He frowned and thought, then flipped through the thick catalog in his hand. Yes, there are. But there are not many records here. And there may not be what you want. And there are a lot of repeated contents. If you want more, I suggest you go to the big library next door. They like to collect these strange information. And even if there is nothing, there will be a lot of clues and insights. The next door he was talking about was naturally the Holy Machine Church. Alka nodded. Thank you. I'll go over first. Go. Go inside the 4th row. The 13th bookcase on the right. Most of them are placed there. Alka followed the instructions just now and came to the tall bookcase. Broken stars. Ever-changing stars. The complexity of the night sky. The changes of countless stars. Starry sky demons. Star destruction in the alien world. Countless books related to the stars and the night sky are scattered here. Alka picked up a book at random and started flipping through it. Most of the records here are about the changes in the starry sky after the world was broken and there was no barrier. Alka only now discovered that this world has a much deeper understanding of the starry sky than he thought. Makalak Mercenary Group. From the Dents. The 4-star in the Southern Triangle area in the north. A mercenary group from another world? I still know too little. In addition to these, there are various gods who were once named after stars as part of their duties. Alka saw a familiar name here. Hokalmara. Alka began to look at his information from the perspective of a bystander. Well, there is not much information here. Probably just one. The information they obtained in the Land of Fragrance before came from the Holy Scripture, which was very heavily beautified. Active during the God War. An important priest under the Flower Fairy. It is said that the Flower Fairy has endowed her with the divinity from the stars. Outsiders gave her a title. The Secret Star Flower. Alka looked through all kinds of information about the starry sky. Finally, he saw a ritual similar to that related to the stars. And this ritual was excavated from a certain ruins. This is an archaeological discovery of a certain starry sky god in ancient times. Alka, who finally found something, cheered up a little and began to look more carefully. There are spells about the stars, and Alka finally saw a few. Starlight. The brightness is not very high, but it has strong penetration. It can be seen in the night sky even from a very far distance, generally used for signal transmission or on lighthouses. Star divination. The core spell of the most applicable star divination method, extremely accurate in predicting the fate of mortals. Once it involves the toucher, the accuracy rate is only about 10%-15%, and it will often give wrong information and express it in a strange way. Use with caution. It is also written below that this spell cannot be transmitted to any of the 4 God seas. Because the world of mortals still exists now, only in the 4 God sea. In the infinite sea, ordinary mortals are almost extinct. Most people have at least magic power in their bodies, but it's just a matter of how much. After roughly understanding this, Alka put the book back, looking at the sunlight outside the window next to him. The sunlight penetrates through the window, and the light penetrates in, an hourglass appears in Alka's hand. 19 hours of day have passed, and it won't be long before night. Alka said goodbye to the acquaintances in the library, and went back to the hotel. When they arrived at the hotel, only Sia Dedi and Lacilia were chatting in the hotel, and they seemed to be designing some clothes. Everyone else was gone. The two saw Alka coming back. How was it? Did you gain anything today? Yes. Not much. But there are more contents in the library of the Holy Machine Church. Now we can only wait and see what Simon gains. Hearing Alka's words, the two nodded. Now that you are back, come and help us refer to the designs of these clothes and see how they are. Okay. Let me take a look, Alka said as he walked over and looked at the design drawings of the two. Chapter 348 Scepter. Ring. Until the sky was covered by the curtain of stars, Simon returned to the hotel. Huh? Why are there only the 3 of you? Where are the others? As soon as he came in, Simon saw only Alka and the other 2, who seemed to be chatting about something. Looking around, he saw no trace of other people. Now it's free time, of course. We should do what we like, after all. The Twin Islands are not small, Alka said casually. Although they were all companions, they would not be tied together except for the sea or dangerous operations. Simon nodded and said nothing more. He came to the table and sat down. A large pile of information appeared in his hand, and he put it directly on the table. Xiao and Lucilia took the information and briefly checked it. Star calling ceremony? Xiao looked at the information in his hand and said puzzledly. These information were all about stars and the starry sky. Most of them are spells, the origin and branches of spells, and some large-scale rituals. Stars are more related to divination. Various divination theories, almost all of them are inseparable from the characteristics of stars. Falling star gem, Simon said, as a fist-sized blue-black gem appeared in his hand. The whole gem was irregular in shape. In the room where the light was not so bright, you can clearly see the twinkling starlight in the gem emitting a pale yellow color, just like the twinkling stars in the sky. Then Simon took out some meteorite iron from his pocket ring, and various materials brought by meteors after they fell. These are all the materials related to stars that can be collected. Do you think they are enough? Alka looked at the pile of materials and nodded directly. It's enough. Xiao looked at the information in his hand, then turned to Alka next to him and asked, what kind of equipment carrier are you going to construct to carry this divine essence? This question actually stumped Alka. He had thought about it before, but he couldn't think of what kind of carrier could be used to complete it better. He had decided to read the information first, and then choose according to the materials. But there is no need to worry too much about the materials now, basically. As long as the equipment is not too exaggerated, it is enough. Then he must think about it carefully. How about making it like this? Lucilia said, putting the information in her hand in front of everyone. Simon glanced and knew what he wanted to say. Alka and the others looked at it carefully. The data described a very ancient divination method. But ancient does not mean primitive, because this world was ancient and had an extremely exaggerated civilization of gods. It was countless times more prosperous than the civilization that survived from this broken world. This divination method was passed down from that era. There were cards drawn on it. Each card had different images and patterns, but it could be seen that they all seemed to be related to the famous heroes and gods of the time, because they saw a very obvious Poseidon pattern. Classic astrology cards. The production of cards requires materials and rituals related to the stars, the moon, the sun, and other mysterious aspects, and they are cards, Lucilia said. Even Simon and Xiao beside them nodded, thinking about it this way. It is indeed very suitable for Alka. A proposal that can definitely be called a relatively perfect one, and Alka happened to be very experienced in making cards. After saying that, he looked up at Alcala. However, what they saw was not a satisfied and unusual expression, but Alcala frowned and shook his head. No, we can't use this theme. Why? Simon asked puzzledly. In his opinion, this really suits Alcala very well. Alcala has a very essential identity as a magician. Even on the ship, Alcala would practice some magic or play flying cards. Of course, it was mostly for fun, and it was difficult to play a role in the battle. At this stage, most of Alka's combat methods no longer need cards to carry them. Most of them are just made of thin surface cards to maintain the mirror. Even if the mirror is replaced with a blade or other shapes, it will not affect it. Facing the puzzled eyes of the three people, Alka shook his head and sighed, saying, I don't know how to describe this feeling. Anyway, it's not good to make it into a card, or don't care too much about my experience. This is the premonition that came from Alka's heart, and the source of this premonition is very clear and definite. It comes from the last sentence left by the flower fairy in the message to him. It was through this sentence that he had this premonition. He was very satisfied with the industry case proposed by Lucilia, and he also hoped to do so if possible. The three heard Alka's words, frowned and thought for a while, and then said nothing more. Every premonition is important. What kind of appearance do you plan to set it into? Alka thought about it and put forward his own idea. It is best to be simple, popular, and applicable. The three nodded, and the equipment was more popular and not weird. Ring? Bracelet? Necklace? Everyone was talking. The main material needed was the gemstones in the meteorite. And when seeing the gemstones, I naturally thought of various accessories. It matches these materials very well. Just a ring, simple and practical. Alka thought about it and said directly, in terms of jewelry matching, it is indeed very versatile. Since Alka has decided, Simon nodded and asked, What kind of ability can this divine essence bring? Knowing the approximate ability can make some settings for the equipment, and bring out the characteristics of these abilities. Alka mobilized the information in his mind, recalling what he had seen before, and replied, the characteristics of stars are still related to divination. You can see through the essence of each person through their fate star. You can also see through their disguises. All disguises will no longer exist under the night sky. The more stars there are in the sky, the stronger the power. You can fly like a star, and the trajectory of your flight is like that of a star. You can also summon stars to attack. Alka said that all of this was through the essence of divinity, which was the ability used by Hokalmra in the past. But what Alka said was more like the skills of using the treasure itself, rather than its essence. Alka probably knew about this problem, and said helplessly, his concept of stars is too abstract. It not only covers the so-called fortune-telling, but also has the symbols of twinkling stars and meteors. There is also the guidance brought by the so-called twinkling stars in the sky. In short, it is too vague, and it is a relatively wide range. Such abilities are placed on everyone. Even if Alka knows the skills of using Hokalmra in the past, he may also use different abilities according to his own habits. The essence is too abstract, not as direct as the mirror and the dream catcher. After listening to Alka's words, Simon nodded, roughly understanding. Then let's start. Think about how to construct it better, and I will tell you about the characteristics of these materials first. Then the four people began to work together. The reason for being so serious is that this is an item that carries the divine essence of the scepter. Level. It will become a treasure of the scepter. Level in the future. So no matter how careful you are, it is not too much. Siadaiti began to draw the appearance according to some of the design requirements of the two. Lucilia looked at the information, selected the available spells, and the rituals needed, and used her own knowledge to see if they could be improved and combined together to enhance the properties of the carrier. Simon and Alka naturally began to construct the body of the ring according to the characteristics of the materials. The four of them put all their energy into making this project. Some even forgot to eat and sleep. Are they still in the manufacturing hall? Jason sat on the deck, looking at Siadaiti and Lucilia, and asked. The two nodded. They had checked out of the hotel and returned to the Voice of the Dawn, mainly because the fine tools they needed to make were all in the cabin. So everyone returned to bed to rest. After all, the hotel was not far from the port, although they are not at sea now, but in a ship warehouse on the shore. However, they spent a little money and booked the entire warehouse. You seem to be in a hurry? What's the matter? Siadaiti looked at Jason walking around and asked. Hearing this, Jason nodded. I got the news that another member of the Nafas family appeared on the island. Another one? Is the news accurate? Hearing this question, Jason nodded. It is said to be relatively accurate. I went to the church staff to verify it, and it is true. And he seems to be ready to settle here. He has been here for more than half a year. Hearing this, Siadaiti nodded. Then you should pay attention. It's better to get to know them. Jason nodded. He was thinking this. At this time, the sound of footsteps on the wooden board came from the deck below. Several people turned their heads to look. Alka and Simon walked up from below. There were dark circles under their eyes. Their facial expressions were visibly tired. The reason why they were in such a state with their physical fitness was that they had not slept for several days. In the vast sea, 2 or 3 days was equivalent to 4 or 5 days under normal circumstances. Plus, the two of them were so focused on the production. It naturally turned out like this. Let's take a break, and we'll talk later if there's anything. The others looked at Alka and the other person, nodded, and took what Alka handed over. They watched the two of them return to the room. Siadaiti looked at the small box in his hand and opened it. A ring that was shining with blue starlight was lying inside. Is this the result of your work during this period? Jason asked after taking a look. Siadaiti and Lucilia nodded. Since the ring has been forged, the fusion ceremony will begin soon. Upon hearing this news, all the other companions who were playing around the island rushed back. Siadaiti looked at the dark sky, turned to Jason and said, Jason, go to the church to reserve a silent chamber. You may need it later. Silent chamber? What is that? Jason said, a little confused. He was a member of the church anyway, and had never heard of such a thing. Simon next to him answered, a closed room that can isolate most interference, a room necessary for some highly sophisticated magic operations. It can also lock the magic power and fluctuations emitted in the room to a certain extent and prevent them from being transmitted, playing a certain concealment effect. This is something that only big forces can afford. After listening, Jason nodded, turned around and left. It was not until the second half of the night Alka and Simon woke up from their deep sleep, dragged their bodies that finally recovered, and came to the deck. Looking at the people who have been waiting here for a long time, Xiaodaidi handed the ring box in his hand to Alka. Alka looked up at the starry sky today. I don't know if it's because of luck, the starry sky tonight is starry. A galaxy composed of stars, flowing in the night sky, is so bright. What a good day. Alka smiled and opened the jewelry box in his hand, revealing the ring inside. The ring is a silver-gray ring, which uses a matte color. Above the ring floats a blue crystal that seems to be suspended in the air, but is actually firmly embedded on it. Looking closely at the blue crystal, you can feel its brilliance, as if it contains a large expanse of starry sky. Other than that, it looks unusually plain. Let's host the ceremony first, Alka said, and the pink mist spread out, and a huge round mirror appeared on the deck. The mirror completely reflected the starry sky, and dense lines appeared on it. Lucilia, take a look. See if it's correct? Alka asked. Lucilia stared at the patterns on the mirror for a long time, and after changing several places, she nodded with satisfaction. Now it works. It seems that she needs to practice more in the future. Everyone stepped back a few steps, leaving space for Alka. Alka threw the ring in his hand, and the ring slowly floated in the center of the mirror. Then Alka made a strange gesture. The pupils of his eyes turned into a twinkling yellow star, and the starlight reflected in the sky, which seemed to attract the starlight of the magic circle on the mirror. The sky and the stars reflected by the mirror below the magic circle seemed to be in one-to-one comparison. Then reversed, the starlight on both sides gathered on the ring. Alka opened his mouth and spoke some strange and convoluted secret language. As the secret language sounded, it even attracted some kind of magic power around, but this magic power was extremely hidden. The language he used was a kind of secret language summarized by Lucilia's translation during this period. He only knew this part of the ceremony. As the chanting continued, the mirror finally shattered, turned into tiny stars, and disappeared into the air, and the ring floated in the center. At this moment, the ring seemed to be wrapped in the twinkling stars. The ring, which was originally just an unusually exquisite ring, had the characteristics of the twinkling stars around it. It was like a transparent curtain of the starry sky wrapping it. The tiny gem on it was like a star from the sky falling down and embedded on it. Alka immediately put the ring into the jewelry box. Let's go to the secret room. The group quickly passed through the small door on the side of the church, and under the guidance of the priest, they entered the secret room that had been equipped long ago. This was a room surrounded by completely closed smooth stone walls. There was not even any lighting facilities in it. It was pitch black. As soon as they entered, they could not sense the magic power outside, but only the magic power that flowed in because they had just opened the door. Soon this place became a magic-free space. The materials embedded in the surrounding materials and the special production method isolate any magic power and spiritual fluctuations inside and outside. It is just unknown whether the fluctuations emitted by making a scepter-level treasure will be transmitted. Xiaodaidi waved his hand, and several light balls floated around. Just like natural lights, there was no magical reaction. Alka took a deep breath, opened the metal box he had brought with him when he left the ship. The divine essence wrapped in the flower appeared in it. Slowly picking up the essence, the flowers wrapped around it turned into ashes under the touch of Alka's magic. The divine essence, full of energy and unknown power, spread its brilliance in front of everyone. The twinkling of the starlight even attracted the entire ring, becoming extremely bright. Everyone was nervous. A treasure of the scepter level was about to be born in front of them. Alka slowly brought the ring and the divine essence closer together. As they gathered closer and closer, there seemed to be some kind of attraction between them, attracting each other. The starlight twinkled deeper and deeper. Finally, the two completely overlapped. The divine essence was like some kind of smoke, and it was absorbed into the ring, and the shape of the entire ring began to change. The original ring had completely turned into a crystal, and then from a crystal into a fluid. This fluid surrounded it like a galaxy, and the bright blue gem above became the most twinkling starlight in the galaxy. The whole thing became a ring. The gem became a twinkling starlight in the ring. The appearance changed greatly, and the energy radiating from above began to disappear. However, this exaggerated appearance had already doomed him to fail no matter how he tried to hide his reaction. and he could not hide his precious essence. The ring just floated in the air, and as the magic disappeared, it slowly fell down. Alka stretched out his hand and gently caught the ring. Everyone's eyes stayed on the ring. Under the gaze of everyone, Alka picked up the ring and stretched out his index finger. In front of everyone, he slowly put it on his hand. The starlight of the ring flickered, and Alka's finger seemed to be surrounded by a circle of stars in the night sky. Chapter 349, Meeting the Virgin. Alka looked at the ring on his hand. Galaxy. What? Xiaodidi beside him asked in confusion. This ring. Alka shook the ring on his finger and said, its name is Galaxy. This name didn't seem to be given by Alka, it was as if he named it for himself. Galaxy? Very accurate. Looking at the shape of the ring, Jason said. As the ring was put on his hand, the dream catcher and the mirror did not respond. There was no resistance. There was no joy between the adaptation. It was as if there was nothing. There was silence. Alka raised his hand, and the starlight from nowhere gathered in his hand. He held a long sword made of starlight in his hand. One after another, the starlight flashed like missiles and appeared beside him, dragging a long tail. It flew around like a meteor. How powerful is it? Jason asked impatiently. Alka controlled the flying starlight around him, as if he was preparing to test his power. Xiaodidi beside him quickly grabbed his shoulder. Don't test here. We can't afford it. Hearing this, Alka looked at the smooth stone walls around him and nodded silently. Indeed, if a few gaps were smashed in this place, they would really become paupers. Let's go out first. As he said that, Alka led everyone out of the secret room. The priest who brought them here walked in front again, leading them out. But this time he led them to the church hall. Without waiting for Alka to ask, the priest said, Come with me, Sir Alka. The Virgin Mary wants to see you. Oh, okay, wait, who are you talking about? Alka, who was about to follow, immediately stood still, with a look of disbelief on his face. He wondered if he had just heard something. He couldn't help but use clean water to control himself and clean his ears. The expressions of his companions around him were also a little dull. The first thing everyone thought of was impossible. Jason dug his ears to make sure that his ears were not blocked. So what did he hear just now? The priest who led the way turned his head and looked at Alka, with mixed emotions in his eyes. But he still repeated, The Holy Mother wants to see you. Holy Mother. Alka stuttered. He had always been thinking about when he would have the opportunity to meet the Virgin Mary. The flower fairy had also said that it would be best for him to meet the Virgin Mary after he finished making the treasure. Unexpectedly, the Virgin Mary wanted to see him just after he finished making it. But now that he really wanted to meet the Virgin Mary, he was very nervous. The pastor stopped talking and led them to the largest prayer hall in silence. In front of them was the statue of the Virgin Mary. Standing upright, the pastor looked at his companions behind Alka and said, Everyone, follow me. Everyone nodded, looked at Alka's back, and followed the pastor to leave. Alka was standing under the statue of the Virgin Mary. He could clearly hear the beating of his heart. His heartbeat was getting faster and faster, louder and louder. His palms began to sweat slightly. Inhale, exhale. Alka took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He had to meet her after all. This was an honor that other believers could not even think about. He crossed his hands in front of his chest. He closed his eyes and lowered his head. He silently recited a prayer to praise the Virgin Mary. Suddenly, Alka felt a breeze with the fragrance of wheat passing by him. There was a coolness, and it seemed to be accompanied by a hint of warmth. Feeling this change, he immediately opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the surrounding environment had completely changed. He seemed to no longer be in the church hall, but in a field of golden wheat. These golden wheat fields reached his waist. The wheat ears swayed in layers like waves with the breeze. This was a wheat field, and also a sea of wheat ears. Looking into the distance, the golden rice fields are as endless as the ocean. The autumn wind blows. Alka stood there, with a confused look on his face. The change was a bit too sudden, but he probably knew that this should be the Holy Mother's domain. After all, the harvest and the wheat ears are the symbols of the Holy Mother. Suddenly, a childish laughter came to my ears. Alka walked forward in the direction of the laughter. He didn't feel tired. He kept walking forward, and laughter came from time to time. The voice was full of innocence. That was the innocence of a child. It seemed to foreshadow the Virgin Mary's other responsibilities, nurturing growth. Finally, after walking for an unknown amount of time, he heard the sound of wheat ears swaying in front of him. what was running in the wheat field. Suddenly, a figure hit his leg, and Alka looked down. It was a child who accidentally bumped into his leg. Alka looked down at the little girl with a pair of pigtails at his leg. She was smiling at him with her mouth missing 2 teeth. Hee hee. Alka, brother. You are back. Brother? Me? Alka looked confused, and squatted down to look at the little girl in front of him, pointing at the little girl and then at himself. Look, I should be the older brother. Slightly, the little girl pulled her face and made a face at Alka. Then she took Alka's hand and ran forward. Come with me, Mom is waiting for you. Alka was led by the little girl and ran forward. In order to match the little girl's body shape, he had to bend his waist and walk quickly. Then, there came more children's laughter in front, both boys and girls, and faint crying. Then more children came out of the wheat field, both boys and girls, and they looked at Alka. Some of them showed timidity, some showed curiosity, and more showed surprise. Some of the boys were very brave, and ran directly to Alka and hugged his legs and waist. You have grown so big? How did you grow so big? Teach me. Carry me quickly. Yah! All kinds of voices were noisy in Alka's ears. Quiet. You troublemakers. A gentle and moving voice came, and the children around immediately shut their mouths. They ran towards the direction of the voice. Let the figure hug them. Alka looked. In the wheat field in front of him, a female figure appeared at some point. She stood on the wheat field, and the wheat ears that passed by like waves swayed in the wind beside her legs. She was only about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a conservative wheat yellow dress. Her golden hair was braided into a thick long braid, hanging down from her back. The whole person was dressed very simply, without any luxury. But looking at her, no one would think that she was not noble enough. She held the little girl brought here by Alka in her arms, and then stood up. Alka, only then could I see her face clearly. She seemed to be a young girl in her teens or 20s, and a beautiful woman in her 30s or 40s. She looked very beautiful, but gave people a feeling of being ordinary. The contradictory appearance appeared on her face, but it did not make people feel out of place. On the contrary, it should be so. With a gentle smile on her face, she exuded an approachable and friendly temperament. Her beautiful appearance did not give rise to any blasphemous thoughts. She held the little girl in her arms, and rubbed her cheek against hers for a few times, making the little girl giggle. Then she patted the little boy who was making trouble below. Be quiet, you naughty ghosts. The children then stood quietly around, pushing each other from time to time, and making small movements. She looked up at Alka, showed a gentle smile, and waved to Alka. Alka walked slowly over, and came in front of her. He bowed his head slightly. Stone Mother. Then he felt the Stone Mother gently caressing and patting his head. This ring is not suitable for you, it will block your way forward. The performance of the Holy Grail and the scepter's compatibility is a mutual connection. The absence of any performance, which means that the scepter suppresses the Holy Grail, they are actually mutually exclusive. Hearing this, Alka nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. No wonder I had a premonition, it turned out to be because of this reason. If you want to become a god, if you want to go further, you must have a suitable treasure. Everything in the world can be integrated into this world, but things need to be combined with each other. Otherwise they are incompatible, they are opposites. The Virgin Mary taught like this. But you can continue to use this ring, it won't affect you, as long as you don't try to go deeper and want to completely control it. Alka nodded. You have a deep bond with this world. Which is good. You are doing what you want to do. But it is not easy. And it is even very difficult. Alka could understand what the Stone Mother said. He couldn't help but ask, why don't the 4 gods try to put the world back together? This was his biggest doubt, according to what they had heard from the dwarves before. I don't know about other gods, but the Stone Mother and the Sea God may have the ability to recreate the world. They are powerful beings with a certain degree of fame in the entire star world, but they do not have the ability to piece together this broken world. This should not be the case. Hearing Alka's question, the Stone Mother touched the head of the little girl in her arms, looked at the sky and said, it's not that we can't do it, but the world does not allow it. It rejects us, because the culprit who made the world like this is us. We have abandoned the mother who gave birth to us and raised us. Although the Stone Mother only said a simple sentence, Alka instantly understood the meaning. That's what it means. So no one can help us in this matter, right? Alka looked at the Stone Mother and asked. The Stone Mother shook her head. Not really, only the old gods will be rejected, and the new gods are also the new hope of the world. That is to say, there is a chance to do it. Right? Of course, but it's very difficult to do. Alka nodded. As long as there is hope. It's very clear from what the Stone Mother meant. The first condition to piece together the world is to become a god. Need enough power. The Stone Mother looked at Alka and said lightly, when you need help in this regard, any church of the 4 gods will be willing to help you, provided that it is really effective. Okay, the time limit is almost up. Let's leave here. Hearing the last words of the Stone Mother, Alka nodded, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Will he succeed? The little girl in the Stone Mother's arms asked. Maybe. There are always infinite possibilities in the future, and so are you. Alka's body in reality opened his eyes, and he looked at his arms. I'm back. I just saw the Stone Mother, and saw what she really looked like. Kind, amiable. I left the prayer hall in a daze, and looked at Xia Deity and others standing outside the gate. As Alka came out, everyone looked at him. Let's go first. Alka said, and led everyone out of the church quickly. Everyone was silent along the way. Jason and Xia Deity kept staring at Alka. Feeling the gazes of the two, Alka said helplessly, okay, ask whatever you want to ask, if you can. What does she look like? Xia Deity asked impatiently. Everyone pricked up their ears. Although it was not the first time that Alka had seen a god, they had seen the real body of the flower fairy appear in reality before. But that was a fallen god that they had never heard of before, and the only one they heard of later. But the Stone Mother was different. She was one of the 4 gods. She was the faith that Xia Deity and others had believed in since childhood. Beautiful and gentle. Just like a mother. Alka described it briefly. Did she say anything to you? Jason asked. Hearing this, Alka scratched his forehead. Thinking carefully. It seems that he really didn't tell me anything very important. It's more like answering some of Alka's doubts so far, and telling him some information that may not be used now, but may be useful in the future. He told me that the galaxy is not suitable for me, and asked me not to try to control it deeply. He also told me some reasons why they can't piece together and repair the world. And if you need help with things related to repairing the world, you can directly find any of the 4 gods' church, and they are all happy to help. Reason? What reason? Julia asked immediately after hearing this. Alka simply explained the reasons he knew. So this is the reason? The world is rejecting the former perpetrators. This seems to make sense. Everyone talked along the way, and soon returned to the ship. Alka sat by the flower bed, looking at the ring on his hand. Although he would not try his best to control it and make it his own, there is no problem using it at this stage. To be honest, because of the sudden summons of the Virgin Mary, Alka had no intention of experiencing the power of this scepter-level treasure. Everyone was not resting, but watching Alka on the deck. I am not familiar with the control of this treasure at this stage. It seems that due to my strength, the range of abilities I can use is also limited. Alka was sensing this treasure while talking about some of his conclusions. After all, the 4th stage is the minimum standard for using the scepter level. If you try to use this treasure in depth at the minimum standard, it is obviously impossible. Faint starlight appeared around Alka, which looked very interesting, just like some kind of starlight special effect around Alka. Then Alka, lifted by the surrounding starlight, slowly floated into the sky. On the entire ship, only Xia Deity and Alka could fly. Xia Deity relied on himself to transform into a beam of light, and rushed into the sky at a very fast speed. Alka relied on imitating creatures with wings to fly in the sky. Then Alka floated down again and stood on the deck. What's wrong? Xia Deity looked at Alka floating down and asked in confusion. I'm not skilled. I don't dare to fly around. Just now, he could feel that he seemed to be a little shaky and out of control when he was flying in the air. If he wanted to fly as fast as a meteor in the sky, he had to be skilled. Then, the starlight-like stars melted into Alka's fist, and he waved it gently. The power of the starlight flew out and hit the seashore nearby. There were few splashes of water, which did not cause much impact. But such a change attracted everyone's attention. This means that the power is very concentrated, which means that it has strong penetration and is fast enough. It even has the characteristics of concealment. Alka punched on the deck. This time, he used close combat instead of long-range combat. His attack speed was so fast that he could even leave a trail in the air that looked like a meteor. The attack speed is increased, and the attack power seems to have some strange properties. Alka couldn't quite understand what kind of special effects this starlight-like property could bring to the attack. Then he looked at the patrolman walking around outside the warehouse, and the fact that the port was constantly operating even at night. The ships around him came and went. Obviously, this is not a very good place for testing. Forget it, I'll get familiar with it for a few days, and then we'll see how well I can do it. It's not something that can be achieved in a short time if you want to be proficient in using this scepter-level treasure. What Alka used just now was just the most basic and simple way of using it. He had to test it carefully according to the situation of the ring and the information in his mind. The people next to him nodded. It seems that this treasure is not suitable for you now, Simon said with a smile. Hearing this, Alka also nodded in agreement. It is indeed very difficult. There is no feeling of being at ease, a bit like when I first mastered the dream catcher. It takes a long time to get familiar with it, and then skillfully use the ability brought by this treasure. Chapter 350 Zahai's Accident. Jason walked down from the voice of dawn. Simon and Juanlu followed him, and the three of them walked into the city together. Is your information reliable? Simon asked beside him. Jason nodded. It should be reliable. And I have confirmed it with people in the church. It is indeed a descendant of the Nafas family. There is a record of this person in the archives. Hearing that the church has confirmed it, Simon nodded. The three of them were preparing to go to the city at this time to visit this member of the Nafas family. Prepare for both situations. Soon the three of them came to a building after many twists and turns. Is this the place? Juanlu asked. Jason looked at the note in his hand, and then looked at the nameplate on the building in front of him. Number 173. Yes, it's here. He walked forward, knocked on the door gently, and then stepped back and waited. This is a two-story building. The walls are painted white and yellow, and decorated with brown and black. The architectural style of the whole street is not much different. Even the color of the surface paint is relatively uniform. This area is not considered a wealthy area, but it is slightly better than where ordinary people live. Jason observed the whole house, the plants in the surrounding courtyards, and various details. Soon the door was opened. A young man with medium-length black hair appeared. His skin looked a little dark, as if he was often exposed to the sun. His facial features looked relatively ordinary. The first impression he gave was that he was an ordinary person without many characteristics. He was the kind of person who would not attract any attention even in the crowd. He looked at Jason and the other two with a puzzled look on his face. Who are you? Jason smiled, showing a kind smile, and said, We are members of the Compass Eye Treasure Hunting Group, and we came here to talk to you about something. Do you think it's convenient now? Treasure Hunting Group? The man frowned and looked at Jason and the other two, didn't refuse, but didn't agree immediately. After thinking for a while, he nodded and pushed the door open completely. Come in. Jason turned his head to look at the two people behind him, and nodded. Then we'll bother you. The three of them filed in from the door, and Juanlu, who was walking at the end, closed the door. As soon as you enter, you can see that the decoration of the whole house is quite normal, and it is also very ordinary. From the surrounding decorations and the placement of some items, it can be seen that this member of the Nafas family has not lived here for a long time. There are no signs of long-term living here. Jason looked around without leaving any traces, observing some situations in the room. Walking in is the living room. Sit down, everyone, the man said, and then went to the open kitchen next to him and poured water for everyone. After finishing it, he came over and handed it to Jason and the others. Thank you. Jason took it and placed it in front of him. He sat down and said, You can call me Nalvi Naris. Naris, not Nafas? Simon had already glanced at Jason. Jason's expression did not change at all. He just smiled and nodded. It seems that their family did leave the Nafas family. Even the surname changed a little. Jason, this is. The three of them introduced themselves briefly. Narvi looked at the three people and asked, So you three are visiting me at this time? Is there something going on? If I remember correctly, I should have no intersection with you. Right? He has only been here for half a year, and there are no friends here at all. Not to mention that he has deliberately avoided some socializing in the past 6 months. Jason thought about it, looking at the Narvi in front of him. He asked directly, You should be a member of the Nafas family, right? When Narvi heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, his whole body tensed up slightly, looking at Jason, and asked, What's the matter? Feeling some changes in the other party's emotions. Jason said calmly, Don't be nervous, my friend. We have no ill intentions. Hearing this, Narvi chuckled and said nothing more. Just tell me what you want to say. I have only been here for half a year, and I don't know anyone. You can be sure that I was once a member of the Nafas family. You must have a close relationship with the Holy Mother Church. If possible. We would like to ask you for a favor? Jason replied. Help? Narvi seemed to have thought of something, and waved his hand and said, Don't ask me about the treasure of the Nafis family anymore. If you really understand the situation of this family, you will know that people like us who are still alive are people who left the family a long time ago. If you are smart enough, you will know that the legend of the treasure still exists over the years, which means that we who have left the family a long time ago do not have any specific information, and we do not necessarily know more than you. It seems that it is not only Jason and his friends who came to them, but someone must have asked about it before. Narvi stared at the three people and said solemnly, Besides, I am not interested in the so-called treasure. This sentence almost completely blocked the three people's words. Juanlu and Simon turned their heads and looked at Jason, waiting for his answer. Jason stared at Narvi in front of him and smiled and said, No. I don't know if you are interested in treasure, but you should be interested in adventure and some outdoor activities. After that, Jason pointed around. Some tools and items can be seen from various details around. These are all new, and they are out of tune with the surrounding displays and the overall style of the room. This means that these are Narvi's own things. He was not as unenthusiastic as he said. You are very observant, but I said, I am not interested in this damn treasure. Narvi frowned and said with some impatience. He was about to expel Jason and his friends. After that, he stood up and said, If you have nothing else, please go back. I still have work to do. No, you are very interested in the treasure. Jason stared at Narvi calmly and smiled. We are also interested in this treasure, and we have been interested in it for a long time. Although you disguised yourself well. If you want to ask for some information here, you will inevitably have to deal with some people. The reason why Jason knew the detailed information of this man named Narvi was because he changed his identity and disguised himself to ask about the treasure in various places. That's why some people became interested in him and discovered his true identity, which made Jason know where this person was. However, this behavior also brought him safety, because this means that, even though he is a member of the Nafis family, he does not know more than those who are spying on the treasure. Don't rush to refuse, Jason said directly without waiting for Narvi to speak. We have probably determined the location of the treasure, but we cannot open it without some protective measures. That requires the blood of the Nafis family. Even if you have been expelled from the family, the blood flowing in your body should still be from the Nafis family. After listening to Jason's words, Narvi frowned, then sat down again, and bowed his head to think. How can I believe that you didn't lie to me? He looked up at Jason and said, So many people have been looking for the treasure for so many years. How can he believe that Alka and the others have found it? Hearing this, Jason looked at him. As a member of the Nafis family, you are interested in this treasure. Then you must know a lot of information that others don't know. But you are sure of it, right? You can ask. As long as it doesn't involve a core question, I will answer, and you decide for yourself. Hearing this, Narvi looked at him, said, You said that there are several procedures to obtain the treasure, and one of them requires my help. So, which one can I help with? Hearing this, Jason looked at him. He smiled and said, The middle one? Well, you are very vigilant. So do you mind going to the church to sign the contract? Narvi smiled and said to the few people. He had already got the answer he wanted. Of course I don't mind. But before that, we need to distribute some things. Jason looked at Narvi and said, Before cooperating, he needs to determine the allocation of the treasure after they obtain it. These things must be determined, so that there will be no trouble later. Narvi nodded, very professional, and sat back in his seat. I want to take January 3rd. Ha ha ha. You know, this is impossible. Jason laughed at Narvi's words. Then he stared at the man in front of him with a serious face and said, We can accept 1/10. Hearing this allocation, Narvi obviously frowned. Obviously, the things that can be distributed are somewhat unacceptable to him. Don't rush to refute, since we have decided to cooperate. Then we must tell you that we have opened up all the links of the treasure. Its location, specific position, local relations, you don't need to worry about these at all. You just need to go with us to open it, take 1/10 of it and leave. Do you understand what I mean? There is no better deal than this. As a member of the Nafis family, you should understand the wealth in it. Jason then said, And you are not our only choice. We have actually found another one. But he is not safe enough. That is why we came to you. You are an accident. And you are lucky. Because you look at least normal. Other members of the Nafas family? When Jason finished speaking, the Narvi in front of him suddenly stopped caring about their distribution system, but cared about this member. If you don't mind, can you tell me his name? Then he thought for a while and said, if it is really as you said, and you are willing to write it into the contract. After telling me his name, I am willing to take only January 10th. Seeing the man in front of him suddenly cheerful, Jason looked at him and nodded. His name is Kaluto Nafas. Is it really him? Is this surname so important? Narway shook his head helplessly. Then he looked up at Jason. Let's go, happy cooperation. He stretched out his hand and shook hands with Jason, and the few of them left the building together. Jason naturally took Narway to the port. Looking at the direction they were heading, Narvi asked in confusion, why are you going this way? This is obviously not the direction to the church. Because our leader has the contract in his hand, when the time comes. We just need to write the terms directly on it. Jason turned around and answered him. Since they had signed the contract on Southern Cross Island before, I felt that this thing was very useful, and I always prepared some on the ship. Narvi nodded, without saying much, and followed the others to the port. On the road ahead, they saw church members and many people in a hurry. Even some knights and priests of the church were included. A team was coming towards them, and hurriedly passed by them, and walked towards the church. Is that Captain Rog? Jason looked at the leader of the team that passed by them, and asked him with an anxious face. Simon nodded. Captain Rog was an acquaintance of theirs on the Twin Islands, and would make it very convenient for them to stop when they docked. What's going on? Why does the Church of Our Lady seem to be in a hurry? Did something happen? Juanlu asked, looking at the situation along the way. Jason shook his head. He didn't know. Narvi, who was following behind, watched the conversation between the three people, and the situation they showed. It seems that they do have a close relationship with the Church of Our Lady. Soon they arrived at the port. They came to the warehouse where the Sound of Dawn was parked. But the Sound of Dawn was no longer in the warehouse. Why did it go into the water? Jason looked at this scene, frowning. The three of them had a bad feeling. Something might have happened. They hurried to the port and saw the recognizable Dawn Sound at a glance. At this time, only Pororo was standing on the shore. After watching Jason and his friends return, he waved to them. The three of them hurried over. What's going on? Something happened. Get on board. Several vines shot out from the boat, tied up the people, and pulled them onto the deck. Narvi, who was also tied up and pulled up, looked confused. What's going on? Is he trying to rob the gang? But based on what he saw and the details he observed, Jason and the others should have a good relationship with the church, and it is very likely that it was a detail of one of the members. They shouldn't do such a bad thing. Why did you pull others up? As soon as he landed on the deck, Jason patted the mast and asked. Then he turned around and smiled apologetically at Narvi. Zidide stood by the rudder, turned around and said to the few people who had just come up, something happened. We have to hurry back to Zahai. Then she saw the stranger who came on board. Who is this? He is the one on the island, a member of the Nafas family. Zidide nodded, looked at Narvi and said, sorry, because of some unexpected circumstances, we have to go to Zahai immediately. The treasure matter can only be postponed. Please forgive me for the inconvenience caused to you. Zahai. Narvi stood there, thinking of something. Suddenly raised his head and asked, does this matter have anything to do with Kaluto? Hearing this, Zidide narrowed his eyes slightly, then looked at Jason and others and nodded. It has a certain relationship. Well, if you don't mind, can you take me there? For this matter, Zidide couldn't make a decision. Okay. Alka walked out of his room, looked at the unfamiliar Narvi, nodded and said, thank you. Okay. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Tell me what happened. Why are we in such a hurry? Jason looked at the two sides, and saw that they had reached a simple agreement, and quickly looked at Alka and asked. They were still confused. Alka said directly, something happened in the land of spirits, and the flower fairy asked the Virgin for help directly. At this time, the church is organizing a team to go to Zahai. The first team will go to Zahai quickly with us, and the others will follow the contact we left behind. What happened exactly? Simon couldn't help asking beside him, because he looked at the other side. On the other side of the port, facing the port of the Holy Machine Church, the same busy scene appeared here. One after another, the steel ships set out, and the logo on them was so conspicuous that it was the ship of the Holy Machine Church. Not only the Holy Mother Church sent out support, even the Holy Machine Church took action. This is obviously not in line with common sense, which shows that the problem is much bigger than they thought. You know that the Flower Fairy and the Holy Mother are allies. But as far as they know now, it has little to do with the Holy Machine Church. It is impossible to send out so many people to provide support like now. Alka looked at the other side, and then shook his head. I don't know, the distance is too far. Lucilia can only sense the direction, and can't communicate at such a long distance. I'll ask in my dream after I'm done with this. After hearing Alka's words, everyone nodded, and immediately started to act. While there was still time, they began to prepare some supplies, and filled the ship with supplies to prevent more accidents. Fortunately, they had already done what they needed to do. Fortunately, they were not many in number, and they were ready to stop at the port soon. The reason why they did not leave immediately was because they had to wait for the first batch of people from both churches to come together. They would lead the way. Even if such a large force was very fast, it would not be able to organize the action so quickly. Taking this opportunity, Alka took Narvi to the captain's room to sign a contract. It was a very simple and fair contract. After signing a simple non-harming treaty, and some necessary intelligence sharing and allocation quotas, the contract was concluded. Alka arranged a guest room for him next to the restaurant. I hope you will have a good time on our ship during this period. Of course, your ship can be said to be the best I have seen at this stage. It is hard not to be satisfied, Narvi said, looking at the surrounding environment. Chapter 351 Leaving Support. The first group of teams that have assembled have already sailed out of the island. The leader is Alka and his team. They will guide the entire fleet in the front, and lead these people to the Zahai at the fastest speed. Alka and his team also have to hurry back to prevent accidents from happening to the puppet girls who stayed on the Zahai. They just left the Zahai, and an accident happened. It's really annoying. Behind the voice of Dawn. There are a total of 7 ships behind, 4 golden ships of the Holy Mother Church, and 3 steel ships of the Holy Machine Church. The ships of the Holy Machine Church are obviously larger than those of the Holy Mother Church. It seems that it is not because they can accommodate more people, but to accommodate more cargo. As he moved, Alka sank into the dream. As soon as he sank into his dream bubble, he saw Xian, who had been waiting for a long time. Dad, did anything happen there? Xian nodded, and jumped directly on Alka's shoulders, and began to tell him what happened on the Zahai. Yesterday, the entire Zahai was shaking. The monsters at the border of life and death began to attack the surroundings crazily. Many people went to resist, and those bad guys were still making trouble at this time. A black and red portal appeared on the edge of the island, and many monsters came out of it. Most of these monsters are red, like crazy people. As he said, Xian also stretched out his hands to compare, such as horns on the head and fangs in the mouth. Hearing this, Alka had already frowned, which showed that Zahai was very chaotic. Where is the Flower Fairy? Didn't the Flower Fairy take action? Xian shook his head. I don't know, I didn't see it. It seems that the Flower Fairy also had an accident. After understanding the general situation, Alka looked at Xian and asked, What is your current situation? Are you in danger? Xian shook his head. No, we are still safe now. That's good, you should hide carefully, wait for us to come, we are already on the way. After chatting for a few words, Alka returned to reality, and immediately found Xia Daidi and the others, and told them what he had just heard. At this time, a bird made of blue lines flew towards them. The bird made of blue lines stood on Alka's shoulder, and whispered in his ear, and then disappeared. The information also entered Alka's mind along with the whisper. The direction from which the bird flew was the direction of the ship of the Holy Mother Church behind. There should be some information to tell Alka. After understanding the information transmitted, Alka combined the two with some information he just learned from Xian. Alka now has a new understanding of Zahai's overall situation. Looking at everyone, Alka began to say, Zahai's current situation is that the Flower Fairy is taking the final steps of recovery. She has fallen into a kind of immobile sleep. Once a certain time point arrives, she will come back again, as a god. And this final step alarmed the monsters at the junction of life and death. They began to gather. Many monsters attacked the land of all spirits. Taking advantage of this chaotic opportunity, the time when the defense of the soldiers inside the land of all spirits was slowed down, the cultists also started to become active, creating chaos and destruction everywhere. And some idiot took the opportunity to open the portal to the abyss. The demons also began to wreak havoc in the land of spirits, which had completely turned into a battlefield. After listening to Alka's relatively simple explanation of the current situation in the land of spirits, Everyone's faces showed solemn expressions. Now it's troublesome. Just hearing it makes people's eyebrows jump. The full-scale attack of the plant undead, various cults and those wanted pirates, and the open hell portal, and the demons that entered. Good guy. The small land of spirits gathered so many troublesome existences. Narvi just sat in the corner, listening to the conversation of everyone, and his whole body fell into gray. He felt that he should not go with them. Obviously, that place was no longer where he should go. Simon said, then why did the Holy Machine Church go with him? He should not be an ally of the Flower Fairy. Alka shook his head, mainly because he didn't know. Maybe it was about the transaction between the gods. Or maybe it was something else they didn't know. But no matter what, more people is definitely a good thing. Alas, why choose this time? Jason leaned back in his chair and said helplessly. He had already persuaded Narvi to come with him. The treasure of the Nafis family was almost within reach. But such a chaos happened in that place at this time. Even if they ignored this situation now, it would be more troublesome to find the treasure than before. Not to mention that they must provide some help. The portal to the abyss. Why was it opened so easily? And it also affected the entire land of spirits? Lucilia sat on the table, very confused. From some books and some knowledge she knew at this stage, she knew that it was always difficult to open the portal to the abyss. It required a lot of blood sacrifices and rituals, and a powerful host to open it, not to mention affecting the entire land of spirits. And Alka was just adding some details, including the portals may be divided into large and small ones appearing in various places. This will be more difficult, and the damage and impact on the entire land of spirits will be greater. They frowned and shook their heads, and no one could answer this question. The main reason is that it is indeed strange, that is the territory of a god. They saw the Flower Fairy some time ago, and it was in much better condition, so they should not have noticed this problem. To open the portal to the abyss, it is not so simple, there must be a plan. Listening to the conversation, Narvi, who was sitting in the corner, was a little surprised. It's not difficult to open the portal to the abyss. Hearing his words, everyone turned their eyes to him. On ordinary drifting islands, if you want to open the portal to the abyss, you only need enough sacrifices to draw the ritual array, and it can be opened easily. However, it is very difficult to open it on the Signpost Island and its surroundings, especially if there is a church in the surrounding area or island. It will be even more difficult. Hearing this explanation, Alka nodded in understanding. If you think about it this way, it is indeed right. After all, this is already a broken world, and the rules have long been chaotic. Naturally, the portal to the abyss is not that difficult, because the barrier of the world has long been broken. Even people from other worlds in the star realm, as long as you have the means, you can come here at will. It's just a portal for demons. What's the difficulty? After discussing the general situation, everyone had no choice. They could only speed up and go to Zahai as soon as possible to take the next step. Otherwise they could only wait even if they were in a hurry. The curtain of stars covered the sky. Alka sat in the observation room, meditating quickly. It must be said that, after getting a scepter-level treasure, his basic training speed has increased again. The basic meditation speed has increased by about 3.2 times, of course. This effect can only be achieved in the environment constructed by the Magic Gathering Stone. And it is additional. In addition to the Magic Gathering Stone and its supporting effects, it will not be superimposed with other improvements. But no matter what, at least the basic speed has increased by 3.2 times, which has increased his meditation speed by 1 level. Now it seems that reaching the 5th stage does not require as long as he thought. At the current speed, it may be achieved in less than 5 years. Alka is more optimistic. After finishing his meditation, Alka, who was sweating all over, walked out of the observation room. He sat directly on the roof of the observation room. He looked straight at the sky, which was full of stars. Starlight sprinkled on him. Feeling the current state, even if he did nothing, Alka could feel that his strength was much greater than during the day. When he came to the deck, everyone had fallen asleep. He stood up the training dummy, and Alka began to test his strength. He had been spending the days on the ship like this, and was quickly mastering this scepter treasure that was not very suitable for him. However, although it was not suitable, it was still okay to use it temporarily. After all, this is a scepter-level treasure that others can't even ask for. Not to mention that there are 2 orange treasures waiting for him to obtain. Even if the one of Vastua is not suitable for him, At least the one in the trial of passing the level is suitable for him. The instructor who trained him at that time promised so much, no matter what. Alka chose to believe it for the time being. In addition to bringing him an improvement in meditation speed, the practice during this period also allowed him to master his treasure more deeply. At least, he could normally exert most of the abilities and effects that it could exert at the current stage. At night, his overall fitness will be enhanced by the stars. It will be increased by about 30%. If there are enough stars, the increase may reach 80%. Of course, it depends on how many stars there are in the sky. For example, if the stars today are normal in daily life, the improvement efficiency is about 50%. Although the increase fluctuates greatly, as long as it is at night, it will at least be stable. This is just the passive effect of this treasure. As for the powerful effects that were actively displayed, Alka felt that they were quite powerful. After practicing for a while, Alka returned to the observation room, and soon Pororo took his place. After returning to the room, Alka sank directly into the dream, and then quickly came to the shared dream bubble. Xia Dai in the central training ground punched, and knocked the mechanical structure simulated by Simon away. Looking at Alka who came in, Simon quickly gave up his position to him. He was beaten badly tonight. To be honest, Simon's methods were too restrained by Xia Dai. From the time of sharing dreams to now, he has never won once. The main reason is that Xia Dai is too fast. To a certain extent, Simon's construction questions were destroyed before he could react. She could even bypass these constructions and attack Simon directly. Although Simon's own strength is not bad, it depends on who he is competing with. Compared with Xia Dai, who is completely proficient in close combat, of course, he can only be beaten. The only person in the team who can compete with Xia Dai in close combat skills is Pororo. Alka can suppress him with his own strength. But once they are at the same stage, it is not so good. Xia Dai looked at Alka who came to him, and looked at the ring on his hand that was emitting starlight. Are you going to try out your new treasure today? Because if you don't use it, Alka will not show him in the dream. Alka nodded. I am almost familiar with it. It's time to use it in battle, and see the effect. Okay. Then I will dodge the defense first, and let you adapt. Alka nodded. A bell rang softly in the arena. A starlight flashed and Alka disappeared directly on the spot, like a meteor that streaked through the night sky and hit Xia Dai heavily. However, this situation was not flying in the sky, but running on the land. A huge round pit appeared at the position just now, just like the appearance of a star falling down. At this time, Xia Dai had turned into a stream of light and appeared in the distance. Looking at this scene with a little surprise. Such a powerful destructive power? Except for the slightly inferior speed, this power is much stronger than hers. The problem is that the speed is only slightly inferior. It is much faster than Polo Rogerson and others. This is a scepter. If it is not strong, it will lose its reputation. Hearing Alka's words, the halo on Xia Dai's forehead was fully revealed, and he looked at Alka with a serious face. She had to use all her strength, even if it was just to dodge. Alka waved lightly. Countless meteor showers appeared out of thin air, and quickly smashed down. Each of these stars was about half the size of the palm of your hand. But they were fast, numerous, and their attacks were very intense. In an instant, they completely enveloped the area where Xia Dai was. After flashing for a while, Xia Dai, who was completely unable to dodge, gathered the light curtain to form a barrier. There was a cracking sound. The stars actually smashed the light curtain to pieces. They penetrated Xia Dai directly. But fortunately, this arena was set up with a certain degree of invincibility, so Xia Dai did not suffer any damage. If she was outside, this level would be enough to leave her injured. Great. Of course, this cost me 1/5 of my magic power. Feeling the cost of this move, Alka's expression was a little bitter. It cost too much. If such an attack cannot bring an advantage in the battle, then it will not be worth the loss. After all, it is a range attack, and it can expand the range as the magic power is spent. If it is not to restrict Xia Dai's actions, it would not be so costly. I will fight back. After saying that, Xia Dai disappeared from the spot. With a flash of light, his straight white calf kicked Alka's side heavily. This was such a fast attack. But Alka defended it. A translucent shield of starlight appeared on his right hand, blocking the heavy kick. I am now at the 4th stage. Don't underestimate the suppression power of a higher stage. The two of them fought in an instant. Although Alka only used the ability of the galaxy, and he was not very skilled in using it. But in the eyes of the people watching around, It was obvious that this battle basically declared Alka's victory. Xia Dai was suppressed almost everywhere, except that his speed was slightly better than Alka's at present. But he was completely suppressed in other places. Alka used a large range of stars to block Xia Dai's way, confining him in an area, strangling him. Looking at Xia Dai, who died countless times in the training ground, Alka waved his hand. You know, according to my current understanding, the galaxy may be more inclined to enhance and assist the state. Ah? Xia Dai, who was sitting on the ground, was puzzled when he heard this. Is this equipment more of an auxiliary device? Alka smiled and nodded, then waved in the direction of Xia Dai. The twinkling starlight gathered around Xia Dai, as if she was emitting a sparkling special effect. It was like a transparent gauze woven from the starry sky, draped over her body. Feeling the gathering of these starlights, Xia Dai waved her fist. The whole person suddenly turned into a stream of light, and disappeared on the spot. But this time, it hit the protective shield next to it heavily, and bounced back. Too fast, I can't adapt. The speed increased in an instant, making Xia Dai completely unable to control her actions. You can imagine how powerful the amplification brought by the starlight is for the flesh. At this time, Xia Dai began to accelerate madly in the entire arena, like a meteor that can turn. She now seems to have truly become a beam of light. It's just that she has now changed from the previous beam of light to a yellow flash, with a blue track. After about 30 days and nights of sailing, Alka and his friends finally saw the green land that filled the entire field of vision in the distance from the sea. They were almost there. Due to the drift of the Zahai, this return voyage took longer than the last time they left. And now, looking from a distance, they could already find something wrong with the Zahai. It was very different from when they left before, and from what they saw the first time. From such a distance, they could already smell the sweet smell floating in the air, but it was mixed with a smell like sulfur. They had smelled that sweet smell on some plant spirits. Large patches of dark clouds appeared in the sky above the island, something they had never seen in the long time they had been on the island. As they got closer, even the color of the seawater around the Zahai became a little dark. They could even see some body parts floating on it. Chapter 352 Current Situation of Zahai. The fleet passed by, leaving a path on the water surface, leaving a water mark moving towards the Zahai in front. As they slid over it, some pieces of limbs and flesh were dragged into the water by something, which should be a carnivore. Bang! With a sound of the sea surface breaking. A 3-meter long, extremely strange looking, and even deformed, sharp-toothed fish jumped out of the water. Boom! A loud thunderous sound. A gray-blue lightning shot straight from the side. It passed Jason's shoulder standing by the boat, and directly hit the strange fish that jumped up, and was about to bite Jason. The gray-blue lightning hit the strange fish accurately, creating a huge gap, and 1/3 of its body disappeared and quickly lost its life, falling into the sea. As it fell into the sea, countless similar strange fish gathered around it, and began to bite its body. Poros strode over, looking at the situation below, and the lightning patterns on his body flashed. A large amount of lightning penetrated the sea water below. As the lightning poured into the sea, smoke floated out, and groups of strange sea fish emerged from the sea surface, and then were bitten and dragged into the water. Watching this scene, Alka frowned. Some of these fish with less infection can still roughly see their former species, and they have eaten them before. A large part of them have become completely deformed, and it is impossible to tell what species they used to be. But it can be seen that these are all changed by some force, and are not something that is naturally produced. Julia stood by the boat, and looked at the situation in the sea outside. The coin floated beside her, and kept turning over. What's wrong with these fish? Why did it become like this? Jason asked beside him in confusion. They are blaspheming the ocean. Poro was extremely angry. The lightning patterns on his body had even spread to his face, looking extremely hideous. Not only him, even Matt, Lisa, and Julia behind him were also filled with uncontrollable anger. As the corpse floated out, more and more strange fish gathered here. The three began to use their own abilities to clean up the fish below. Before the voice of Dawn came to the edge, Alka and his team also joined the action of cleaning up the strange fish. Although they all knew that for such a large sea area, their actions would be a drop in the bucket. The two church teams sailing behind them. The Holy Mother Church. The captain of one of the ships watched the actions of Alka and his team. The shark fishman on their ship is actually a storm champion? He turned his head and looked at a priest next to him in confusion. We just found out now. This priest was the contact between the Holy Mother team and Alka and his team. He was quite familiar with Alka and his team. Storm Champion, really amazing, the leader said. Soon the fleet approached the edge of the Zahai. Alka and his team boarded the Flying Swallow and sailed out from the opening at the bow. As they drove out, the voice of dawn slowly moved away. Alka and the others waited in the swamp for the church team behind them to finish their work. The huge steel ships were parked side by side at the edge of the swamp. And then with the roar of machinery, on the sides of all the ships, rows of openings were opened side by side, one after another. The ships that were built like speedboats floated out directly, and behind them were huge floating platforms that looked like platforms. On the platforms were various mechanical structures and members of the church. The machine also made a frantic roar towards the Holy Mother Church. Lord Sarati, the middle-aged man named Sarati, the leader of the Holy Mother Church, waved his hand, looking in the direction of the Holy Machine Church. Childish. He then turned to the priests and knights behind him and said, "Pull out our ship." Yes. As the order was given, soft rays of light floated out from the ships behind him, weaving into the shape of small boats in the air. The church members behind him were riding on it. Are they competing with each other? Lucilia sat on Alka's shoulder and asked in confusion. Alka smiled and nodded. It made sense, after all. They belonged to two different gods, and they were on the same island, separating the two places. While they looked harmonious, they must be competing in secret, in various aspects. This was not necessarily a bad thing. While they were talking, the leader of the Holy Mother Church, a middle-aged man named Arati, rowed towards Alka and the others on a light-woven boat. Alka finally had time to observe the leader. He had a head of dull wheat yellow medium-length hair, and obvious scars on his forehead and chin. Even his beard was not shaved cleanly, and he looked a little unkempt. He was wearing a body-shaping soft light armor, and a cloak-like coat on the outside. He looked like a wandering knight. He had a giant sword that looked to be at least 1.6 meters long on his back, and 2 daggers on his calves. In the other direction, the leader of the Holy Machine Church also rode a mechanical speedboat and drove over. This leader looked very distinctive. He was a strong man over 2 meters tall, with dark skin and obvious signs of sunburn. The most conspicuous thing was his shiny black bald head and his left hand. The position of his left forearm had completely disappeared, replaced by a huge metal glove that was bigger than his head. There was an exposed mechanical structure on it, which looked extremely rough, and you could see the energy or something inside emitting light. His upper body was exposed, and you could see dense scars, burns, and bullet holes on his upper body. In addition, what was more conspicuous was the weapon in his right hand, a huge mechanical power hammer that was taller than anyone else. TSK X2. On the way over, the two of them stood side by side and looked at each other, making a disdainful sound. Finally, they came to the side of Alka's Flying Swallow. After Arati approached side by side, he saw Alka and nodded politely to him. Arati, a knight of golden wheat. Although it sounds a bit rustic, wheat ears are an important symbol of the Virgin Mary. So the elite group of church knights are called Golden Wheat Knights, just like the Flower Knights of the Flower Fairy is a naming method. Simple and direct. After introducing each other, look at the ship of the Holy Machine Church approaching from the other side. To be honest, this leader, no matter how you look at him, doesn't look like a church leader known for knowledge and scholars. Even if you say he is a believer of the blacksmith god or the god of war, it will be easier for others to believe. Appearance is too deceptive. After he came over, he first looked at Simon and nodded to him with a smile, then looked at Alka. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ricky. I am a structure knight of the Holy Machine Church. Alka also shook hands with him and introduced himself. The two leaders were knights, and Alka could clearly feel their strength. It seemed that since the fourth stage, he no longer needed glasses to help him distinguish. He could use his naked eyes to perceive the strength information of people who were not much higher than him. Although it was very vague, Alka could roughly tell what stage these people were at. For example, the two knights in front of him. Their strength had reached the 5th stage, or even the middle and upper level of the 5th stage. It was also possible that they were almost perfect in the 5th stage. The specific details were unclear, but seeing the stage and knowing the general direction was already his limit. In recent years, few church personnel have been willing to come to Zahai for exploration, so our understanding of this area is still a few decades ago. I wonder how much you know about this place now. Aladi looked at Alka and asked. People without ambition are like this. Rikai was beside him, mocking Arati. Hearing this, Arati looked up at him. Oh! Since you know, then tell me. This is the land of all spirits, an area that your church should know clearly. How can we know? We are not impolite people. Polite? If your exploration team is polite, it would be a big deal. The two of them ridiculed each other. Alka stood by, slightly embarrassed. You two are in a hurry now. Why don't you let me tell you what I know? After hearing Alka's words, the two of them shut up at the same time. It seemed that the mutual ridicule just now did not exist at all, and they nodded calmly. A map of the land of spirits appeared directly in Alka's hand, and he held it up in the middle of the three people with magic in his eyes. There were various cursors marking information on the map. Alka pointed to where they were now, and said, Our current location is probably in this area, and our destination is here. This is the core of the entire land of all spirits, the fragrant land where the flower fairies live. According to our members who stayed on the island, about 1/3 of the entire land of all spirits has been occupied, and the main occupied areas are mostly close to the boundary between life and death. And the boundary between life and death is here. According to the speculation based on the information, we are probably at the edge of the occupied area. So our current situation is not very safe, and it is very likely that we will encounter enemies if we move forward. The two looked at the information on the map and listened to Alka's narration. Arati frowned and asked, Is the news reliable? When was the news? Reliable last night. Last night? Reich was a little surprised, but it was just a little surprised. He nodded, and did not ask too much. He believed in the credibility of Alka's information. After briefly knowing Alka's understanding of this place, and that the information they obtained was indeed much higher than theirs, the two began to ask questions directly, and began to accept some of Alka's opinions. After a brief discussion, the two returned to their respective teams. They continued to move forward. However, Alka and his team did not need to lead the way now. They only needed to give a general direction. The team moved forward. The light-woven boat of the Holy Mother Church was in the front, forming an arrow shape, while the steel ships of the Holy Machine Church were scattered on both sides and in the back. In the middle was Alka and his team. Although the formation was like this, they were actually very scattered, so the area they could cover was very wide. There was a sound of inflation coming from behind. It attracted Alka and the others' attention, and they turned to look. At some point, a cone-shaped, blue-white balloon appeared behind them. Various machines floated around and were mounted below them. Soon, an airship was assembled in front of them, and then floated into the air. It stopped about 200 or 300 meters away, and followed their team forward, providing vision for everyone below. Even the airship was brought? Jason was a little surprised. At this time, Alka turned to Simon next to him and asked, Can you tell what these mechanical devices they are carrying? Simon nodded. As a member of the Holy Machine Church, he certainly knew what those were. Did you see those three things with very obvious long barrels? They are very powerful long-range artillery weapons. But the model looks a bit new. It should be a model that has been improved recently. But there is not much change in essence. The platforms pulled behind the speedboats are actually armed power platforms. They can quickly build a simple fortress on the spot. In addition to some standard weapons, there are more personal structures of these church crew members. These account for the majority, and I can't see them. Hearing Simon's words, Alka nodded. Sia Daidi next to him frowned and said, With so many weapons, it seems that this matter is not so easy to solve. Alka also reminded, This is only the first batch of advanced teams, mainly used for rapid support. More main forces are still behind. The crowd just remembered this matter, and nodded in shock. Obviously, this time the matter is not so easy to solve. And they, in this real war, may not play a big role. Just as several people were chatting, an alarm came from the sky. Hell fluctuations detected, 1.3 kilometers to the front. Hearing this sound, Alka and the others immediately became alert, and the fleet quickly deviated from the direction of sailing and sailed to the other side. Rushed straight to the place where the fluctuation was detected. It seems that their goal is clear, Alka said as he watched the scene, and then the ship driven by Yi followed. If the main goal is to quickly support the Fragrance Town, it is obviously not a wise choice to turn around and deal with the hell fluctuations on the other side. Alka did not know about the Holy Mother Church, but the Holy Machine Church was willing to send so many people to support, obviously, because of the impact of the Hell Gate here. Alka suddenly remembered the deformed fish he had seen on the coast before. Those fish were not killed for nothing. Julia studied the bodies. These fish were changed because they ate the flesh of those monsters, and the energy fluctuations transmitted from the swamp sea affected them. The scary thing is that the swamp sea can move. It will carry the bodies of the monsters and the vibrations of hell all the way, spreading them all over this vast sea area. This is obviously very deadly. If you think about it this way, for the two churches, the priority must be to clear out anything that can transmit the vibrations of hell and the corresponding monsters. The speed of the entire fleet was increasing. Soon they saw a huge portal in front of them that was 7 or 8 meters high. The interior of the portal was a light orange-red with yellow spirals. A smell of sulfur drifted over. Obviously, this smell was deeply related to the demons of hell. All kinds of demons emerged from the bottom of the portal. Most of the demons had red skin. It can't be said to be skin, but rather something similar to muscle. Sharp claws and teeth, weird horns. These demons of different sizes have different shapes, but they are not doing nothing but fighting with the undead monsters rushing out of the boundary between life and death. The number of these demons is not low, but obviously, the number of undead monsters rushing out of the boundary between life and death is greater. To a certain extent, the two are in a stalemate. However, the number of demons that can be transmitted through the portal seems to be limited, and the number of demons transmitted is slowing down at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the number of undead souls coming from the border of life and death was increasing, as if they were endless. Seeing this situation, the two knights of the church were very rational and immediately gathered the team to turn around and leave. They were in a farther direction and did not alarm the two sides, who were already fighting each other. The team that turned around sped up and began to move faster than the direct route to the fragrant land. Alka and the others also saw the battle in that area. The largest number of undead monsters from the border of life and death were much more than what they had encountered before at the Emerald Fortress on the border. Chapter 353 Undead Demon. The team soon reached the first island. Or in the words of the Land of Spirits, the first muddy land. Blue Flower Village. Alka looked at the map in his hand. Not far in front of them was the village. However, when they actually saw the village in the distance, it was obviously very different from what they thought. The tall green vine walls had completely wrapped up the island. On the vine walls, green spikes can be clearly seen, densely extending outward. On the vine walls, huge flower cannons can be seen. Obviously, this place has long been transformed from a village into a fortress. The muzzle of the flower fairy cannon turned and aimed at their team, and then maintained for less than a few seconds. The muzzle automatically turned upward to indicate that they had no intention of attacking. Soon, a figure walked out of the fortress. When Alka and others saw this person, memories immediately came to their minds, because they knew that this was an old woman wearing a flowery dress, holding a flowery scepter in her hand. She was the gardener they had met in the Emerald Fortress when they first came to the Land of Spirits. Now that they were here, it meant that their former Emerald Fortress and the surrounding areas had long since fallen, and this gardener was still at the forefront, which meant that she must have some ability to target those undead monsters. The ship that came naturally docked at the edge of the island. Everyone landed on the island. Thank you very much for coming. After the gardener and the two knights exchanged greetings for a while, he led the people who came to support him into the fortress. As soon as everyone walked in, they found that the houses in the village that were once woven with flowers and various vines had long since become a pure structure of stones wrapped with vines. It became more solid. Even the surrounding vine walls were much thicker than the green fortress, and there were traces of battles everywhere. After entering, we saw a huge medical tent, where many soldiers were still lying. After the two church knights selected several captains, they asked the remaining personnel to follow the flower priest next to them to find a place to camp and rest. Then Alka and the others followed the gardener and entered a meeting room. Thank you again for coming. Let's stop with the greetings. Gardener Ferna. Now we need to know what the situation is here. A laddie, who was sitting next to him, said directly. Gardener Ferna nodded and looked at everyone. In the center of the large round table woven with vines, the vines began to twist and weave into a vivid map. It can be seen that this is the map of the entire Land of Spirits. From here to here, it has completely fallen. Everyone looked at the area she divided, which was a little more than the information Arkaden received last night. But there was almost no big difference. Then several small flowers grew on the map, and it can be seen that these small flowers are lined up with the fallen areas. They formed a long line. This row is the existing reconstructed defense system, which is also the front line. We rely on these 6 fortresses to resist attacks. Speaking of this, the gardener sighed, but the problem is not these, but in the back. From time to time, There are portals to hell, and random space rips appear around. Speaking of the area in the back, red flowers would appear from time to time, which means that a portal has been opened. My god fell asleep. And this was the last step after his resuscitation. This made the entire land of spirits no longer as stable as before. Those damned cultists took this opportunity to launch a ritual here. They massacred all the people in 8 villages, including some captives captured from the sea. In just a few simple sentences, she basically explained the dire situation facing the land of spirits. Then she said, if it was just an invasion from the border between life and death, we could actually handle it. Even with the disruption caused by the cultists, we were still able to hold on. However, these demons seemed to be targeted invasions. Most of them used fire spells. They were very restrained against us. In addition, they wreaked havoc in countless places, with the portals that appeared everywhere. There were too many problems with the situation in our rear and logistics, causing us to retreat step by step and lose too many areas. After saying that, he sighed and was about to say, but the good news is that these demons seem to be unable to control where the portals appear. It should be spread all over the land of spirits. This will cause some portals to appear in the occupied area, and help us to delay the steps of those undead. After that, the whole conference room became quiet, and everyone frowned and thought about the current situation. In short, the most difficult thing to solve now is the ritual of summoning the devil. That is, those portals that appear randomly in the back. Because of the stability of the back and the impact line to the front, in such a situation, there is a possibility of danger at any time. Once such a situation occurs, it will inevitably lead to problems in the battle ahead. It will fall into a vicious cycle until the entire land of spirits is completely destroyed. Or the flower fairy will give up the last step of revival, wake up again to control the overall situation, and start to clean up the mess. But she will take the last step of revival under such circumstances, which means that it has reached a certain uncontrollable situation. All the troops are stored in the front to deal with the life and death attack. Obviously, there are not many troops to be used in the rear. Not to mention the huge territory behind. How can so many demons be cleared? Not to mention the portal to hell is still open. Maybe those cultists are still preparing for a bigger wave. There is no need to refute this. Those cult members can do anything. They can do things that hurt the enemy by 800 and hurt themselves by 1000 without any care. Although Alka and the others are also thinking, they are more analyzing the current situation. As for how to solve it, it has little to do with them. After all, no matter how strong they are, they can only be a special guerrilla force at most. They are not very useful to the entire battlefield. Not to mention that their strength is not strong enough for the entire war. Let them come in to listen to this information, mainly to give them face. Who said Alka has the blessing of the flower fairy, and is also favored by the Virgin Mary. The reason why Alka came back with them was because of the treasure of the Nafis family, and the Holy Grail level treasure at the edge of life and death. Both of these are very important things. They left a small team of members on the island. This is the most important thing, otherwise Alka would probably refuse to come here. Now that Narvi has been brought here, the cultist of the Nafis family is not so important. Just when Alka was thinking about it, Arati said, Reich, bring the people of your church to help them defend the fortress. Then he looked at the gardener and said, Ferna, gardener, with the help of the Shinji church, we should be able to defend better. I hope you can assign more people, preferably people who are familiar with this area, to form teams and become demon cleaning teams with us. Together we can clean up the demons that are wreaking havoc in the rear, and destroy the portal that teleported them here. You should know that this is the most important thing, and it won't be long before more support teams arrive. And then our pressure will be much less. After Aladi told all his ideas and methods, several main members discussed for a while, and then nodded in agreement. Alka and the others sat by and said nothing, nor did they have any intention of interrupting. They silently listened to the information that was important for their next action. The three parties also had a tacit understanding, and did not drag Alka and the others into it. While they were discussing, a booming flute sounded outside. Hearing this sound, the gardener stood up immediately. The enemy is attacking. Hearing this, everyone quickly left the meeting room and came outside. At this time, the entire fortress was in operation, and a large number of soldiers appeared in each house and began to run to the city wall. Arati looked at the priest next to him and asked, Have we recovered our ships? Don't worry, sir. All the ships we took have been towed in. The mechanics and scholars of the Holy Machine Church began to operate the huge mechanical devices and set them up on the city walls. Especially the three huge long-range attack devices with thick and long barrels. They were installed side by side on the vine wall, with great momentum, and almost attracted the attention of all the soldiers. Even Alka and the others couldn't help but watch. "Is it powerful?" Jason asked Simon beside him. Simon nodded. "I heard it's very powerful. But you know, I have never seen it fire." Alka kept an eye on the enemies ahead. There were also a large number of undead monsters. Skeletons wrapped in moss and vines that came like a tide. In addition, there were all kinds of weird undead bodies integrated with plants. These monsters were so dense that they almost covered the entire field of vision. Rushing towards the fortress. With the sound of mechanical twisting, 3 thick and long gun barrels were aimed downwards. Split shells ready. With the sound of twisting sounded again. "Fire!" With a command. The trivalent machine brought a strong recoil that made the entire vine wall seem to collapse backwards. Densely packed fist-sized objects scattered in the air, falling downwards like raindrops. Thunder-like explosions began to resound throughout the battlefield. A lot of water splashed up. And the high temperature caused by the explosion caused a lot of water vapor to spread all over the battlefield in an instant. The skeletons and the undead made of plants turned into fragments and splashed out. Groups of undead monsters fell down. Half of the undead monsters in their field of vision were cleared in an instant. "Is it so exaggerated?" Jason asked in surprise with his eyes wide open. Not to mention Jason. Even Simon himself was a little confused. He didn't expect the power of these 3 cannons to be so huge. Let alone the ability to strike powerful enemies. Just striking these cannon fodders, it can be described as violent. It was like a pile of coal dust on the ground, and half of it was swept away with a broom in an instant. The cleaning effect was immediate. Alka observed carefully. After the 3 guns were fired, they began to enter a certain cooling state. The mechanics next to them seemed to be cooling down and switching some parts. It was obviously impossible to fire continuously. But the first wave of attack of these 3 guns was enough, and now all the soldiers could be described as full of vigor. The flower cannons all over the place, as well as the mechanical structures that had just been put up, began to pour ammunition downwards. One after another, huge green vine tentacles followed and began to attack. Several emerald green projectiles wrapped in vine mosses drew several arcs from the enemy's camp and smashed into the city. At this time, everyone saw that behind the enemy's formation in the distance, something like bone spurs had drilled out from the vines in the water at some point. These bone spurs with 3 joints unexpectedly turned into something similar to a catapult. The top is sharp. Each bend will insert a bullet from the ammunition below. Then the joint leans back, swings towards them, throwing the emerald green ammunition inserted on the top. Very strange. The crystal dragon streaks across the sky. The iridescent energy it spews freezes all the flying green riprap ammunition, shooting it down and smashing it into the enemy's own camp. "Why are you standing there?" Alati looked at the hammer-wielding musket not far away and said, "No need for you to remind me, I'm already doing it." Rakai was impatient, even at this time. The 2 of them would quarrel a few words. After saying that, the huge mechanical arm on Ricky's left arm, the mechanical device that appeared out of thin air combined together. A thick and long stick appeared in front of everyone, but it was indeed solid. It didn't look like a gun barrel. It was covered with dense spells. There were also circles of coils around it. Energy gathered here. It looked a bit like an electromagnetic coil, but the energy gathered was pure magic. It aimed at the catapult in the distance, with some kind of sound breaking through the air. A thin beam of energy shot out at the speed of light, emitting a strong energy fluctuation. It instantly hit the trebuchet bone spur in the back, and the energy explosion turned the entire trebuchet into ashes. Shot after shot, he alone completely cleared out the trebuchets in the back that could threaten the city wall. It can only be said that these undeads, who came to attack this time, were unlucky. They just happened to encounter the situation where support arrived. And the 2 responsible personnel were still there. Alka and the others stood on the city wall and threw long-range skills throughout the whole process. And they hardly had many opportunities to attack. With support, this group of attacking enemies, who were at the brink of life and death, they were cleaned up before they even touched the city wall. Many priests wearing flowery robes used some kind of spell. The vines under the swamp below began to curl, dragging the dry bones and debris above into the water. It took less than 20 minutes for the entire battlefield to be cleaned up. Seeing this scene, Alka nodded in sudden enlightenment. He asked why there were no debris and traces of war in front of such a fortress. It turned out that it was swallowed by the vines below. This cleaning method is pure and natural, pollution-free, and very fast, saving manpower. It is really simple. This temporary defensive battle was over soon. According to the strategy they had thought of before, they began to form teams and distribute them. There are a total of 6 fortresses in this long row, so they naturally have to be distributed. So the 2 knights of the church began to make a simple distribution of the people they brought with them. Do we have to stay here too? Facing the current situation, Jason turned his head and looked at Alka and asked. Alka shook his head. No. We will leave soon. And go to the land of fragrance first. And we will talk about the rest later. He had to rush over first. Pick up the puppet girls who stayed there. And then think about how to act. The chaos in the entire land of spirits completely disrupted the rhythm plan they had thought of before. Compared with him, the one who had the least presence was Narvi, who temporarily acted with him. He had been silently observing everyone's actions along the way. Seeing Alka's inquiring eyes, he nodded, agreeing with Alka's idea, and did not raise any objections. Afterwards, Alka found Aladi and others and said goodbye, because they had decided to stay at the front line. They would directly join the battle. Aladi and others did not try to keep them, and even asked if they needed to send someone to escort them. Alka smiled and directly rejected their kindness. Soon, everyone left the fortress on the Flying Swallow. Towards the location of the Land of Fragrance, they began to move forward quickly, almost at full speed. Be careful, there is a smell of sulfur. Pororo, who was sitting on the propeller at the back, suddenly spoke out to remind everyone on the ship. It has been 2 days since they left the fortress. They have basically entered the hinterland of the Land of All Spirits, and left the current front line. It will take a few days to reach the Land of Fragrance. Hearing this, everyone became slightly alert. They met many people of the flower along the way, many of whom had their hometowns destroyed, and were fleeing to the Land of Fragrance. Many of them were militiamen from some villages. But the most common ones they encountered were the demons. These demons were in groups of 3 or 5, wandering around the entire area. They had dealt with them during the days of sailing, and gradually gained experience. Poro was basically able to rely on his keen sense of smell, and could detect whether there were demons around from a long distance. In such a place, the smell of sulfur was too recognizable, and the smell of sulfur from those demons was very strong. At Poro's reminder, Simon, floating in the sky, began to observe his surroundings more carefully. As they moved forward, they soon discovered something. A demon squad, with 7 demons. 3 of them are little devils. 1 of them is new, and looks a bit tough. They have also discovered us. Be careful. After saying that, Simon controlled the patrol plane in the air, and fired directly in the direction of the enemy. The flames were spitting out, and the bullets were coated with a faint holy light. These demons are the product of evil after all. The holy light can still suppress them to a certain extent, but it is not as significant as the attack on the undead. The bullet spray quickly cleared all the 3 little devils. These are just the weakest garbage. People don't know whether this kind of demon, that is only about 1 meter tall and screams like a little devil, is called this. But it doesn't matter. They will die anyway. Then they finally saw the species Simon said they had never seen before. A huge demon with a body of 3 meters tall. It has bat-like wings behind it. It has horns like a cow, extending from the top of its head, but one of them has been broken. Chapter 354 Powerful Meteor. Arca does not know much about demons. Nor does he know much about the so-called abyss. His knowledge of the abyss and demons comes from entertainment works in his previous life. Although the two are somewhat similar, they are obviously completely different things. The abyss in this world is similar to a more powerful plane world. This plane has awakened its will, which is said to be the will of one of the original titans of creation who died and fell. After his death, the world he created gathered around his body, was infected by it, corrupted, and formed the original abyss. The essence of the creator titan is to create the death of the world. His remaining will still wants to create the world. But he is obviously powerless. Such days gradually distorted into robbing, plundering, fusion, and devouring. Other normal and intact worlds became part of the abyss. In this way, the cancer of the star world was born. Of course, this is just one of the theories about the birth of the abyss. In the star world, there are countless theories to explain how the abyss exists. And the demons in the abyss can be described as bizarre, with a variety of types like all things. But there is one standard that is correct. That is to look at the monster's horns, body shape and wings behind it. A demon like the little devil, who looks deformed, must not be very strong. And the tall demon in front of him, once the bat wings behind him are spread out, may be bigger than his body. The coordinated body shape, strong muscles, and patterns on his body, all show the level of his strength. Not to mention that Alka has already seen it. He saw clearly how powerful this monster was. This was a demon of analog strength, at the 4th stage. There were 3 others around him. The same size as normal people, but they looked thinner, and their wings were shorter. Obviously they could not carry them to fly. These scarlet demons attacked with lava and flames. Ah, I'm really lucky. Hee hee. The sturdy broken horn demon looked at Alka and the others, staring straight at Alka. To everyone's surprise, he actually spoke. Although the crowd clearly didn't understand what he said, they could understand his meaning very clearly. A human with a strong soul. What a delicious meal. I can't wait any longer. As he spoke, the huge bat wings behind him spread out and fluttered gently, rushing towards Alka like a cannonball. The starlight gauze was put on everyone. The twinkling starlight special effects appeared on Alka's body. A meteor streaked. Bang! There was a loud noise. A huge figure flew out and crashed directly into the water, creating a huge splash. A large amount of steam came out. The figure that fell into the water stood up. His orange-yellow eyes were full of blood red, and there were obvious dents on his face and body. A quarter of the wing behind him was broken and twisted. One strike, just one strike, and the demon was obviously at a disadvantage. Alka stood there and looked at his hands, looking at the stars shining on them. So strong. When he really fought with people of the same level in reality, he really understood the bonus brought by the scepter. Level. You know, Xinghe itself is a treasure that tends to be auxiliary. It mainly comes from strengthening, divination, decryption. But when its special effects and strengthening are added to itself, the power it shows is much stronger than Alka imagined. The broken horn demon has a hideous face, also somewhat unbelievable. With a roar, it pushed Alka hard. The attack of lava gathering directly sprayed out, turned into a pillar of fire. This attack covers a wide range. It can be seen that it is an extremely powerful attack. At the moment when the fire was sprayed over, the demon flapped its wings, turned around and rushed into the sky without hesitation. He ran away. The iron fist flashing with starlight smashed out heavily. The sprayed fire column was directly broken and extinguished. Looking at the demon that had already flown into the sky, Alka's eyes flashed with light like stars. Swoosh! An extremely harsh sound of breaking through the air. A meteor rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. The people who had just dealt with the 3 little monsters looked up. A meteor streaked across the sky. It hit the demon at a very fast speed. Blood as hot as lava fell in the sky. One of the wings was broken, and the demon fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Alka fell down with the demon. Everyone saw a meteor with a tail hitting the swamp. Water gushed out like a fountain. A simple wave was raised on the swamp and spread around. The waves hit everyone's legs. The water splashed down. With starlight flashing in his eyes, Alka had starlight effects around his body. Grabbing the remaining intact horn of the demon with one hand, he walked out of the water. The demon's body was like a broken ball, being dragged in the water like a rag. Blood like lava flowed out from all parts of his body and melted into the water to emit a lot of steam. It was obvious that he was no longer alive. Crush. Completely crushed. Alka didn't know how strong this so-called demon was, and at what level compared to others. But in front of him, there was no power to fight back at all. Too weak. Waste. What a waste. Simon hurried over, followed by a structure floating on the water. It looked a bit like a stretcher. Quick. Quick, put it on it, or it will be gone, Simon said hurriedly, looking at the stretcher. Alka quickly nodded. Simon was so anxious, then this demon must have some commendable material. As for the materials, Alka thought he was far inferior to Simon. He put the demon in his hand on the stretcher without hesitation. The sound of mechanical friction was heard. A barrier made of magic appeared around the stretcher, wrapping the whole demon inside, including the lava blood that flowed out of it. All were stored inside. Seeing this scene, Simon breathed a sigh of relief. This demon is definitely a mid-level one. His blood is like lava. It's really a treasure. He patted Alka's shoulder hard. Laughing loudly, he said, "We too are blessed." Calm down. Seeing Simon getting a little excited, Alka patted his shoulder. And what he said was too perverted. What does blessed mean? Saying blessed to a corpse It's too weird. In addition to Simon, Mathlisa was also very concerned about the corpse of this demon. In addition to these two people, everyone else came around Alka and looked around him. Compared to this dead demon, they were more concerned about Alka. By the way, he raised his hand and looked at the stars above. So strong? They had just seen it. In Alka's meteor-like state, his speed was the advantage in most cases. He was slightly inferior to Xiaodaidi in the team. But the problem was, let alone the same level. Even if he was 1 or 2 levels higher, no one could be said to be stronger than Xiaodaidi in terms of speed. When the speed was sufficient, it also had great power and impact. The demon was killed by Alka. Lucilia jumped onto Alka's shoulder. She said, looking at the appearance, this should be a common mid-level demon. Compared to low-level demons, mid-level demons have extremely strong physical fitness and master powerful spells. If you have to make an analogy, it is probably equivalent to the Toucher, who has mastered the core spell, and it is a special race with strong physical fitness. Lucilia gave everyone a general explanation. The so-called mid-level demons are analogous to the existence in the world they are in now. Although it may not be completely accurate, the analogy is roughly the same. Alka stretched out his hand, which was still shining with stars. I didn't expect it to hit people like a meteor, with such great power. When using that state, Alka felt like he had turned into a meteor, wrapped in some kind of energy impact. When he hit the enemy, he didn't actually receive any rebound. Instead, he was able to move freely, control the energy wrapped outside, and target a certain point when hitting. Of course, he couldn't do it now, but he thought he could. Before, Alka had never used the meteor state to hit people directly in the dream training. He was more focused on controlling the energy form to strengthen himself, and using various attacks. He also trained how to use starlight to lift himself up and fly. Only after he could fly steadily, he could use this meteor state. Today was the first time he used this state to attack. Unexpectedly, this meteor state is the most powerful attack form. Simple, direct, brutal. It completely played the role of the final word. Didn't you expect a scepter-level treasure to be so powerful? And you also said that it tends to be auxiliary. Xiaodaidi said with some sigh. Alka shook his head with some regret. What a pity, this treasure is really not suitable for me. Very good, it is not suitable. Once Alka focuses on using the energy of the galaxy, the power of the mirror or the dream catcher will be suppressed to a certain extent. As a scepter level galaxy, when he exerts his energy, he is extremely domineering. And with the 2 holy grails, level treasures that are not compatible with him, even exerting his power has a sense of caution. If Alka had not had a high enough control over these 2 treasures, and the degree of adaptability was good enough, it might even be completely unusable. In that case, he can only choose one between the 2 holy grails and 1 scepter. Looking at the beautiful galaxy ring in his hand, Alka sighed. It's good, but it's a pity. His status has basically been fixed. He has the fragments of the godhead in the dream, and has the kingship in the dream. It's impossible to give up the 2 holy grails that are perfectly matched with him just because of this scepter level treasure. Just use it. When Xiaodaidi and their strength are raised to the 4th stage, or when Alka gets another more suitable scepter level treasure, he must give this treasure to someone else to use. Find a more suitable user. Okay, let's move on. With that, everyone got back on the flying swallow and continued to move forward. On the propeller behind them was a coffin. Alka, Simon, Mathlisa, and the other 3 gathered around the coffin. Let me take a look, Simon said, and took out a thick book and flipped through it. On the top of the book, there was an extremely obvious gear logo of the Holy Machine Church. Turning to the page he wanted, Simon said, demon blood that is like lava is the characteristic of mid-level flame demon blood. Its blood contains powerful energy. According to research and experiments, the explosion and flame weapons made from its blood are top-notch. The weapons that can be made include Abyss Walk, Hellfire Cannon, Flame Extinguishing Stone. The horns of mid-level demons are a symbol of power and honor for powerful demons. Generally, only demons with special blood or special status have it. Its characteristic is that it has a dense spiral pattern on it. It is one of the strongest materials in the world. It needs to be processed and ground with a grinding tool made of its blood. At it, the 2 listened to Simon reading the characters on the book in front of him one by one, until Simon finished talking about the uses of various materials on the demon in front of him. Alka complained slightly beside him. To be honest, isn't this a mobile treasure house? And is your curiosity so strong in the Holy Machine Church? Analyze a demon like this. Hearing this, Simon turned his head and glanced at him. Silently said, for most people, demons are a disaster. In short, demons are treasures only for the strong. Alka, who has just reached the 4th stage and holds a scepter, treasure, can be called the strongest at the same stage. Not to mention him. He has more than one treasure. Moreover, most of the information in this book is not actually studied by most scholars, including this chapter on demons. The chapter on demons is the knowledge given by the wise, and this knowledge has been spread. But most people should not have seen a demon, so no one has learned it. Hearing this, Lucilia, who was not far away, nodded. She also had knowledge related to demons in her mind. She ran over and jumped onto Alka's shoulders, explaining to everyone. It is said that the reason why the wise men spread this knowledge was mainly to make people at that time willing or even proactively fight against these demons. About 1,300 years ago, a widespread demon disaster occurred at that time. Hearing this, everyone on the boat nodded. After all, if you want people to take the initiative to fight, you have to give them enough benefits. And every demon corpse is enough to bring enough wealth. This is a life and death battle. As the crowd chatted with the three of them, they began to control the machine to dismember the demon inside, splitting it into various materials. With a dissection, it can be seen that the structure of the demon and the human body, although the appearance looks somewhat similar, but the internal structure can be called two species. The demon has only one internal organ, which is similar to the core of the heart, and the blood that comes out of it is more like energy. The pipeline that transports this energy is similar to blood vessels, a very simple structure, spread all over the limbs. And the stomach that maintains the whole body and supplies energy. It is called a stomach, but it can be described as a grinder, or even a melting machine. With a dissection, everyone has a deeper understanding of the demon race. They sailed very fast. They basically bypassed the demons wandering around. Of course, they would not avoid fighting when they encountered some demon attacks. With the strength of their team, as long as they did not encounter two powerful demons unexpectedly, they could deal with them, or at least escape. The journey was safe and sound. There was a faint scent of flowers in the air. The slightly tired people on the boat finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was only the scent of flowers around, no smell of sulfur. And as they got closer and closer to here, the traces of battle gradually became scarce. On the way, they also met several flower night teams patrolling around, and even saw the accompanying priests. At least at this stage, protecting the fragrant town has basically become the top priority. Even Alka and the others were stopped and questioned, even though most of them knew Alka and the others. Finally, they saw from afar the reef where they had rested and camped before, and the trees surrounding it. They slowly moved the flying swallow closer. Several figures rushed up impatiently. They fought with their sisters in the back. These were the puppet teams left on the sea. Alka took a closer look at the puppet teams left on the sea. Although there were traces of fighting on their bodies, they were not damaged. Should we continue to set up camp here? Or go to the land of fragrance? Xiaodaidi asked beside him. Alka thought for a moment and said, let's continue to set up camp here. The land of fragrance may have entered military control. It's not suitable for us to come in and out at will. After all, the enemies can almost be said to be coming for the flower fairy, who is performing the final resurrection ceremony. This place is of course the most important place. Chapter 355 Tight Protection. At night, in the camp in the dense forest, everyone was doing their own things in the camp. Alka took his map. Looking at some icons and actions on it, he focused on the small red cross. That is the mark representing the cultist of the Nafas family. Alka would mark his route almost every day or two. Who are you? Narvi, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly asked as he looked at everyone. He was so curious. When Jason first came to him, he thought Alka and his group were just an ordinary treasure hunting group, and at most, they had a little strength. However, the reality was completely different from what he thought. Everything became magical from the moment he boarded the ship, especially about Alka and his group's strength. As someone who was temporarily sailing together, it was difficult for him not to know some of the information revealed by Alka and his group. For example, everyone on the ship had a treasure. It was the first time he found a small treasure hunting group, where everyone had a treasure. He had never heard of the other teams. In addition, Alka, as the leader, showed 3 items. In the battle against the devil a few days ago, Alka showed it even more. One of them was the level of scepter. Is this really just a 4-stage person? He seriously suspected that the people on Alka's ship came from various powerful families. Maybe they were even more powerful than the once powerful Nafas family at its peak. At least in his memory, even the Nafas family would not give treasures to the younger generation in the family at will, but to those who should master them. I am the shark man of the home sea, Pororo suddenly answered. As his voice sounded, the whole scene became quiet. Why are you looking at me? Isn't it? Then I am just an ordinary person in the home sea. Jason agreed with a smile. Ha ha, I am. The scene suddenly became cheerful. Narvi shook his head helplessly. Every time at this time, he would dispel his doubts. Because the people on this ship always suddenly become nonsensical in inexplicable places. This made him feel a little envious sometimes. Alka came over with a smile and patted his shoulder. Don't worry. They are just like this. Hearing Alka's comfort, Narvi was even more helpless. Because Alka just said that he was an alien. Although he didn't understand what alien meant for a while. He could hear that there was a clear sense of ridicule in it. Even the leader of the team. Sometimes, he would be funny and nonsensical. The people under his team could understand it. You should know that we are just an ordinary treasure hunting group. Called the Compass Eye. After hearing this answer, Narvi looked at everyone, shook his head and said, Your team is very unique. Shark Fishman. Mermaid. Miss Madlisa. Sorry. I don't know what race you belong to. Then he pointed to others, a beautiful, intelligent crystal dragon. A lot of little puppet girls. And you are all very unique and recognizable. And your strength is so strong. You also said that you have carried out many treasure hunts and adventures. Why is it not well known at all? Shouldn't it be? Narvi said, very puzzled. Hearing this, not only Alka, everyone frowned slightly. Alka sat beside him and put away the map. Looking at him and asked, Why is it strange that you are not well known when you are so powerful? The specific ability of the treasure is a relatively hidden thing. If you publicize your deeds too much, it is very likely that the enemy will be able to detect your ability from it. Each treasure has different abilities. Some treasures may have powerful first sight killing functions. If the enemy knows about them, their strength will be greatly reduced. Of course, some people will deliberately adjust some details of the rumors to give the enemy wrong information. However, during the treasure hunt, Alka and his companions basically concealed their whereabouts. And to be honest, because of Alka's ability, most of the treasures they found were almost unknown to most people. And even legends might not be left. Many people will care about and pursue those famous treasures with legends and details. They are also treasures that most people will explore. In this case, whoever obtains the final treasure will naturally become famous. Hearing Alka's question, Narvi had books in his hands. These are some team or personal biographies I have collected since I was a child. There are a lot of them. Many people are still active on the sea. Everyone came over, and each person picked up a book and checked it out. Each one is different. Piloto Sea Travels. The Journey of the Golden Pointer. The White and Black Treasure Hunting Group. All of them are travel notes of various kinds. Alka flipped through them and found that they all recorded the events of a well-known team or individual. From this, we can see some people's writing methods, which are really hard to understand. Some of them are very interesting. After flipping through all these books, Alka sat silently and frowned. Very strange, very strange. He had always known about these travel notes and biographies. When he was on other islands before, he had also seen these things for sale. But he did not expect that. Almost all well-known teams and individuals have published such things, which is very strange. He initially thought that only a few people had this hobby, which was normal, after all. When sailing on the sea, the sailing record is the best biography. From these records one after another, it can be seen that some people's writing skills are really poor. It's obviously not a hobby. Why do these well-known teams write these personal biographies? Xia Daidi asked in confusion as he flipped through them. From these biographies, even they can analyze the strength of some people and the possibility of their treasures. Perhaps it is the influence of Alka, or perhaps it is the nature of the people. At least they have always paid attention to secrecy. Although they will not deliberately conceal it, but they will definitely not take the initiative to publicize it. In their opinion, this is too strange. Hearing this, Narvi looked at everyone and said, Isn't it the same? Famous people will come up with this kind of thing. What's so strange about it? In his eyes, Alka and his treasure hunting team became strange and outliers. So he was always puzzled. Alka and his team all came from the Four God Sea. And no one came from the Infinite Sea. For those who grew up in the Infinite Sea, There are naturally some different ideas. There is a generation gap. What can we get from this? Jason asked in confusion. What can we get? This question made Narvi a little entangled. Fame? Apart from this, Narvi really didn't know what this thing could get. Fame? Alka thought in his mind. Okay. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about some serious things, Alka said, and laid out the map. This time we return to Zahai for a purpose. Although the chaos here has affected our goal, we still have to complete it. Everyone nodded and sat down. First, it is the treasure of the Nafas family. We now have the blood of this family. We have the key to open the last lock of the treasury door. He looked at Narvi. He pointed at the map and the area in the back that had been occupied. But the problem is that this area has fallen. We have to be careful to get the treasure from there. Although Alka did not specify the location of the treasure on the map, everyone present knew it except Narvi. The treasure is near the border of life and death. It was the first place to fall. Now it may have become a channel for transporting troops. It is definitely the most dangerous area, because if they go there now, they will be behind enemy lines. Thinking of this, everyone's expression was in trouble. But there is another goal. Alka did not say it clearly. He planned to wait until the family treasure was really obtained before preparing to go there to take it. That is the treasure left by the natural master of the mermaid at the border of life and death. That is also the goal they must achieve. The current life and death communication is not a place where they can enter and exit at will. Their behavior is equivalent to walking into a trap, and it feels like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. It's too dangerous. Do you have any ideas? Alka looked up at everyone and asked. Siadidi looked at the map, and after thinking for a while, said, why don't we go and investigate, and see if there is a safer route? Such a large area, even these undead can't occupy it. Right? We can also help the church and the flower fairy, help them to block these monsters, or even push them back. Or wait for the flower fairy to fully recover, during which time we can still hunt those demons. Simon also suggested. Everyone discussed it one by one, but most of the suggestions were based on the two different opinions given by the previous two people, and were guided by the expansion. The team's intentions were divided into two. Go out first. See if there is a safe route. Go steadily, and help the church and the flower fairy. Either wait for the church to push forward, or wait for the flower fairy to recover, and kill them directly. Thinking about these two opinions, Alka said, forget it. Don't worry. I will go to the fragrance land tomorrow to understand the specific situation of the entire land of all spirits. We will make plans then. They only have a general understanding of the overall situation now. They don't know much about some specific threats. As the center of the entire land of all spirits, and the most heavily guarded place, the fragrance land should be the gathering place for all intelligence. Hearing Alka's words, everyone nodded. Each of them rested, waiting for the dawn. The curtain was pulled open. The sun shone down. After Alka and the others discussed it in the morning, they decided that Alkashadidi, Jason, and the other two would go to the land of fragrance. It would be meaningless to have more people. And the three of them were all believers of the Virgin Mary, and had a better relationship with the Church of the Flower Fairy. On the Flying Swallow, the three of them headed for the land of fragrance. Not long after sailing, they met a team of knights patrolling, of course. They were riding on fish crawlers. One stage 3 led 4 stage 2, fully armed, should be elite. Alka looked at the team of knights and observed. Who are you? It is strictly forbidden here now. If it is not necessary, please turn around and leave. The third stage captain said, and raised the trident in his hand. The meaning was very clear. However, at this time, a soldier behind him gently patted his captain and said something in his ear. Alka and the others watched this scene and waited. Obviously, the fully armed knight behind them might know them. After all, they are well known in the Fragrant Land, and among the soldiers who fought in the Fragrant Land at that time. The knight squad formed an arc and semi-encircled, and slowly approached them. Is it Lord Alka? It's us. Hearing Alka's answer, the soldier who just talked to his captain moved forward a little and looked at Alka and said, can you prove it? Now is a special period. Please understand. Hearing this, Alka nodded, and slightly revealed the blessing mark on his forehead. The soldiers immediately sensed the breath from the flower fairy above, and they could never forget this breath. Sorry for the offense. Lord Alka, please continue to move forward, and forgive us for not being able to take you further. The soldier said, and took a few steps back. The captain of the knights nodded to Alka and the others, then reached out and gently pressed the bow. A simple mark floated on it. Alka and the others nodded, said goodbye to this team of knights, and continued to move forward. They met many knights patrolling along the way. Even if they saw the mark on the bow of Alka, they would come closer to confirm. Some of them recognized Alka and his friends. Alka also kept his mark on display at all times to avoid trouble. In this way, they passed many checkpoints and finally arrived at the port where they stayed in the land of fragrance. Lord Alka? I didn't expect you to come. The guards on duty looked at Alka and his friends and said with a smile. Then they fixed their boats to the side. If you want to go in, you have to be checked. Please forgive me, the guard said apologetically. Alka nodded, not refusing. It was called an inspection, but in fact, it was a scanning of the three people with some kind of magic equipment. After confirming that there was no problem, he nodded to them. At this time, the fragrance town was completely surrounded by a huge and thick wall of emerald green vines. There was no door on the wall. After they were checked, the guard made a gesture, and the vines on the wall began to spread and move. A door was revealed, allowing the three to enter. On the city wall, there were dense flower cannons. In addition, there were knights, guards, and archers coming and going. Alka saw many third stage and even fourth stage captains patrolling on the wall. They could almost be called elite troops. It's really troublesome, Jason sighed and said. It was really troublesome along the way. There were all kinds of interrogations and inspections. The knights and guards who were doing the inspections were all believers of the Flower Fairy, so they were very meticulous. Although it is troublesome, it is a good thing at this stage. As soon as they came in, they saw Gilliana next to them. Welcome. I didn't expect you to come here at such a dangerous time. Gilliana looked at Alka and frowned strangely. How did you do it? You seem to have become stronger again? Hearing this, Alka just smiled and didn't explain too much. Although I don't know why you came here at this time. But come with me first. Let's go to the military camp. This is not a place to talk. Hearing Gilliana's words, the three nodded, followed her across the street, and walked towards the military camp. As they crossed the street, they looked around and saw that most of the stores were closed. Although there were still people coming and going on the street, they all had serious expressions. They were in a hurry. Most of them wore protective gear, such as rattan armor and leather armor. They had weapons of all sizes on their bodies. Although they didn't know how to use them, they came to the military camp and saw that it was almost full of new soldiers. Some wounded soldiers were brought back and seemed to have been treated. When passing by a field, I saw many wounded soldiers who were undergoing rehabilitation training. Alka observed. It seemed that the battle here was really fierce. Many wounded soldiers had some disabilities, but they were still undergoing rehabilitation training, trying to return to the battlefield. Go to a small room next to the center of the military camp. This seemed to be a reception room. Sit down. What do you want to drink? Hearing this, Jason sat down and said bluntly, let's drink the flower tea last time. I think it tastes good. Alka and the others also sat down and nodded. Gilliana smiled, and soon came over with 3 cups of tea, and placed them in front of everyone and sat down next to them. Tell me, why did you come here at this time? Do you really want to help us? Hearing Jilin's slightly teasing tone, the 3 of them smiled. They were comrades in arms when they were active here before, and they patrolled together and arrested many cultists and internal spies. So basically they were close friends. Chapter 356 Employment Contract. We came back this time mainly to complete the things we didn't complete when we left before, Alka said while sitting next to him. Gilliana nodded. I know, the treasure of the Nafas family. Right? Alka was full of doubts. How did you know? Don't use divination to cover it up. I know divination can't do such a thing. Such a specific goal, it can't be predicted by divination. Gilliana frowned, staring at Alka with a slightly disgusted look. Then he looked at Xiaodai and asked, is Alka so stupid? Sometimes his brain suddenly stops working, Xiaodai said awkwardly. After hearing the conversation between the two, Alka suddenly remembered something and slapped himself on the head. He actually forgot. We all divined that you need to find a member of the Nafas family, and you are a treasure hunting team. Would we not know what you are looking for? And you have to know that the Nafas family's treasure house is in the land of spirits, on our territory. Alka had already thought of this, and nodded helplessly. I didn't think about it carefully just now. And if I think about it carefully, why would a powerful family like the Nafas family put their treasure house in this place. If it was placed in the habitat of giant trees, or even at the junction of life and death, Arca and the others could accept it. Put it in the land of spirits, where it has been confirmed that a god is reviving. Are you really not afraid? Thinking of this, Arca asked, why would they put the treasure house here? Could it be related to you? You are smart again now. Gilena teased with a smile, then picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip. But he did not answer, but waved his hand. A three-dimensional map appeared on the table in front of him. And this map was the land of all spirits. At this time, a small flag was inserted near the left border. Looking at this marked place, it was the place where Alka and his friends had found the treasure buried by the Nafas family. You should be familiar with this place. Alka nodded. I'm telling you now. It's very dangerous here now. Don't think about going there to look for treasure or anything. Giliana said and drew a circle on the map. An oval circle, including the place where the treasure is. Then several lines were drawn to connect to the outside. This is now the garrison area at the junction of life and death. These lines are the transportation routes for their soldiers. So unless we wait for our god to fully revive and come, or until we have the strength to drive them out of this area, you will not be able to complete your treasure hunt. Unless you are strong enough to force your way in. If you don't believe it, you can go and check it out, but be careful. Of course, Giliana said with a smile. After listening to Giliana's story, Alka looked at the map. It seems that we can only choose to help you, Siadaiti said with a smile. I'm not forcing you. I'm telling you the truth. And it saves you the time to check it yourself. Didn't we have a pleasant cooperation before? And we are not paying. Giliana looked at the three people and said with a smile. She was just stating the facts. We are not that strong. For this war, the strength of our team can only be described as insignificant. Alka looked at her and said with some surprise. He is self-aware. He is the only one in the team who has reached the fourth stage of strength at this stage, while the others are at the third stage. Although their team has a good advantage in terms of numbers and quality. But now is a war. With their small number, and not yet joining the army, it is hard to say how much they can play a role. Compared to the two church members who came to support, there is not much we can do. So Alka did not understand why he had to ask them for help. Hearing this, Giliana shook her head. It's different. You have been blessed by the flower fairy. And you underestimate your own strength. Let me promise you here first. As long as you agree, I will not deliberately send you to dangerous places on the front line. What you need to do is to clean up the demons in the rear. It is really difficult for our soldiers, or the church's support personnel to do it. So we need the help of special teams, like you who work together tacitly. Giliana directly stated her needs. And we will not recycle the materials you get from killing demons. They should be very valuable. Overall, the conditions offered by Giliana are very generous. If you disagree, I will still tell you some general information about the current situation. However, I can't do anything about confidential information. This is a military order. After saying that, Giliana finished the tea in her cup and watched the three people make their decision. Alka was inclined to agree. After all, Giliana had already told me about the situation over there. And she couldn't possibly lie to me and the others about this. Because there was no benefit. And they could easily verify it. Given their relationship. If I were to lie to them about this, it would be too low level. Tell me the price you offered, Alka said directly. Hearing Alka's words, Giliana smiled. How about I give you two plans? Tell me. The first plan. We will directly hire your entire team. 40 gold sales per day and night. You will be assigned patrol missions like my soldiers. And you can get the spoils by yourself. This is a fixed salary. And the degree of freedom is not high. Obviously, this plan is not suitable for people like them. The second plan, we will give you a price report, which will divide the price of each demon. You just need to kill them and show the corresponding voucher. And we will pay you. This is a mercenary, which is still a relatively free one, depending on performance. Hearing this, Alka thought for a moment. Let me see the report. Giliana nodded. And a piece of paper appeared in her hand, and she handed it over. It seems that this report has been prepared long ago. And it is not just for Alka and the others. The three of them leaned together to check it. The paper clearly stated the prices of some demons. For example, if the weakest imp and demons of similar levels are killed, they will be given 510 gold sales each. The strength of this kind of demon will never exceed the second stage. Ordinary soldiers have difficulty dealing with this kind of demon. But for those who touch it, if they are a little more serious, they can still take it down without any damage. Slightly stronger low-level demons are mostly below 50 gold sales. These are also not collected as spoils. According to the decomposition of the materials on a low-level demon, the strength of a low-level demon is probably no more than the third stage. The value is close to 100 gold sales, which mainly depends on the specific race of the demon and the rarity of the materials on its body. The final conversion of the materials on them may reach 200 or 300 gold sales. Of course, this is when you are lucky. It has been marked above that normally, a wandering demon team usually has more than 4 demons at the level of imps. 1 or 2 low-level demons. Then the most expensive one is the task commission they give. Escort or annihilate. Generally, they may face the mid-level demons like Alka and his team had faced before. The strength of these demons varies from 45 levels. Of course, the money they offer is also very generous. Starting from 2,000 gold sales. The price varies depending on the dangers encountered and the strength of the demons. And they can exchange some existing resources in the fragrance land for the normal market price. It's a very reasonable price. Let's choose the second one. Alka nodded directly. Anyway, they originally had 2 options. Since the first one didn't work, they would naturally choose the second one. Fighting is fighting anyway, and it would be great if we can make money. Very good, sign the contract of the Holy Mother. Giliana took out a contract and handed it to them. Alka took a look. The terms written on it were all normal, including some confidential information that could not be passed on at will. And it was written very formally, obviously once again verified that they hired more than just him and others. After confirming that there was no problem, Alka signed his name. Okay, now let's talk about the situation here. Giliana nodded. The dangers we are facing now mainly come from 3 aspects: the undead at the border of life and death, demons and cultists, and the pirate lunatics they brought with them. The undead at the border of life and death are the most threatening, and they hold back the most soldiers. The reason they attacked was because they felt the revival of the Flower Fairy. The wool left behind drove them crazy. Speaking of this, Giliana looked at them and asked, "Do you know something about Zahai?" "I'm talking about the very ancient times." Alka nodded. "That's good, then you should know the boundary between life and death. The reason why the breath of death can be formed is mainly because a giant dragon related to the undead fell there. He was once the enemy of the Flower Fairy. Although the will of the god was completely destroyed after his death, the remaining resentment is difficult to eliminate. That's why they're here. As for the demons, they're all those damn cultists, and they're specially summoned. As long as the Flower Fairy revives, they'll all be forced to leave. And those cultists are all crazy people who want to destroy the world, and they won't miss such an opportunity. It's just a simple killing and sacrifice, or some of the evil gods they believe in have had grievances with the Flower Fairy." Briefly told the grievances between the Flower Fairy and these 3 forces. The large-scale attacks and the breaches of some special areas were all attacked by some powerful cultists, who joined forces with demons and those undead souls at the junction of life and death. Under normal circumstances, once the undead at the border of life and death meet the demons, they will fight to the death. They are all crazy. Do the undead at the border of life and death have wisdom? Alka asked curiously. Giliana nodded. Yes, as long as some of the strong ones have wisdom. But these are a minority after all. The support from the church is enough to help us defend the last line of defense. They will also send some troops to clean up the demons behind. But after all, the area behind is too large. We have to start working hard. What is the specific time for the Flower Fairy to revive? Alka asked. This is a secret information that they must know. Giliana looked at the 3 people and said without much hesitation, "It will take another half a year. It will take another half a year for the Flower Fairy to revive." Half a year? Alka nodded in understanding. Now I will give you some information after all. Aren't you looking for the treasure? Tell me. Alka asked with some curiosity. Although he no longer needed too much information to expand, it would be okay to listen. It would not be bad for him to know more information. Weren't you just wondering why the Nafis family set up the treasure house in this area? Giliana smiled and said, "Let me tell you how this powerful family rose step by step. When the Holy Machine Church and the Holy Mother Church sent an exploration team to explore Zahai, there was a member of that family. But at that time, they were just ordinary. One of the families that believed in the Holy Mother Church. And there was nothing special about them. But during the exploration, this lucky person helped my god a lot. You all know that our god is generous. She directly gave the ancestors of the Nafis family a scepter. Like you. They also received the blessing of the flower fairy, and gained a certain reputation in the land of fragrance. He pointed at Alka. From then on, they rose step by step, until they became the most powerful family in this area. The reason why they rose later was mainly because this family served as a bridge between the followers of the Virgin Mary and the followers of the flower fairy. They were the best choice at the time. The good relationship between gods does not necessarily extend to believers, and there needs to be a bridge for both sides to communicate. As she spoke, Giuliana showed an ambiguous smile on her face and pointed at herself. If you insist, I also have a connection with this family. Many of my ancestors have married members of this family. Hearing this, the three of them understood and nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. It really sounds like the road to rise. Because of a moment of luck, they seized a series of opportunities later, and climbed to the top of the highest family step by step. What a pity, you have also seen the consequences of this family. The powerful strength gave them ambition. I wonder if you know that the real death of this family came from their deal with the devil. Alka's people nodded. They still have a certain understanding of this aspect. It's just that they can't be sure, but from the information, it can be seen that most people are so suspicious. No matter how powerful the Nafis family is, it is still under the two churches. It is because of the needs of the two churches that it has grown stronger. They are so powerful that they naturally don't want to be in such a situation during their heyday. It's a pity that they sign a contract with the devil of hell. What a good ending it can have. Giuliana shrugged and said helplessly. After listening to her story, everyone had a detailed enough understanding of the powerful Nafis family. No matter how powerful a family is, it is only supported by the Church of God, and it is only well known in this area. Maybe it is not as powerful as they think. After saying this, Giuliana looked at Alka. Have you found that the rise of their family is a bit similar to your current path? Haha, I hope you don't repeat the same mistakes in the future. Giuliana laughed and teased. Hearing this, Alka also smiled. No, compared to their small goals, I have a farther goal. Hearing this, Jason and Ziadide next to him couldn't help but smile. A bigger goal? Then I'm really looking forward to it, Giuliana said with a smile. Then she stood up and patted. Okay, let's stop talking about the past. You can come to me again when you are ready. I will give you more detailed and specific information, and then you can start to act. Alka nodded. Don't worry, it won't take long. Remember to prepare enough money, otherwise I'm afraid you can't afford it. Haha, then you underestimate us. Even if you kill all these demons by yourself, we can afford it. But you have to be careful. Demons are different from cultists and enemies you have met before. They are strong enough and evil enough, Giuliana said seriously. Hearing this, Alka turned his head and looked at her. He couldn't help but smile. Then a horn left after they killed the middle-level demon appeared in his hand. He took it in his hand and shook it at Giuliana. I'm not kidding. After saying that, Alka smiled and left the barracks with the two of them. Looking at the backs of the three people, Giuliana carefully recalled the horn he had just seen. It turned out to be the horn of a mid-level demon. With such beautiful patterns and horn shape, it must be a powerful demon. Thinking of this, she smiled. It seems that it is right to pull them up, but we need to prepare more money, otherwise we may not be able to pay them. Thinking of this, Giuliana smiled and shook her head. After so long, finally got some good news. Chapter 357 Hunting begins. Alka and the other two quickly returned to the camp, which basically became their residence. What's the situation in the land of fragrance? Lucilia jumped on Alka's shoulder and asked. The three of them sat in the middle. They began to talk. The situation in the land of fragrance is not bad, but it is really strictly guarded, and it is very troublesome to enter. Alka said beside him. As for the two plans we discussed before, the one proposed by Ziadide has been eliminated. What's the situation? Julia asked. Because the area where the treasure is hidden, coincidentally, is where the undead are stationed. Unless we can fight our way out, it's better not to go there to look for treasure under this circumstance. Alka said, smiled apologetically at Narvi, and said, now we have accepted the employment of the Fragrance Town to help them clean up the demons that are wreaking havoc inside. Do you want to join? The spoils will be divided among you according to your contribution. He could see Narvi's strength clearly, who was also in the third stage, but he didn't know whether this member of the Nafis family had treasures. With or without treasures, the strength displayed is different. The people with treasures have a huge advantage. Otherwise, they would not be able to kill the demons as easily as they did before. According to a normal toucher, without treasures, it is difficult to be as easy as them. To fight against demons, you have to pay a price. Narvi thought about it, and nodded. Since he was here, he couldn't stay here forever, he had to find something to do. Moreover, he had clearly seen the strength displayed by Alka and the others. It was safer to follow them than to stay alone in the camp. Seeing Narvi nod in agreement, Alka also nodded. And the matter was settled. Get ready, everyone. After understanding the specific situation tomorrow, we may carry out a split team operation. This will be more efficient. AKA turned around and looked at everyone and said so. The main reason was that they had too many people. And with the help of the puppet girl, the configuration was relatively complete. If they act together, the efficiency will be too low. And they are looking for demons. Although this world is broken, there are still some rules. Not to mention that the land of spirits is still the territory of a god. Although this god is now at the most critical period, he has relaxed his control over this place. But the portals opened by the demons cannot transport too many demons each time. Otherwise, this place would have fallen long ago. This leads to the fact that in such a large territory, the number of demons is not as many as they imagined. The main reason is that the demons are strong enough, and their mobility is great. Fortunately, they have caused too much destruction and chaos. In addition, their chaotic nature has caused a lot of trouble here. To kill them, you need an elite team or a sufficient number of ordinary soldiers. For the current land of spirits, such a configuration is a bit too luxurious. They are almost trying their best to resist the undead coming from the border. Everyone nodded. Rest, waiting for tomorrow to come. The next day. This time, Alka went to the land of fragrance alone, while the others were preparing in the camp, waiting for his return. Soon, Alka passed through the checkpoints and came to the military camp. This time, a soldier in the military camp took him directly to a side entrance next to the military camp, where there was a special flower room. As soon as Alka came in, he saw Gilliana busy inside. In addition to her, there were many soldiers in light armor coming and going. There is a lot of information here. He could see blue birds flying around. This place should be used to process intelligence. Alka stood there and waited for a while. After finishing his work, Gilliana saw him and hurried over. Sorry, I'm a little too busy now. Come with me. Then she took Alka to the table inside. She took out a stack of information and handed it to Alka. These are some detailed information at this stage. The time when the information was transmitted is marked in the upper right corner. You have to distinguish it yourself. It's best to come once a week to receive the latest intelligence. There are also some key targets, and the amount is marked. Alka briefly looked through the data. It roughly said which area has more demons, which area has powerful demons roaming. It also marked several demon camps, where these demons have established stable portals. Alka put the data into the space ring and said directly, Okay, I'll leave first. You go. Wait for our good news and prepare the money. Hearing this, Gilliana smiled and shook her head helplessly, said goodbye to Alka, and got busy again. Alka quickly returned to the camp on the flying swallow and placed the information on the table. Everyone took some and looked at it. So much money for clearing a demon camp. Jason was a little surprised when he saw the amount under the demon camp information. There were only 3 demon camps discovered in the information they had, and the cheapest one was quoted at more than 3,000 gold sales, and the most expensive one was close to 4,000. This was faster than robbing money. Don't even think about it. We can't afford to offend them. Juanlu rolled his eyes and said helplessly. He also held another document about the demon camp in his hand, which clearly stated that powerful demons often appeared in the camp. It was estimated that they might be in the 5th stage, but fortunately, the most powerful of these demons are of the middle level, and no high-level demons have been seen. Such powerful demons are not allowed to come out here, Simon said with a sigh of relief after flipping through the document in his hand. The strongest intermediate demons are at the 5th stage, which is at the lower part of the 5th stage. At least once they start fighting, they will not be the kind that cannot fight back, and they will have enough chances to escape. In short, there is danger, but it is not to the point where it is difficult to move forward. Look around, and select some decent areas and targets, Alka said and began to distinguish. Soon everyone selected a relatively good area. It is about a day's distance from where they are now, if they move at full speed. That place is almost the worst hit area, which is where the demons first appeared, and there are more of them. Originally, there was also a demon camp, but it was the first one to be destroyed. As a result, although there are many demons in that area, there are not many strong ones. It is just enough for them to wreak havoc in it. Of course, you still have to be careful enough. After determining the target, Alka looked at everyone. Then let's split up now. Me, Zadaiti, Jason, Julia. The four of us will form an assault team, specializing in hard bones. Divide the puppet team into 3 teams, and the remaining people will lead a team in pairs to deal with some easier targets. Everyone nodded. Poro and Matrisa are in one group. Juanlu and Narvi, who are temporarily together, are in one group. Lucilia and Simon, they will take the 5th and 9th teams of the puppet team to form a logistics and support team. Okay, now that we have decided, let's move. After that, everyone started to move towards the place they had decided. A day and night passed quickly. At this time, they were on a reef. This reef was only slightly exposed above the water. From a distance, there was nothing special, and it might even be ignored. Looking at this huge reef, Alka thought for a moment, let's dig through this reef, make a hole inside, and use it as a temporary base. He did it right away, and everyone was immediately excited. With Simon's ability, he quickly cut out a small base with a depth of about 3 meters. On top, he used stones and a mechanical frame with a certain amount of magic to construct a hidden barrier. A light pink mist drifted on the barrier. Then Alka embedded a huge teleportation mirror at the bottom. Everything is ready. We will leave in 3 directions now, and the remaining group will stay in the base. Wait for the others to take turns. After hearing Alka's arrangement, everyone nodded. The group that was left behind by lottery was Juanlu and his team. Looking at the backs of Alka and his team as they left, they hid in the base. Jason rode on Eurylius's back and glided quickly in the sky. He would be the scout of Alka and his team, responsible for locking the target from the sky. Julia had turned her legs into fish tails, swimming in the water, ready to support Alka and the others. Alka and Zadaiti stood on the mirror Alka created, floating on the sea. Simon and the others sent a message. They saw a team of mid-level demons. They seemed to be resting, and they had gone around to the other side and marked the place for us. Alka looked at the text message on the mirror in his hand and told everyone. After saying that, he led the 3 people to deviate from the direction and headed towards the location information sent over. After they headed in this direction for a while, Jason in the sky said, Alka, there is a demon team 1.6 kilometers to the left, and they are not strong. Hearing this news, Alka turned to Zadaiti and said, pass the information to others. Let them come. As the information was passed to each other, each locked on their own target. Soon, Alka and his team, who took a deter, ran into the demon team that was resting in front. Since Alka and his men were not completely hidden, and were heading straight towards them, the other party soon discovered them. They have discovered us and are rushing towards us. There were 6 demons in the front, and only 2 of them were small demons. The leading intermediate demon was huge. It was about 5 meters long, but it was not human-shaped. If you had to say it was similar, it was more like an orangutan. Its torso was not strong, but its arms that hung down were like 2 hammers. The arms that were hanging down had no fingers, and no palms, just like a flat surface. The legs were like cow hooves. The entire head had no eyes, and it looked like it was wearing a helmet, with a gap. The red light flickered in the gap, swaying left and right. There was a red single eye hidden inside. The rainbow light slid down from the sky, dragging a few rainbows, and smashed into the enemy team. The crystal spread like frozen ice in an instant. The 2 little ghosts were frozen in place in an instant, and turned into crystals. Many wounds appeared on the bodies of other demons. Eurylius, carrying Jason, fell from the sky. An orange-yellow light flashed. A thin demon, holding a broken blood-red long blade, had his eyes blurred. A leg wrapped in silver light had already kicked his neck. With a cracking sound, his head immediately tilted to one side, and his whole body fell into the water. But even with such fatal wounds, the demon's strong body did not let him lose his life. The intense pain aroused the demon's anger. His eyes flashed red, and he roared angrily. He used his sword to endure the pain, trying to stand up and continue to join the battle. A blue meteor streaked across the sky. Alka had disappeared from the ground without knowing when, and appeared in the sky, smashing down with a strong impact like a comet falling from the sky. Get out of the way! Jason, who went down with the crystal dragon, rolled to avoid the big demon's punch. He looked at the falling meteor in the sky with his eyes wide open. Eurylius, take me away. As soon as the words fell, a tail wrapped around his body. Aurelius immediately jumped out of the demon pile and spread out. With the flapping of wings, he immediately flew 7 or 8 meters away and hid. The light that Xiaodai turned into also disappeared at the origin. Julia, who was on the periphery, did not approach. The magic power in his hand turned over, the sea surface froze into a spike, and took the opportunity to penetrate a demon and nail it into the sea. Bang! The strong impact hit the water. The water splashed like a bomb, turned into a water column, and shot up into the sky. A large amount of seawater fell like raindrops. The panting sound came out along the water curtain. The people who were spread out looked inside. Alka panted, rubbing his fists. It's so cool. At this time, the vine layer below had already broken a lot. Alka was floating on the water on the mirror. Everyone looked at the huge demon, who had only attacked a few times from beginning to end, and didn't even say a word. His arms, like iron bars, were completely broken in the middle. Compared to his fists, his thin body was folded together, and his legs were completely folded. Gray-black blood like molten iron flowed out of his body, dyeing the surrounding sea water like ink. Seeing this, Alka quickly took out the material stripper he carried with him from his pocket ring. This demon is too big. I can't put it down, Alka said uncomfortably. I had no choice but to take out the tools and start dissecting the demon hanging on the material stripper manually. The most important thing was to collect the gray-black blood flowing out of the body. This power is really exaggerated. Jason, who was standing next to me, couldn't help but say as he looked at the situation around him. Julia swam over from the edge and pushed aside the demon that was frozen into ice and crystal in front of her. Only half of one of them was left. The other half had turned into broken crystals scattered in the water and disappeared mixed with the surrounding seawater. Looking at Alka, who was collecting blood and dissecting the body, Xiaodai frowned and said, "Don't make such a big noise next time. The power is already too much." Hearing this, Alka nodded repeatedly. I just want to try what effect the most exaggerated power can cause. I have to say, it is very satisfying, because the demon in his hand, which was only a corpse, belonged to the Metal Steel series in the demon illustration. This kind of demon is known for its tough body and defense. He was not very good at using magic, and specialized in melee combat. He relied on his strong physical strength to make a living. As a result, this demon, who was famous for his physical defense, was killed by his own blow. It is conceivable how powerful the maximum power of the meteor would be. The most important thing is that the speed is fast. This made him very satisfied. It's a pity that it also caused irreversible damage to the body. Alka, after a simple check, the most valuable material of this demon should be his arms, like iron bars. What a pity, I discounted it myself. If I were to sell it, the price would definitely be greatly discounted, but if I only use it myself, it wouldn't be affected too much. Metal and steel materials like this are very tempting to Simon, and he should use them all. Thinking of this, aka was not so uncomfortable anymore, and he quickly dissected it. Xiaodai and others who were waiting nearby also passed the information here to others, until Alka dissected the entire demon into a pile of materials. A ball of holy light appeared in Xiaodai's hand, and it lit up the remaining discarded flesh and blood. The holy light was like a flame, and it immediately ignited the whole mass of flesh and blood, and then gray-black smoke and some pungent smells came out. You can even hear a howl similar to an angry roar from the crackling sound of burning. These remaining flesh and blood cannot be discarded casually, otherwise it will pollute the surrounding environment. You must use positive energy, or a relatively high-temperature flame to burn and clean it up. It is best to use the flame of holy light to operate, so that there will be no hidden dangers. After the treatment, everyone left. Chapter 358 Scarlet Attack. A group of piranhas with sharp teeth have been surrounding a swamp area. This area seems to be no different from other places, but if you look closely, you can find a reef rising from the seabed below. A faint smell of blood came from the reef, luring these fish to surround it. Look inside the reef. A voice came from inside. Has the support of the Holy Mother Church arrived? A figure whose entire body and face are completely hidden under a red cloak asked. The person next to him was also wearing the same clothes as him, but from the patterns on his robe, it can be seen that the person who spoke was obviously of a higher rank. Reporting to the Lord, the first support team of the Holy Mother and the Holy Machine Church has arrived. Has it arrived? How many people are there? Very few. Less than 100 people. Hearing this, the man in a high position pondered. and then nodded his head, then continued to hide. There are too few people. After speaking, he looked at the surrounding environment and walked outside. Until he disappeared. His voice came from afar. Fix this place. Hearing this, the several cult members who remained in the cave nodded at the same time. At this time, inside the cave, the walls and the ground were covered with sculptures and patterns made of blood and meat. This place was full of evil energy and tortured souls. In the desecrated area, the human skeleton was torn into pieces and built into something similar to a pillar. Some extremely evil ritual was going on here. The figure of the cult cadre who came out suddenly appeared above the reef, as if he had teleported there. He waved his hand. There was some movement from below the swamp, and ripples like water waves began to surge, startling the fish that had been surrounding them, scaring them away. Bones emerged from the water one after another. These bones were still covered with fresh blood and meat residues. The bones were connected to each other, and it was possible to tell from the difference and size of the bones that they came from different races and different ages. These bones were connected to each other, and soon formed a canoe floating on the swamp. Skulls of various races were inlaid on the bow as decoration. The cult member stood up and sat on the seat made of bones. Only then did he lift his hood, revealing his appearance. He was none other than the cult member of the Nafas family that Alka and his friends had been looking for a long time. Kaluto Nafas. He raised his head and sniffed the air gently, as if he smelled something. He made a satisfied sound, and a wicked smile appeared on his face, his mouth even cracked to his ears. The smell of blood, who could it be? Father? Mother? Sister? Or brother? As he spoke, his expression became more and more expectant, as if he was really happy for the arrival of his brothers and sisters. He began to raise his head frantically, stretching his head frantically towards the sky, as if he smelled something extremely tempting. Ah! Very close, not far away. Let me see who is coming. I just want to take a look. The excitement made him tremble all over. The excessive excitement made the skin and flesh on his chin loosen, and fell off like rotten meat. He quickly picked up the muscle that fell on the bones, and stuck it on his chin, not noticing that the position was stuck the wrong way. Scarlet mucus flowed out. The bone ship below began to slide forward, leaving a trail of water. Kaluto seemed very dissatisfied with the speed of the ship. A disgusting scarlet breath came out from his palm, and he finally squeezed it hard. A piercing scream came in the air. Several souls loomed. Damn it, drive faster, faster. He was angry, and muttered with gritted teeth, and then he loosened his palm. The speed of the bone ship increased significantly, and the excessive speed even caused waves to splash to both sides. Facing this speed, he seemed not satisfied, but he did not vent. Instead, he sat on the boat, rubbing his hands, looking forward to it as if he was waiting for a meal. At this time, in the simple camp built by Alka and his team, Juanlu and Narvi were waiting inside, ready to replace the people who returned at any time. There was a mirror hanging in front of the two of them, showing the text of the teams outside communicating with each other. From the above, we can see that all three teams have made considerable gains. Among them, Alka and his team quickly captured a mid-level demon with the strength of the 4th stage. I don't know if this demon is unlucky. Of course, there are more ordinary low-level demons. These demons are like wild dogs in groups, wandering around in the whole sea. From the above information, we can see that the few people who went out to act are not safe. Some people and the puppet girls suffered minor injuries of varying sizes. However, the people who looked at this information, only Narvi and a few puppet girls who were interested were left at the end. Juanlu had taken out a self-heating stone slab in the corner, and began to roast the slices of meat that had been cut and prepared. An appetizing aroma began to spread throughout the camp. Fortunately, these puppet girls had no obvious sense of smell, and their structure was different from that of humans, otherwise they would not have the heart to be vigilant. These puppet girls could be temporarily immune, but Narvi, as a normal human, was already a little greedy. But there was also the only way to force yourself to be alert, to avoid paying attention to the meaty aroma that had been lingering around your nose. Would you like to try some? Juanlu picked up a small plate, on which a slice of cut meat had been placed. The tempting aroma came from it. Narvi, who had managed to hold on, heard this, and hurriedly wiped the corners of his mouth without leaving a trace, and turned to look at Juanlu. Slightly politely, but with a hint of impatience, he asked, "Can I?" Of course, food is meant to be eaten. He handed over the plate in his hand. Narvi took it carefully, looking at the almost perfect slices of meat baked on it. He carefully cut and tasted it. Although he had prepared in advance, he was still amazed by the taste of this delicacy. After sailing on this ship with Alka and the others for such a long time, what impressed him most was not only Alka and the others' powerful strength, and the fact that each of them had a treasure. What he cared about most was Juanlu's cooking skills. Being able to eat such delicious food while sailing on the sea was simply an extremely luxurious life. He could only see this when he described the past life when his family was at its peak. Seeing Narvi eating happily, Juan smiled. On the heating stone slab behind him, many pieces of meat were piled up and were being kept warm. And on the interface in front of him, information was being exchanged. Alka and the others were also discussing whether they should come back to rest. After all, it was a long period of cleaning and hunting. And haste makes waste. Juanlu was also about to pick up a piece of meat he had roasted and taste it. But at this moment, a warning bell rang inside. The two people who were eating put down their food instantly, and weapons appeared in their hands, and they became alert. Juanlu saw Narvi's weapon at this time. A shorter double-headed sword. But Narvi didn't have any treasure, so he couldn't be expected to be too strong. An assassin puppet girl emerged from the shadow beside Juanlu and squatted on his shoulder. She said softly, "Someone is coming this way, a man in a red robe, riding on a bone ship that looked disgusting and evil." Hearing this description, Juanlu frowned. It was hard to believe that he was a good person. In his imagination, he was more likely to be a cultist. After all, the current situation here makes cultists a very likely choice. Did he find out what was going on here? Or was he just passing by? Juanlu asked carefully. Well, he seemed to be looking for something. From the moment we saw him, he looked like he was looking for something. We can't be sure if he is coming for us. Juanlu nodded after hearing this. To be on the safe side, he still had to be mentally prepared for a fight. Be on guard and hide. Then the girl nodded and hid in the shadows. The other puppet girls also took advantage of their size and hid themselves. The whole camp began to be alert. Karuto's expression now was radical and fanatical, with a kind of rampant madness on his face. Laughing wildly, sniffing constantly, like a hound smelling prey. "It's around here, very close, very close. Where are you hiding?" He kept muttering to himself, showing his madness to the fullest. "Where is it? Stop hiding, come out! Come out!" The muttering became louder and louder, almost catching up with the roar. At this time, Narvi, who was in the camp, frowned, and his whole body showed anger and sadness. "What's wrong with you?" Juanlu, who was standing next to him, obviously noticed something was wrong and asked. "It feels like blood connection. It can only be him here at this time," Narvi said seriously. "Him?" Juanlu frowned, and didn't react for a while. Then he thought of something and said with sudden enlightenment, "Kaluto?" Narvi turned his head, frowned and stared at him, and nodded affirmatively. Yes, it should be him. He confirmed the information. Juanlu did not hesitate. Magic power appeared in his hand, and he immediately knocked on the glass mirror under him. The magic finger knocked on it, creating ripples like knocking on the water. Bang! A huge sound rang out. There was a violent sound of impact above their heads, which shook the whole room. A bloody smell came. "Ha ha! What are you still hiding for? I found you!" A head popped out of the broken hole. It was the crazy Kaluto. He stared at the somewhat surprised Narvi with a crazy expression. "Ha ha! It's you, my dear brother. Did you miss me?" Looking at the crazy Kaluto, Narvi's face showed very obvious disgust and spitting. "You damn bastard, shame!" Bang! Another loud noise. A strong and disgusting bloody smell burst from Kaluto's body. The hole that smashed him expanded even larger, and half of the top of the entire reef had become a broken opening. "And you? Who are you?" Facing Kaluto, Juanlu said nothing, and waved the stick in his hand. 3 orange-red balls flew over, and in the air. He opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, and bit around. Facing this attack, Kaluto punched one by one. He knocked out 2 of the 3 balls. The other one took cover, flew under his armpit, and tore off a piece of flesh from his chest and abdomen. This bite was so smooth, there was not even a sound of tearing flesh. It was so smooth. The two looked at the wound and saw that there was no blood. Only pus that looked like blood slowly slid down, looking unusually sticky, and with blood on it. "You really look like a monster now." Narvi couldn't help but curse while gnashing his teeth as he looked at Kaluto. There was no sadness or regret in his eyes, only endless anger. "Monster? Isn't that good? Kaluto, who was a little crazy at first, seemed to have stabilized his emotions. He looked at the wound on his waist without paying any attention. A figure flashed in the shadow. A strong red beam passed by, but Kaluto tilted his head, and the red beam slashed in the air. The first attack was easily avoided. The attacking puppet girl immediately escaped into the shadow. Kaluto punched the air to his side. A heavy punch, with a scarlet breath, knocked the puppet girl out of the shadow, causing her to hit the stone wall mountain heavily. His body was covered with cracks after the punch. With this, various attacks came from all directions, with tricky angles and hidden attacks. A blood-colored translucent robe attached to his body automatically opened and wrapped him in it. Looking at the robe, Juanlu looked embarrassed, because the robe exuded a very obvious treasure aura. The Kaluto in front of him was a cultist in the 4th stage who possessed a treasure. Obviously, he also believed in an unknown evil god, and had the power of the evil god. Kaluto attacked downwards, and continued to swing his fists to attack the puppet girls who were attacking him. He could not continue to attack such girls. Juanlu took a few steps forward, and smashed down heavily with a stick in his hand. Facing the attack, Kaluto waved his cloak with one hand to block in front, and took a step back to try to avoid it. However, at some point, a hissing orange-red sphere appeared behind him, and hit him hard. He stepped back and his body was crooked, and his defense was exposed for a moment. The sudden attack made him bear the blow of the stick. A heavy blow, a huge pressure hit his shoulder. Even with the protection of the cloak, he knelt on one knee on the ground directly. The force was huge. He tilted his head and looked at Juanlu and said, "I didn't expect your strength to be so strong." Such a strong force actually came from Juanlu, who looked like an ordinary person. "I really didn't expect it." As he said that, he lifted the cloak, and the cloak on the other side swung from the upper right corner and cut like a blade. A red light flashed. A deep blood mark appeared on Juanlu's cheek and left shoulder, and blood flowed out instantly. Then the blood was like a needle thread being attracted, floating in the air like a silk thread, and gathered on the cloak. "Your blood is very energetic." A heavy kick, a kick hit Juanlu's chest. Juanlu, who took the blow, locked his legs with both hands and held them tightly. He pulled him down with the force of the kick. Narvi, who was waiting nearby, took this opportunity to thrust the double-edged sword in his hand. Kaluto tried his best to dodge and pulled back. The sword blade aimed at his chest thrust hard and stabbed straight into the thigh that was pulled. Bright red pus flowed out of the wound. A black and red metal object fell from midair and hit his arms and pressed against his chest and abdomen. A fierce and high-concentration flame spurted out from the bottom and began to burn its body. Kaluto, who had been at ease, let out an extremely tragic scream here. His strength increased instantly, and with the strength of Juanlu holding his leg, he jumped into the air. His other leg, wrapped in scarlet aura, was fiercely lifted to the side, and directly kicked Narvi off beside his thigh. Narvi flew out, and hit the stone wall next to him heavily, and his whole body was embedded in it. The sound of broken bones came from him, and he lost the ability to resist in an instant. The locked leg was pulled back violently, and its powerful force drove Juanlu, who was locked on his leg. In Juanlu's unbelievable eyes, he stepped heavily on the ground. "Damn ant." Chapter 359 Fatal Assault. "You heard me." Crack. The sound of a broken bone. A deep dent appeared on the stone floor. Juanlu's entire waist and abdomen were sunken in the dent. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he coughed with his eyes wide open. The two orange balls opened their big mouths full of teeth, and each bit Kaluto's legs. The one on the left leg bit tightly, and the amazing bite force made Kaluto feel that his left leg was about to break. Compared to his left leg, his right leg was bitten directly, leaving only some flesh and skin still attached. The bite on the right leg was accurate on the wound that had just penetrated. The last one, hiding behind the barbecue in the corner at some point. An assassin doll girl stood above the ball, slightly adding her ability to hide in the shadows to it, reducing its presence. And the only ball was feasting madly, devouring the barbecue. Kaluto's hands were wrapped on both sides of the cloak. And then he hit the two balls again. This time, he seemed to have used all his strength in the attack. Some unknown, bloody energy was injected into the sphere along with the attack. The sphere was instantly transformed from a baby head-sized sphere to a fist-sized sphere. It had obviously temporarily lost its ability to devour, and fell to the ground helplessly, rolling to the side. After doing all this, Kaluto did not even look at Juanlu at his feet. His back was broken and paralyzed, and he was obviously unable to fight again. Looking up at the sky. At this moment, a puppet girl with wings fluttering was preparing to find an opportunity to throw another burning ball. "I found you, you damn little fly." Among all the attacks that caused him damage, only the iron ball that sprayed high-temperature flames injured him the most. Even the thigh on his right leg, which was almost completely broken, reunited at some point. Only the abdomen was still charred, like a piece of burning charcoal stuck there. That was almost the only wound on his body. The blood-red cloak on his body turned into spikes one after another, stabbing upwards at a very fast speed. At this moment, a stick hit him hard in the face. The sudden attack made him fall to the side immediately and rolled twice on the ground. After rolling up, he saw that Juanlu, who was almost paralyzed, stood up again at some point, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and staring at him viciously. "You damn human? How did you stand up?" He shook his head in annoyance. Forget it. His cheek had sunken down after the attack just now, and his eyes became a little shriveled. But he didn't care. After saying that, the cloak wrapped around his whole body, and the whole person turned into an arrow and rushed forward. A blood-red drill, quickly thrust. Juanlu, who couldn't dodge in time, looked at the drill coming towards his chest, and stretched out his hands to hold it tightly. However, the rotation did not stop. The flesh on Juanlu's hands immediately fell off, and the flesh and blood on them turned into silk threads and melted into the drill. Instead, it became his strength. The flesh on the palms of his hands that blocked the drill from both sides had disappeared, revealing the white bones above. If he continued to resist, even the bones would be cut off. Such damage, it would be difficult to recover. But if he did not resist, then he might lose his life. The mirror floor under his feet had faint ripples, as if there were clouds and abstract light and shadows spreading above. The mirror was not reflecting the scene in the cave. Instead, it was a bizarre scene. Such a scene finally made Juanlu breathe a sigh of relief. Swoosh! The sound of piercing the sky was heard. The blue light was like a meteor, and Alka appeared on the blood-red drill without knowing when. Looking at his frowning expression, you can tell that he was in a bad mood. His right fist stretched out from behind. He turned around in the sky, and smashed his right fist down fiercely. The meteor fell. Bang! The rotation of the drill stopped abruptly, and Kaluto, wearing a blood-red cloak, was smashed heavily to the ground. The surrounding rocks flew up. Cough, cough. He coughed out blood, some internal organs and bone fragments. The bloody cloak had wrapped around his body, turned into his close-fitting leather clothes. It was like a human without skin. What was left were the exposed muscles and the fascia on top. Alka's 5 fingers formed claws and grabbed Kaluto, who was lying on the ground below. Kaluto's speed increased instantly, and his whole body became a long strip under the compression of the blood-red robe on his body. The figure passed under Alka's crotch, trying to escape from behind. Alka's reaction was also very quick, raising his leg and stepping on the tail of the long strip. Even if it was compressed, it could be seen that it was a leg. He stepped on his ankle tightly. However, what Alka did not expect was that he heard a tearing and breaking sound. Kaluto had no intention of stopping. The left leg that was stepped on by him was left like this. A tear appeared at the base of the thigh, and thick scarlet blood flowed out. Kaluto actually escaped with a broken leg? In such an outrageous way. Fortunately, this situation only made Alka slightly stunned. Then his body immediately turned into the shape of a meteor and rushed out. Juanlu's painful reminder came from behind. Don't get hurt. The meteor streaked across the sky. With a long blue tail, it crashed into Kaluto, who was flying diagonally downward with great power. Kaluto widened his eyes, looking at Alka chasing behind him. The pressure brought by the powerful power made some of the flesh on his face fall off with the wind pressure. A trace of fear appeared in his crazy eyes. He threw the thing in his hand heavily, using the greatest strength of his life. The one he threw out was the puppet girl with a broken wing, the one who had just thrown the bomb into his arms outside. When he held it tightly in his hand, even one arm and 2 legs were crushed. It flew out in the sky like a sandbag. Looking at the puppet girl flying towards him, Alka's meteor-like body stopped instantly. Looking at this situation, Karuto's face showed a smile of surviving a disaster. He knew that his bet was right. He was now extremely grateful that when he just came out, he spent a little time to escape and caught the puppet girl next to him. The starlight special effect wrapped around his body disappeared, and a mirror appeared in front of him in an instant. Inside the mirror appeared a pink, white misty world. The puppet girl, who was thrown heavily and had a broken body, was immediately thrown into the mirror. Another mirror appeared above. The puppet girl fell from above, but this time her power had disappeared. She fell at a steady speed. She was held by Alka's hands. The moment she held him, Alka immediately turned his head to look in the direction where Kaluto was running away. He just saw Kaluto's embarrassed back go into the air, and appeared in a hole that looked like a mass of flesh and blood with countless bones and skulls inserted in it. This hole of flesh and blood and bones that appeared out of thin air swallowed Kaluto in, and then disappeared. "You bastard. You don't even dare to say anything harsh." If this guy dared to stay for a while, and said a few harsh words, Alka would have the confidence to keep him. But it was obvious that when this guy ran away, he didn't waste even a little time. Looking at the empty air, Alka glared fiercely. Run? Is it that easy to run away? Kaluto had already been marked on the map. If Alka opened the map at this time, the original red cross will definitely be replaced by a skull with a dagger inserted in it. The galaxy of the scepter cannot coexist with the other two holy grails at the same time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to take back the power of the galaxy before he could use the power of the mirror. And he had to stop. The power thrown by that damn coward was extremely strong. If he had taken it head on, Alka would be fine. But the doll girl would definitely have been shattered into pieces under that extremely strong power. This is not what Alka wants. Thinking helplessly, Alka held the completely broken and paralyzed doll girl in his palm, and looked at him with a smile. Alas, you can still laugh. Saying this, Alka returned to the temporary camp that had almost become a ruin. As soon as he came in, he saw Juanlu and Narvi wrapped in a light golden film, as if they were frozen by a clock, turned into some kind of lifelike stone statues. Both of them were wrapped in the stagnation spell. This spell had saved Simon and allowed him to survive for 10 years. The mirror on the ground rippled again, and Porwaro, who was walking at the end, emerged from the mirror. Then the mirror could not bear the pressure of so many people being transported and broke into pieces, disappearing in the air. At this time, the two people whose time was stopped were lying on the stretcher, and Matlisa and Julia were discussing how to treat the two people in the best way. Narvi, who was not very strong to begin with, had a collapsed chest. Juanlu looked extremely miserable, because the bones inside his palms were exposed. But in this case, at least, he was not in danger of death. The reason why he had to stop time was to preserve his hands more perfectly. He didn't want his hands to have even the slightest sequelae after treatment. Lucilia was taking out a lot of food from her pocket ring, and feeding it to the only remaining ball. Those who knew Juanlu knew that as long as he ate enough, he would be able to recover his strength well, even his serious injuries. At this time, Juanlu had been stopped in time, so the ball became his other mouth. Did he run away? Xia Daidi looked at Alka and asked. Alka nodded. Sorry. It was my mistake. Xia Daidi shook his head, and the others did not say anything. Now is not the time to talk about this. Alka found a place, put the broken doll girl and his hand on the ground, and began to repair her. Simon had already repaired other doll girls on the other side. Although the damage of those puppet girls was not as severe as that of Jio-san in Alka's hand, they were still miserable enough. This time, more parts had to be replaced. The other people who could not help much came outside and stood guard for everyone. After waiting for about an hour, Alka and Simon had repaired the severely damaged puppet girls. Jio-san and Ichi were hugging each other and circling around, celebrating their rebirth, although they were only paralyzed for a short time. As this was done, Matrisa and Julia also decided on a perfect plan to treat the two and were ready. They first carried Juanlu over, and prepared to rescue him first, although it was reasonable to save the dying Narvi first. But time had been stopped, so of course Juanlu should be saved first. After everything was ready, Julia looked in the direction of Lucilia. Is he full? I'm still letting him eat, Xia Daidi said, and took up a large piece of bloody fish meat and stuffed it into the mouth of the ball, which was almost full. Eat quickly, you must reserve enough energy. The ball also tried its best to swallow. On his round face, which was only his mouth, he actually showed a trace of pain from not being able to eat. At this time, the energy reserve in his body even made his appearance emit a faint glow. The entire ball's surface was as smooth as jade, and it was generally shiny. I have never seen a ball eat so much, and reserve so much energy. It even made the ball feel heavy and ready to fall to the ground at any time. Each ball can be used as a furnace that can quickly melt food into energy. All the food he eats will quickly melt and disappear, and become energy that will be transmitted to Juanlu along an unknown connection, or temporarily stored in his body. Seeing that everything is almost ready here, Madlisa looked at Julia and said seriously, "Get ready, I'm going to release it." Julia nodded. The golden outer membrane wrapped around Juanlu disappeared instantly. The moment it disappeared, Juanlu, who had half opened his eyes, immediately opened his eyes wide. "Ah!" He screamed for a moment, and then he held it back. As the adrenaline in the battle disappeared, the intense pain came. Energy transmission. Madlisa gave a loud order, and the 16 needles on her body were inserted into Juanlu's hands. Julia controlled the green energy beside him, wrapping it with some unknown liquid and pus-like things. The shiny sphere not far away also began to feed back its stored energy to the host. The three combined. Juanlu, who was in pain, became visibly relieved. And on his original hands, the dust, residue and broken meat had been removed at some point. Countless blood threads spread from the wound and began to wrap around the exposed bones. Almost visible to the naked eye, fresh flesh and blood grew out, and attached to the bones to form a complete pair of hands again. Except that the color of the newly grown flesh and blood was obviously different from the flesh on the back of the hand. Looking at his hands that had fully recovered, Juanlu gasped. But a smile appeared on his face. He couldn't help but gently touch the palm of his other hand with one finger. A painful hissing sound was heard. "Don't worry. It's a mental phantom pain. It will be gone after a while," Madlisa said. Bandages and wooden boards appeared in her hands, wrapped Juanlu's hands, and hung them around his neck. "Although it has fully grown out, to be on the safe side, don't use your hands for a few days. It won't be too late to use it after a few days." After hearing Madlisa's advice, Juanlu nodded. This side has been done. After a short rest, the two began to prepare to treat the other side. This side is not as troublesome as Juanlu's. Although he is on the verge of death, it is purely an external injury. It is not a difficult task for the two. Under the watch of everyone, it took less than 10 minutes to get him out of the dangerous period. Although he is still in a coma, at least his life is no longer in danger, and he can recover in a while. Madlisa and Julia, who treated the two, sat on the stone wall beside them, feeling a little tired. The temporary camp still looked like a ruin. There were deep pits and depressions everywhere on the wall. The ground also collapsed, and only a small part of the steel fixed on the top remained. This small part could fall down at any time and become exposed. Before we figure out what happened, let's repair this place a little bit. We will leave after a day's rest and go to another place, Alka said as he led everyone to repair the place. The repair was completed soon. They sat in the cleaned and repaired camp. Everyone sat together. Alka looked at Juanlu. "Now tell me what happened. Why did Kaluto suddenly appear here?" Juanlu nodded and began to tell everyone about some of the situations he knew. "You mean he found this place inexplicably? And he came here for Narvi?" Jason asked with a frown beside him. Juanlu nodded. "I suspect it's a blood connection, because after getting close, Narvi also sensed the existence of Kaluto in reverse." Juanlu said his thoughts. After everyone talked for a while, Alka concluded, "That's all we know now. We'll talk more about it when Narvi wakes up. As a family with Kaluto, he should know more." Although from the moment he boarded the ship, Narvi made it clear that he had a certain relationship with Kaluto, everyone didn't expect that they were actually like brothers. Gurgle. The sound of hungry stomachs growling. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Poro, who was curled up slightly, smiled awkwardly at everyone's gaze. Then everyone looked at Juanlu's hands at the same time. They discovered something incredible. No one was cooking. The whole camp suddenly became quiet. "How about each of us make a dish that we are good at?" Good suggestion. Chapter 360 Wealth Reward. The reef camp was unusually silent at this time. There were all kinds of food on the wooden table. But the problem was that some of the food on it looked normal. But the 2 or 3 of them didn't look like food, and felt a bit like some kind of filth. Especially the bowl of Madlisa. Everyone even felt a faint toxin from it. What does this mean? Do you want to eat poisonous food? And the few plates that looked like food didn't look like they were edible. There was also a mixed smell floating in the tent. I had to open a hole to get rid of the odor. Why don't we just grill the meat? That's easy. No problem, no problem. Everyone agreed quickly. While they did a bad job, they also disliked what others did. This was their current situation. Only Juanlu, with his hands tied, stood by smiling. They hadn't made their own food for a long time, so they simply grilled the meat slices and ate a meal, and then rested in a camp. Not long after, Narvi, who was wrapped in bandages, woke up. He sat up suddenly, as if he was startled. The intense movement of getting up made him feel a sting in his body, and he couldn't help but hiss in pain. Then he turned around and looked around. He found that the whole camp seemed to be brand new, and there was no trace of fighting at all. Alka and the others were also around. It was a bit strange for a moment. "Don't worry. You are not dreaming." Juanlu stood aside and said, while waving his bandaged hands, "Where's Kaluto? Did you kill him?" Hearing this, Alka shook his head. He ran away. Sighing, Narvi leaned on the bed, looking at everyone's eyes. He knew what everyone wanted to know from him. Adjusting to a more comfortable and less uncomfortable position, he began to talk. "You should know that the former Nafas family was wiped out overnight for some unknown reason. The only people who are still related to this family by blood are those of us who were expelled from the family for various reasons." Everyone nodded in agreement. Alka even knew more. Narvi said, looking at everyone, and asked, "You must have heard many versions. All kinds of speculations about why this powerful family was destroyed overnight." "Yes, but there is no specific conclusion." Simon thought for a while and said. Hearing this, Alka remembered that they could only know the exact information of the Nafas family from Giuliana, but they had not told everyone yet. The main reason was that this information was no longer of much use, and he had forgotten it. Hearing this, Narvi sighed. Although there is no specific conclusion, anyone who knows a little bit knows that the Nafas family was destroyed because of their collusion with the devil. Alka nodded. He actually wanted to say that he only knew this because the flower fairy believers, who were related to their family, and the church knew it clearly. However, for the sake of reputation or other reasons, the specific reasons were not spread. My grandfather was once a member of this family, but I don't know why. But he seemed to have a change of heart. He began to resist. And then he deliberately committed an unforgivable mistake and was expelled from the family. He was also given a spell not to tell the secret. This spell lasted until the Nafas family was completely wiped out. Only then did we know that we belonged to a powerful family. This was a huge surprise for me, who was young at the time, and my brothers and sisters. At this point, Narvi showed sadness on his face and sighed heavily. His expression showed a trace of nostalgia. Because I was young, my grandfather didn't tell me more specifics. We began to worship the extinct family. At that time, there were many rumors, such as the culprit of the extinction of the family was actually the Church of Our Lady. For us young people, such statements were extremely credible, so we believed them. This is normal. Whether adults or children, they all like to listen to more bizarre versions, and turn a blind eye to the information brought by the already conclusive evidence. Until later, when we grew up, through experience and understanding of the world, we knew that what we believed in when we were young was not necessarily true. But the ideas of childhood are deeply rooted, and it is difficult to remove them. People always believe what they believe. And the one who was most deeply affected was my younger brother, Karuto. He firmly believed that his family was great, and was persecuted. He decided to find the reason. So he became what he is now? Jason asked beside him. Narvi nodded, but then shook his head. That's the reason. But not all. I don't know what exactly caused him to become like this. But later he went crazy. Dug my grandfather's body out of the grave. Killed my father. Killed my sister. And wiped out my sister. When he said this, Narvi's face didn't show much emotion. As if he was used to it. Everyone was a little shocked. But they kept silent and didn't respond to this. Too much reaction would only make him recall the sad past. But they knew in their hearts how huge such a blow was to Narvi at that time. That's why I want to find him. I want to kill him. But he also wants to kill me. There must be a reason why he pursues the blood of his loved ones so blindly. And in the later understanding, I also found out. The reason that affected him so crazy is probably related to the demon or evil spirit that the Nafas family came into contact with at that time. Then he shook his head helplessly and said, if you can clean up the evil things of the entire family overnight, how can you not have a way to affect the remaining blood? From then on, he basically recounted their experience in a simple way. This information gave Alka and the others a better understanding of this madman. In other words, the evil god that Kaluto now believes in is most likely the culprit that once caused the destruction of the Nafas family. He will definitely die in our hands, Alka said, looking at the map in his hand. On the map at this time, A skull with a dagger inserted in it replaced the previous red cross, indicating that this is Kaluto, and where he is now is at the edge of the chaotic area that has already fallen into. It was very far from their location, at least 3 or 4 days away. The huge mouth that swallowed him was connected to an extremely long distance. But it didn't matter his precise location, as long as it was on this map. He couldn't escape, Alka thought as he looked at the mark on the map. We can't take it lightly. According to Narvi, there are problems with the cult that Kaluto belongs to and the strength he has shown. Our information may be wrong. Jason was keenly aware that there was a certain problem with this information compared to what they knew. After hearing this, everyone thought about it, and it was indeed true. It seems that we have to be careful. After about 3 days of hunting, Alka and his team almost cleared out all the demons in this area. Are you ready to go back? Xiaodaidi asked, writing something in his hand. Alka nodded. Go back. If you don't go back, there will be no room. At this time, everyone in the camp was packing up these things. They didn't bring anything when they came, after all. They had the pocket ring, but when they went back, they had to carry some things in large and small bags. There was no other way. Although the number of demons was small, they were almost covered with treasures. In addition, they had cleared out a large area. Even though the number of demons was small, the materials they dismantled had already filled their pockets and rings. The remaining materials couldn't be thrown away, because they were all money. Not to mention that a large part of them could be used by Alka, Simon, and Matt-Lisa. This resulted in everyone carrying more or less backpacks and luggage, which contained the processed materials. A large number of black, twisted and strange-looking black horns were piled up. They were stored in a simple wooden box. Inside was evidence of how many demons they had dealt with. If there was anything in common between these demons, they all had horns. It's a bit strange. Why are all these horns black? Jason asked as he dragged the box out. Most of the horns were black. Alka and the others had never seen a demon with horns on its head. And the horns were not black, because most negative energy is manifested in dark colors. And the abyss where the demons are located is a gathering place for negative energy. It is normal for the horns of monsters that have lived there for many years to be black, because that is almost the gathering place for some energy residues. This also makes the horns strong. Have you ever seen a demon with bright skin? Unless it is a special race or some special needs. Otherwise, all the colors of a normal demon are dark, which means that they are a collection of negative energy. Faced with Jason's question, Simon gave a very professional answer. Not only Jason, but also the people around him all had a look of learning something. However, if you really find a brightly colored one, it is recommended that you just run away. Those with different colors are rare. For demons, there is only one type of individuals with different colors who are still alive. That is, they are strong enough to surpass most of their kind. In this case, running away is of course the best option. Soon they dismantled the temporary camp, cleared all the traces left inside, and even broke up the entire reef and sank it into the water. Many of the packed materials were piled on the propeller. Let's go back. With the help of the propeller, the flying swallow traveled quickly on the water, creating 2 splashes of water. All the way back, perhaps because of the faster speed this time, they actually returned to the temporary camp outside the fragrant town in less than a day. For the people in the fragrant town, this area basically became Alka's temporary residence by default. So even if they returned here, it was still well preserved, and they could even see the soldiers who helped them patrol the periphery when they just came back. Ah, I'm so tired. I need to take a break, Simon said, and he laid down on the steel bed in the camp. Everyone just laid down in their respective positions. This week was indeed a bit too tiring. After all, they were hunting demons around. So in that environment, they hardly had a good sleep and remained alert. And they would work in shifts when they went out hunting. Plus, they had to rush back quickly. These fatigues accumulated together, and they were instantly reflected on the body and mind as they relaxed. Looking at the crowd, Alka smiled helplessly, and lifted the wooden box with a large basket of evidence on his head. Then I'll do the last thing first, he said, holding the wooden box with the heads of various demons. He walked towards the fragrant land. He soon arrived at the camp. So many? Gilliana's voice was full of surprise. At this time, Alka had brought all their gains in the past few days to the camp of the fragrant land. The soldiers passing by were also stunned, having been dealing with these monsters for some time. They certainly understood what the black sharp corners piled up in the wooden box meant. They were living demons one after another. In this large box, the number of demons killed might be close to 100. What an exaggerated number. Could it be that you are the ones who are purging around the White Three Flowers village? Giliana seemed to have thought of something and asked. Alka nodded, yes. It is us. Have you received the news? The area they were in before could indeed be regarded as the surrounding area of the White Three Flowers village. My soldiers have reported that the demonic disease in that area has been greatly reduced. We have even seen people hunting demons. And some traces of battles, Giliana said with a smile. Then she waved her hand, and 2 soldiers behind her ran up, pulled the wooden box down, and began to count the vouchers inside. Thank you for helping us clean up the entire area. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief. At this point, Giliana couldn't help but sigh again. Soon the demons' horns were cleared. Although most of the demons were little devils and demons of the same level, they were not very valuable. But it was enough. For ordinary soldiers, these little devils were difficult for them to deal with. Then Giliana handed 2 different horns with fine spirals and beautiful textures to Alka. I'll return these 2 to you because they are more valuable. I'll take the others. Is that okay? Of course. Use them as you like. Alka took it and said with a smile. The 2 he received were the spoils of the only 2 4-stage demons they encountered after clearing the area these days. Apart from the heads and horns of these mid-level demons, the heads and horns of other ordinary or even lower-level demons could hardly be considered as good materials. They were difficult to clean. And most of them were impurities. Counting these 2 and the rest, I'll give you 6,000 gold sales to make it an integer. Is that okay? Giliana looked at Alka and said very generously. Alka nodded and smiled. Of course, it's no problem. I even have to thank the boss. Boss? Don't mind. It's just a small title. 6,000 gold sales, which is more than the number they hunted. Can be called generous indeed? Giliana nodded. Without asking, then are you going to take the gold coins? Or exchange them for some equivalent materials? Except for some strategic items that are needed now. Everything else will be sold to you at a normal price. Obviously, she was asking Alka if they needed some gems or high-level spell materials unique to the land of spirits. Alka thought about it and wrote a list on the spot. Then help me exchange 1,000 gold sales for these materials. Most of these materials are what the ship needs as a whole. For example, some high-quality seasonings and ingredients, materials for repairing ships, and even fertilizers that can make trees grow well. Of course, they also need the gems that Jason needs. Well, it seems that he will have to bear the debt for a while. Giliana and the others paid very quickly, and soon got a large box of coins, plus the materials that Alka needed, and brought them over together. Due to manpower constraints, AKA had to carry it back himself. Fortunately, AKA had anticipated this, and had already cleared out the materials in his pocket ring in the camp, leaving enough space. He returned to the camp with their harvest. According to our research, the frequent appearance of demons is not only because of the decline in our ability to control this place, but also because there is a fixed energy source and a special magic circle hidden in the land of spirits. A young man dressed as a scholar pushed his glasses and said, putting the recorded information in his hand on the table. At this time, several people of different appearances were sitting around the table made of flowers. They can be simply divided into 3 different forces based on their clothes: the Church of the Holy Mother, the Church of the Holy Machine, and the Flower Fairy. Now you know. Tell me what you think. An old man with a messy white beard said. Sitting next to him was the muscular and tall Ricky. Hearing this, the gardener Ferna frowned and asked, then can we find the location of the magic circle, clear these magic circles, and relieve the pressure in the rear? At this time, the last batch of reinforcements from the 2 churches of the Holy Mother and the Holy Machine have arrived on the front battlefield. The pressure on the entire station was relieved a lot. They have begun to think of ways to clear out the demons that have been wreaking havoc in the rear, and solve this problem once and for all. Otherwise, they would not have so much energy to counterattack with all their strength, and push back the undead souls at the junction of life and death. No, there is some very advanced. I suspect it is a god-level power that blocks these magic arrays. We only found the source of energy. The young man who just spoke answered again. Chapter 361 Special Commission. Devil Slayer. Jason, who had just returned from outside, said to the people who were resting in the camp. Juanlu was lying on the bed. when he heard Jason's voice. He took off his eye mask and stared with one of his half-closed eyes. What weird nonsense are you talking about again? Hey, you're welcome. I'm calling everyone here. Jason walked in, sat down on the stool, leaning his whole body against the back of the chair, and said with his head slightly raised, looking at the ceiling. Juanlu silently put the blindfold back on, turned over, and turned his back to Jason. As for the others, they had already turned their backs to Jason when he started talking, and had no intention of paying attention to him at all. Seeing that the camp was so quiet, no one asked what he just said. Jason lowered his head and saw the backs of everyone. Don't you want to know what it means? Silence. Even the slight snoring of Poro could be heard. He never woke up because of Jason's words. The quality of sleep is quite good. Faced with such a situation, Jason's forehead was throbbing with veins. But he could only sigh helplessly. When he was about to tell the story, Simon came in from outside, with some tools in his hand. You're back. Jason looked at him and immediately said, Guess what I heard others call us outside? What? Simon asked. People outside call us demon slayers. Why? Seeing Simon's cooperation, Jason finally smiled, and deliberately raised his voice twice to answer. I heard that we got this name, because we have cleared too many demons in this period of time. So that's it. I thought he would give us some demon killers, or something like that. It's okay. Simon shrugged, answered casually, and walked past him. They have cleared the demons in 4 areas, and there are still several areas where demons have not been cleared in time. The main reason is that in these areas, there will be 5th stage demons patrolling from time to time, which makes them dare not be too presumptuous. The matter of cleaning up the demons was relatively low-key, but they were numerous, and they worked very well together. Plus, with the cooperation of the puppet girls, they cleaned up these demons too quickly. Especially for the small team of the little ghosts, it was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. They had divided into more puppet teams, and even organized 2 teams composed entirely of puppet girls. They quickly escaped and joined the battle through Alka's mirror teleportation. For these smaller puppet girls, regardless of their progress or soul integrity, they will not cause much damage to the teleportation mirror. Alka only needs to replenish it every 1 or 2 days. And the puppet team specially cleans up these little ghosts and their patrol teams. This makes them very efficient in killing the demon's low-level monsters. Just like a bulldozer, the demon race can become a cancer in the whole world, except because of the cancer mechanism of the abyss. Or it is because the demon race is infected by the abyss, a powerful gathering place of negative energy. Are monsters with both quality and quantity. And things like demons, especially the cannon fodder at the bottom, have no concept of death. Of course, you can't expect them to have any discipline. So they have a great advantage when launching wars. And they also have the advantage of quantity. It is difficult to find a bottom-level combat force, like the Abyss, in a normal world that is endless and strong enough. The invasion of other worlds seems very easy. There will always be some weak worlds that are completely devoured. But because of the ritual, and the fact that part of this area is still under the control of the Flower Fairy, as a result, these demons can only have a small number and quality now. Because the demons that can be sent out by each demon portal are relatively limited, in the portals that have appeared recently at this stage, it is difficult to see a large number of demon units at the level of imps. There are more ordinary demons, and some demon centurions with strength reaching the 4th stage. The reason why they were able to clear so many demons was not because of how long they spent. In total, they only spent about a month. It was mainly because they spread outward from the Fragrance Land. These demons are becoming more and more difficult to deal with now, compared with the reckless fools before. There are more orderly ones now. Alka, who had sat up at some point, said, because they cleared enough demons. Alka even killed several 4th-stage demons, which were obviously demons with certain official positions in the demon invasion. These demons realized that the environment was bad, and began to change. This was mainly because the lower-level demons were cleared out in large numbers, and more ordinary demons were replaced. They always acted in groups in larger numbers. And sometimes you could see multiple middle-level demons acting together. Although their hunting efficiency decreased, the efficiency of these demons in causing damage also decreased accordingly, because they had to gather together in larger numbers, and with more powerful demons. Especially the area around the circle where Alka and the others were hunting. Those a little further away naturally had no great impact, and they were more likely to deal with the personnel sent by the Church of the Two Gods. At this time, Lucilia, who was lying down and sleeping, suddenly sat up and opened her eyes. Someone is coming. Hearing this, everyone immediately maintained a more vigilant state, but did not show it obviously on the outside. It's the people of the Holy Mother Church. What are they doing here? Lucilia, who got the exact information, said in a strange way. During this period of hunting, they had reached a tacit understanding with the demon hunters organized by the church staff around the front line, and each of them would take care of one side. They sailed straight towards them, and it was obvious that they had something to do. Otherwise, who would come to such a ghost place? Everyone knew that this place had become their temporary camp. Soon, the boat stopped at the port, and the church staff on it boarded their temporary camp with some guards and the followers of the Flower Fairy. I'm looking for Alka. The voice was a little loud, and Alka had packed up and came to the entrance of the camp. The church member waved to the followers behind him, walked into their camp alone, and turned to look around. Although the camp was made up of trees and reefs, it had to be said that Alka and his team had transformed it very well with their own abilities. It was already a small outdoor hotel. The church member was none other than the temporary leader of the team from the Church of Our Lady, who had come here with them before. Why are you here? Aladi? Is there something? He asked while looking at Aladi. Juanlu next to him had already brought a few drinks and placed them in front of everyone. Arati should be very busy at the front line now. It seems that it is not a small matter for him to come to them in person. In theory, there are no conditions or requirements, so he should go to them. Arati did not beat around the bush, looking at Alka and the others. He said, "We have a mission here, and we want your teammates to participate." What mission? Alka asked with a little caution. He had a bad feeling, and he had to be responsible for his crew. After a period of research and investigation, we have probably discovered the main reason for the frequent appearance of the demon portals in the back. It is a combined magic circle covering the entire land of spirits. But the problem is that the area engraved with the magic circle has the power to block outsiders from prying eyes. So we have to turn our target to the place that provides power to the entire large magic circle. The place that provides energy to the magic circle? Cut off its source. It is indeed a good choice, Alka thought. But if there is any area around here that can provide energy for the frequently activated demon array, it must be an area full of negative energy. Arati looked at everyone and continued. It is obvious that you have already understood that the energy source of the array is at the junction of life and death not far away. If we want to destroy the energy source, we have to take certain risks to sneak in. And we need to have members who we trust enough and are strong to become teammates. At this point, his needs are self-evident. He came here simply to temporarily recruit Alka and the others, to let them come with him to solve this problem. Once this problem is solved, the rear can finally be in a relatively safe and peaceful place. This way, the front line can more easily break through the gap, complete this war and end it. Go to the border of life and death? Alka asked with a frown. Arati nodded. Although solving the source, it is a bit disadvantageous for Alpha and the others at this stage, because they made a lot of money by cleaning up demons this month. But this is just thinking from the perspective of profit without any emotion. After all, their main goal is the treasure of the Nafas family. Moreover, in this area, they also received a lot of help from the Flower Fairy and her people. They also have a very good impression of the people in this area. Alka personally prefers to go, because there may be a chance to get their last Holy Grail treasure. If they got it, it would basically be like the orange treasure of Vastawa was within reach. They collected another treasure of the scepter level. They had to get it anyway. So why not do it together now? Thinking of this, Alka began to ask his teammates for their opinions. Facing such a thing, Xia Dai and the others did not think too much about it. After simply thinking about the dangers, they all agreed. Then Alka asked, this energy source can't be in the deep. It would be too dangerous. The shallow and deep boundaries are completely different places. At least they knew that the 6th stage life master had to face death because of exploring the depths. Arati shook his head, of course not. Otherwise, it would be wishful thinking for these cultists to set up an energy source so easily. The boundary between life and death did not reach an agreement with these cultists, but simply wanted to attack. However, it can be predicted that if the cultists did not take this opportunity to launch an attack, it would be truly strange. Since it is the periphery, there is no reason for them to refuse. After a brief thought and understanding, Alka agreed. If there is a chance, he can also get the treasure on the border. Okay, then we will meet at the Azure Fortress on the front line in a week. After saying that, Arati nodded and said goodbye. The Azure Fortress was the island where they first landed. Because of the war, it became an island fortress. However, the name of Azure was still preserved. Everyone, get ready. We will meet at the fortress in a week. In order to perform well, take a break. We will set off tomorrow. Everyone nodded to Alka's words and did not refuse. The next day, at dawn, Alka and his companions had packed their things and boarded the Flying Swallow to head towards the front line of the war. Fortunately, the front line is no longer a real border line like before, but only about half of a map. Sitting on the Flying Swallow, Alka looked at the map in his hand. The map in his hand was the map of the entire land of spirits. The marked Kaluto stayed at a location on the map. But he didn't stay here before. This scumbag teleports almost anywhere at any time. Alka has seen him appear in other places several times, and his speed is obviously wrong. This makes Alka unable to know his exact location, or where he often goes. It seems that he can only be dealt with after this matter is over. Help them gain an advantage quickly, so that they can quickly push back on the battlefield to reveal the location of the treasure. Let them get the treasure of the Nafis family. Otherwise, they can only hold on like this until the Flower Fairy is resurrected. The closer it is to the time of the Flower Fairy's resurrection, the more difficult the situation will be. None of the neighbors around want the Flower Fairy to revive. Otherwise, Zahai will not be called Zahai by then. They sailed very fast. It only took about 4 days, and they could already see the fortress from afar. Although it is called the Azure Fortress, the entire wall is made of vines and black stones wrapped inside. This made the city wall more defensive as a whole. Their arrival caused the flower cannons and some mechanical weapons facing their part of the city wall to be aimed at them. But soon the people above could tell, and the muzzles of the guns were raised, and the vines in front of them moved to reveal a space leading to the inside. Everyone walked in directly. The moment they walked in, Julia seemed to see something, and was slightly stunned. The others followed Julia's line of sight. There were 2 beautiful women with different colored hair standing not far away. They seemed to have noticed Julia's gaze, and turned to look at them. Their expressions changed in the same way as Julia's. Both of them just stood there. Do you know them? Alka asked from the side. If they were acquaintances, it would be a coincidence. If Julia could meet acquaintances under such circumstances, it could only be that these 2 people came to the Endless Sea many years ago. Unexpectedly, Julia shook her head. No, those 2 are mermaids, and they are mermaids of the Seed of Life, who believe in life and receive the blessing of life. In front of the 2 believers of life, Julia, who was of the same race as them but had abandoned life, appeared. This situation immediately made everyone think of a bad situation, and they immediately adjusted their positions to block Julia behind them. Seeing this situation, Julia smiled and patted the 2 people blocking in front and said, "It's okay, believers of life are not driven by violence." As soon as she finished speaking, the sisters just walked over. A slight hint of arrogance could be detected from them. They passed Alka and came directly to Julia. And abandoned. A girl seemed to want to say something, but the mermaid next to her slapped her mouth. She signaled her friend to shut up. Julia, who no longer believed in life and no longer followed dogma, just looked at the 2 quietly. "Sister, why do you want to give up the faith you were born with?" The 2 wanted to ask about Julia's situation. After all, mermaids are born believers in life. Just like Alka on the home island. Such a person's failure to believe in life is a huge loss. And he must have suffered a great trauma. Julia did not say much, but her ring flickered slightly. A transparent crystal with a changed shape appeared in her arms, and a corpse was stored inside. This corpse was the remains of the mermaid that Alka and his friends found in the sea before. Her appearance could be seen clearly through the crystal, since they had not been out to sea much. They had no time to go to the Church of Life. The body was wrapped in crystal and stored in her pocket ring. Under the strange expressions of the 2 mermaid girls, Julia handed the crystal coffin to them. "Are you from the Temple of Life around here?" "Yes, we are from the Temple of Breath of Life on Breeze Island." Julia nodded and said to the crystal coffin, "Take a look, do you think it looks familiar?" The 2 took a closer look, and their expressions changed from panic to sadness. "Master Meister, didn't you expect her life journey to stop here? I found her body, and now I'm returning it to you. I hope you can lead her body and soul to the kingdom of life." The 2 nodded, gently took the crystal, thanked him, and left quickly. Obviously, they were not in the mood to study Julia's problem now. Then Julia took Alka and the others directly to the inside. Why did the members of the Seed of Life come here? Aren't they mermaids? Jason asked curiously. According to their understanding, people in the land of spirits hate mermaids, or members of the Seed of Life. There seems to be a certain hatred between the two, although they don't know why. It would be very strange to come here at this time. Who knows? Maybe the previous statement is just wrong. Just some rumors. Forget it. Let's go in first, and we'll know when the time comes. Now that members of the Seed of Life have arrived at this time, it is self-evident what they are going to do, Alka said, and led everyone into a tall greenhouse. This should be the area where they gathered. Soon 2 soldiers received them and took them to the resting place, waiting for everyone to arrive. Chapter 362 Information about the Treasure of Spring. In the hall at this time, there were already a circle of members sitting around the edge of the round table in the middle. Among them was Alka. On the other 2 sides, there sat Rikai, and a member of the Holy Mother Church whom Alka had never seen or recognized. This was an ordinary woman with a plain look. Her whole body was hidden in a relatively slimming, convenient holy robe. She wore a hood, revealing only her slightly dark skin. She felt Alka's gaze, turned her head and smiled and nodded at him, as a greeting. In addition to the 2 church members, the most surprising thing for Alka at this table was the 2 mermaids he met outside before. Gardener Ferna looked in the direction of the mermaids, and could sense the discord between them. In other words, there were actually 4 believers under the gods gathered here, 3 members of the 4 gods, and an ancient old god who was about to return to the throne. After seeing that almost all the people were there, a young man next to Ricky stood up. He threw an unknown mechanical device in the middle of the table. Then, with the sound of mechanical twisting, the blue light twisted on it. Then a 3-dimensional map drawn by blue light was projected. Through this 3-dimensional map, it can help people understand the surrounding terrain very accurately. Through this terrain map, Alka has seen where the area drawn on the map is. It extends to both sides from the boundary between life and death and the land of heavy spirits. The long strip of terrain map is drawn on it. The direction close to the land of all spirits extends all the way to their defense line. In other words, this map basically covers the already occupied land of all spirits, and then extends outward to the area where life and death meet. This is the place we can explore, and have the ability to go deeper now. If we go deeper, the loss will be unacceptable. Gardener Ferna looked at the map and said, "Can we be sure that their energy source is in the border area? If they go deeper, even if they know where the energy source is, they will not have the ability to destroy it." Hearing this, the young man from the Holy Machine Church nodded. These cultists have not reached any agreement with the undead at the border of life and death. Even if they enter the border of life and death, they will still be attacked by the creatures there. They should have used some material that can simulate similar objects to deceive the undead and extract energy at the border. In order not to be exposed, they dare not even extract more. Otherwise, the rear would not be just chaos. As he spoke, the young man stretched out his finger and circled it, and some magic power fell on the map. In the area where life and death meet on the map, 3 light spots flashed. These 3 light spots are the areas where we have explored that may be buried energy extraction devices. However, we don't have strong abilities, and we dare not stay for long, so we are not completely sure. According to the screening of the linked energy veins, there are probably only 2 light spots that are correct, and 1 light spot is not the energy core. After listening to the young man's explanation, the unknown mermaid sitting at the end of the table asked, "Does that mean the team that will enter the life or death situation will be divided into 3 teams? Rikai nodded, "Yes. We started with a number of people in 3 teams, and invited the right people." Alka surrounded the members at the table. The 2 mermaids have reached the 5th stage, but their auras seem unstable, and they should have just broken through to this stage not long ago. Rikai is a 5th stage strongman, and the unknown woman from the Holy Mother Church should also be in the 5th stage. The gardener was at the 6th stage. In addition to the 5 of them, Gilliana was also sitting next to the gardener. She should also join this operation. There were also some people that Alka did not know. All the people sitting at the table had reached the 4th stage. Who are you going to send? This operation must be concealed enough. If you are too strong, it will be easy to be discovered, Gardener Ferna said. Alka probably knew what she meant. Some records of the Holy Machine Church roughly describe some situations at the junction of life and death. The stronger the person is, the more likely he is to be attacked by the undead, and even targeted by the entire area. The stronger he is, the more attention he will attract from the undead, unless he is strong enough to ignore the danger in this area. And obviously, The gardener Ferna will be in charge of the front line. And it is definitely impossible for her to act with them. Otherwise, if she takes action, there will be no danger in the outside world where life and death are intertwined. Ricky said, "It will be me, the silent saint of the Holy Mother, Taluan, and the mermaid from the Seed of Life, Chan Eris. The three of us will lead the team separately, 3 teams." He extended his hand and introduced the 2 sides. After listening to his introduction, Arca looked at the silent saint of the Virgin. The silent saint is the title of this person named Taluan, and the reason why she was named like this is because she never spoke. Arca had heard of her name on the Twin Islands, and she was a relatively well-known figure in this area. As for the mermaid on the other side, Arca had never heard of her, because he had never heard of a Seed of Life church around the Twin Islands. After all, there were already 2 cathedrals of gods here, and there was no room for more churches of 4 gods. Perhaps asking Julia would be clearer. After a brief introduction, Ricky said, "We plan to form a team of 4 people. 1 stage 5, 2 stage 4, and 1 stage 3 member. Is it necessary to make it so complicated?" Alka was a little confused. He could imagine a stage 5 plus 2 stage 4s, but why add another stage 3 member? It felt a bit risky. However, when he saw everyone at the table nodded in understanding, he no longer doubted anything. After all, the people at the table must know more about the situation at the junction of life and death than he did. Then Ricky looked at Alka. "In addition to you, I hope that there will be 3 other 3rd stage members in your team. If you choose the 3rd stage, then the best choice is naturally the members of Alka's team. They are basically at the top of the 3rd stage, and each of them has a treasure, and they are experienced in team combat." No one at the table objected. On the contrary, the 2 mermaids who didn't know Alka and his team couldn't help but stare at them curiously. Alka nodded. "No problem. Who do you want to choose to join the team?" Alka looked at them and said, "They are all your teammates. You must know them better than us. And I have heard a little about your team's deeds. Everyone is trustworthy, so you can choose." Hearing Ricky's question, Alka couldn't help but smile. He nodded, and did not delay. Then he turned to look at the team members behind him. He needed to choose the right person for this operation. After thinking for a while, he said, "Siadaiti, Pororo, Julia. Just the 3 of you." In fact, Simon and Jason could also be chosen. But there were already several members of the Holy Machine Church at the table, and it was obvious that these people were also members of the team. The methods of the Holy Machine Church were somewhat similar, so Simon was not needed. There might be some conflicts between the functions. As for Jason, if he wants to act, he must bring Eululius with him. But bringing Eululius with him means that the operation is completely unrelated to covert operations. This crystal dragon is too conspicuous in the battle, and it is obvious that they cannot be regarded as one in such a situation. "No problem?" Hearing Alka's words, the 3 shook their heads. The others have to stay in the fortress and wait for them, and help the fortress to defend. These are specific materials about the boundary between life and death. "Everyone, take a copy," the young man from the Holy Machine Church said, and a large stack of materials appeared in his hand. Several portions had been distributed to the people at the table. Alka also took a few and handed them to Siadaiti and others behind him. At this time, Ricky clapped his hands and said, "Then today's meeting ends here. We will start the action early tomorrow morning. Gather at the gate at that time." After that, the whole meeting was dismissed and everyone left. Alka and others just left the meeting room and came outside to see the 2 mermaids coming over. The mermaid named Shanalis came to Julia, looked at her and said, "Thank you very much for bringing the body of Master Meister. We will hold a withering ceremony for her now. If you don't mind, would you like to come and take a look? I believe that Master Meister's soul would be happy to see you." Hearing this, everyone looked at Julia, waiting for her answer. Julia was slightly stunned, and after thinking for a while, she nodded. "Great. Friends, come along too." Then he led everyone to the back of the fortress. They came to a relatively secluded area of water. Unlike other places, the vines here are slightly thicker, almost floating on the water. The 2 mermaids stood opposite each other, and the crystal wrapped around the body appeared in the air and slowly floated down. Chanera silently chanted some kind of spell, and the crystal gradually turned into some kind of fluid and became a crystal. She turned around and handed the crystal to Julia, who was right next to her. Julia took it back. The 2 mermaids continued the ceremony. The vines under the body began to grow under the control of the 2 mermaids, and the green buds grew out and began to wrap around the mermaid's body. It slowly covered its body, and then some darker sprouts formed a symbol in the middle. It was a symbol like a seed sprouting. Alka knew this symbol. It was the symbol of the Seed of Life Church, and it also represented life. The two mermaids began to pray, similar to hoping for the soul to be reborn. Then the voice became louder and louder, and it changed from chanting to singing. From the lyrics and tone, everyone could feel that this was a kind of song praising life. Julia just stood there in a daze. Her whole body was a little dazed. The song seemed to bring her back to some memories. As the song sang, the surroundings were filled with the breath of life. The vines under the water began to grow and sprouted. This place was full of vitality. The faint green light turned into green leaves and branches that fell down from the empty air. It fell on the corpse. A soul with its eyes closed floated out from the corpse. After floating out of the body, she opened her eyes. It was the soul of the corpse. She looked at Julia next to her. He floated over and hugged her. "Thank you, dear sister." Meister was slightly stunned, and looked at Julia with a look of pity. "Be firm in your will, and the embrace of life will always be open to you. You will always be a child from life." Then he gently hugged Julia again, and touched her forehead with his forehead, following the green leaves and branches that floated down from the sky. She slowly floated up into the sky. At this time, she turned her gaze to Alka and the others. "Thank you too, and may the vitality fill your bodies." As soon as she finished speaking, her soul dissipated, and even her body that fell below disappeared without a trace. Only a large pile of green leaves were left wrapped in vines. A breeze blew by, and the green leaves were blown into the sky with the breeze, flying to various places in the swamp. Looking at the green leaves flying in the sky, the two mermaids closed their eyes and prayed silently. At some point, Julia also closed her eyes. With the completion of the ceremony, both parties said goodbye briefly and returned to the fortress. Alka and the others also returned to their resting place. Julia was a little silent along the way. Alka and the others did not comfort her. Now she just needed to be quiet. After returning to the room, Alka spread out the information. He pulled out a map from it. This map was exactly the map that the young man from the Holy Machine Church had just shown in the meeting. Spread the map on the table. Alka blinked. He had already found the treasure related to the spring of life left by the mermaid's life master at the border of life and death during the meeting. It emitted a golden light spot. However, in the public eye at that time, he couldn't reach out and touch it. It would be too conspicuous. He didn't feel relieved until the map was included in the information provided. Otherwise, he would have to ask for a copy after leaving. Looking at the map, Alka reached out and touched the golden light spot. The information was revealed. Before he could read the information, Julia's hand touched the golden light. Alka looked up at her. "Here, this is where the Life Master left his treasure. Her spirit just told me this information. The area around this area is not safe. But she used the treasure to set up a barrier related to life. This barrier made it a small, safe area. It could isolate the undead and any dangerous disasters at the junction of life and death. Once the dead enter this area, they will be stripped of their death properties, and only the plants attached to them will remain. If you want to get rid of the treasure, you only need to praise life, and then touch the treasure with your living hands to take it away, but the ritual setup will also dissipate the moment it is taken away." Julia recounted the information she had just obtained after contacting Master Meister. After all, information is very important to Alka. Then Alka looked at the treasure column that had not yet disappeared. That means the last column of the treasure information has changed. The treasure information was in front of him, and as Julia spoke, more information was expanded. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. New buds. Difficulty: Holy Light Warrior, level 4 or 5. Popularity: 136,000. Treasure information: the treasure left here by the Mermaid Life Master. The treasure exuding the pure breath of life, isolated the chaotic breath of death and life around, making this place a safe zone in the dangerous area of the intersection of life and death. To obtain the treasure, you need to be a living being. While praising life in your heart, you can touch the place where the treasure is placed, and you can take it. Perfect. Alka looked at the information of the treasure point, which was no different from what Julia said. After confirming the information, Alka nodded, looking at the 3 points marked in the area of the boundary between life and death. This safe zone is at the angle between the point on the left side of the map and the central point. That is to say, as long as the team Alka chooses is one of these two routes. He will be able to get the treasure in this area when he comes back. The area where the treasure is safe. But the difficulty of reaching the area where the treasure is located fluctuates. The difficulty has been clearly marked in this difficulty positioning. The difficulty of the treasure mainly depends on their luck, whether they will encounter invincible enemies on the way. However, from the difficulty, it can be confirmed that only enemies of the highest level 5 will appear in the border area. This means that even in the most dangerous situation, Alka has enough strength to escape. No wonder there will be a 5th stage person leading the team today. That is to say, if we go a little deeper, we will most likely encounter 6th stage enemies. It is really a terrifying place. Alka looked at the information disclosed above, and couldn't help thinking. But now, he is a little entangled. Alka is struggling. Should he take advantage of this action to get the treasure? Is it a perfect and appropriate time now? This must be carefully considered. After all, in this case, they must be acting together with others. Then the treasures obtained need to be shared with others. This is the rule of treasure hunting. Not to mention that the people acting together are all believers of the 4 gods. And they are on the same side. In fact, after the location has been determined, they can come and get it themselves later, when necessary. Alka can also be upgraded to the 5th stage under certain circumstances and exert the same strength. At least in the 5th stage, there is the ability to escape. It is not necessary to take it now. This time, just take it as a way to understand the situation first. Chapter 363 Walking at the Junction of Life and Death. The curtain of the starry sky in the night was torn open. The sky became clear in an instant, and the dazzling light shone down. Once again, it was the same daytime. Except for the clouds floating in the sky, there was no difference from countless days. The sun always hung in one place. Below, the gate of the fortress. Alka and others have arrived here. In addition to them, all those who attended the meeting yesterday have arrived. All those who came here are those who are sure to join this action. Rikai, Talyun, Chanaris. These 3 strong men who have reached the 5th stage of strength, stood at the door and looked at the others. Rikai took a step forward, looking at everyone and said, I believe you should have read the information yesterday. There are 3 target points, from right to left. We will lead the team separately. Let me introduce myself here. I am from the Holy Machine Church. In the battle, I can exert enough combat power. I am good at fighting one against many. When facing a strong enemy, I can also have enough means to delay it. However, in a 1v1 situation of the same level, you better not get close to me because in that situation, I may not be able to stop. After saying that, he pointed his right hand at the silent saint and introduced, this Talyun is from the Holy Mother Church. She can't speak, so it's a bit difficult to communicate with someone who is not familiar with her. She is very powerful, and uses the power of holy light, and has a strong targeted killing power against those special undead with half the power of the dead. She can also protect others during the battle. The last one is a mermaid from the Seed of Life. A cultivator. In this swamp covered with seawater, he can exert strong combat power. He can also bring some buffs to his teammates in battle. Reich briefly described to everyone the directions and abilities that the 3 of them are good at. Now, you can choose your captain according to your abilities and strengths. Each captain needs 2 4th stage and 1 3rd stage. Choose now. Reich did not ask about the privacy of the crowd, but threw the choice to them, letting them choose the captain according to their own situation. I have to say it is indeed a good idea. In this operation, everyone basically does not have much cooperation ability. They do not know each other well. They may not continue to cooperate after the operation, so they did not rashly ask for some secret information. But everyone needs to face it rationally. I think no one will mess around at this time, and put their lives in danger. Chanalis looked at Julia eagerly, and waved at her. Julia thought for a while, and walked towards her. Seeing this, Chanalis smiled, and held Julia's hand. Alka turned to Xiaodai. Let's go to the Saint's team. Xiaodai nodded, and the 2 came behind the Silent Saint. The Silent Saint also smiled, and nodded to the 2. It is obviously much freer to act with people of the same faith and the same church. Poro naturally had to come to Ruikai's side. Ricky looked at Poro, and couldn't help but pat Poro's arm. After all, Poro was tall, so he could only pat him at this place. You are really strong. You should be the storm champion under Poseidon. Right? Poro nodded, and then compared the muscles of his right hand. As the muscles moved, the electric lines on the shoulder appeared. Looking at this scene, Ricky nodded with satisfaction. What a good team. You should know that the Church of Poseidon is the largest church in this world. After the world was broken, it mainly relied on the ocean of Poseidon to connect the broken fragments together. Naturally, his believers, and himself. In such a world, there is an extremely powerful advantage. This is the world of the ocean. The so-called Storm Champion is naturally an extremely powerful fighter in the church. He must be a strong person at the same stage. Giliana also came to Alka and the others. We are teammates again this time. Ziadide smiled at Giliana, and the two hugged each other. There are acquaintances of Ziadide and the other two, and members of the Holy Mother Church who have a good relationship with the Flower Fairy. Giliana would naturally choose their side, and they had worked together before, and they already had the most basic trust. Forming a team, they could help each other better. After everyone was chosen, the 3 teams were formed. In addition to the mermaid like her, Julia's team had 2 other members, the young man who presided over the meeting yesterday, and another unknown member of the Holy Machine Church. In addition to a member of the Holy Mother Church, Poro also had another member who was not sure if he was a member of the church, because his outfit didn't look like he had any obvious features. But from his temperament, it could be felt that he must be a good fighter, but a little gloomy. And he was very silent, and I hardly ever saw him speak. Since we have been divided, then each of us should start to act, and return immediately after completing the goal. There will be a team in the border area to pick us up. Standing on the city wall, the gardener Fernan nodded to the special team below. He picked up his flower staff and waved it gently. Vines immediately began to spread under the feet of the crowd. And then, 3 flowers grew. The huge flowers wrapped all the members of the 3 teams. The flowers that completely wrapped the 3 people gathered again, and retracted into the water again, and entered under the vine layer. The sea water below the vine layer connected the vines, and moved quickly forward. Alka and Ziadide leaned on the petals, because the silent saint just sat quietly around. The 2 of them didn't think of chatting with her, so they just looked at Giliana next to them. What is this? It should be able to take us directly to the border of life and death. Right? Giliana nodded after hearing Alka's question. Only gardeners can do this. It comes from the blessing of the Flower Fairy. It can move quickly in the land of spirits with the help of plants. After listening to his explanation, the 2 nodded. How long will it take? If you travel the normal distance from the fortress to the edge of the border of life and death, it will take about 23 days. Giliana said, it will probably only take half a day. That's pretty fast, Ziadide said. After chatting for a few words, several people leaned on the edge of the flower, feeling the shaking caused by the movement of the flower. After an unknown amount of time, Alka suddenly asked, I have never figured out a question. If you don't mind, can you tell me why the Flower Fairy must be revived at this time? It seems that you are not well prepared. This should be a very important thing. Right? Alka has never figured out this problem, nor has he obtained any relevant information. You have to know that this is the resurrection of an old god. But it gives people the feeling that the entire land of spirits is not well prepared, even the Flower Fairy herself. It seems that due to some force majeure, they have to choose to hastily revive at this stage. Hearing this, Giliana was silent. She looked at Ziadide and the other 2, and then at the silent saint. Fortunately, this place can be considered as mine, otherwise I don't know how to answer you. After Giliana said a few words casually, she began to answer Alka's question. Seeing that the silent saint seemed to be indifferent, she obviously knew the reason. Before you left, my god had already met the conditions for revival. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but recall. According to what he saw, there should be a treasure of the Holy Grail. Level missing. No, it doesn't seem right after thinking about it carefully. At that time, what he saw were light spots that appeared in order from strong to weak according to the treasure. So when he saw the golden light at last, it suddenly stopped. Thinking about it now, he probably didn't have time to see the end at that time. The Flower Fairy had already retracted the revealed rune. So the divine essence of the Flower of Heaven that he got was actually the last puzzle piece for the Flower Fairy's revival. After thinking about it briefly in his mind, Alka continued to listen to Giliana's story. But at that time, my god said that it would take about 2 years to slowly prepare the ceremony. Until it can be completely guaranteed to be safe, he will start to revive. Speaking of this, Giliana looked at Alka and the others. That's why we spent a lot of money to invite you later, to work with us to clean up the cultists in our ranks. By the way, help us clean up those cunning rats outside. Hearing this, Alka suddenly realized. Indeed, at that time, the fragrance land was unusually generous. And there was also a hint of urgency. Now that I think about it, it should be impatient to wait for the god it believes in to revive. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. We even deliberately showed a little flaw and weakness to attract those cults who had ideas about our god to show up. However, not long after, I don't know why, my god acted a little serious and told us to start the resuscitation immediately. So everything was not ready in time, resulting in half of the place falling. And there was chaos inside. And those cultists seemed to have made an appointment and rushed over at the same time. Even before my god began to revive, the undead at the border of life and death had already begun to prepare for a large-scale, full-scale attack. After listening to Giliana's account of the whole incident, Alka nodded. It seems that they don't know the details of the whole incident very well. Perhaps only after the flower fairy fully revives we can know the reason. As everyone chatted like this, half a day passed quickly. The people who were resting in the flower buds felt the flower shaking violently. The direction of the flower shaking changed, and it obviously reached the destination. Then the flower slowly rose upwards. A huge flower emerged from the water and bloomed. Alka and the other 4 walked out of the stamen. Well, are we the only ones? The others should be closer to their target, Alka said, and suddenly felt the touch of Xiaodaidi next to him. Turning his head to look behind them, the place where they were at this time was actually on a cliff. There were vines under the cliff, hanging down into the swamp water below. They were on the edge of an island. Because it was a cliff, their place was well hidden, looking down from a high place. At the limit of their vision, about 3 or 4 kilometers away from where they were, they could see a large group of undead gathered in a long line, moving forward into the distance. That large group of undead, there were all kinds of them. The endless flow of undead connected the boundary of life and death like a pipeline. It's really a huge army, Xiaodaidi murmured. Alka looked at the number of troops, suddenly frowned, turned to look at Giliana and asked, how many such transportation routes are there in total? 4. Is the scale of each one like this? Giliana shook her head. Her expression was also a little serious. The latest intelligence obtained not long ago did not have such an exaggerated number as now. It was much less than this at that time. That means that the border of life and death has now accumulated a large number of troops at the border? Damn. It's not possible. Several people had bad thoughts. Turning his head, he looked at the Silent Saint, who was just behind him. The Silent Saint looked at the 3 people, shook her head slightly, and gave them a reassuring expression. Then she gently waved her hand, and walked towards the area where life and death meet. Looking at this situation, although the 3 people were a little worried, but obviously, the fortress may have already discovered and prepared, and they don't need to worry too much. Follow the Silent Saint and walk forward. Soon they passed through the woods on the island, and there was a wasteland in front. Compared with the green forest here, it has formed 2 completely different appearances. There are gray-black plants over there, and each plant looks a little dilapidated, as if it is about to wither. Even the land looks gray-black and cracked. It is on such land that there are some dying plants. It makes people feel that the environment here is extremely strange. And even the sky is surrounded by a dark color. It seems that a wall separates the inside and the outside. Several people watched in silence. Then they followed the saint into the area of life and death. As soon as they passed through the film, a sweet smell came from the air, and the sweetness seemed to be mixed with a strange smell. The environment, the smell, including the feeling of the skin, made them extremely uncomfortable here. Do you have any strange feelings, as if something is staring at us? Xiaodaidi, who had a keen sense, asked as if he had found something wrong. Alka nodded. But he didn't feel it very clearly. Only by perceiving it carefully could he clearly sense it. As for Giliana, she had almost no such feeling. The Silent Saint in front turned her head to look at Xiaodaidi, slightly surprised. She seemed surprised that a person in the 3rd stage could have such a keen perception. Then she gave everyone a reassuring look. The energy of holy light appeared in the palm of her hand, and she gently waved it. And it stained everyone. That weird feeling was gone. And even the uncomfortable touch caused by the surrounding environment also disappeared. Although it was still uncomfortable, it was much better than before. The whole island was in the shape of a slope. After passing through the gray and cracked area, they entered the swamp area again. And this area really showed the appearance of a swamp. For the entire Zahai, although they are called Zahai, they are only somewhat similar to swamps. It just has a layer of vines. Staying under the sea surface, there is still a certain difference from the swamp. But the area in front of them is completely different. Above the vines, There are all kinds of green grass floating above. You can even see the roots of some short branches exposed. Under the green plants, some gray roots and strange smells are exposed. The floating plants above make it difficult for everyone to see the situation below. This is the real swamp, exactly the same as the swamp. The saint walked in front. Alka and others followed closely behind. Sadidi had already spread out faint silver ripples, and was always checking the surrounding situation. The swamp area was really difficult to move in. Some plant roots floating on the surface were like real land, except that they were soft and could be walked on. But if you were not careful, you might miss a step, and suddenly fall down. The water below was extremely turbid, making it difficult to see the situation below. When walking, it was easy to be accompanied by some plant roots below. After walking a few steps, Alka frowned in annoyance as he looked at the various plant roots and vines entangled around his legs. Walking in this place really tests one's patience. Moreover, they were already walking on the road that the saint and Sadidi had sorted out. He just stepped on it. Mud bubbles gurgled out of the water. Then a broken skull floated up from the water, swaying and floating on the turbid water. Looking at the skull, Alka just pushed it aside in annoyance. The light suddenly gathered at Sadidi's fingertips, and was thrown out as she shook her fingers. In the bushes, there was a tragic hissing sound. A thin green snake about the length of an arm rolled over. A small hole had been punched in its body, and dark blood was flowing out. The blood that flowed out exuded a disgusting stench. Looking closely, it turned out to be a dead body mixed with green plants. The saint just waved her hand lightly, and a faint holy fire ignited on the corpse. With a slight sound, it burned to ashes. The small episode did not affect the progress of the crowd. Still keeping silent and vigilant, they continued to move forward. The whole swamp was quiet, except for the swaying sound of their steps in the water, and the ripples of water emitted by their actions. In the silence, countless undead seemed to have set their sights on him. Chapter 364 Three-Party Action. Dark Swamp. Even if the scorching sun hung in the sky, its own light and heat shone here, it still couldn't dispel the darkness here. Roaring and the sound of bones twisting and crackling when moving, surrounding them. Alka and others gathered together. It was unknown when they were surrounded by the dead souls at the junction of life and death. Alka looked at the undead creatures in front of him. These undead creatures, without exception, had moss and green leaves on their bodies. Fortunately, the strongest of these monsters was only a 4-stage one, which should be a moss monster like a gorilla. Half of the face, which had rotted and exposed the bones, was revealed in front of everyone. An unknown wildflower was sticking out of the eye socket, and the other half was covered with weeds and moss. The silent saint did not intend to attack, but raised her hands to put a thin layer of holy light shield on the three people. The three did not wait, and rushed directly to the monsters around them. Giliana drew out her sword, attached magic to it, and thorns tightly wrapped around it. With a wave of his hand, the plants on the surrounding monsters grew violently, and these undead creatures were imprisoned in place. Why can the land of all spirits block these plant undead creatures from the border of life and death, which are much higher in quantity and quality than them? With such a huge difference in numbers? It depends on the control of plants by all of them. Although these undead creatures are connected with the plants of life, they have become a contradictory combination. But it is precisely because of this that they can be trapped by the plants that strengthen their own strength. With just a simple wave, more than half of the surrounding undead monsters were restricted in their movements because of the plants growing on their bodies. The branches passed through the gaps between their bones and got stuck in them. They even had difficulty moving. The roots of some plants even drilled out from the bone gaps, making the already fragile bones even more difficult to hold on. They were dragged down by the plants on their bodies and turned into nutrients. A beam of light kept refracting crazily among the undead monster group. At each refraction point, a monster would be smashed and scattered by an invisible heavy blow. Facing the only 4-stage monster, the blue comet fell in midair. Even if Alka did not use a very powerful force, the gorilla was smashed into a pile of twisted weeds in an instant. It was obvious that it had lost the ability to move. The three of them attacked, without having to consider whether the surrounding undead monsters would hurt them. Because the holy light shields on their bodies completely blocked the damage. Even if these undead accidentally touched the holy light shields with their bodies, they would be burned instead. The whole operation was very relaxed and comfortable. The first wave of crisis faced at the border of life and death was easily resolved. After watching the three people clean up, the silent saint shook her head slightly at them, signaling them to leave quickly. Not long after leaving this area, Alka felt an angry roar from behind, and a sense of danger from afar. That breath pierced their bodies like a cold wind. Fortunately, they left quickly after cleaning up. On the other side, Julia joined the team. The leader was the mermaid Chanaris, and the mermaid who was also at the 5th stage stayed at the border. She was a member of the team to pick them up. At this time, they were not moving on the water, and the members of their team were carefully selected. Except for the captain and Julia, who were both mermaids, the remaining 2 4th-stage members were from the Holy Machine Church. At this time, they were under the vine layer, moving towards their destination in the sea water. Chanaris, with her jade-green fishtail, was wielding magic. I don't know if it was her special spell, or the power of her treasure. At the bottom of this murky and muddy sea, they were in an oval-shaped, capsule-like blue seawater. The seawater even emitted a little crystal light, as clear and transparent as glass. And these 4 people were in it. The 2 members of the Holy Machine Church had some kind of mechanical structure on their faces that could breathe underwater. The boundary between life and death. Even the underwater area of this death zone has long been eroded by the turbid power of the dead. If the vines are above, there is still a chaotic interaction between the vines and the power of life. The underwater area is almost completely occupied and affected by the power of the dead. Julia swung her tail and stayed in the capsule, looking outside through the clear and transparent sea water. It was not pitch black outside, nor was there any lively scene. There were only countless deep-sea dead with rotten bodies, dry bodies, and even all kinds of deep-sea dead made of bones, swimming around this blue capsule. They wanted to break through and rush into the capsule at any time, and devour the living things inside. However, all their actions were obviously useless. Don't be afraid. These weak undead can't get in. Take a good rest here. Although we are moving underwater, our actions are somewhat blatant. When we go out, we will definitely attract a lot of enemies, and then we will have a tough battle. Chanalis controlled the capsule formed by the blue water flow, accelerated forward, and asked several people to be mentally prepared. The 3 people behind her nodded. There is gain and loss. Chanaris looked at the sea full of the breath of the dead, and the area above that violated the natural law. She shook her head helplessly, and sighed and said, "It is really a blasphemous sea. How can we clean up this area?" As she said that, she couldn't help but think of the withering ceremony she had experienced yesterday. The one who died was a life master with the strength of the 6th stage. Even such an existence died in this area. According to our speculation, this area should be cleared in a few years. One of the members of the Holy Machine Church suddenly said. Hearing this, Corrales turned her head and looked at him. "Why do you say that?" According to limited records, the reason why this area became the boundary between life and death and turned into such a deformed environment is because of the ancient undead dragon that fell, and the flower fairy that also fell on the other side. According to our research and archaeology, there is sufficient evidence to prove that it was the flower fairy who dealt the undead dragon a fatal blow. We guessed that it was because of the fight between the 2 that, even though the flower fairy won in the end, it still couldn't resist the attacks of others and fell. Another member of the Holy Machine Church also nodded and said, "Yes. According to our findings and speculations, the attacking party should be the undead dragon and the gods it was entangled with." At this point, the 2 members of the Holy Machine Church looked at each other. They felt that this was a rare opportunity. One of them looked at Chanaris and asked, "Lady Chanaris, does your church have any records of this battle of gods in Zahai?" This sudden question made the mermaid slightly stunned, and then shook her head. "No, there is no record." "Really?" "It is said that among the beings belonging to the flower fairy side at that time, there was a god who also had power over plants. It is said that he is one of the 4 gods now. May I ask?" Before the member of the Holy Machine Church finished speaking, his mouth was sealed by the water. "You cannot talk about our god casually. This is a very serious offense." Another member of the Holy Machine Church nodded repeatedly. "We are the offenders. Please remove the seal on his mouth. I think he also knows his mistake." Chanalis waved her hand gently. The water on her mouth disappeared instantly. "Thank you." Feeling the water on her mouth disappear, the member of the Holy Machine Church quickly bowed to thank him. But he and his companion smiled at each other. Obviously they had already got the answer they wanted. At the same time, Chanalis also sighed slightly. Of course, she knew that the best way was to answer the question without knowing anything, and to say nothing. But as a believer of God, she obviously couldn't do it, and her behavior was the best answer. Julia just stood by, silently watching the actions and exchanges of both parties. She somehow gained some incredible information. Suddenly the water flow vibrated. And then the blue sea water wrapped around them began to roll and rise from the spiral. Get ready. We are about to go out. Hearing this, the other three people immediately became serious, revealing their treasures. According to our speed of action, it should be the fastest. And I hope there will be no accidents. On the other side, in the team that Poirot participated in, at this time, the team he was in was fighting fiercely with the surrounding undead. Even the captain, Rikai, joined the battle. Roar! Poirot roared angrily. At this time, a blue-gray light had appeared on his body, and the light formed exaggerated lightning patterns on his body. The lightning wrapped around his body. Among the four people present, even Rikai, who was in the 5th stage, could not match him in terms of special effects. With gray-blue lightning wrapped around his body, he was extremely conspicuous in the battle, and his huge body. His eyes had completely turned into lightning, dragging long shadows. Poirot jumped up suddenly, and slammed heavily into the group of monsters. A large amount of water splashed down, falling like raindrops. Under Poirot's special control, the thunder that had originally rumbled turned into crackling lightning. Dense lightning flashed from his body, spreading to the surroundings as the blow fell. And the sea water became the best medium. This group of undead with strong recovery ability, under this gray-blue annihilation lightning, was like mud and was instantly broken into pieces. The attack area even turned into ashes. One attack cleared a large area of open space. Suddenly, a sharp bone spur shot out from the sea water and pierced straight at him as fast as lightning. It was glowing with an oily green light and was obviously coated with a layer of strong toxins. This scene happened to be seen by another 4-stage member next to him. He quickly warned him, "Be careful." However, he had only said half of the word "be careful" when he swallowed his words back because of what happened. Facing the sudden attack from behind, Poirot, who had just landed and attacked, bent his knees and bent over instantly, as if he had an eye behind him. The bone spear just stuck in his back and stabbed upwards diagonally. They stuck together completely, but did not hurt Poirot at all. Not even a trace of flesh was touched. The extreme dodge stunned the teammate who wanted to remind him. Then Poirot turned around suddenly and grabbed the root of the bone spear protruding from the water with his right hand and then pulled it out violently. A huge one. An undead monster with 8 long whip-like bone octopus-like legs was dragged out. A sneak attack. A cowardly act. Poirot, who was already bloodshot, roared angrily. The lightning on his body wrapped around the huge octopus all the way, and then he dragged an octopus's legs and began to circle among the monsters. The octopus itself was not long, but the 7 long whips he threw out turned into sharp blades. In addition, the gray-blue lightning wrapped above caused huge damage. In an instant, the surrounding undead monsters were almost completely cleared. Die! With a roar of anger, the huge monster body was thrown out. The monster's body slammed hard on a 4-stage undead that was about to rush over. It was knocked to the ground instantly. While the undead monster had not yet stood up, the gloomy member of the team, who was not sure whether he belonged to the church, had come to his side. The spear condensed by holy light pierced into the monster's body. Holy light burst out. Amidst the roar of the soul, the monster was blown into several pieces. The battle here was drawing to a close. And over there, Riki had already raised the huge mechanical power hammer in his hand, and was fighting with another undead monster with the strength of the 5th stage. No one disturbed their battle. The one fighting with him was a humanoid monster whose hands and half of his body had completely turned into tree roots. The tree roots attacked together with the vines below, and this battle area almost became a special arena for the two of them. And it was the enemy's home ground. The huge mechanical power hammer was emitting an exaggerated temperature, and even emitted a bright red light like a completely red-hot iron. As Riki swung it down, a large amount of steam and the sound of mechanical operation sounded. Water splashed, and a man-made light rain fell from the sky. The monster's arm made of a tree root was broken. A back wanted to get to a safe place first. But in an instant, he seemed to feel something, and the soul-like flame in his eyes shook wildly. Want to run? At some point, Rikai, holding a huge power hammer, suddenly appeared behind him. The moment the sound was heard, the huge power hammer had already hit the monster's back. The monster was in disbelief. He had never expected that Rikai would appear behind him. He didn't know when he appeared here. Circles of shock waves pushed the air, transmitting to the surroundings in a shape visible to the naked eye. The human-shaped undead suddenly froze in place. There was silence all around. It was as if all the sounds disappeared. Bang! A violent sound rang out. The piercing waves spread out. The humanoid monster had disappeared on the spot. A large amount of water splashed in front of them and dispersed to both sides. An object burning with flames was struck out like lightning. A fourth-stage team member didn't have time to react. Pororo beside him pulled him over, and the two of them dodged to the side in an instant. The moment they dodged, a red light flashed by their side, and a large amount of water splashed on them. On the line where the red light passed, all the undead were instantly smashed into mincemeat. What is that? The team member stood up and asked with lingering fear. Then he saw Pororo's sight. He looked towards the source of the launch. In the battlefield of Ruekai, Ruekai had already carried his weapon on his shoulder. He was breathing slightly. His enemy had disappeared. Then he turned his head. The monster that was smashed out had slowed down as the power disappeared, allowing several people to see it. At this time, the undead monster only had a head, a neck and shoulders. The other parts had completely disappeared, and no one knew where they had gone. The only remaining parts just bumped and bumped in the water, like a water float, until it stopped silently after colliding with a tree trunk and sank into the water. Don't rest. Let's go! We are making too much noise, and it is very likely to attract powerful enemies, Ricky said, and left quickly with a few people. Pororo and the others followed immediately. The battlefield they had ravaged was left with only the dry and wet bones of the undead, floating in the entire area, flowing away with the slightly swaying water. A recorder like a watch appeared in Ricky's hand at some point. The red pointer on it was spinning wildly left and right. Damn it, why is it at this time? Frowning and cursing a few times, Ricky put the recorder in his hand back into his pocket ring. He sped up again. Hurry up, we don't have much time. Chapter 365 Crisis and Crisis. We don't have much time left? Alka looked ahead and asked the Silent Saint who was staring at them. The Silent Saint nodded, and then turned around without hesitation and quickened her pace. Although Alka and his companions didn't know why, they also hurriedly quickened their pace to catch up. They followed the Saint as hard as they could, and quickly moved towards their goal. There is an enemy! Very strong, Xia Daidi suddenly said with his eyes wide open. Then he immediately said, Here it comes! As soon as he finished speaking, an object fell from the sky and hit the front of their team. A lot of water splashed up. The appearance of the monster was revealed in front of everyone. It was a giant undead bird, whose wings had completely turned into emerald green. Its body was covered with green leaves and weeds, and its body seemed to be covered with a layer of green feathers. The sharp beak was broken, and several tentacles, like snakes, emerged from it, waving it sickeningly. Roar! A sharp roar sounded. Alka had seen the strength of this monster. This was a fifth-stage undead monster. Obviously, this was no longer something they could afford to provoke. Alka could not help but focus on the Silent Saint. Now she had to take action. Just now, the Saint said that they didn't have much time left and needed to act quickly. As a result, just after she finished speaking, a monster came that affected their efficiency. Chains formed by the gathering of bright holy light suddenly flew out from the sleeves of the Silent Saint. Densely packed. Looking closely, there were at least 20 or 30 of them. So many holy light chains were ejected like missiles. The eyes of several people blurred, and these chains had already been put on the body of the undead giant bird, tightly wrapped around it. They locked the joints of the giant bird's wings, neck, legs, and even its mouth from all directions, without the strange bird itself reacting. It was completely locked and fell into the water instantly. A large amount of water began to splash wildly, and all kinds of dirt, mud, and vines flew everywhere. The chains wrapped around its body emitted a stronger light. Several people watched as grayish-white smoke came out of the strange bird, and even emitted a squeaky sound like a branding iron on raw meat. Dense golden spells began to spread along with the chains. Soon, they crawled all over the body of the strange bird like ants. The strange bird seemed to feel something. It struggled wildly, and the water around it kept splashing with the power of its struggle. However, even this fifth-stage strange bird still had no power to fight back against the chains. All the struggles were in vain. It seemed that it could only rely on physical struggle, and could not use any energy, and was completely imprisoned. The three even felt a trace of despair from this fifth-stage strange bird, which was far superior to them. Finally, the spell had spread all over his body. A strong momentum emanated. The breath blew on everyone's face like a hurricane, and the three could not help but raise their hands to resist the hurricane. It was just a blink of an eye. The holy fire that suddenly appeared had ignited the body of the strange bird. And the strange bird stopped struggling at this time, as if it had turned into a stone sculpture. One by one, the holy light chains broke and disappeared, with a crackling sound. In a few seconds, all the chains on the strange bird disappeared one by one. He was like a sculpture, still maintaining the posture of being tied up, even though the blazing holy fire had been ignited on his body. Even with the holy fire, his body began to emit thick black smoke. He remained unmoved. The silent saint continued to walk forward quickly. She walked past the strange bird burning with holy fire, looking ahead without paying any attention. Alka and others hurriedly followed, passing by the strange bird, and could not help turning their heads to look at it. Alka even saw the blue soul fire in the strange bird's eye sockets still swaying wildly, but it was getting weaker and weaker. It was not that he was unwilling to move, but that he could not move. He could only wait here silently for the holy fire to purify him. The three of them followed the silent saint quietly and quickly. They looked at each other. They all felt a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Too strong. Even though they were both in the 5th stage. But the silent saint, with the restraint of attributes, used only one move to subdue the enemy before everyone could react, and even let him die without any suspense. He had no ability to resist at all, which made people wonder if they were in the same stage. It was like an ordinary bird fell into the hands of a butcher. Silent saint. Perhaps this so-called silence is not just about herself. They moved forward quickly, as if this area was the territory of the strange bird just now. Since they encountered the strange bird and killed it, they have traveled such a long distance forward without encountering a single undead monster, not even one. Until the silent saint suddenly stopped. In front of them, there were still a few rotten trees that were no different from other places, and the swamps around them that were slightly dark and slightly smelly. Seeing the silent saint stop, Alka asked, "Are we there yet?" The saint nodded and stretched out her hands. The magic transformed into holy light pushed the sea away. In the swamp under their feet, the dark sea water was pushed to both sides by the strong force, revealing the pure vine layer below. As the sea water disappeared, a few people saw that the place where the underwater vines were entangled was a disc-shaped object that was obviously cut out by humans. On the disc were bones, skulls, and bone plates stacked and inlaid on each other. The lines on it were completely made of some kind of fragile bones, forming a magic circle. It was possible to feel the surrounding undead magic and some unclear magic being slowly absorbed into it. It was transmitted to the distance through this magic circle. It seemed that the target point they were at was one of the 2 target points. Is something coming? The cold is biting, and the darkness, like death, is sweeping towards us. Xiao seemed to feel something, and said with his eyes wide open. They seemed to know why they were running out of time. Hearing this, the silent saint turned her head again and looked at her, then nodded. It was obvious that she had confirmed her statement. The moment she turned her head, the chains flew out again. This time, there were hundreds of chains. The previous one was not her limit. The chains almost completely blocked the front, tightly wrapped around the disc, cut the vines around it one by one. The disc was completely cut off, revealing a large hole connected to the sea below. The chains wrapped around it quickly transmitted the spell like ants. In less than 2 seconds, it crawled all over the bone slab. The sacred flame burned again. As the golden sacred fire burned, a large amount of black smoke came out, even mixed with some roaring evil spirits, and souls were burned out along with the flames. All kinds of soul-piercing, head-numbing screams and shrieks kept ringing. Thick smoke billowed out. The disc built of bones. I don't know how many lives were condensed into it. The moment the holy fire was lit, the silent saint immediately broke all the chains. She turned around and waved to Alka and the others without hesitation. This gesture officially told them to run. Seeing this message, the 3 of them turned around and ran away without hesitation. At this time, they finally realized what the silent saint meant by too late. The billowing black smoke turned into skulls one after another, sweeping towards them from behind them. The black smoke was like a 100-meter-high wall, completely covering their backs. Like a raging wave, it seemed to cover the entire area, and completely submerge the entire boundary between life and death. This was the black wave on the sea. It was obvious from the situation that it would not be a good thing if they were swept in. At this speed, they would definitely not be able to escape. Come closer to me, Alka shouted loudly. Xiao immediately came to his side, and stuck close to him, and Giliana also jumped over with a big step. Looking at Alka, Silent Saint took a step and came behind him. A mirror surface appeared on Alka's face, and then the turbid sea water under their feet suddenly became clear, until it reflected them like a mirror below. A pink mist roamed in the mirror. In an instant, the mirror turned into a dream world again. The mirror turned over. Alka and the others disappeared on the spot. It was not that they entered the world in the mirror, but they were teleported away. The defensive front line of the land of spirits. An extremely brutal war is taking place here. The undead, like a tide, has filled the entire border line, and divided into 6 large armies to launch a full-scale attack on the 6 fortresses at the same time. Various undeads have completely filled the area below the fortress, and wherever they pass, they are seen. The exaggerated number makes people despair. Countless soldiers standing on the city walls for defense have gray faces, and most of them have already made up their minds to die. The sudden full-scale attack, although it was expected. But when such a scene really came, no one thought that such a scene could be prevented. Verna Gardner stood on the city wall, silently looking at the enemies below. The number of enemies was so large that they could not be cleared by personal strength. At least for her, who was in the 6th stage. One after another, the stones made of vines and gravel fell in their direction. The huge vines controlled by humans kept waving in the air, forming a line of defense, preventing the huge stones thrown by the enemies from attacking the city wall. Behind the enemy formation, one after another huge bone spur turned into a catapult. Relying on the huge body and the toughness of the joints, it was like a giant throwing stones. A flashing light slid down from the sky. With a brilliant trajectory, it rushed into the enemy's rear. This brilliant object flew high in the enemy's sky. Jason, sitting on Eurylius, threw huge crystals one after another with both hands downwards, which fell like bombs. Each crystal bomb, the size of a human head, could accurately land under a bone spur catapult. Then the brilliant crystals spread around like ice crystals, freezing and then breaking into pieces. A large area of enemies was cleared out. The combined bomber consisting of 1 man and 1 dragon quickly cleared the rear of the undead army. The siege weapon that posed the greatest threat to the fortress. Shoot it down! With a hoarse roar, a huge bone spear rushed towards them from the rear. Jason had already stuck to Eurylius, and then the two of them moved together. The crystal seemed to combine the two of them. Eurylius's body length plus the tail was nearly 4 meters, and its wingspan reached 8 meters. Such a body suddenly showed an unreasonable flexibility in the air. The moment the bone spear flew up, the wings directly wrapped itself. The whole dragon formed a spiral, and then rolled in the air. The crystal on its body was wrapped up when it rolled, forming a layer of plating. The bone spear flew over them. A gap appeared on the crystal, but it only appeared on the crystal. The rotation stopped. The wings opened in an instant. With the sound of breaking, the crystal that had just wrapped around it turned into, and dots of starlight flashed from the sky. Release. More bone spears flew towards them. At this time, Eurylius had already climbed directly upwards. All the flying bone spears could not reach such a height, lost kinetic energy, and fell downwards. No chance. Let's go back. Jason looked at the situation and said with some regret. They had only cleared half of the siege bone spurs in the back. It was a bit regrettable that they had not cleared them all. On the way back, the crystal dragon flew towards the rear of the enemy's charge camp. It spit out a long stream of fire fiercely at the undead below, clearing a gap before landing on the city wall again. With a loud bang, huge shells and flower cannons were fired one after another. Dense ammunition was fired at the enemy formation. However, this time, even with great power, it was difficult to clear so many undead. The gaps that had just been cleared were immediately filled by more undead. These undead seemed endless. The puppet girl, and Jason and others who stayed in the fortress all climbed onto the city wall. They frantically attacked the undead below who wanted to climb up from the city wall. A large number of vines were waving continuously, throwing the undead lying on them down. There are too many undead. It is hard to resist. On the side of the entire undead attack line, a large group of cultists hid here. They looked at the attacking team from the side and laughed strangely. Haha. They are about to fail. That damn heretic god can only live in this small place with a fallen and broken body. Coluto, who was very conspicuous in the crowd, laughed wildly. And those damn people from the Holy Mother Church. Let's die together. All here, buried in the mouths of endless undead. Laughing wildly, there was a constant scarlet breath coming out of his body, and even bloody lines began to climb up his cheeks. He didn't care about it. Master, The giant spirit channel we built at the junction of life and death, don't we need to worry about it? Has it been destroyed? Karuto calmed down and asked calmly. The figure wearing a bloody robe beside him nodded. Both places have been destroyed. The channel for transmitting energy has disappeared. Don't worry about them, that was just part of the bait, ha ha ha. These stupid believers of alien gods. Karuto couldn't help laughing again. The pagan next to him couldn't help but say, but without these two energy transmissions, the demonic magic circle used to harass the enemy's rear is likely to be destroyed by the enemy. Even if it is not destroyed, we don't have enough magic power to support the random opening of the portal. No need. They have already failed. Looking at the undead creatures in front of him that were attacking the enemy like a tide. What can we use to resist so many? There is no way at all. Their action has been successful. Victory is at hand. From now on, these flower fairy people can only huddle in a small corner in this swamp. And the tattered flower god, who tried to revive, will never be able to return to this small area until the entire swamp is dragged into the endless abyss. Everything is for the crazy evil master. Everything is for this, all for. As Karuto's voice sounded, the surrounding cultists praised together. On the fortress wall, the gardener saw that the fortress was already in danger. If it dragged on, the entire defense line would fall. How long will it take? How long will it take? Her voice was a little anxious. Standing next to him was a fishman who looked a little gentle. This fishman had a high and swollen forehead and seemed to be a strange species. He had a very obvious breath from the sea god. Don't worry, respected gardener. The believers of my god are about to reach the center of the battlefield, and the anger of my god will eventually fall on these evil spirits who blaspheme the ocean. The fishman was so calm, not in a hurry at all. He waved his hand downwards. The sea water below swept away a large number of undead on the wall, leaving only black fragments emerging from the water. Looking at his behavior, the gardener took a deep breath and nodded. I hope so. Chapter 366 Life Realm. Ruekai led Porolo and his men, running madly forward. Behind them was a billowing smoke that covered the sky and the sun. In the smoke, the huge skull that the smoke transformed into roared at them. Looking at the speed of the smoke sweeping in from behind, after a brief calculation of their running speed, it was easy to conclude that it would not take long for them to be wrapped in the smoke. There was no way to escape. Facing the current situation, Ruekai frowned. Then he threw his hammer on the water in front of him. A large amount of machinery and steel flew out along his ring, and then wrapped around the hammer he threw on the water, and began to build frantically. It only took a few seconds, and a steel speedboat was built directly on the water, and the hammerhead became the tail of the speedboat. Get on the boat! Hurry up! Rick yelled, and jumped directly onto the boat, and the other three followed closely. As the few people stood firm on the boat, Rick punched the machine in front of him. A large amount of magic power was input into the speedboat, and gathered at the tail of the hammer through the magic channel above. The vertical top gathered a nozzle with a mechanical structure. Bang! With a violent sound, the hammerhead of the hammer sprayed a large amount of energy. And in an instant, it pushed the speedboat to rush on the sea. The sharp bow cut through the water, and the plants or vines blocking the way ahead. And the dirty water mixed with some residue splashed to both sides. Polo, aren't you a believer of the sea god? Help me disperse the resistance brought by the sea water in front. Although their current speed is much faster than the speed of the black smoke behind them, they still have to go faster. This meant that their movement was very loud, and enemies would definitely be attracted. If they were stopped at this time, they would be doomed. They had to be faster. Faster than all the enemies who wanted to stop them. They had to be so fast that the enemies who were looking for them could only see them from a distance. Poro nodded, jumped directly to the bow, and stretched his hands forward. The resistance of the sea surface suddenly decreased, and even the dark sea water began to push them forward. The speed of the entire speedboat was steadily increasing. However, it is not easy to see from Poro's frown. The sea water is mixed with the power of death, and even the breath of life. It is too chaotic. This is the limit of what I can do. Enough, this is enough. Rikai is satisfied with the current situation. Then he looked at the other two, and let me infuse magic into it. This thing consumes magic too efficiently. The other two team members nodded. Each of them transferred their magic power to the hammer below. With 3 people transferring magic power, and 1 person clearing the way, the speed of the ship reached the limit, and soon got rid of the black smoke that kept sweeping behind. Don't relax, we are not safe yet. Pororo looked at the current situation, and couldn't help but worry about the situation on the other two sides. The reason why they were able to move so fast was that they were not swept into the black fog behind. The main reason was that when they arrived at the point, they found that their target had become the only one that might be wrong. That is to say, the target they chose was the only one that was uncertain. It was precisely because they did not need to destroy the energy transmission device that they could quickly escape when they found the black smoke sweeping in. But this also meant that the other two pairs must destroy the device. I couldn't help but turn around and ask, "Will they be okay?" Hearing this, Ruikai knew what Poro was worried about, and sighed. "Don't worry, we have already anticipated the possibility of this black smoke, and the worst-case scenario is that the captain will help the team members resist the black smoke." Ruikai's expression was also a little worried. "What's the price?" asked a member of the Holy Mother Church, who was transferring magic power. The black smoke just now made Ricky very anxious. If he really tried his best to resist it, he would definitely pay a price. Ricky sighed and nodded. Of course there will be a price. Even if he is a fifth-stage existence, he will still be attacked by death if he helps to block it. Not only the captain, but also the team members who follow him. The attack of death? The member of the Holy Mother Church, who asked the question, frowned. Yes, in the mild case. A part of the life essence is devoured, and it will take dozens of days, or even a month to recover. In the severe case, it may even shorten the lifespan. What is more worrying is that, in this black fog, the undead creatures will gain strength. The corresponding living creatures will be weakened. How to survive before the black fog dissipates is the top priority. Hearing this, Bo Luoluo became more worried. This is already a heavy price. Why are you the only ones back, and so fast? The team that was meeting at the border asked when they saw Shanala's team breaking out of the water, while the other two teams were still fleeing. This team had already destroyed the power supply device and returned to the border. We broke through the underwater without any obstruction. Of course, it was fast, Shanalis replied. They were basically the fastest team to reach the point. They destroyed the target on the spot after finding it, and then returned directly by the way they came. There was almost no obstruction along the way. But they were the only ones who could do this. That's why Shanalis was made the captain of one of the teams. And the route they were in charge of was also the one most likely to have the target. After saying that, Shanalis frowned and said with some worry, "When I was leaving, I felt the breath of death coming from afar. Maybe the black fog of the dead is coming." "What?" The supporting member next to him was a little surprised. "It's over. Once they encounter the black fog of the dead, it will be difficult to escape with their speed." The members nearby were no longer hopeful, and were even ready to quickly go to the intersection of life and death to rescue the members left inside after the black fog of the dead. "Why at this time? It's so unlucky," someone in the nearby member said angrily. No one could have predicted the arrival of the black fog of the dead. It was an environmental disaster at the junction of life and death. It was also the fundamental reason why the intersection of life and stone could always exist. It would expand from the core area, where the ancient dead dragon died, to the surrounding areas. The edge of the intersection of life and death was the limit of the dead sweep. Every time the black fog of the dead would replenish the energy of the dead for the entire intersection of life and death. And then the life energy from both sides would interweave. This is exactly why he did this. Julia stood at the edge, looking at the situation inside. Her brows were already tightly furrowed. She clenched her hands, and was extremely worried. After an unknown amount of time, they could already see the black smoke at the end of the sky. Although that location was extremely far away from them, it was enough to indicate the arrival of the undead black fog. "Look! There's a team coming out." The people who had been staring at the edge worriedly instantly noticed the speedboat that was coming towards them quickly. The splashes of water caused by the speedboat were so conspicuous. So much so that they spotted the presence of Ricky and others from a distance. Then they found that it was not just Ricky and others. Behind them was a long line of undead monsters, chasing them. "Prepare for support." Julia looked at this situation, and her worries reached a peak. No matter which team, there were her companions. Apparently one team stayed inside. Time went back slightly. Alka and the others quickly reached the mirror that Alka had dropped on the way back to prevent accidents. It was to prevent accidents. Obviously, this thing came in handy. Fortunately, they found that the location was not too far from the nearest mirror. Otherwise, it would not be able to be teleported. A huge rectangular mirror was hung on the top of several twisted trees. As the waves flowed, the mirror reflected the sky, and the situation inside changed. As the water rippled, Alka and the others jumped out. They landed steadily in the water. Alka, who had landed on the ground, was relieved when he saw the silent saint patting them on the shoulder and quickly running forward. Seeing this, the three dared not stay and hurriedly followed. Is the speed of the smoke very fast? Xiaodai asked. The silent saint nodded. Their speed had reached the limit. Alka and Xiaodai looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. With the speed of the two of them using their treasures, they would definitely be able to escape. The treasures of the two of them both had an advantage in speed, and they thought it would be no problem to run through the black fog. The problem was the other two. Alka kept his speed and asked, "Do you have any means to move quickly?" The silent saint shook her head. Obviously not. Giliana also shook her head. She didn't have any means to move quickly. This was difficult. Alka frowned, according to the situation they just saw with the black smoke. Seeing the speed at which the black mist swept them, even if he quickly moved to a place more than 10 kilometers away through the mirror, he still couldn't outrun it. Not to mention that this method was not feasible. Looking slightly backwards, he could see the billowing black smoke coming from the horizon. Can we continue to teleport? Zadaidi looked at Alka and asked. Alka shook his head. The teleportation just now was already a forced teleportation. The farthest distance I can accept now is about 20 miles. But this is the border of life and death. The atmosphere is too chaotic. When the black smoke arrived, the surrounding dead spirit atmosphere became heavier, which seriously affected the distance of transmission. Otherwise, with a lot of consumption, it would definitely be possible to teleport everyone out one by one. At this time, the silent saint turned her head and looked at them, then pointed at herself and gestured. The meaning was very simple. She would definitely protect the few people from being hurt. Alka frowned. This was not the result he wanted. If it was just to avoid being hurt, he and Xiaodai didn't need it at all. I want to find a way to make us all safe. Just to ensure my own safety, Xiaodai and I have extreme speed. He frowned as he spoke, keeping his speed and thinking. The black smoke behind him was getting closer and closer. At this time, a map appeared in Xiaodai's hand, and there was a small X drawn on a place on the map. The location marked with a red cross was not somewhere else, but the place where they learned about the treasure of the Master of Life from Julia last night. The safe area is too far away, and not close enough to us, Xiaodai said angrily while looking at the map. Hearing this, Alka had a solution instantly while looking at the map. Mirrored patterns appeared on his face, and a pair of crystal clear antlers grew out from his head. A large amount of mist emanated from his body. He threw a mirror directly at Xiaodai. Take it, and run over as fast as you can. Hearing this, Xiaodai took the mirror without hesitation, and a triangular yellow crystal appeared on her head. A large amount of light was drawn away in an instant. The area, which was already somewhat dim, entered darkness in an instant. Then Xiaodai turned into a beam of light and flew out in an instant. In a few seconds, he disappeared from their field of vision. Quick, let's speed up in the direction of Xiaodai. After saying that, the three of them ran wildly. The movement here obviously attracted some monsters, which attacked them. Countless chains were waving around wantonly, which did not affect the speed of the silent saint at all. These chains automatically broke all the skeletons close to them into pieces. Alka kept sensing Xiaodai's position, and then while running, observed the distance of the black smoke sweeping behind him. Faster, faster. Then he sensed that Xiaodai had reached their target. Sure enough, Xiaodai's speed had reached a certain extreme and outrageous level. In less than half a minute, he had actually reached a place more than 10 or 20 kilometers away. The moment he sensed that Xiaodai had stopped, he soon realized the connection point not far away. 12 kilometers away. Just a little bit. Looking at the distance ahead, the antlers on Alka's body disappeared. Then he turned into a meteor, passed over the heads of the two people, and hit the water surface not far away after an arc. The moment he landed, the special effects of the star disappeared instantly, and Alka's horns grew out again. The seawater under his feet became clear and reflected like a mirror. A large amount of pink smoke filled the air, and the special effects in the mirror began to change. The thick black smoke in the distance was about to envelop the two people. Alka frowned, waiting in the mirror, only a few steps away. Seeing this situation, the chain on the silent saint immediately curled into two strands and bounced above the mirror. Alka immediately reached out and grabbed the tail end of the chain. The silent saint turned around and hugged Giliana on the side, and then retracted the chain. Alka stepped hard and dragged the chain firmly. The billowing black smoke followed behind them. A large amount of golden light burst in an instant. The surrounding black smoke was instantly blown away, and a depression appeared in the thick black smoke. Plop! A sound like falling into water was heard. The two followed Alka into the water. The mirror on the water surface also shattered into dots, and the light spots disappeared. It was instantly covered by the black fog. The special effect of the mirror world reversing disappeared. Gilliana dived into the water, and quickly raised her head out of the water to look around. Around her, this place is completely different from the entire boundary between life and death. It's like entering another world. The plants here are emerald green, the air is filled with a fragrance, and it's full of vitality. You can even see some flowers, birds and butterflies. The water covering her is so clear that you can see some beautiful fish swimming gently in the water. This is an area completely unrelated to the boundary between life and death. Death is eliminated here, only the purest life remains. Turn around and look. There was a big tree growing in the middle of the whole area. This tree was about 10 meters tall, and looked like a mushroom. Except for the branches at the top, the 10-meter-long trunk was extremely smooth, and there were no branches sticking out. Seeing this, Gilliana was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, and stood up from the water panting. Ziadides stood under the tree, looking at the tree in front of him. Alka and the Silent Saint also observed the surrounding environment. "Where is this?" Gilliana asked. From Alka and Ziadides' behavior just now, it was obvious that they knew where this place was. Alka looked at her and said, "This is a safe area at the junction of life and death. It was built by a former life master of the Seed of Life with his own treasures." "The Seed of Life?" "It is the church where the mermaids live," Alka explained briefly. After hearing this explanation, Gilliana nodded in sudden realization. "I didn't expect to be saved by the things they left behind." As she said this, she showed a slightly bitter smile on her face. The green barrier enveloped the area. They could see the situation outside through the barrier. It was a matter of life and death outside. At this time, they could already see the black smoke rolling in from afar. "Can this place block the black smoke?" Gilliana asked with a little concern. Without waiting for Alka and the others to answer, the Silent Saint looked at the big tree in front of her, observed the surrounding environment, and nodded. Obviously, she felt that this area could withstand it. When everyone rested for a while, they saw the rolling black smoke rushing over in an instant. It submerged the entire area. Chapter 367 Sea Whirlpool. Looking at the rolling black smoke, which covered the entire life and death boundary, the team standing outside the boundary could no longer see what was happening inside. Baroro and Julia looked unhappy, standing at the boundary and staring inside. Until the black smoke finally covered the area, they did not see Alka and the other person rushing out. Rikai came behind the two, quietly looking at the black fog side and said, "Don't worry too much, Elena and I are friends, I know her." Since they have been wrapped in the black fog, Elena will definitely use her ability to protect your captain. She is the only one among us who has the ability to protect others in the black fog. Hearing this, the expressions of the two of them improved a little. However, they knew in their hearts that Alka and Ziadides did not need protection at all. With the speed of their protection, the speed of the black fog sweeping over just now could not be matched. One can turn into a meteor, and the other can directly turn into a beam of light. How could they be swept in? It was nothing more than wanting to take the other people in the team away together. Not to mention that one of the people in the team was a saint of the Holy Mother Church, and the other was Gilliana, whom they were very familiar with. It was hard for the two to leave them behind. "Thank you for your comfort, but I believe they will be fine," Julia said. Pororo turned around and looked at her in confusion. The meaning was obvious. Why did she suddenly not feel that there was anything wrong? Julia turned around and whispered a few words in his ear. Pororo nodded in sudden realization, and his expression became much better in an instant. Then he frowned and said, "But what if they don't catch up?" Hearing this, Julia turned and stared at him. "Then we can only hope that you haven't learned Jason's bad traits." Hearing this, Pororo silently closed his mouth. He was inexplicably relieved in his heart. Fortunately, it was not Jason who was here today. Rikai saw that the mood of the two people had obviously improved. Although he didn't know what they were talking about, it should be considered a good thing. The support members in the back were almost ready to rush in to rescue Alka and others as soon as the black fog dissipated. At this time, Alka and others looked at the emerald green barrier. In this emerald green barrier, a shining ball of light floated on the treetops. It dispelled the darkness in this space. They could see that at the border, the black smoke was completely blocked outside the emerald green barrier and could not enter at all. Reality has proved to them that this emerald green barrier can completely resist. We can't leave during this time. Everyone observed this green world. Although it was green and full of life, it was indeed very small. Alka made a simple gesture. It was probably a circular area with a diameter of about 120 meters. Gilliana came under the tree and reached out to touch the smooth bark of the tree. Umbrella tree, it turned out to be this kind of tree that has been completely extinct. She recognized the species of this tree. Do you know it? Xiao asked beside him. Gilliana nodded and said, an extinct tree. Compared with its close relatives, their situation is much worse. Although their close relatives are not in good condition either. I don't know if you know about the area of the giant tree habitat. The giant trees in the giant tree habitat refer to the close relatives of the umbrella crown tree. The giant top tree is the huge tree in the giant tree habitat, and its crown can cover a large area. It is also the only remaining giant top tree found in the infinite sea so far. It seems that when talking about this plant, Gilliana's interest was obviously aroused, and she actively introduced the information she knew to several people. I didn't expect that as a believer of the flower fairy. You actually like trees? Alka laughed and teased beside her. Gilliana couldn't help but feel embarrassed when she heard this. Nature is also one of the domains of my god. This is not a shameful hobby. She looked at the tree in front of her. Although I don't like those mermaids, this barrier is indeed very famous. There is a treasure inside. Obviously, it gathers the surrounding life here with the treasure as the core. And it uses the extremely exclusive characteristics of the umbrella tree to exclude the magic of the dead spirits and form this safe area. While observing, Gilliana said the conclusion she came to after a simple study. After all, she is also a believer of the flower fairy, and has superb research and understanding in life and plants. Speaking of which, why are you so hostile to the members of the Seed of Life? Xiao asked curiously. Hearing this, Gilliana shook her head. I don't know exactly why. I just know that my god hates these people. Naturally, we are unlikely to treat them well. Hearing this, the two nodded. It turned out that the flower fairy hated them. It couldn't be because they were in the same field, competing with each other or something. They chatted casually, sitting against the tree, waiting for the black smoke to dissipate. Alka played with the hourglass that recorded the time, observing the time spent. After a long time, finally, the smoke began to fade slowly, and after about half an hour, the black smoke completely dissipated. The entire boundary between life and death returned to its former appearance, but it could be felt that the breath of the dead outside was much stronger than before. Okay, we can leave now. Gilliana patted her, but stood up and said, the people waiting for us outside must be anxious. Don't worry, Alka said, and came under the big tree. He gently stroked the big tree with both hands. Seeing this, the silent saint watched silently, while Gilliana watched curiously. Then she moved to the side of Xiao. Are you going to get the treasure out? Xiao nodded. Hearing this, Gilliana couldn't help but remind, I just observed that the treasure should be connected to this place through some special structure. Unless we find the person who built this place, it will be difficult to remove the connection between it and the surrounding environment. Hearing this, Xiao couldn't help but smile and said, we are a treasure hunting team. And guess why we know this place? Hearing this, Gilliana nodded in sudden realization. It turned out that the treasure was their goal from the beginning. It was just a waste that was reused at the last moment. Alka, who was standing under the tree, silently recited a prayer in praise of life in his heart. As he prayed, he really felt that there was a gaze looking at him. No way. He couldn't really attract the gaze of life. Alka had a bad idea in his mind. He lowered his head silently. Then he felt the gaze disappear. The heart that had just been lifted up suddenly fell, making Alka couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and the big tree in front of him disappeared in an instant. The treasure in the center was revealed. Looking at the appearance of this treasure, Alka was a little strange, because the appearance of this treasure was really strange. It was a seed about the size of a thumb. The seed was emerald green, and a bud had grown on the top. The emerald green leaves on the bud grew out. This was the original appearance of the treasure. As the treasure floated out, the magic power surrounding it dissipated in an instant. The treasure immediately became introverted, hiding its specialness. At this moment, it looked so ordinary. Like a germinating seed, it was hard to imagine that it was a treasure. Alka took it in his hand. As the treasure converged, the surrounding dead spirits began to invade the entire area at a speed visible to the naked eye. The surrounding plants began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. Let's go, don't let them wait any longer. Xiaodaidi patted Alka's shoulder and said. Hearing this, Alka turned around and nodded, and the four of them quickly rushed to the border. They soon felt the changes around them. The speed of those evil spirits became obviously faster, and they even began to use many moves similar to those of normal undead. Before, these evil spirits were overly infected by plants, and generally used close combat. There was a shout from a distance. Alka and the others looked over. It was the support team at the border, and the members of the other two teams. They hurried over. Are you okay? Julia came over, and looked at Xiaodaidi. Xiaodaidi hugged Julia and said with a smile, It's okay. Pororo also looked at Alka, satisfied, patted his shoulder, lowered his head and asked, You should be hiding in that place. Right? Alka nodded, smiled and said, You guessed it. Haha, of course. Then he asked with a little guilt, Is it almost too late? Hearing this, Alka frowned and stared at Pororo with a strange look. Almost, but in the end it was safe. Hearing this, Pororo finally let out a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Really? That's good. That's good. Ruikai looked the silent saint up and down, and was very surprised to see that she looked healthy and unharmed. How did you do it? How come you didn't get hurt at all? As soon as she said it, she seemed to feel that there was something wrong with her words, and hurriedly said, Of course this is a good thing. I'm just a little surprised. How did you do it? The silent saint smiled, and shook her head. Okay. Let's forget about the secret. As she said that, she turned her head to look in the direction of Alka and the others. It's really interesting. The team that gathered together soon began to return. This time, they also found the area where flowers grew before on the border, and once again drilled into a huge flower. From the underground water, they returned to the defense line along the vine layer. They suddenly stopped halfway. What's wrong? Why did it stop suddenly? Alka felt that the whole flower stopped and asked. They had just left for less than an hour, no matter how fast they were. It was impossible to return to the defense line at such a fast speed. Ricky looked at a small accessory in his hand, which was flickering blue light slightly. He sighed, with a strong regret in his voice. Alas, what a pity, I can't see that interesting scene. I should have asked Ality to come earlier. The fishtail had changed into legs. Chanaris leaned against the flower wall, feeling the movement around. You also found those barbarians? Woo, you can't say that, but there is a barbarian you mentioned here. That's not very polite, Rikai said with a smile. Hearing this, Canalis quickly changed her words and said to Pororo, Sorry, I don't mean any harm. Hearing this sudden apology, Pororo looked at her in confusion. It seems that the people they are communicating with are from the Ocean Church. So did the members of the Ocean Church join the battle? Alka couldn't help but recall that when they just arrived at the border, they saw the undead monsters that were obviously outnumbered. I think they have been prepared for a long time. So that's why they are relieved to let so many undead monsters go to the fortress. And I and others will go to the interior of the life and death boundary to destroy the energy transmission point. And that time is indeed a very good time. It just so happens that most of the undead monsters in the life and death boundary are attacking the interior, and the resistance will be very small. Looking at Ricky's expression, you can tell that it must be a big scene. What a pity. I wonder if Jason and others have used some method to record it. Thinking of some mirror toys I gave them before. I hope they can think of it. Alka also had some curious thoughts. He also wanted to know what the big scene that made Ricky so regretful was like. Master, the black fog of the dead appeared at the junction of life and death. Hearing this sentence from his subordinates, he was looking at Kaluto in the distance calmly, and turned his head in an instant. His expression became a little ecstatic. Really? When? Have those damn guys been involved? His voice was full of impatience. The cultist who reported nodded and said, Not long ago. It coincided with the time when the energy was cut off. I just don't know if they escaped. Ha ha ha. Damn it. Master bless us, Kaluto said with a wild laugh. Who would have thought that the bait they set up would not only attract some high-end combat forces, but also have such a big harvest? It's best to stay in there. They won't have time to stop us in the next period of time. Although he knew clearly in his heart that this was impossible. He had to make those people pay a price. What a pleasant surprise. Little boy, can you tell me what you are laughing at? So happy? A bohemian voice came from behind. Karuto frowned and said impatiently, It's none of your business. When I'm talking, you should. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly rolled on the spot, dodged out, then stood up and turned around immediately. Behind him, a figure in light armor appeared, and a gray-white robe on his body, looking a little dirty. The hem of the robe was tattered. The person who suddenly appeared was none other than Arati, carrying a huge sword. His eyes radiated a strong holy light, as if to burn the enemy. "Why are you so arrogant? Don't you welcome me? You should share your happy things with everyone, right? A bastard of the Holy Mother Church, the giant sword and the eye of punishment. Are you Arati?" Slowly pulling away, Kaluto asked with a frown. Arati put away his slightly unruly expression. He said with a serious expression, "I can't pretend that I didn't hear your insults, cultists. Die under the sword with the evil god you believe in." The surrounding cultists roared and rushed forward. Red light and various flesh and blood protruded from their bodies. These cultists became frantic in an instant. Facing these minions, Arati held the giant sword in his hand, which was faintly covered with a layer of holy light, and then swung it violently. A huge halo spread out in all directions. Those cultists were cut in two. Blood and screams rang out. Those bodies that fell to the ground suddenly grew twisted flesh and blood, and began to crawl towards their lost parts. The twisted flesh and blood twisted against each other. The cultists became tall and twisted, and stood up again shakily. "What a blasphemous performance, I'm about to vomit." Looking at this scene, Arati said with disgust, Why aren't you at the front line? It's about to be shot down. Aren't you worried?" Kaluto was a little doubtful, and panic was rising in his heart. "It's about to be shot down? Take a good look. Are your eyes blurry?" Arati suddenly said with a smile, his expression full of teasing. And then the place where they stood began to shake violently. The sudden shaking almost made Kaluto lose his balance, and the cult members around him were shaken to the ground at this moment. There were extremely exaggerated fluctuations in the distance. The sky darkened in an instant. This exaggerated scene made them all turn their heads to look into the distance. Arati was not in a hurry, and turned his head to look with a smile. This was a very rare spectacle. The sky over the battlefield in the distance was covered with dark clouds, like a storm was coming, and violent lightning struck from the dark clouds. It kept striking the battlefield below, and the thin sea surface below, but inexplicably began to rotate waves. One vine after another broke. Such a large area of vines actually began to break and damage. A huge vortex enveloped the entire battlefield. Chapter 368 The Wrath of the Sea God. The sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and the whole sky was roaring. The sea under the huge dark clouds formed huge whirlpools, generating extremely strong suction. The undead, who were attacking the fortress on the vine layer, fell into the sea with the huge suction. 6 fortresses. 6 huge holes were formed in front of the fortresses. The power in the hole crushed the surrounding vine layer to form a whirlpool leading to the deep sea. The whirlpool was spinning wildly with the thunder and lightning storm in the sky. Suck all enemies in. Murloc. Kill those Murlocs. Among all the undead, a few powerful undead with wisdom found the culprit who set off this whirlpool. Some Murlocs holding tridents wandered in the water, calling on the power of the sea god. These Murlocs, who presided over the ceremony, were still able to keep their bodies from being dragged in the whirlpool, but the undead rushing towards them were all torn into pieces by the whirlpool. The entire battlefield was reversed at the most intense moment. The undead, who had been attacking the city with a strong advantage, fell into an absolute disadvantage with the help of the sudden sea god. Their countless troops were standing on the vine layer, and were all sucked in by this unexpected ceremony. After this battle, the entire war was no longer suspenseful. Most of the undead from the border between life and death will fall into this bottomless deep sea and become the nutrients of the deep sea. How is it? It looks good, right? Arati held a huge giant sword in his hand and smiled at Kaluto in front of him. Kaluto's expression was as gloomy as water. He had made so many preparations and spent so much time just for this scene today. However, because he did not expect the participation of the sea god, he failed. The teachings of the sea god are relatively transparent and low-key everywhere, but they are also a force that no one can ignore and must pay attention to. Zahai, and even above Zahai, the land of spirits and flower fairies, have never had even the slightest intersection with the sea god church for thousands of years. No one could have imagined that at this time. In this small place in the boundless sea, the power of the sea god would be attracted. "You damned 4 gods believers," he roared, wrapped in a blood-colored robe, and rushed towards Arati. The destruction of his long-term plan almost made him lose his mind. Facing his attack, Arati showed a rampant smile. He raised the great sword with holy light in his hand and slashed at him. The great sword with strong holy light directly split the protective film formed by the blood-colored rope, and the powerful holy light poured in. Facing the bloody long whip coming from the side, he just used his left hand to punch in the air, and the pale golden energy knocked it back. The difference in strength between the two was too great, and Arati even had a suppression in attributes. Under such circumstances, it was already considered that Kaluto was very strong for not being killed by a sword. Kaluto rolled on the ground for several times, and then stood up and looked at his left arm. That was the place that had just been attacked, and at this time, it was already emitting sizzling black smoke as if it had been burned, and it was still oozing out bright red pus. The energy of the holy light had been imprinted on his body. The intense pain and the wound finally calmed him down. He was not yet a match for Arati, unless he was willing to expose its master and gain its master's power. Without waiting for him to react, the giant sword stabbed directly. The strong holy light suddenly flew from the surroundings and crossed and controlled Kaluto in place. The whole process was done in one go, without giving Kaluto any chance to react. The tip of the blade wrapped in holy light was already rushing towards him. Once pierced, there would be no chance. "My lord!" Kaluto roared. A huge mouth of flesh and blood suddenly appeared at his feet, swallowing him. As the bottomless mouth swallowed, the holy light spears around it collapsed. But it also left a squeak mark around the mouth. Kaluto was swallowed by force and disappeared. Arati's giant sword attack fell in vain. Looking at the empty place, he raised his giant sword and punched hard around. A large amount of holy light was stimulated to annihilate the cultists around him, who had been completely deformed into monsters. Then he looked carefully at the place where Kaluto left and squatted down, using some means to carefully detect it. A transmission method like a huge mouth of flesh and blood. A worshipped evil god. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Arati muttered to himself and began to recall in his mind. The man just now seemed to be an important person in this cult action. Maybe he was the one who started it. And does he have a grudge against the Holy Mother Church? Who is this? Fortunately, Arati is not too curious about this person's true identity for the time being. He is more concerned about the evil god behind this person. Compared to Kaluto, who is exposed on the surface like a minion, the evil god behind him is the focus of attention. There can be countless representatives, but only one evil god is needed. At this time, in the water far away, the diving flowers that wrapped Alka and the others have started to move again. It's moving. Is it over? It should be over. They might be organizing a counterattack now, Rikai said with a smile. The flowers carrying them soon rose from the bottom of the vine layer. As the flowers opened, Alka saw the situation outside. The sea in front of him was floating with dense, broken vines and various bones. Most of the broken bones were covered with some tender shoots and juice. These things almost covered the entire sea surface. Above their heads, on the green vine walls, the great gardener was organizing the priests in the fortress, controlling the vines that were still alive to spread and wrap around. At the same time, the broken bones were dragged into the water, which would become fertilizer for the new vines. As the bones were cleared, Alka discovered that in front of the fortress, almost within the reach of the naked eye, there was a dark blue color that was completely different from the surrounding green. This indicated that the vine layer below was almost completely cleared and destroyed. It was no longer a place where people could walk. Seeing this, Arka roughly understood. It should be something like a whirlpool, sucking the attacking undead into the seawater and breaking them into pieces. As expected, on the sea, the fighting power of the Poseidon's followers was not to be underestimated. The entire fortress was busy. Those who stayed in the fortress, some were helping to clean up the battlefield, and some were collecting the bodies of their former companions. The loss to them in this battle was still immeasurable. Alka and his companions walked in through the broken vines. They soon found the very conspicuous crystal dragon. Eurylius was sleeping in a quiet corner. She didn't know if she had entered the growth stage again. She began to sleep frequently during this period. Jason and Simon, who stayed in the fortress, were sitting next to them. Seeing Alka and his companions coming back, they quickly got up to greet them. They carefully looked at them and confirmed that they were not injured. "Are there any puppet girls injured?" Alka asked. He looked around the crystal dragon and saw that many puppet girls had defects and cracks on their bodies. After all, it was a war like this, and casualties were normal. Simon nodded, yes. But the serious ones have been replaced. The rest are just minor losses, which they can repair themselves. Hearing this, Alka nodded, walked over and sat down on the ground next to him. This day was really tiring. when a few people were chatting. The sky was covered by the curtain and fell into darkness in an instant. The alternation of day and night was so unexpected. Rest. We will discuss other things after we rest. Hearing Alka's words, everyone nodded, and then came to where they lived. However, a big hole had been smashed on the top of the house where they lived, and vines and gravel were scattered all over the ground. Well, it seems that there is no good place to rest for the time being. So let's go in and make do. Alka walked in and said helplessly. Then he checked the situation inside. Although there was a big hole on the top, it had no effect on the first floor. They simply spent the night in a broken house. There were all kinds of noises outside, and people coming and going. When Alka woke up, it was still late at night. When he walked out, he saw that the broken part of the stone roof had been glued together by vines and some rubble. It looked like it had been simply repaired. Very rough. The bright lights were hung everywhere in the fortress. After a quick look, the number of soldiers in the fortress was much less. There were almost only a few people on guard. Even the members of the Holy Mother and the Holy Church were gone. As soon as Alka came out, the soldier standing at the door saw him and nodded respectfully to him. Master Alka, you are awake, please follow me. Alka, who had just woken up, nodded and followed the soldier to the central greenhouse, which was once the command center of the fortress. As soon as he walked in, there were very few people inside. He only saw Rikai, and the member who had worked with him before, but belonged to another team. He remembered that this member seemed to be from Rikai's team, and worked with Poro and the others. At first, Alka thought they were members of the Holy Mother Church, but later he found out that they were not, and they only used the energy of holy light to attack. Hey, Alka. Rikai looked at Alka, smiled and greeted him. Where are the others? Alka came over, sat on the table, and asked curiously. At this time, the attack route map was still placed in the center of the conference table. In response to Alka's question, Rikai just pointed at the map. The meaning was self-evident. Alka looked at it, and saw that countless attack routes had been drawn on it. From these routes, it can be seen that it was a counterattack plan. It detailed the directions from which the troops of the 6 fortresses would attack, which undead would be eliminated, and important places would be occupied. However, the route map did not extend all the way to the border, but stopped at a similar place. I don't know if there is a follow-up plan, or if they temporarily gave up the attack. Have they taken this opportunity to push back? Riki nodded, yes. Except for some wounded and overly tired people. The others took a short rest and started to push back. According to the speed, they should be here now. Riki pointed to an area on the map. It was about 30 to 40 kilometers away from where they were now. It's like a transit hub. It used to be a village. Are there still many undead creatures in this fallen area? Alka asked curiously. Yes, of course. Although the biggest crisis has been resolved, these undead creatures don't have much wisdom, and it's hard to eliminate the influence of so many undead creatures. They probably have to wait until the flower fairy is fully revived before they can regain control of this fallen area. Hearing this, Alka nodded. Are you ready to leave? Alka asked. After all, the support from the Virgin Mary and the Holy Machine Church is to help them defend and prevent them from falling. Now the biggest crisis has been resolved, and they have even begun to push back. Basically, only the aftermath remains. The support from the 2 churches is likely to return. After all, the Twin Islands control a large area. The church on the Twin Islands is almost the largest force in this large area, and they are also very busy. This is an area of the infinite sea that is in chaos at any time, and there is no force that does not lack people. Unexpectedly, Riki shook his head. The man next to him spoke, his voice slightly hoarse and low. It's not that simple. Young man, these disgusting scumbags, they can't give up so easily. This is the ritual of the resurrection of the gods. Now they have just reached the stage of hysteria and mutual destruction. This man seemed to be called Chebrid, Alka recalled. Then he began to think carefully about what he meant by this. Riki patted the table lightly. It's normal that you don't understand. After all, you haven't been in the endless sea for a long time, and you probably haven't been to many places. He stood up, waved to Alka, and walked out. Chebrid also walked out. Alka followed curiously, seeing the 2 standing at the door and staring at the sky. It seemed that the sky had the answer he wanted, even though the sky was pitch black at this time. He looked up. The dark sky was much gloomier than before. The stars that used to fill the sky as well as the brilliant Milky Way, were blocked by something. Look carefully. Observe the energy in the sky carefully. A large amount of dark energy spread throughout the sky, and the surroundings were extremely chaotic, much more chaotic than before. Although we used the power of the sea god to solve the most troublesome problem at one time, but the problem is not so easy to solve completely. Such a large amount of negative energy gathered in the sky, in addition to affecting the speed of the flower fairy's recovery. It will also be used. Those cultists are cunning and disgusting. They will definitely use this negative energy to do disgusting things, Ricky said, scratching his hair a little irritated. These rats in the sewers are like this. Coincidentally, there is a rat hole next to them. Under the seemingly calm appearance, I wonder how many rats have already taken action, Chaybride said in his unique low-pressure voice. Alka probably understood what they meant. The negative energy in the sky should be caused by the large-scale death of the undead who attacked today. After all, there is a giant tree habitat next to it, which is notoriously chaotic. The swamp sea is also the best place to hide. The border between life and death is too dangerous. No one dares to go there. The land of spirits is the territory of the flower fairy, and no one would be too rampant here under normal circumstances. The largest area of the giant tree habitat is a hodgepodge of people, including pirates, cultists, and wanted criminals. It is called a rat hole, which is very appropriate. Now, once the flower fairy revives, she will definitely crush the rat hole beside her and the rats inside to death. Of course, these rats will resist. Compared to the direct attack at the border of life and death, these mice love to do sabotage in secret. Because a large number of undead monsters at the border of life and death died here at once, a huge amount of negative energy gathered in the sky, which almost became a feast for mice. Unless the flower fairy is fully revived, it will be difficult to stay safe here. Under such circumstances, the people of the two churches simply cannot leave at will. You should have dealt with a cultist named Kaluto. Right? Reich suddenly said. Alka nodded, yes. When I was cleaning up demons before, I encountered him face to face. But he ran away. Arati also caught him. But he ran away as well. But this time, Arati discovered the existence behind him. The existence behind him? Alka was a little confused. Could he be talking about the demon that caused the destruction of the Nafas family? Ricky nodded. You can ask Simon when you go back. He should have relevant information and records. He is a relatively famous demon. He will definitely take action this time. Be careful of this cunning demon. Alka nodded. We don't know the specific name of this demon, but we only know that everyone who knows him calls him the Devouring Mouth. After Ricky briefly explained it, Alka wrote down the name. After chatting for a while, then they returned to their resting place. It seems that their must-kill target, Kaluto, has a great existence behind him. Not the evil god, but a powerful demon? An existence more disgusting than the evil god, at least for this world. Now that a large number of undead have been cleared, they can start preparing to obtain the treasures in the occupied areas. It can be regarded as a simple clearing of a target first. Then, they should wait for the flower fairy to revive. They will complete their mission successfully. It is estimated that it will take about 8 or 9 months for the flower fairy to revive. The negative energy slowed down the speed by about a month. Chapter 369 Farewell Wine. In the dim hall, there are all kinds of seemingly magnificent decorations. The whole hall is decorated with gold and blood red. Countless figures wearing blood red robes come and go in the hall. Perfect skulls are inlaid everywhere in the hall, and golden liquid is dotted on them. And the blood red color in the hall is replaced by blood when you look closely. These bright red bloods are like flowing in blood vessels, flowing in the grooves of this place. The whole area was filled with a sweet smell, not dirty or smelly at all. The highest level of the hall requires 777 stairs to reach the top. There is a stacked secret room here. Kalucho, wearing tattered robes, knelt on the floor. He was surrounded by various decorations made of bones, which formed part of the ceremony. Great Master, I failed. I spent so much time, and finally I failed. I failed your trust in me, Kalucho's voice was full of sorrow. No, Karuto. A dull voice sounded. Hearing this, Karuto quickly closed his mouth, and knelt down in a more respectful posture. This time is just an accident, you can't be blamed. The 4 gods' churches are here, your failure is doomed. This voice is so reasonable. But I wasted so much of your time. No, it was just a short time. Faced with the failure of the plan that had been going on for decades, the owner of the voice did not feel bad at all, but was in the mood to comfort Karuto, who is in charge of the plan. Your kindness. Let me. Okay. Let's stop talking here. I don't have much time to talk. Hearing this, Kaluto nodded repeatedly and closed his mouth. Go find those guys. They will know the situation they are facing now. I hope you can succeed this time. Kaluto. After saying this, the voice disappeared in the secret room. Kaluto made a strange gesture. Farewell, master. He kept this posture. And after a few minutes, he slowly stood up from the ground. He walked out of the secret room. At this moment, he was in the giant tree habitat. Alka looked at the map of the giant tree habitat, and looked at the red mark that had been staying at a certain place. This red mark had been staying here since he walked out of the flower. It was basically certain that this should be the fixed location of the cult where Kaluto was. Then Alka put the map away. He had almost developed a habit of looking at the map every once in a while. It's a pity. Even if we know the exact location of the cult, it's useless now. Because the information obtained from Giuliana has already determined that most of the cults have some bases in the giant tree habitat. It doesn't make much sense. Because that is the territory of the cultists. According to the records, the most notable feature of the demon-devouring mouth is the portal that looks like a huge mouth of flesh and blood. This is the most iconic ability of this demon. And generally only the most important believers can use it. Simon flipped through the book in his hand, looking at the introduction of the devouring mouth. The earliest record of this demon comes from before the War of Gods. And the later records come from the demon tied 1,000 years ago. Since then, this demon has become active again. The Saralan Empire was almost destroyed by his conspiracy. Simon added, this Saralan Empire is the place where the demon tide broke out at that time. Through Simon's explanation, everyone had a simple understanding of the existence believed by their opponents. Could it be that we will face this demon directly when we kill Kaluto? Narvi asked. If that's the case, then when will we be able to kill this damn monster? Alka shook his head. It's unlikely. He should be able to borrow a lot of power from this demon. He should only be able to use the function of the devouring mouth to teleport and escape over a long distance. Whether it was him that time, or the time when Arati escaped yesterday, they all relied on this trick to escape. From the strength he showed, it can be seen that this guy's strength is still in the middle of the fourth stage, and his strength is not too exaggerated. After all, according to their understanding, the current land of spirits can only withstand the entry of mid-level demons. This is because the control of the flower fairy has decreased due to the revival. After a brief exchange of information about Kaluto, Alka patted the table lightly, attracting everyone's attention and said, now the threat brought by the undead at the junction of life and death has disappeared, and this area has begun to push back, reclaim those fallen areas. And now it's time to start thinking about our original goal this time. Everyone heard what he said. What goal is? The treasure of the Nafas family. Don't wait until the flower fairy revives, or they recapture this area. Siadai asked. Alka shook his head. According to the current progress, it is difficult for them to reach the place we are going to. We have to wait until the flower fairy fully revives, then they will completely recapture this occupied area. But the place we are going to is safe. There is no so-called garrison point. All the undead forces in that area have been completely consumed in the last battle. It is not just the undead that hinder the people of Flowers from recapture the lost land, but the negative energy brought by the accumulation of a large number of undead. Even the chaos caused by the interweaving of death energy and life force. It can be simply understood as a crude version of the weakened environment at the junction of life and death. It always takes time and energy to repair. It will take too long for the flower fairy to revive. Without the supply of energy, the demons will no longer pour out. Now it is a rare opportunity. Hearing Alka's words, everyone nodded. Since that's what they said, then they naturally have to take it down. As Alka said, the current matter has almost come to an end for the time being. Even if those cultists want to make a comeback, they still need time to prepare. Now that the decision has been made. Siadai asked, when are we going to set off? Now, Alka said with a smile. We will go slowly. After all, there is still such a long distance. Hearing this, everyone nodded and quickly prepared. Soon they said goodbye to everyone in the fortress and boarded the Flying Swallow ship to the place where the Nafas family treasure house was located. Alka looked at the blue light on the map. There are many more white dots on the whole map than before. And these white dots are the time when this area fell. So Alka rarely clicks on these white dots to learn about their information. The locations of the white dots are countless fallen villages and gathering places. What these white dots represent is self-evident. They are all the property left behind by the hands of the former flower people after their death. Although they are ownerless, Alka does not want to collect them. After a few days of sailing, they passed the troops ahead. The entire occupied area could indeed be felt. Compared to the green and fresh environment they had on the island before, it was much dirtier. It had been polluted by the undead, who had occupied this area for a long time. Julia could clearly feel that the surrounding environment had become slightly chaotic, and it already felt a bit like the boundary between life and death. It could be felt from the original green seawater turning into a light dark green. You can also often see wandering undead. From the clothes of some undead, and the rotten flesh on their bodies, it can be seen that these undead are fresh. They have all been transformed recently. The clothes on them can also be seen in the style of the flower people. These are the civilians who were in the villages and towns, and had no time to escape under the impact of the undead. Speaking of which, how is the Piaccio village? Jason asked suddenly while sitting on the boat. After all, this village was the first one they encountered when they came to Zahai. Simon raised his head, thought for a while, and said, "If I remember correctly, the village is behind the fortress, and not far from the border. The village should be one of the first areas to fall." Hearing this, Jason just nodded silently. "Don't be too depressed, I have checked it out," Alka suddenly said. He had actually seen intelligence information about Piaccio village before, after all. This was one of the few places they knew and understood. After the large-scale attack, most of the villagers there retreated with the gardener and his men, and the militiamen were also incorporated into the team. Hearing this, Jason nodded. Although these villagers may not all be living well, at least they are not all dead. For them, this is also good news. After all, it is the first place they came to know and understand. It would be nice to take a look this time. Alka looked at the white dot above the area where the floating ball village was located. Hearing this, Xiaodaidi turned his head and looked at him. He didn't say much, just nodded. "You know, it's not on the way to Piaccio village. They had to walk for half a day to get there after skipping the treasure point. But since the leader had said so, it would only take half a day, so everyone didn't mind." Soon they saw some spherical rooms floating on the water in the distance. Compared with the dozens of spheres in the past, there are only a few now, and many of them are shriveled and collapsed, leaving only a part on the sea. The village was destroyed so thoroughly that it is unlikely to be rebuilt. I like these houses floating on the sea. What a pity. Lucilia sat on Alka's shoulder and sighed. When they first saw the floating ball village, they were really amazed by the scenery here. The village floating on the sea, and the round rattan house made of plants, was very interesting, and made them feel the real special style. Riding on the flying swallow, they slowly passed through the middle of the village. In addition to the surrounding debris, they also saw many traces of battles, and some broken bones. Now only some bones remained on the debris. "Stop," Alka suddenly said. Xiaodai had anticipated this, and controlled the ship to stop. Alka left the ship and boarded a mostly destroyed floating ball. Inside, you can see that the shriveled vines have withered for the most part, and some furniture has fallen inside. There were no signs of fighting, nor blood or remains. There were only destruction and ruins. Alka went in from the entrance, slightly bent down, and disappeared in front of everyone. "Why did he go in there?" Simon asked, puzzled. "This is just an ordinary ruin. Nothing special." Xiaodaidi shook her head. "I don't know. Maybe there is something." Although she said so, she probably thought that this house was the house of someone they knew in the village before. Alka walked in, and looked at the white light inside through the gap. In the gap not far away, there was a wardrobe woven with vines and wooden strips. Half of the wardrobe had collapsed, and the vines on top were pressed on top, and some vines had broken and stuck to the top. The whole wardrobe was almost broken. From the gap, Alka saw a faint white light, which was the outline of the white treasure. He waved his hand gently. After removing the vines that were blocking the way, Alka came under the broken wardrobe, controlled the surrounding ruins to open the other intact part. A pile of wine bottles at the bottom of the wardrobe was revealed. The wine bottles were stored in a container woven from vines, and covered with a layer of gray cloth. White light was attached to it. This is a white treasure. Wine for entertaining friends. Difficulty, children. Popularity, 9. Treasure introduction. Quica Pioccio village collected very precious flower wine with a graceful and distant fragrance. Used to entertain friends who meet next time, this is the wine that was once agreed. This white spot is also a light spot that appeared long ago, But Alka has set his sights on the treasure of the Nafas family these days. Of course, he would pay attention to the newly appeared white spots around him. When he found out that it was the Piaccio village where he had stayed before, he would naturally pay more attention to it. And this was the information displayed after he clicked it at that time, and why he came to the ruins of Piaccio village. The popularity is only 9. The people who once knew the things they owned became ownerless treasures. Alka squatted down and took the pile of wine wrapped in vines into his arms, and walked out carefully. The people outside watched Alka board the ship with a box of wine. Let's go to the treasure spot. The boat started slowly, sailed out of Piaccio village, and returned to the direction they came from. Juanlu looked at the wine in his hand. The gray cloth on it had been torn off. The wine bottle was turquoise, and it was made of some kind of translucent turquoise glass. The bottle mouth was blocked with some kind of cork. There were also exquisite flower patterns carved on the bottle. This is the graceful and distant fragrance bar. I remember drinking it in the land of fragrance, Juanlu said as he looked at it. Alka smiled and nodded, and put the wine on the boat. Come on. 1 bottle each. There were 10 bottles in the basket, and there were exactly 10 of them. Alka took a bottle for himself, and the others also took a bottle in their hands. When Narvi reached out to take the last bottle, Alka held his hand and said, I'll give you half of mine, and this bottle is for my friend. Hearing this, some people were puzzled, and some suddenly realized it. Only Narvi was a little confused. But since Alka said so, he naturally nodded. A clean wine glass appeared in Alka's hand. He poured half of the wine in his bottle and handed it to Narvi. He opened the bottle with his other hand. Come on. Let's drink. For our friends. Cheers. Alka picked up the 2 bottles in his hand and clinked them with everyone. He poured the remaining half of his bottle into his mouth in one breath. The alcohol was not too strong, and it flowed into his mouth with the fragrance of flowers. It was obviously alcohol, but it had an unusually sober taste, which refreshed people. Sniffing gently, it seemed as if the nose was always surrounded by various floral scents. The graceful floral scent seemed to float from afar. Alka tilted the full bottle at an angle towards the water below them, and slowly poured it down. The light green wine blended into the dark green sea water, and soon became one. But the floral scent inside had already floated out, and it was entwined on the boat. It was a little hard to tell whether it was the aroma emitted by the wine they drank, or the aroma emitted by the wine poured down from the surrounding sea. The breeze blew, blowing the aroma of the wine away. Is this the best wine in the land of spirits? Alka drank the wine in his bottle, looking at everyone. He asked with a smile. Then he answered as if by himself. Yes, this is the best wine in the land of spirits. The wine in the overturned bottle had completely flowed into the sea water, and the empty bottle was placed on the boat. Ah, good wine, it is indeed the best wine in the land of spirits, Jason said, with a smile on his face, and pointed the bottle to the sky. You really didn't lie to me. It is indeed the best wine in the land of spirits. He drank the wine in the bottle with his companions. He laughed. Narvi tasted the wine in his glass. He looked at Alka and others who were talking. It seemed that the taste he drank was different from theirs, although he didn't understand the meaning of this wine. A memorial service? Accompanied by the laughter of the crowd, he smelled the flower fragrance that kept emanating from the air. The flower fragrance was so thick. It was out of place in this area that had just experienced the rampage of the undead. But it seemed to indicate that new hope had been restarted here. The greenery seemed to have arrived, accompanied by the fragrance of flowers. Narvi drank the wine in the glass, just like what he drank before. The mellow taste, the silky feeling, the floral fragrance surrounding the mouth and rushing into the nose. It made people feel refreshed, along with the voices of the crowd. It seemed that a taste of farewell was also drunk. Well, it is indeed the best wine in this land of spirits. Thanks, unknown friend. Chapter 370, Opening the Treasure House. The flying swallow sailed on the dark green water. The people on the ship were sitting together at this time, and the larger Poro had to move to the rear propulsion deck. The remaining aura of the ritual has dissipated. It's time to decide who will use this treasure. Alka looked at the seed in his hand, after carefully examining it, said to everyone. The seed in his hand was the treasure left by Master Meister that he obtained at the border of life and death a few days ago. A treasure that symbolizes spring. It should have been given to the companions a few days ago, but the aura of the previous owner still remained on it. Because the ritual had just ended, even though Master Meister hadn't used it for a long time, there was still some residue. Although it was very weak, it would definitely have an impact. So he waited for several days, until the aura had completely dissipated before taking it out and giving it to everyone to test one by one. Narvi sat next to him with a curious look on his face. This could be said to be the first time he saw someone holding a treasure. At the same time, he was more certain of how outrageous the treasure hunters in front of him were. A team of less than 10 people had more than 10 treasures. Who would believe this? He certainly didn't believe it anyway, because it completely broke his worldview. Looking at the treasure that had been completely eliminated, it looked like an ordinary seed. Alka gently placed it in his hand. He infused magic into it. With the influx of magic, the seed just emitted a little light, and was hit out by a ruthless force. Juanlu, who was quick-witted and quick-handed, grabbed it in midair. What's going on? Xia Daidi looked at Alka and asked in confusion. Everyone present could see that the reason why the seed flew out was because Alka's magic had impacted it. It was similar to the act of deliberately throwing it out. I didn't expect that the magic of the galaxy would repel it so much. And the mirror also repelled it very much. The two mixed together and directly bounced it out. Alka smiled awkwardly and said, "There are 3 treasures on his body, one of which he neither rejects nor accepts, and the other 2 reject it fiercely. Although Alka has decided to replace the galaxy if he has the chance, he also hates the mirror. Then naturally this treasure is not suitable for him." Juanlu casually handed the seed in his hand to Julia next to him. The former owner of this treasure was also a mermaid, and a believer in life like Julia before. Among them, Julia is naturally the most likely to become the owner of the treasure. But they also knew that Julia already had a treasure. And whether it was suitable or not mainly depended on how well it matched with the treasure. Julia did not delay, and put the treasure in her hand. A faint magic flowed out from her palm and penetrated into the seed. However, this small seed did not appreciate it, and directly rejected the magic. No, Julia shook her head regretfully. This seed rejects my treasure. It is so troublesome to master the attached treasure. Either you dislike me, or I dislike you. Or we dislike each other. Let alone finding the treasures that can be matched with each other. It is already very amazing to master 2 treasures that are not mutually exclusive. Then everyone began to take turns to test. When Lucilia took it in her hand, it didn't work at all. Lucilia may be the person in their team who has the most difficulty in finding a suitable treasure. Except for Alka. After all, Lucilia was not even a toucher who could have the current power. This is the result of being highly bound to the bloody team flag. They used to think that Lucilia could only have this treasure, but after so much growth, they also knew a lot. If you want to find a treasure that is suitable for Lucilia, it must be the most suitable for her. That treasure must be highly compatible with the bloody team flag, so that Lucilia can master it. Even if the 2 are not mutually exclusive, it won't work. It must be more compatible than the compatibility between Alka's mirror and the dream catcher to work. Xia Daidi took it, and it was completely incompatible. It was hard to find any place where light and seeds could be compatible. As for Jason, it all depended on whether the treasure was compatible with Eulius. Because Jason himself could even be considered as a state without a treasure at this stage, as long as it was a treasure, it would basically be compatible with him. But Eulius was different. She was a newborn divine creature, with a treasure in her body. After she and Jason had an extremely intimate contract, the 2 were considered as one in this situation. This treasure is obviously not compatible with the divine essence in Eulius' body. When Juanlu got the treasure again, as he poured in his magic power, the seed emitted a green glow. The compatibility is not bad. Looking at this scene, Alka said with a smile. Being able to pour in magic power, that means this seed and the treasure in Juanlu's body, at least do not repel each other. Juanlu felt the connection and nodded. It's just that both sides are not repelled, it's not the best result. This means that even if he has this treasure, the abilities of the 2 treasures cannot complement each other, and most they will not disturb each other. After finishing, he passed the seed to Paro next to him. Now everyone has a treasure in their body. So the new treasure should be tested by everyone to find the most suitable candidate. This time it was Poro's treasure-resistant seed. Then it was passed on like this, until it was finally taken by Matlisa. The seed had not yet been infused with magic power, and it emitted a faint green. As Matlisa's magic power was infused into it, the brilliant green was released, and the faint fragrance in the air was also brought along. It's very compatible. There's basically no need for anyone to explain. Everyone can see that. This treasure is very compatible with Matrisha. It's very compatible with her previous treasure. Then this treasure belongs to Matrisha. Do you have any objections? Alka looked at everyone and asked. Everyone shook their heads. Even Juanlu, who could use it, had no objection. It's very difficult for the second treasure to be compatible with the first treasure. This is how their treasure hunting team works. And Narvi next to him has become a little numb. This is a treasure. Right? Why can these people act so indifferent? He grew up in the boundless sea and is an adult. He knows deeply that the uneven distribution of benefits is the biggest problem of the team. Especially the treasure hunting team. Many treasure hunting teams are formed temporarily, and it is difficult for a treasure hunting team to exist for a long time. If you want to say what kind of team on the sea is most likely to betray each other and voice internal resistance, then it must be the treasure hunting team. Well-known treasure hunting groups either have an extremely deep bond between them, or have an extremely reasonable and fair distribution system, and have a powerful person to suppress them. Otherwise, it is difficult to keep going. But in his opinion, Alka's distribution method is neither fair nor reasonable. It is very casual. It seems that what is distributed is just 1 or 200 gold sales for the world's most precious treasures that others desire but cannot obtain. They are so free and easy, especially Zhuanlu. Although Narvi does not have the treasure. But the treasures in the boundless sea are not something that needs to be hidden. After sailing for so long, he naturally knew some information. After owning one treasure, it was so rare to own another one. It was so easy to give it away, which puzzled him very much. Of course, he didn't say it, and the others didn't want to explain it. Matlisa looked at the seed in her hand and felt its function as the magic power was infused into it. As the magic power poured in, the faint green light turned into one green vine after another, entwining Matlisa. Everyone just waited quietly by the side. This is a ritual of control. Depending on the treasure, there will be different performances. For them, this is already a very familiar process. Buds grew on the vines, and green leaves stretched out. After a while, the vines dissipated in the air, and the seeds disappeared in Matlisa's hands. Lucilia couldn't wait to come to Matlisa's shoulder. What power does the seed have? This is also a point that everyone is curious about. It can communicate with some plants, control the growth of some plants, and help identify all the characteristics of plants. It can also collect the life of plants and use them in the desired way when needed. Matlisa briefly summarized the ability brought by the seed. After hearing the explanation of this ability, Julia smiled and said, "Then this treasure is really suitable for you." For Matlisa, she was originally a healer on the ship, controlling plants, controlling their growth, being able to communicate with them, and fully understanding their characteristics. It is self-evident how useful it is for such a doctor. Not to mention being able to extract a certain amount of vitality from plants for manipulation. There is no need to think carefully. The ability of this treasure is simply highly matched with her treasure. The rest is to wait for Matlisa to get familiar with it, and then start using it according to her own ideas. Seeing Matlisa concentrating on controlling the treasure in her hand, everyone did not disturb her. As the ship sailed, the destination was not far away, and it arrived soon. "We are here." Hearing this, everyone stood up, and Matlisa also turned her attention back, looking at the emerald green water and the clearly visible vine layer below. "Jason, Aurelius and the puppet army stay up there, and everyone else follow me down," Alka said. Everyone nodded, and poor Oro was about to jump down, cutting a big hole in the vine layer. I saw the vines below suddenly move, and slowly pull away and move, revealing a large hole leading to the bottom. Seeing this, everyone turned to look at Matlisa in the water. Matlisa's palm grew a bud, which seemed to be the stage she would show when using the treasure. Not bad, although I'm not proficient. But I should be able to control these vines simply. Then when you become proficient, there won't be many people on Zahai who will be your opponent, Xiaodaidi said with a smile. After all, the entire Zahai, most of the area is made up of vines. In such a place, Matlisa's advantage is self-evident. Led by Poro, the crowd swam down from the cave entrance. Transparent bubbles appeared above the heads of the few people who could not breathe underwater. A very classic underwater breathing spell. Led by Poro, they began to swim in the jungle with countless vines hanging down. But this time it was much better than the last time. All the vines would make way for them, and would no longer entangle and block them as before. Slowly moving and swinging to make way, the crowd soon swam to the place where the treasure house was tied up. Narvi looked at the treasure house in front of him. It was tied up and dragged by countless vines in the seawater, hidden in it. He swam up slowly, and brushed off some weeds and dirt on it with his hands. "Is this the family's former treasure?" he muttered to himself. The crowd did not disturb him, and just surrounded him. He looked at it for a long time, and then turned his head and nodded to Alka. Alka came to his side and placed his hand on the central pattern. The brilliant holy light energy surged out. You can feel the breath of the Virgin Mary in the holy light energy. The holy light energy immediately ignited the outermost circle, and the energy spread all over it. Soon, the outermost circle was lit up and spread downward, stopping at the second circle. No need to say more. Narvi covered it with his hand and closed his eyes. Then his body suddenly appeared grayish-white, and the color flashed like energy and then disappeared. The pattern of the circle was intertwined with black and white. Then it turned into a blood-like liquid and began to flow, spreading on the pattern. The second circle also lit up. The blood-like liquid and the energy of holy light intertwined and spread toward the keyhole in the center. Narvi's face looked a little pale, and he stepped aside. "Are you okay?" "It's okay, just a little weak, it won't affect you." Hearing what Narvi said, Alka nodded. Also went around to the side. Simon swam over at this time, and a simulated key appeared in his hand without knowing when. "I have always been curious. How did you get this key? And will this key work?" Nalvi was a little weak beside him, but still asked curiously. "Why do you say that? Have you seen a real key?" Hearing Simon's words, Nalvi nodded. "Grandpa showed us a similar album before, and the real key will have patterns representing flowers and wheat ears of the Virgin Mary. There is also a family mark." Hearing this, Simon just smiled, and then inserted the key into the keyhole. Although it's not real, it works. The keyhole matched perfectly, and the energy and the two colors that gathered together intertwined and finally surrounded. The entire treasure house shook slightly. A large amount of dust and dirt fell from the treasure house, blocking the view in an instant. However, in an instant, Poirot controlled the sea water to gather to one side. At this moment, Simon let go and said to Narvi, "Come on. I'll leave it to you." Narvi, who was standing next to him, was slightly surprised, but nodded, swam up, and held the key with both hands. "Thank you." After saying that, he turned the key vigorously. As he turned it, everyone could clearly hear the crisp sound of gears turning in the treasure house in the water. They could feel that the spell under the treasure house had begun to work. Click! The loud sound of the flow stopped abruptly, just like the sound of huge rocks colliding and sticking together. Narvi also stopped his movements. Everyone around him couldn't help but breathe a little heavier. Although it was a treasure without treasure, it still made them very excited. After all, this treasure took them a lot of time, and they also had high expectations for it. Narvi, with bubbles in his eyes, took a deep breath, turned his head and looked at everyone. Seeing everyone nodding, he held the key again with both hands, used the key as a door handle, and pulled it hard outward. As a lot of smoke and dust were pulled, the mechanical sound was heard again. The circular magic circle was cut out in its entirety, and then floated next to the treasure house. Only then could everyone see through the back of the cut circle, and the side of the hole, how strict the spell protection of the treasure house was. It was almost full of spells, and some strange materials, which were flickering. It's really an incredible structure. It actually uses the key, holy light, and some energy in the blood to supply energy. Simon seemed to see the reason, and couldn't help saying. Everyone looked inside curiously. There was a thin film at the entrance of the treasure house, which blocked all the seawater. It also prevented people outside from seeing the situation inside clearly. Narvi gently put his hand in. His hand passed through the film and entered smoothly. There was no accident. He pulled everything back, and saw that there was no wound on his hand. This meant that the entire film was safe. After ensuring safety, he turned around and said to everyone, Let's go!" Chapter 371 Huge Wealth. The film at the door of the treasury is a waterproof film. When Alka passed through the film, the moisture on the surface of his body was immediately removed and remained outside. Alka entered the treasury with a dry body. The moment he landed, he rolled and stood up steadily. Unlike what they thought, they only reached a compartment. "Is there another door?" Simon, who came in, couldn't help but say. The people behind him got in from the film one after another. "What's wrong with you?" Xiaodai looked at the three people from the ocean next to him with a look of discomfort. This also attracted the attention of the people in front. At this time, the three people from Polo frowned and cast a spell in their hands. But the spell did not have the corresponding effect. "This film has removed all the water from our body surface. Now our skin is very dry, which is very uncomfortable. And it also isolates all the water," Mathlisa said with an uncomfortable face. It turns out that there is such an effect. But there is no good way for the time being. And it is just a little uncomfortable. Just bear with it. The three of them could only bear it and shift their attention to the front. They were in a compartment. And in front of them was a heavy door. Alka walked up, looked at the door handle, and held it tightly, feeling the direction of the force. He did not push it inward. Nor did he pull it inward. He pulled it open to both sides. The door split in the middle, revealing the situation inside. The dazzling golden light was so dazzling that everyone could not help but squint their eyes. The scene inside the treasury was revealed to everyone. Golden coins were spread on the floor, piled up in various places in the treasury. The highest pile of coins was in the center. The height of the pile of coins alone was only as high as the Alka people. There were also various kinds of jewelry and gold products on it. Almost all kinds of precious products were placed under the protective spells inside the treasures. These treasures can almost be said to be well preserved, flashing dazzling golden light with the lights in the treasury. The situation in the treasury almost satisfied everyone's imagination. Huge and unimaginable wealth. Everyone walked in slowly. Pure wealth. Looking at the situation around him, Simon couldn't help but say, there were no powerful magic items, nor any precious treasures. It was just pure wealth, piled up in front of him. It brought a more exaggerated impact than any previous treasure hunt. Juanlu squatted down and put his hand into the pile of gold coins. As his arm moved upward, he took a large amount of gold coins, which slipped from his fingers and palms, feeling the touch of the gold coins leaving his hands. As expected of a big family, Narvi muttered to himself. The scenery in front of him made him dazed. From the wealth accumulated in this treasure house, it can be seen how powerful the Nathas family was in the past. This is just a treasure house hidden in a remote area, mostly used as a backup in unexpected situations. I don't know how to calculate the wealth here. Alka squatted down and looked at the coins in the pile of gold coins. Just as he thought, not all of these coins are gold sails, but some of them are gold sails. Due to the luster of the gold sails, and the fact that this treasure house must have a special protective spell, the coins here are extremely well preserved. There are also many silver coins in the pile of coins, but their color is completely blocked by the golden light, and even reflects the bright gold around them. Haha, I'm rich, Lucilia said with a smile while standing on the pile of gold coins. Everyone had no objection to this. In terms of pure wealth, all their previous treasure hunts could not match this one. Juanlu opened all the treasure chests hidden in a corner, and saw that they were filled with all kinds of gems. He smiled and said, if Jason came down to see this, he would be so happy. Let alone Jason, if Eurylius came down, she might not want to leave this place. Alka couldn't help but said with a smile. The glittering golden light was lethal to the crystal dragon. And the boxes of gems were even more amazing. There are books here? Julia looked at the innermost wall, and saw several rows of bookshelves. The bookshelves were neatly stacked with various books. From the book covers, it can be seen that they are all relatively old books, and they have been strictly protected. Lucilia ran over and jumped on Julia's shoulders. After carefully looking at them for a while, she said, they are all good collections, many of which are very precious. Julia took her to walk around in front of the entire bookshelf. Everyone just listened to Lucilia's exclamation and excited voice. Oh my god! And Dariel's notes is the original, not a copy. Singing the Sky is the work of Master L.S. Mira. And there are even old manuscripts in it. Oh my god! Look at this. Finally, Lucilia saw something incredible at the top of the central bookshelf. Hearing a shout, everyone gathered around. What is so surprising? What's wrong with this book? Alka looked at the book at the top, which was covered with a brown-black cover. With Julia's help, Lucelia carefully pulled out the book. Everyone saw that the brown-black book cover was decorated with golden wheat ears. In the center was the most classic mark of the Church of the Virgin Mary. Lucelia flipped through it carefully. This is the grace of the Stone Mother. His voice was full of surprise, and there was a slight tremor. Siadaiti asked in confusion, is there anything strange about this? Alka understood it a little, and explained it briefly. It is the grace of the Stone Mother, not the grace of the Virgin Mary. Do you mean that this is the text of the Virgin Mary before the War of Gods? Siadaiti reacted immediately, and asked in surprise. Lucilia said excitedly, this is the grace of the Stone Mother, the book used by the Holy Mother Church before the God War. According to legend, all the books before this were written by the Holy Mother at that time. After checking the book, she said with a little regret, what a pity. This is definitely not written by the Holy Mother. It should be a copy written by the believers at that time. Or a version copied by the priests and carried with them. Of course, you don't expect this to be the kind of handwritten by the Holy Mother. You think too much. Alka couldn't help but complain beside him. If it was written by the Holy Mother, this book would not be an ordinary book. It would at least be on the same level as a holy vessel. Although the book in their hands is a copy, if it is sold to anyone in the church, there will definitely be a lot of people willing to spend all their money to buy it. But this kind of use is obviously the most wasteful one. Obviously, at this stage, they are no longer short of pure wealth. Do you like this book? Alka asked after taking the holy book from Lucilia. Lucilia shook her head. I don't believe in the Virgin Mary. I just think it's rare. Hearing this, Alka nodded. If you don't mind, I'll keep this book for the time being. It's very useful. It didn't mean anything to everyone. It was just a book. It didn't make any difference to other people who were not believers of the Virgin Mary. How do we transport these treasures? Juanlu asked. It was very troublesome to just find a place to pile up the wealth here. Alka shook the pocket ring on his hand. Didn't I ask you to empty your pocket rings before? Now it's useful. The total area of their pocket rings must be larger than this treasure house. Not to mention that the treasures in this treasure house are only piled up below. Not piled up to the ceiling. Putting them in their pocket rings. They are full and more than enough. Okay. Everyone. Move. Fill your pocket rings with these damn gold coins. Alka couldn't help laughing and said, pick up money from your pocket. Juanlu smiled and squatted down, holding a large pile of gold coins with both hands, which then disappeared in his palms. Everyone immediately took action. Narvi also joined the army of pocket money. Using pocket rings to put money, I have never experienced such a refreshing feeling. As they put money, everyone couldn't help but immerse themselves in this feeling. Why don't these people come up? Jason leaned on Eurylius's body and asked to Presley. The crystal dragon, curled up and sleeping on the propulsion deck, shook its head in annoyance. The slender crystal tail behind it came around and patted Jason's head. Okay. I won't talk anymore. You sleep well, Jason said hurriedly, holding his head with both hands. The tail fell directly into Jason's arms. Jason, who was doing nothing, looked at the slender dragon tail with beautiful fur in his arms. A special crystal comb appeared in his hand. He began to smooth the hair on the tail. Just like that, after a long while, there was a sound from the water below. The first one to come up, Pororo, saw Jason weaving all kinds of braids on the slender dragon tail. Finally up, how come you have nothing in your hands? Jason looked at Pororo who came up, and asked curiously. More sounds came from the water, and everyone climbed onto the boat one by one. All empty-handed? Did you really stuff it into your pocket ring? Are there so many? Jason asked in shock at the scene. Juanlu smiled and nodded, walked over and patted his shoulder. You can finally pay back the money. What do you mean? Tell me how much you have. Jason asked impatiently. Juanlu knocked on his 2 rings. Full. Huh? Full? Jason couldn't help but widen his eyes. The area of the pocket ring was filled. How much wealth would that be? Simon came over, rubbed his waist. This is the first time I feel the feeling of being tired of carrying money. Maybe I won't experience it for the second time in my life. Hearing such complaints, Jason became more curious. Okay, let's start the boat first. We'll go to the outside of the swamp. The voice of dawn is waiting for us. Hearing Alka's words, Xia Dai mentioned the position of the rudder. Flying Swallow glided quickly on the water, heading outside the swamp. So much wealth, it's impossible to keep it in their pocket rings. For this operation, they deliberately cleared out their pocket rings. But this would make them uncomfortable with many of their lifestyles. Not to mention that their pocket rings also contain many items needed in battle. Especially for Simon. His pocket rings are filled with various structures and various materials. They are his weapons for fighting. If the pocket rings are not empty, it will not be of much help in the battle. And their pocket rings are not necessarily safer than the treasure house of the voice of dawn. Especially the dawn sound has its own life. And the core of life is the treasure house, and the treasure tree above it. The two have been combined together. In fact, the main reason is that pocket rings cannot be bought in the land of fragrance, otherwise they can directly buy new pocket rings with the current money. Let's clean up these treasures now, Alka said. Took over the rudder. At this time, in the center of the ship, everyone left a large space, surrounded by various doll girls. They were curious about what Alka and others had gained, although they didn't have much idea about money. 1 ring at a time. Xiao said, and pulled Jason and Lucilia over. The two could help her tap lightly. Xiao pointed her ring at the deck, and as the magic power poured in, a large amount of gold coins poured out. There were also many gems and various precious metal products on it. Suddenly everyone felt a black head. Aurelius's head appeared right above the treasure. His eyes were full of starlight, flashing a very strong light. No. No, this belongs to everyone. Don't mess with it. Jason stood up and quickly pushed his head aside. Then Jason passed by everyone and came to Aurelius's side and locked her head tightly with his hands to prevent her from messing with it. Fortunately, Aurelius was able to restrain herself, but her eyes were fixed on the middle of the crowd, and she would not move away for a moment. Everyone just smiled helplessly at this. Zadide had no choice but to count with Lucilia. Time passed quickly. Under the full speed of the flying swallow, they could already see the blue sea from afar. We are finally here. Jason looked at the blue sea. His expression revealed joy. It was not just now. Since the wealth was counted, he had been smiling all the time. The wealth was roughly estimated, excluding the share that had been distributed to Narvi. The total value of their wealth had reached 150,000 gold sales. What an exaggerated wealth. Even the most common treasures can be bought with this money. Of course they have to have channels. And obviously if there are treasures to sell, it is not so easy to get. Part of it was added to the common treasury, and part of it was taken out and distributed to the doll girls. Although they don't need it, although they belong to Lucilia to a certain extent. But they are all individuals on the ship, even if they don't have much demand for these treasuries. Lucilia mixed most of her gold sales with the wealth of these puppet girls, combining them into the puppet girls' treasure. Jason actually only got about 3,000 gold sales, because he took all the gems in the treasure house by himself. It is worth about 10,000 gold sales. Although his wealth made him the poorest person on the ship, he felt so happy. This meant that he would not have to worry about Aurelius's food for many years to come. Those gems are big and good quality. To be able to be placed in the treasury of such a powerful family, they must have their own special features. Of course, this is just the estimated wealth. In fact, they don't have so many golden sales, because there are still many precious metal items that have not been sold yet. By then, they should be able to get more golden sales than expected now. Soon, melodious singing came from the sea ahead. As a large amount of sea water was stirred up, the sound of dawn broke out from the water in the splash. Looking at the beautiful vine patterns on the body of dawn sound, the vines that were originally a little ugly and rough due to the roots of the big tree now formed a regular shape on the body's surface, which added a natural beauty more than before. Everyone quickly boarded the ship. Alka took everyone's pocket rings to the treasury and stored most of them in it. A large amount of gold coins and various items piled up, and soon the treasury was filled. Looking at this scene, Alka nodded with satisfaction. Right? This is the treasure house that a treasure hunting group should have. After saying that, he patted the wall next to him. The voice of dawn is left to you to guard. He returned the ring to everyone. Jason was helplessly saying to Aurelius, No. No. I can't let you sleep in the treasure house. Don't even think about it. Hearing Jason's righteous refusal, Aurelius angrily pushed him with his tail and flew high into the sky with his wings flapping. You have a little temper. Xiao looked at this scene and said with a smile. Jason just held his forehead helplessly and sighed. Compared with everyone else, the young Jason seemed to have inexplicably entered another stage. Chapter 372 for the King. It was a dark night with stars. Alka sat at the bow, looking into the invisible darkness. The cool night breeze blew on his face with a salty and wet smell, and a faint sound of music came to his ears. Hearing this sound, Alka smiled and gently patted the deck below him. Okay, it's okay. It won't be long before we can finish the things in Zahai, and then it won't be like this, don't worry. The song that came was gentle and happy. No problem. Because of the environment of Zahai, they had been operating in Zahai for such a long time, naturally. They could not ride the dawn sound all the time. This made the dawn sound, which had been following Zahai, very lonely. Alka was comforting her. I don't know how long it had been in the endless night. Only the dawn sound was flashing a faint light on the sea surface, crossing with the Zahai next to it. Okay, I'm going to sleep. After saying that, he patted the deck and stood up, walking towards the stern. In the observation room, Baroro, who was on alert, heard the movement below and stretched his head to take a look. Back in the room, the moment Alka lay on the bed, he sank directly into the dream. He opened his eyes in his huge dream bubble. Standing up from the slightly glowing grass, Alka habitually looked around. His dream remained unchanged. The sky-high crystal pillars were full of intertwined energy. As Alka's dream kingship became more and more stable, it began to automatically produce energy and infuse it. In the dream world, birds were singing and some small animals were heard. The whole dream world was no longer as lifeless as before, but was full of different vitality. Alka squatted down and moved away the rabbit that hit his foot, then floated out of the dream. He quickly broke through the bubble and came out. Outside was his royal court, and the construction of the royal court was about to enter the last step. When Alka came out, Phantom stepped on the air and came to his side, and the crystal antlers touched him. Alka patted his antlers and looked down, looking at the kingdom he had built. All kinds of twisted and weird diamond-shaped buildings filled the entire dream space. These buildings were made of silver metal components, and they all had some crystal-like decorations on them. Gorgeous and simple. All kinds of white mist surrounded them. The mist-like creatures in the entire dream kingdom rested and played around these buildings. These crystal buildings were of different shapes, but of the same style. It was difficult to tell what these buildings were used for by their appearance. However, these buildings are generally divided into 3 types. One type is to generate cloud-like energy. These cloud-like energies can be absorbed by the mist-like creatures in the kingdom to strengthen themselves, or do other things under the control of the mist-like creatures. For example, strengthen the entire kingdom, or provide a barrier for protection for the entire kingdom. It is a more versatile building, which can play a variety of roles. Attack, defense, strengthening, even shaping as a residence is no problem at all. The main function of some other buildings mixed in is to amplify the power of fog creatures and transfer it to reality. Repair and stabilize the chaotic situation in reality. It can probably amplify the power of a fog creature by about 5 times. There are also some enhanced versions that can be used by 6th-stage material creatures to strengthen it to 10 times, and can accurately and quickly repair reality. The smallest and most inconspicuous building among them looks the same as the first building, and also produces clouds. Of course, this is only for those who don't understand. For those who understand, these buildings are actually the most strictly protected. They are the buildings that produce fog creatures from scratch. It can be simply understood as an incubation pool. Of course, there are not only these 3 types of buildings, but because Alka's kingdom is full of fog creatures. Different dreams, creatures have different buildings. Antlers rose from Alka's head, and mirror patterns appeared on his face. Feeling the changes around him, Alka could clearly feel that. After using Mermi's simulated state, his strength had improved a lot compared to before. Various abilities could be fully utilized here, and he could also quickly recover his state through the surrounding buildings. The light and shadow creature wearing a black robe appeared in front of Alka, and bowed his head slightly. "King, everything has been built, and there is only one last step left." Alka nodded, and one next to him directly carried Alka on his back. With a leap, he stepped on the void and ran away. As Alka passed by, more and more mist-like creatures began to gather around him. More and more mist-like creatures began to move towards Alka's destination. In the center of the entire royal court, there was a circular platform floating here, which was made of crystal and silver metal edges and cut into each other. On the crystal, there was a throne made of white mist, mixed with silver metal and fragmented crystals. It can be seen that this throne is made to fit the human form. Juan dragged Alka, and landed on the platform with a jump. Then he took slow steps, and led Alka to the front of the throne step by step. The whole deer body knelt on the ground, and Alka walked down from the deer. One by one, the mist creatures climbed onto the crystal platform. The strength of these mist creatures was all at the 56th stage, and they stood on both sides according to their respective strengths. Looking closely, there were even more than 20 mist creatures at the 6th stage. The number of stage 5 creatures has reached more than 3 digits. I don't know when there are so many fog creatures in his kingdom. The other fog creatures that followed him crowded around the disc, as if they were trapped in a sea of fog. You can even see various light and shadow creatures dotted among these large numbers of fog creatures. Alka took a deep breath and slowly sat on the throne. "King, condensate your authority." Nodding, the kingship of the dream began to gather again. As the royal power gathered, the entire royal court seemed to be supplying power. The white mist mixed with a little black light and shadow gathered in front of Alka like a vortex. Then came the pink smoke, and a large amount of gold and silver energy. All around, countless mist-like creatures waited without saying a word. and the entire dream royal court was silent. This cloud-like energy gathered, and it had the power of all creatures in this country. Finally, the gathered energy began to weaken, and the vortex of energy calmed down. Shadow Robe slightly stretched out his hands made of light and shadow. He bent down and stretched out his hands, and lifted them above his head. He gently lifted the fallen object. It was a crown. The circular crown was dotted with floating crystals, silver edging, and white mist surrounding it. You could also see a trace of black light and shadow, following the mist and surrounding it. Shadow Robe bent down, holding the crown. He walked in front of Alka. Then he nodded and came to the side. At this moment, Alka felt that countless eyes were looking at him from outside his country. The owners of these eyes were all powerful, and their gazes alone made Alka feel a little pressured. Even in the dream, Alka's strength had reached the 5th stage. As more and more eyes came to watch, more and more pressure appeared on Alka. Put it on. Hearing this, Shadow Robe slowly reached out his hand and put the crown in his hand steadily on Alka's head. As soon as the crown was put on, the whole country seemed to be filled with energy and came alive in an instant. Every strange building began to flash with light, and a large amount of mist gushed out to surround it. These buildings were activated in an instant. Congratulations. New compatriots. New king. New friends. Various ethereal voices, with different majesty and emotions, came from outside the country. All of these came from kings outside the kingdom who were paying attention to this coronation ceremony. All of them were dream kings without exception. In reality, on the boundless sea, countless powerful beings, all sense the changes in the world. The world has become more stable at this moment? What happened? New dream kings were born. This is a good thing. The pressure has been reduced a lot. Some people are happy about this matter, and naturally some people are annoyed by it. The world has been reinforced again. I don't know who has done what. It's disgusting. Wouldn't my efforts over the past few decades have been in vain? Damn it! Don't worry. It's been many years since someone like this appeared. It's just a useless effort. The discussions from various directions did not affect Alka, who had already been crowned and fully gained the kingship. The moment the kingship was stabilized, he felt that the connection between his dream and his body in reality was no longer as fragile as before, but very stable. In other words, a big gap can no longer affect the stable connection between reality and dreams. Of course, if you want to make a bigger gap, you will still have it. When Alka sat on the throne, he felt the power brought by the king's power and accepted the changes. The surrounding dream creatures began to fade away slowly, leaving the central throne, leaving only Huan lying next to the throne and waiting quietly, with complete stability. The fragment of the godhead that Alka had eaten before was also completely digested. The power of this fragment of the godhead became a part of Alka, and the essence of divinity flowed into Alka's body. Accepting the transformation of this divine essence means that Alka naturally becomes a divine creature. It solidifies his path. The barrier between dreams and reality is no longer as thick as before for him. The control of the power of dreams can be described as handy and easy to use. In his own country, Alka can feel the strength he can exert, which is not just as simple as the 5th stage. Stage 6? Even stronger. In his own kingdom, he is the absolute king, and all the environment will become its strength. Even other dream creatures will help him and support him. The complete kingship is more powerful than Alka himself imagined, plus the power of the fragment of the godhead. A match made in heaven. After feeling the changes in himself, Alka opened his eyes. Looking at the entire dream kingdom that has been fully built, he slowly stood up from under the throne. Huan also stood up. Ing Pao, who had left at this time, came to Alka's side again without knowing when. He looked at Alka and slowly asked, "Your Majesty, the power of dreams in you seems to be severely suppressed." Hearing this, Alka nodded, then waved his hand, and said, "It's okay, I know what I am doing, and it won't be long before this happens." Hearing this, Ing Pao nodded with relief, and said goodbye and left. Alka certainly knew what he meant by suppression, which was the rejection of the 2 treasures that Xinghe already possessed. Xinghe's rejection prevented Alka from using the treasures at the same time, which obviously suppressed Alka's path forward. And when he completely became a king and absorbed the power of the fragments of the godhead, the suppression of Xinghe also affected him. However, there is indeed no better means than Xinghe now. In reality, he still lacks the powerful attack power to make the final decision. So let's use it temporarily. Just as the Virgin Mary said, it's okay to use it temporarily. This also makes Alka unable to understand the development of the treasure of the galaxy too deeply. But it won't be long. Xiaodai and the others are almost approaching the limit of the 3rd stage. In a few months, they should be promoted to the 4th stage one after another. At that time, Alka will be able to hand over the galaxy to the more suitable one among them. If no one is suitable, that will be the most troublesome. At that time, you must make a choice. At this time, the giant tree habitat. In this chaotic area, there are all kinds of people, and evil spirits are in power. A quiet and desolate island. All kinds of small boats are parked around the island. From the decorations of these boats, it can be seen that none of the people riding these boats are normal people. Among them, there are small boats built with various bones and flesh, and there are boats made of a giant fish bone and turned into a ghost. There are also ordinary wooden boats with various skulls as decorations. There were also tattered dead boats surrounded by howling evil spirits. Like these boats, the people gathered on the island, or various forces, were all pirates, cults, and dark forces from the giant tree habitat. Karuto, why did you bring us here if you don't continue to stop the flower fairy from reviving? A group of people of all kinds sat in the middle of the island with their men behind them. In the center of the place they were surrounded, a dark blue flame was burning, and the eerie light illuminated their profiles. It was terrifying. The person who was speaking was a man with one eye blind and his mouth sewn shut. Fool! Stop making sarcastic remarks here. Can't a sealed mouth stop your stupid words? Kaluto was not polite. He turned around and started to scold him. The blind man with his mouth sewn shut seemed to be about to attack angrily, but was stopped by the man next to him. This was a middle-aged man who looked a little sloppy. But standing among this group of people, he was already considered a normal person, wearing ordinary clothes, with ordinary looks. He looked at Kaluto and asked, "Enough of the small talk. What do you want to do by gathering us all here? Need I say more?" Of course, he wants us to help him, and let us join him in attacking the territory of the Flower Fairy. That is an ancient god who is about to be revived. And we are just rats in the gutter. Don't forget our place. A hunched old woman next to him said in a shrill voice. Looking at the old woman, Kaluto was still rude. "Shut up. You damned old woman. You are a rat. We are not." He. Right. You are the big shot hiding in the gutter. Right. Enough. Shut up. Don't you know why you came here? A tall, 3-meter tall man roared loudly. The most conspicuous thing was that it was not his head that was speaking, but the mouth on his stomach. As he finished speaking, the noisy and abusive place finally quieted down for a while. Although there were some murmurs of dissatisfaction, Kaluto took a deep breath and calmed down and spoke. "I asked you to come here because you know that I obviously lost in the matter of reviving the Flower Fairy. The Sea God Church provided help, but it is not without progress. The entire land of spirits is still in chaos, and the damage caused is enough to hurt them. So you need our help, and let us fight with you to the last hand." That's right. Hearing this, the expressions of the people present were different. "Why should I help you?" "Help you deal with the 4 gods, plus a god who is about to revive the alliance I temporarily formed. We are not crazy. You don't think we know nothing about this war, do you?" A man dressed as a pirate looked at Kaluto and said, "Once the Flower Fairy revives, will this chaotic place remain? Then the entire giant tree habitat will be in the hands of this god, and you will flee again like a stray dog. So what? It's better than losing your life." "Right," one of the masked men said. His words were agreed by many people. It was indeed an unwise choice to target the 4 gods church plus a god who was about to revive, a total of 5 gods. This was tantamount to committing suicide. "Enough, you cowardly things." Karuto cursed irritably. Then he said, "Do you think you will have a good life if you leave? If we are scattered everywhere, then we will really become rats in the gutter. Just like before, living a precarious life, being caught out of the gutter by all kinds of people who receive bounties and killed. But there will never be such a good environment like here for you to wreak havoc. And some of you who are well informed should know that. The Church of Poseidon will only help them this time. The Seed of Life and the Flower Fairy are not on good terms, and the relationship between them is visible to the naked eye. It is only because they are going to the border of life and death that they sent 2 mermaids to provide help. What we actually need to face is only the Holy Mother and the Holy Machine Church. And they did not provide much support. They are already a little tired of dealing with things outside. The shadow formed by the negative energy of countless dead souls is still hanging over the sky of the entire land of spirits. That is our best helper. Besides, it is not that we don't have real evil gods to help here. Our Lord will provide the greatest help to prevent the revival of the Flower Fairy. After speaking, Kaluto looked at the people present, waiting for their answers. My Lord will also provide help. The strong man, with a huge mouth on his belly, also said. Obviously he is also a cultist. Chapter 373, The Dark Place. While these cultists were still discussing slowly, Karuto suddenly trembled all over, and bloodstains covered his body one after another. Seeing this scene, all the surrounding cultists retreated in an instant. A large circle was left. Besides Karuto, there was only another figure covered in a black robe standing there beside the bonfire. The others were all watching vigilantly from the periphery. As the bloodstains covered his body, a pair of huge and sharp horns grew out from Karuto's head. The thin blood tongue licked his cheek, and a smell of blood and sulfur spread out. With a pair of orange-yellow vertical pupils, the demon looked at the people present. Everyone took a step back. The pressure from the eyes made people a little scared. They could feel that the person who suddenly possessed Kaluto was a powerful existence. It was very likely that he was the evil god that Kaluto believed in. Now, it was not an evil god. It was obviously an extremely powerful demon. After looking around, the demon used Kaluto's body to look at the black-robed figure who was still standing opposite him. Nightmare. A large amount of black smoke gathered on the black-robed figure and was put on the outside, forming a strange armor. It turned out to be you. You damn demon. You are not dead yet? You are really lucky. You damn mixed-blood bastard. Facing the abuse of Nightmare, the demon was not angry at all. He did not behave like the irritable demon in the abyss. Instead, it looked like a devil in hell. Nightmare, I know you are still angry about the past, but that can't be blamed on me, right? You can only blame yourself for being an idiot. What? You damn. This sentence obviously angered Nightmare. Okay, I have something serious to talk to you about. I hope you won't be as stupid as before. And the orange-yellow demon pupils stared at Nightmare. The Nightmare still yelled and cursed for a few words, before calming down. Tell me, you must have thought of some disgusting scheme to stop the ritual of the bitch's resurrection. Haha, you are smart. Isn't your nightmare realm the opposite of where we are now? I need you to immerse yourself in reality through the link I give you at a specific time. Reverse reality, drag the area I enclosed into your nightmare realm. Drag it into the dream, ha ha ha, it's a good plan. Do you want to use my nightmare realm to connect to a more powerful abyss portal? The dark eyes on the armor stared at the demon and asked. The demon nodded, not shying away from his plan. Of course, simple and direct, isn't it? Okay, get out of here now. Hearing this, the demon laughed twice, then disappeared, and the changes in Kaluto's body began to disappear again and return to the original form. At the same time, the nightmare armor attached to the black-robed figure also dissipated. An evil god, a demon, just reached some kind of extraordinary deal. Seeing that both sides returned to normal, the figures that were gathered around just gathered around again. Kaluto twisted his neck and looked at everyone. Now, are you willing to join this plan? Yes. I'll join. It seemed that the communication between the two evil and powerful beings just now gave them confidence. Most of these cultists joined the plan against the Flower Fairy. This was their only chance before the Flower Fairy revived. The reason they came here was because they were unwilling to give up. The Dawn Voice quickly sailed to the closest distance to the Land of Fragrance. Alka patted the Dawn Voice. And after saying goodbye, everyone boarded the Flying Swallow to the Land of Fragrance. The Dawn Voice also sank to the bottom of the sea under the sun, waiting for Alka and the others to return. Alka and his companions took the Flying Swallow, and it only took a few days to reach the Fragrant Country. Sitting on the deck, Pororo said curiously, we didn't encounter a single demon along the way. It seems that most of the demons around here have been cleared out. Hearing this, Jason said, didn't you shut down the energy supply channels at the junction of life and death before? Without more portals to bring more demons, the remaining demons will definitely be cleared out in no time. Besides, without the pressure from the front line, both the church and the people of Flowers have more power to clean up the chaos in the rear. Soon their ship met the knights who were patrolling the area. The knights greeted Alka and the others after seeing them, and after a brief inspection, they let them go and chatted for a while. Is it my illusion? Why do I feel that there are more people patrolling? Looking at the fragrant land ahead, Xia Daidi asked in confusion. It's not an illusion. There are indeed more people. And there are many people from the Holy Mother Church in the patrol team. Alka said beside him. They naturally didn't know the specific reason. However, they did not continue to go to the distant fragrant town, but returned to their camp outside the fragrant town. After a simple cleanup, they went in to rest. Alka and Ziadide went to the fragrant town to learn about the current situation. Soon they arrived at the fragrant town. The vine wall built around it was still not removed. With their arrival, they opened a vine door and walked in. A soldier came over and led the two to the military camp, saying that Giuliana had been waiting for them for a long time. The two walked on the street. Although there were a little more residents coming and going than before, there was not much change overall. The situation was still serious, and the two soon arrived at the military camp. Arca found that in addition to the people of flowers, there were also many people from the Church of the Virgin Mary, and it was obvious that they were not priests or knights of the Church of the Virgin Mary. The clothes on their bodies were a little strange. Here Alka found an acquaintance. "Che Bride? Why are you here?" Zadide also saw this slightly gloomy man. Remember that he seemed to be in the same team as Poro. Che Bride looked at Alka, and they nodded politely, still with the same gloomy aura as before. "Help the people here get rid of those demons and the cultists." After saying that, he turned and left, seemingly busy with something. Alka looked at Ziadide and shrugged helplessly, and walked inside. Soon, they saw Giuliana writing something on a table inside. The two came over. "You're here. I heard you have something to do with us. The demons should have been cleared out. We didn't see any when we came back." Hearing what Ziadide said, Giuliana hugged her and nodded. "Yes, almost most of the demons have been cleared out. Without energy supply, there is no portal, and I don't know if it's because it's basically useless. The concealing force used to shield the hub of the teleportation array has also dissipated. We also destroyed the entire array." Arca asked curiously, "Why does it feel like the patrol is more strict than before? And there are more soldiers used for patrol?" Hearing this, Giuliana sighed, and said a little irritably, "There's no way. You also saw the dark cloud of negative energy floating in the sky. There is too much negative energy, and it is difficult to eliminate it when it gathers together. We can only wait until my god is revived, and then we will have the strength to eliminate it. Of course, those damn cultists will not give up just like that. On the contrary, almost most of the pirate cultists in the giant tree habitat have begun to harass the land of all spirits." After saying that, he frowned and cursed viciously. These damn rats. Alka could understand it to some extent. These pirates and cultists may not cause large-scale damage like the boundary between life and death. They gathered a large number of troops to attack, but they had many methods and were disgusting. And they were extremely good at covert operations. Nothing else works, internal sabotage, which is absolutely disgusting. It won't kill anyone, but it's disgusting. After saying that, Giuliana frowned and looked at the two and said, "And the head gardener did a brief divination? The crisis is still not over, but even more serious." Hearing this, Alka frowned and nodded. The head gardener's divination is definitely not detailed. If it is a rough warning, it is still very accurate. Since it is more dangerous, it will not be easier than before. Ality also said that those cultists must be trying to stop the resurrection of our god. We can only patrol and defend nervously, and prevent any accidents from happening before our god revives. Ziadide patted Giuliana on the back, comforting her slightly. "There is really no good way now, and we can only try our best to prevent accidents from happening. Is there anything we can help with?" Alka asked beside her. Giuliana smiled and shook her head. "You have helped a lot. It would be impolite to bother you again. What we did before was not considered help. After all, you paid for it," Alka said with a smile. "Then you can stay here for a while longer, waiting for the flower fairy to revive." The two nodded. That's why they came back. Then they said goodbye and left. They returned to their camp. "You said Kalito must be the mastermind this time. Why do you say that?" Ziadide asked as he walked beside Alka. "The reason they came back this time was to kill Kalito. After all, this damn thing almost took Juanlu's life if they hadn't rushed back. There were even those puppet girls who stayed in the camp at that time. When it comes to revenge, Alka and his friends believe in an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. How could they just run away like that? Not to mention that their relationship with the Flower Fairy is completely good, not to mention that the Flower Fairy is also an ally of the Holy Mother. If we talk about who helped them the most, the Holy Mother must be ranked first. If we can provide help within our ability, that would be the best." "It's a hunch," Alka said vaguely. During this period, he still looked at the map every day to observe Kalito's position. It can be seen that Kaluto was moving frantically throughout the giant tree habitat. It was unknown what he was doing. Moreover, Kaluto did not move towards the land of all spirits, but wandered around. The most important thing was that for a period of time before, Alka saw that Kaluto's symbol disappeared from the map. This was a point that made him very concerned. There were only two situations like this. Either he temporarily left the range of the map through the remote transmission of the devouring mouth, or maybe someone was discovered and deliberately blocked it. No matter which one it is worth thinking about and being vigilant. Soon the two returned to the camp. They told everyone about the current situation. Let's rest in the camp for a while, wait for the flower fairy to revive. Of course, we can help them if we have nothing to do. Everyone had no objection to this, because everyone present was basically moving towards the fourth stage. A short stay could help them enter the fourth stage better. After all, they are at an important stage. It is very important to calm down and meditate slowly, and experience and comprehend. During this period of time, running around everywhere, it has a slight impact. Not to mention that their camp is just on the node of the energy vein, which is a rare good place. It can make their promotion more stable and more natural. That's it. Wait quietly until nearly 5 months have passed. Simon opened his eyes in the circle of the energy stone, and the sweat on his body evaporated in an instant. He turned off the energy stone on his head and walked out. Congratulations, Jason, who was waiting beside him, said with a smile. Simon also smiled. After such a long meditation, he finally entered the fourth stage, and barely kept up with Alka's pace. You should be almost there, right? Simon looked at Jason and asked. Jason nodded. It will probably take another half a month. I should be able to advance to the fourth stage. Among the crowd now, except for Matt Lisa who just got the second treasure and Juanlu, who was at the bottom of the list. They have already reached the perfection of the third stage, and are basically accumulating energy. The interval between breaking through to the fourth stage is at most half a month to a month. That is to say, there will be several more members of the fourth stage on the ship in a month. But Xia Daidi and Parolo should be one step faster than me, Jason thought and said. With the meditation speed of Xia Daidi and Parolo, it will probably take less than 10 days to advance to the fourth stage. The people waiting outside felt that the fluctuation inside had stopped, and walked in one after another. How do you feel? At Alka's words, Simon smiled. Not bad. It will take a day or two to stabilize slightly. Then it will take a long time to adapt to the improvement of strength. The improvement at each stage is huge, especially the fourth stage. This indicates that they can perfectly control the Holy Grail level treasures. They are already qualified to control a higher level of treasures, representing the scepter. It is also the most important stage among these stages. The improvement is of course huge, both in performance and inwardness. Now Simon has a feeling of being reborn, and taking off his outer clothes. Not everyone is like you, Simon teased with a little envy. Hearing this, Alka just smiled and waved his hand, and said nothing more. After all, Alka has experienced most of the abilities that can be achieved in the fourth stage in his dream, so when he is promoted to the fourth stage in reality, he basically only spent 1 or 2 days to stabilize, and then he could perfectly exert the strength that he could exert at this stage. The chaos of strength improvement was hardly reflected in him. If it were a normal person, it would take several months or even a year to perfectly control the current strength. After all, even to fully control the treasure and fully tap its power, it would take a long enough time to complete. It was equivalent to many years of accumulation, which burst out in this moment, and the strength grew explosively. Looking at Simon, who has been promoted to the fourth stage, Alka took off the ring in his hand. The fluid ring that looks like a galaxy is the scepter-level treasure galaxy. After taking it off, he handed it to Simon. What are you doing? Simon asked in confusion. Like I said before, this treasure is not suitable for me, is it? So you try to see if it matches your treasure. Hearing this, Simon frowned and said, You are the strongest among us. You can wait until there is a new treasure that suits your treasure, and then replace it with ours. Right? Others around him also nodded. This method is actually the best. And it does not affect the display of strength. It also does not affect the structure of their overall strength. It is safe and stable. However, Alka shook his head. It is different. The galaxy has been suppressing the growth of my strength. Holding it inevitably weakens my control over the dream and the other 2 treasures. Only the magic power in my body is improving. And the other improvements are negligible. This treasure has begun to block my way. Moreover, Alka has been unable to deeply understand and control the treasure for a long time, which is a complete waste of time, especially in dreams. After listening to Alka's explanation, Simon nodded and took the ring without delay. If I'm not suitable, then there's nothing I can do. Alka nodded. Of course. After all, if it's really suitable, he has to pick up the ring and eliminate his own aura above it before he can really give it to Simon. At this stage, he just slightly suppressed his aura, mainly to see if Simon's treasure repels the galaxy or is repelled by the galaxy. If it's not suitable, then he can only wear it for a while. After all, it's a scepter-level treasure, and it's an extremely powerful and comprehensive treasure. Chapter 374, Sudden Attack. If we look at Simon with a more rigorous attitude, he actually has two treasures. One is the index finger that can manipulate mechanical structures, and even transform part of flesh and blood into machinery. The other is the precision hand that he completely uses as his right forearm. When Alka first got the precision hand, it was a sacred artifact of the Holy Machine Church. Only through the ritual of the Holy Machine Church can it be transformed into a treasure that only members of the Holy Machine Church can use. Although it is unknown what kind of communication Simon had with the church, at least after arriving at the Twin Islands, the Hand of Precision is still under Simon's control. The church did not take it back, and it was obvious that it had tacitly given this holy artifact to Simon to use. However, in general, even if this holy artifact was upgraded to a treasure, it would not actually bring much growth to Simon. This holy artifact is essentially a treasure used for assistance, not a complete treasure. If Alka and the others could not understand the most essential difference between a holy vessel and a treasure before, now they can clearly explain the essence of the difference between a holy vessel and a treasure. One is an item that is transformed from the true essence of divinity. The other can only be said to be an item that barely reaches the level of a treasure after using the power of the gods and being highly impregnated by the power of the gods. The so-called barely reaching the level of a treasure is mainly reflected in its ability. Under certain circumstances, it can also upgrade a small number of people to become touchers. In general, it still relied on the power of God. According to their understanding, this kind of toucher must be a believer of God. So if you have to say it, Simon can be regarded as mastering 1.5 treasures. But he is a member of the Holy Machine Church and a mechanic, a profession unique to the Holy Machine Church. Both treasures can bring him strong blessings. When Alka handed him the galaxy, he stretched out his hand. The metal palm took the ring. He looked at his hands, and after thinking about it, he put it on his left hand. His entire left hand was cut off at the root, and it was completely replaced by a metal made of the treasure's index finger. His right hand was also cut off from the forearm, and he used the precision hand to replace the forearm and right hand. The treasure's index finger also replaced the index finger of the precision hand. So after thinking about it, he put the ring on the mechanical finger of his left hand. In the eyes of everyone, the ring was firmly worn on his left hand. As it was worn on the finger, several strands of magic power spread from the mechanical arm, and then flowed into the ring with the flowing galaxy. The galaxy emitted a faint starlight. However, at this moment, with the sound of parts falling, Simon's entire left arm immediately turned into broken metal parts, all of which fell to the floor. Even the precision hand of his right hand and the index finger on it were all removed one by one and fell on the deck. Simon's left arm was completely missing in an instant, and his right arm was only in a disabled state with the upper arm. Looking at this scene, Simon shrugged optimistically and said helplessly, "It seems that this treasure is obviously not suitable for me." Alka squatted awkwardly and picked up the ring from the broken parts. Then he picked up the index finger and the precision hand of the treasure and placed them on Simon's right arm. Without the interference of the galaxy, the precision hand fit instantly and connected with the index finger. Instantly, the mechanical parts on the ground flew up, connected to the broken interface of the left arm, and quickly spread downwards. The new left arm was reconstructed. "It seems that I can only take care of it for the time being," Alka said, putting the ring back on his hand. Another reason why he was unwilling to wear the galaxy on his hand was that he could not use the most important ability of the Dream Catcher. That is the Dream Substitute. Although he rarely uses this ability in battle now, you have to say that it is indeed a very practical ability in battle. The ability to expose the enemy on his behalf in the current battle. Especially now that most of the enemies Alka meets have treasures. Who knows if the enemy will have some powerful treasures? In the case of misunderstanding at first sight, It is easy to cause huge casualties. But with the galaxy blocking the use of the other two treasures, it is difficult to do so. Since it is impossible, Alka no longer thinks about it, and turns to look at Jason and asks, "What is the situation around you recently?" Hearing this, Jason just shrugged helplessly and said, "What else can we do? Those cultists are disgusting to us. New cultists and pirates are killed every day, but they never get tired of it. According to the information collected from Giuliana, they should be harassing us, trying to cover up their real purpose. What big event are they preparing for?" "Big event? Any clues?" Alka asked with a frown. Recently, he has been sleeping in dreams, and he always feels bad, as he has completely become a dream king in dreams. He will not ignore any feelings in dreams. That was all the foresight brought by the unknown. Dreams are always closely related to the future, divination, and foresight. After all, this is a pure spiritual world. As the king of dreams, Alka, even if he did not deliberately seek such power, he could still feel the chill when the crisis came. Of course, this was told to him by Shadow Robe. For Shadow Robe, who has served a king, he can answer most of Alka's questions, as long as they are not related to reality. In Shadow Robe's words, he had been to reality only a few times in his life. The stronger one is, the harder it is to cross the threshold and come to reality. There are some clues, through some of their methods, and the divination of the big gardener. Maybe it is related to the destruction of falling into the depths. Falling into the destruction of the depths? Don't they want to drag this place directly into the abyss? Just eat up this area, once and for all. Simon thought of this when he heard it. After all, they now know that the mastermind is the powerful abyss demon devouring mouth. The ultimate goal of the demons and everything they do is to drag a world, or a region of the world, into the abyss. Jason shook his head. It's unlikely. There is still a month left before the Flower Fairy revives. The entire land of spirits is almost full of patrols, which are constantly searching, especially around the Fragrant Land, as the location where the Flower Fairy revives on the surface. The Fragrant Land is of course the place where problems are most likely to occur. So now there are 3 layers of defense inside and outside, and it is almost tightly guarded. It has reached an outrageous level. But for the people of Flowers, they feel that this is not enough. However, Alka knows exactly where to find the true revival. That is in the dream world of the Land of Fragrance. The huge dream sky flower has completely condensed, and it is larger than before, emitting a thin divine light in the dream. For this reason, Alka deliberately moved his Mirror Summer Kingdom to their current surroundings, in order to better protect the place where the Flower Fairy revived in the dream. This also led to the situation in the Land of Spirits being much better than they thought, and it became stable. So it was too difficult to be dragged into the abyss. At least the Flower Fairy had to be killed, and then his kingdom had to be destroyed. It was also necessary to ensure that at the last, most critical moment, the Virgin Mary would not take action. This was the advantage of the kingdom of Alka Sia. It was possible to move freely in the dream, and it was extremely concealed. At this time, Alka looked at the map in his hand. The symbol of the skull pierced by a dagger on the map suddenly began to move. Seeing this, Alka frowned and sat down on the chair next to him, staring at the map. On the map, Kaluto's movement speed was extremely fast, almost teleporting in large sections. He soon arrived at the Land of Spirits, and he almost went straight to the fragrance. In this way, Alka kept paying attention to his movements, until Kaluto, who kept teleporting, stopped. He stopped at a place outside the fragrance land, and there was a village closest to him. "Jason, send a message to Giuliana and the others. Something may have gone wrong in Thorn Village." As he said that, Alka waved to the others and ran out quickly. The others took their things and followed immediately. The moment they came out, the blue bird in Jason's hand had already flown towards the Land of Fragrance. Alka sat on the swallow, looking at the map in his hand. Karuto's position was no longer teleporting in large sections, but slowly approached the village mark on the map. The flying swallow had already started, and was heading quickly towards the village. They had been to this village many times. It was a place that had suffered many disasters. When they were clearing out the demons before, it had been attacked by demons several times. When the cultists were rampant recently, it was often attacked and looted by pirates. It was also an important base for patrol soldiers, and most of the soldiers would rest there at certain times. In this tense period, it was no exception. "What happened there?" Sia Daidi asked as he controlled the flying swallow to drive quickly. The crowd did not ask Alka how he knew it. But as long as Alka got some information from the map, they hardly asked. You can think of it as me marking Kaluto's breath, and feeling his breath closer to us appeared in the direction of Thorn Village. Hearing this, everyone nodded. After all, Alka would talk about Kaluto's location from time to time. So that's the reason. On the other side, the flying bird formed by the information sent by Jason also flew into the military camp quickly. After a while, I saw Giuliana, Ricciarati, and others leaving the Fragrance Land with a small team of elite soldiers, following the direction pointed by Alka and others. Soon Alka and others saw Thorn Village from afar. Simon, flying in the sky, soon found something wrong. There is a battle in the village. Let your aircraft go over to support first, Alka said loudly. Then, Simon was seen controlling a dozen patrol vehicles, and they began to fly forward quickly. Everyone quickly caught up. The crystal dragon glided through the sky, and Jason's hand ejected a rope, which was caught by Eurylius in the sky, and dragged to her back quickly. Pororo, Julia, and Mathlisa also jumped off the boat, and swam quickly along the sea. Seeing this, Ziadide and Alka drew two streams of light, one yellow and one blue, and flew over in an arc. Juanlu silently took over the steering position and followed behind. 1 or 2, you are so fast. It's okay, we are still here. The comforting voices of the puppet girls came from behind. Then he saw the first team disappear into the shadows, and the 9th team flew out with fluttering wings. Well, they are different. Alka turned into a meteor, watching Ziadide surpass him, and fall into the enemy group. And he was checking the enemy's formation in the air. It was obvious that the majority of the troops attacking the village were pirates, who were holding weapons in a disorderly manner, and began to wreak havoc in the entire village. The guards left in the village were obviously not enough, and Alka had already seen the figure wearing blood-red robes. There were also many cult groups wearing black robes and tattered robes around. Judging from the abilities they used, they obviously did not believe in an evil god. This was an organized and planned attack, and it was a large-scale attack, with a large number of people, and they were all strong. Obviously, their attack this time was to achieve some important purpose. Alka was falling down, and he didn't know which one in the red robe was Kaluto. After thinking for a while, he aimed at the tall figure who was holding a huge machete and attacking the guards crazily. It seemed to be a pirate, and his strength had reached the middle of the 4th stage in Alka's eyes. As the meteor in the sky fell, the pirate seemed to have noticed something and looked up at the sky. When he saw a blue meteor falling, his eyes widened. He instantly raised the long sword in his hand, and tried to block it with the side of the sword facing up. A large amount of gray-white power expanded outward from the long sword, forming a kind of magical shield. Bang! The power transformed by the powerful meteor was obviously not so easy to block. With a loud noise, the shield was broken, and the whole long sword broke directly from the middle. The broken blade fragments penetrated into the strong man's body. The meteor broke, and the blue light gathered on the iron fist, and hit the strong man's body heavily. The sturdy man flew out directly. His whole body shrank in the air, and plunged into the pirate group behind him. He smashed several pirates standing behind him, and several cultists into blood mist in an instant. Looking at the sturdy man's physical condition, it was obvious that he would not survive. Alka suddenly rushed into the battlefield, and shocked everyone around with absolute suppression. Roar! A roar came from the sky. Before everyone looked up, the rainbow spray fell on their heads. In an instant, something like crystal appeared on the water surface and on the enemies, wrapping them and freezing them. A group of statues with strange postures, panic and terrified expressions appeared in front of them. Blades transformed from blood-colored robes flew over. The blue starlight disappeared on Alka's body, and a thin mirror blocked his way. With a harsh sound, scratches appeared on the mirror, but the mirror was no longer as fragile as before, and blocked the attack. A figure in a red robe took off his hood. Looking at Kaluto's appearance, Alka asked in a somewhat strange way, "You ran away with your tail between your legs before, how dare you face me now?" Alka thought he would run away the moment he saw him, and was ready to chase after whoever ran away. Unexpectedly, Kaluto stood up directly. I heard Alka's laughter. Crimson lines climbed up his cheeks, and then leather-like skin like flesh and blood appeared on his body. The pupils of his eyes also turned orange-yellow. The huge demon horns protruded from his forehead and began to grow upwards. His strength began to rise rapidly in front of Alka. I am different now than before. His voice suddenly became hoarse and dull. Alka frowned at the demonized Kaluto. In his eyes, the energy reaction on Kaluto's body suddenly surged, and was mixed with a lot of blood red. It was different from the demons they killed before. More like a mid-level high-level demon that Alka had met. According to the degree of energy improvement, Kaluto seems to be almost reaching the 5th stage. Compared with the previous escape caused by him, he has improved a lot at once. At this time, a breeze flashed by, and a huge broken knife slashed towards Alka. A yellow flash suddenly appeared, wrapped with silver long legs, and kicked the strong man on the head, making his sneak attack useless. The attacker was the pirate just now, who was obviously dead just now, but for some reason, he stood up again. The corners of his mouth were full of blood, and some flesh and blood. Behind him were several incomplete corpses. His treasure seems to be eating, absorbing. Simon in the sky suddenly said. He was hiding in the sky and watching the battlefield throughout, and found out why the strong man was revived. Chapter 375 The Moment of Victory. Gray-black lightning flashed. Several pirates immediately turned into ashes. The melodious singing, with a hint of green, spread out, and everyone immediately felt that their bodies were full of strength and spirits. The guards who had fallen to the ground stood up again, with several needles inserted into their bodies. There was a buzzing sound, and the aircraft made a rumbling sound. The barrage composed of more than a dozen aircrafts fired wildly, and instantly turned the unprepared people into seas. A man in a gray robe waved his hand gently. A thin dark green shield blocked the front, blocking all the bullets. The pirates and cultists who were charging in the front immediately retreated to the back of the shield and stalemated with Alka and the others. Standing in the main seat, Kaluto watched Alka's teammates emerge one after another. Many small people appeared in the sky. The guards also stood up after being treated, and stood behind Alka. The original advantage was equalized in an instant. Coincidence? Or did you foresee my arrival? Kaluto looked at Alka and asked. After all, Alka and his men did not look like they were in an ambush, but rather rushed here in a hurry, which made him unsure for a moment. But the timing of their coming was a bit too coincidental. They had clearly scouted before, and there were no powerful people guarding around. Alka looked at him, smiled slightly. You are unlucky. Humph. With a snort, Kaluto said nothing more. Go to hell. As he roared, a large amount of blood-colored flames and patterns covered his entire body. The devil-like horns on his head sparked a faint red light. With a slight scream, a pair of wide devil bat wings grew out of his back. He was completely demonized, becoming a demon. His strength also broke through to the 5th stage in an instant. The moment he was demonized, the fluttering wings were wrapped in blood-colored robes, and rushed towards Alka. The cultists around rushed out one after another, and no longer hid their strength. A large number of 4th-stage cultists appeared, and Alka and his group seemed to be at a disadvantage only in terms of quantity and quality. The demon Kaluto, wrapped in a blood-red robe, came to Alka in an instant at a very fast speed. Looking at the blood-red claws that were about to grab his head, blue star-like light gathered on Alka's right fist. As his blow hit his palm heavily, the strong force instantly collided and spread around. Alka took a few steps back, looking at Kaluto, who was standing there. Kaluto chuckled and said to Alka, now it's your turn to run. Although his strength was forcibly raised to the 5th stage, he did not have many offensive means at this stage. But at least his physical quality and the purity of his magic power were real. I will not be a coward and run away like a dog with its tail between its legs. Alka taunted the other side slightly, and immediately turned into a meteor and crashed into him. Facing the meteor, Kaluto also did not dodge, and the blood-colored robe directly covered his whole body. Even the bat wings were wrapped together, turned into a spiral drill, colliding with the meteor. This time, even if Alka had the meteor transformed from the scepter-level galaxy, it was difficult to resist. After all, the enemy's strength was a whole stage higher than his. The pressure of the spiral began to pass through the barrier of the meteor to Alka. The stalemate here, and on the entire battlefield, the situation of everyone was not too good. Juanlu and the sturdy man with the big knife were fighting. 3 huge mouths as big as heads, biting on the sturdy man, biting his flesh and blood, and surrounding him with their flexible bodies. At this time, Juanlu's body was coated with a layer of metal-like shell. He hit the big knife hard with a long stick in his hand. The big knife, which was only half left, was knocked out again. The whole battlefield was full of corpses. The sturdy man picked up one and started to bite it in front of Juanlu, absorbing the flesh and blood of the corpse, replenishing its energy. Julia kept singing. Next to her were red and green coins, rolling over each other. The red and green energy turned into different gain effects, spreading out with the singing, strengthening the physical fitness of everyone present. And Mathlisa controlled the people who were being treated with fine needles, and the vines below were constantly restricting the enemies on the field under her control. Under the distracted operation, this was already the limit of what she could do. There were many strong enemies in the fourth stage. Xiaodai and others had not fully entered the fourth stage after all. There was a big gap between them. Even if they cooperated with each other, they still began to become a little weak. "It's almost there, hold on for a while," Xiaodai said. Obviously, he had sensed the support coming from afar. "Go all out to kill them," Karuto yelled. Then his strength increased again. The huge blood-colored claws crossed and swung hard, blood marks appeared on Alka's body, and his clothes became tattered. "Die. Then your brother." He turned and looked at Narvi, who was helping the guards to resist, facing the sudden attack. The starlight on Alka suddenly disappeared. Then the sharp claws pierced his chest. A lot of blood flowed out of his chest. "Ha ha ha. The leader is dead. Now it's your turn," Kaluto laughed. Alka was blessed by the flower fairy, and was the leader of Xiaodai and others. The guards saw this situation. Morale suddenly became low. Aruto dug Alka's heart out of his chest, and licked the blood on it. Suddenly, the heart in his hand disappeared. And the blood also disappeared in an instant. Before Kaluto could react, a large amount of pink mist gushed out. It instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. One mirror after another appeared on the entire battlefield, and was erected around. Then the water ripples under their feet rippled, and turned over in an instant. Everyone was shrouded in the world in the mirror. At this time, the world in the mirror was full of fog, and it was pitch dark. Suddenly, everyone heard a snap of fingers. The world in the mirror fell into complete darkness. But Alka regained a clear vision. "It seems that you have caught me, and killed me? Is there something wrong with your brain after becoming a demon?" Hearing the voice behind him, Kaluto swung his sword backwards. A large number of blood-colored blades were spinning around. However, Alka was not attacked. There was only fog all around. Suddenly, the disadvantage became an advantage. The diffuse pink fog, and the pure black environment, made the enemy helpless. "Ah!" There were screams all around. All the people covered by the fog were alert and looked around. But they didn't know who the enemy was. A silver card flew by, even though Kaluto sensed it and dodged quickly. But the card still cut a long wound on his arm. Thick blood like magma flowed out. Attack from a distance, or attack underwater directly. This world has transparent walls. A deep voice sounded. The speaker was an old woman in a gray robe. A glass card with red flame patterns on it was inserted into the old woman's back. Before the old lady screamed, a red light flashed, and a huge explosion sounded. The huge flame swallowed up the old woman and the cult diagram around her, but also illuminated the surrounding situation at this moment. "You're so talkative." Alka's voice sounded in the space. "These cultists are not all mentally ill. They found an opportunity to break through after just a short while." Karuto had heard this. He opened his mouth suddenly, and a huge amount of magma energy sprayed out of his mouth. Just as the old woman said, the energy that was sprayed out. It hit the transparent barrier instantly, and hit the top of it, and then a broken crack appeared. However, the energy that was sprayed out stopped abruptly in an instant. Kaluto suddenly lowered his head and fell asleep. Several carts flew past and stabbed him. The explosion sounded again. The power of the explosion this time caused billowing smoke and waves, pushing out the pink mist that filled the surroundings. At the same time, the violent explosion shattered the entire mirror world. Instantly, everyone in the mirror was reversed to the real world. Back in the real world, the darkness and fog disappeared in an instant, allowing everyone to see the situation on the battlefield clearly. In just a moment, more than a dozen pirates and cultists were lost, and Kaluto, who turned into a demon, had one of his horns blown off, but it was clear that he was still able to move. His orange-yellow eyes were full of anger, staring at Alka. At this time, Alka had antlers like crystal, and stared at everyone with a smile. "Die!" Kaluto, who seemed to be overwhelmed by inexplicable anger, shouted and rushed towards Alka again. This time Alka did not dodge, and suddenly a large number of vines emerged from the water below, and tied to Kaluto's body. Although he was able to break free in an instant with his strong power, the pink mist had already wrapped around him, slowing him down instantly. A heavy hammer with burning heat hit him, and he was thrown directly into the water, which caused a lot of splashes of water, and fell on everyone like raindrops. One could even feel the slight warmth of the raindrops. One of Kaluto's wings was bit by the hammer and hung on his back like a kite with broken wings. "Are you Kaluto? Why do you look like this?" Rikai asked disdainfully while stepping on Kaluto's head. Then he raised his giant hammer, prepared to end his life. At this time, a large amount of blood-colored aura burst out from under his feet, directly knocking Ruikai out. A lad, who had followed him at some point, appeared behind Ruikai and blocked him. "Be careful, you damn guy. Your mouth stinks, but thank you," Rikai said, standing up with the hammer. At this time, Kaluto, who had been attacked by many parties, was already dying. But when the water splashed down, his appearance had completely changed. A huge blood-red bat wing appeared behind him. The demon's wings were much larger than before, and covered with patterns. The blood-red robe was attached to the bat wing, clinging to it, carrying the blood-red track. And the pair of huge demon horns still stood beautifully on his head. The demon's body became taller in an instant. He exuded a powerful aura. Obviously, he was no longer Kaluto himself. The aura emanating from his body had completely proved this. Rikai and Arati looked at him vigilantly. "Are you the devouring mouth?" "Oh! Someone actually recognized me. It seems that the harm I caused to this world remains in your hearts." "Ha ha!" The devil who is called the devouring mouth and occupied Kaluto's body said. "Evil demon! Die!" The golden light on Arati's body rose violently, turned into a golden film that stuck to his body, and his weapon turned directly into a lightsaber. At this moment, a crown with flames appeared on his head. Floating above it, he could feel the breath of treasure coming from it. Without saying anything, Ruikai raised his iron hammer. The iron hammer had expanded to an irregular fist-sized stone. The stone was a treasure. The two of them immediately showed their best strength, and then rushed directly to the swallowing mouth. "Two little bugs." As he said that, the bat wings behind him were deformed and twisted in an instant, carrying blood-colored lines, and turned into a strange blade. But they lashed out like a whip. The two raised their weapons to block, but the strong force instantly made them step back a few steps. And then, they stopped their bodies. "This little power can't punish me. A demon." The devouring mouth opened its mouth and said with a smile. In the scarlet mouth, the blood-red long tongue stretched out and licked its lips. Orange-yellow magma flowed out of the mouth, dripping into the water, bringing up bursts of steam. Then he turned his head to look at the cultists who followed behind him. "What are you still doing?" "Blessing from the Lord. The evil spirit is born." A large number of evil prayers appeared behind him, and a figure in a gray robe and a figure in a black robe instantly became possessed by the evil god. The disgusting breath raised their strength directly to the 5th stage. A large amount of negative energy began to spread around. At some point, a huge figure crawled out of the water. A faceless head, a huge mouth on his belly. Someone's leg was bitten on his belly. Suddenly, a thorny spike protruded from the water and wrapped around the demon. Feeling the thorny demon instantly turned into bloody energy with his bare hands. He tore it apart. Ferna, the gardener, wearing a flowery robe, walked over along a blooming flower. "Are you the evil demon who wants to disturb the Lord's revival? Why are you all here one by one?" "It's a mistake," the demon thought helplessly. Then the cultists and the people who came to support them immediately fought together. Alka and the others also joined the battle. The whole battlefield became chaotic in an instant. A large amount of negative energy spread around with the arrival of those evil gods. The green water became somewhat turbid and dirty. However, Alka was fighting. But he frowned and thought. Something was wrong. It was too wrong. How did they enter the decisive battle inexplicably? Now the candidates of both sides have obviously entered the inexplicable final moment. Alka originally thought that this was just a surprise attack by Kaluto, but it seemed that it just happened to hit the important goal that Kaluto and his team wanted to achieve. And this goal was extremely important. So Kaluto did not dare to give up at all, and even let the devouring mouth directly take over his body. And although these cultists were strong, they were obviously not what they expected. Although the strong ones were almost all gathered here, what about those who were not strong? In the land of fragrance, there was also a great gardener with absolute strength, guarding the last place. Thinking of this, Alka's worries were slightly relieved. At this time, the silent saint finally came over. Countless golden chains shot out and wrapped around the demon from the sky. The devouring mouth was attached to Kaluto's body. This was a mortal body after all. He struggled to break free, breaking most of the chains. But there were still some chains that he didn't break free of. Arati swung the holy blade on him, leaving a long wound across his waist. and a large amount of magma and blood flowed out. The demon's long tail swung violently, whipping Arati away. "What are you waiting for? Are you waiting to die?" the demon roared. At the same time, everyone looked up at the sky. There was a surge of energy coming from various places in the distance. It was some kind of large-scale ritual. Sure enough, many minions attacked from other directions. As the ritual suddenly rose, the floating negative energy in the sky was instantly drained by the prepared ritual. The powerful beings possessed by the evil god had also presided over the ritual. Everyone only felt a large amount of black fog spreading, like billowing black smoke. Then, they seemed to be dragged into a strange place. This feeling was so familiar, Alka immediately knew that they had dragged the battlefield into the dream. Dragged into the dream? The entire area where they were fell into the dream, and was falling rapidly. These rituals were all to drag them into the dream. Stunned for a moment, Alka didn't know whether to stop such behavior. Don't they know that they are one of the kings of the dream? Alka stood there, a little confused. Even Xiaodaidi and others who were familiar with Alka felt this familiar breath, and couldn't help but turn their heads to look at him with a questioning look. This feeling made them recall something that happened a long time ago. Was he asking him if this was his work? Alka shook his head silently. It was obvious that he was not the one who was causing the billowing black smoke. He suddenly thought that it seemed that the information that he was the king of the dream was not well known, except for Xiaodaidi and his teammates. Very few people knew this information. This is the most solid information that Alakazam has. With a large amount of negative energy, more black fog is coming. The area around them is being dragged into the dream at a faster speed. The surrounding environment suddenly became bizarre, and was rapidly changing into a semi-real and semi-spiritual environment. The strange thing is that there is no invasion of creatures from the dream. Those creatures from the dream should not be so peaceful. As they fell rapidly, the spreading black fog began to become sparse, and the surrounding environment was gradually changing into a dream. Looking at the situation around, the demon frowned. Did this coward finally run away? The nightmare, who was called a coward at this time, hid in the nightmare realm in the distance, observing the battle here, observing Alka. Finally, he smiled. You damn demon. You will know how stupid you are soon. I must remember your damn expression. Ha ha ha. The nightmare in the nightmare realm laughed crazily, and his voice was full of the pleasure of revenge. Chapter 376 Dragged into the Dream. No, there is another being who knows his strength in the dream. Alka looked at the surrounding environment, and the power that dragged them into the dream. It was obvious that this was done by the nightmare that had dealt with them before. And this nightmare definitely knew, he even knew that he had eaten the fragments of the dream god. So there was an ambush targeting him in the dream? Alka became slightly alert. At this time, everyone present was a little panicked by this sudden change. The Silent Saint and the gardener used different energies on each other. The golden and green energies intertwined to form a barrier, which enveloped all of them. The area where they were standing at this moment was still falling into the dream, and the surrounding environment was still constantly changing. The devouring mouth, and the cultists behind him who had been strengthened by the coming of the evil god. Also, they did not take advantage of this time to attack, but stared at them and waited, as if they had become lambs to be slaughtered. The spiraling fog of fear surrounded them, until they finally landed in the world of dreams. The bizarre scenery around them made the guards, and the people who came to support them panic. They seemed to have arrived in hell. Where is this? Have we fallen into the abyss? Or have we been dragged into hell? Various panicked voices were heard. Don't panic. This is just a dream, the gardener shouted loudly. Hearing the gardener's voice, the panicked people seemed to have found their backbone. They began to force themselves to calm down and stabilize their emotions. However, it could be seen from their slightly trembling hands holding the weapons that they seemed to be just suppressing their emotions. At this time, there was a broken piece of land under their feet, floating in the dream world as if it was chiseled out from where they just stood. When the surrounding dream world stabilized, the devouring mouth also frowned slightly and observed the surroundings. Isn't this the realm of nightmares? Demon, you deceived us, the sturdy man with a huge mouth on his belly said. But his voice had changed, and the aura emanating from his body also became extremely evil, and at this time, he had become a vessel of the evil god. Nightmare, broken state, has his mind completely lost. The devouring mouth looked at the surrounding situation. Nightmare borrowed its own power to drag them into the dream, but was unwilling to drag them into its own nightmare environment. The demon already felt something was wrong, but when he thought about it being a nightmare in a broken state, he was not surprised. Under normal circumstances, he was already a lunatic with an abnormal brain. It would be strange if he became normal after being broken. Fortunately, he had already considered these. Then he stopped thinking. It doesn't matter, as long as it is in the dream. At this time, the silent saint, the gardener and others looked at the surrounding environment. Is this the world of dreams? What I see with my own eyes is completely different from what is described in the book, Riki said while looking at the surrounding environment. Alka observed the reactions of the crowd. It seemed that except for the gardener, everyone felt fear or curiosity about the surroundings. Obviously, the gardener, as a believer of the flower fairy, seemed to know the existence of dreams. And the gardener frowned, seemingly taking the current situation seriously. In fact, he was probably worried about the flower fairy, who was reviving in the dream. I could feel the worry. After returning to the dream, Alka felt like a tiger with wings. It was like a fish falling into the sea. When Alka's strength in the dreamland reached the 5th stage, he had not really seen anyone enter the dreamland in the flesh. Now that a large group of people were dragged into the dreamland in the flesh, Alka realized that he seemed to have more abilities. He could clearly feel the emotions emanating from the mental state of these creatures in front of him. For example, the gardener's completely unstoppable worry. Riki and Arati seemed to be stable on the surface. But this completely unfamiliar dream environment made it impossible for them to cover up the tension in their hearts. In the midst of this, the silent saint was unusually calm. No matter whether the environment changed or the enemies they faced made them despair, her emotions did not fluctuate much, and she was unusually calm. Alka could also see the mental state of the devouring mouth, which seemed to be part of some powerful existence. The separated fragments were attached to Kaluto's body. They absorbed the original flesh and soul of this body as supplies, becoming the nutrients for his current existence. It was not just Kaluto who became his nutrients, including the believers in blood-colored robes in the back, who were also the source of his nutrients. Not only this devouring mouth, these evil gods who just ascended used the same method. This seems to be some kind of universal descending ritual. Is he worthy of being an evil god? At this moment, Alka was like an eye peeping into secrets, scanning madly at everyone present. This feeling of peeping made him feel very interesting. You dragged us into the dream? Do you want to bury us here? The gardener suddenly said. Alka observed the gardener's emotions at this time. The reason she asked this question was ostensibly for herself. But in fact, she wanted to confirm whether the demon in front of her knew where the flower fairy really revived. Attack from the side? Facing the gardener's question, the devouring mouth was not panicked at all, but smiled and raised his head. Sniffed the air. Panic, you are afraid of what I know. Right? Alka could see that the gardener's emotions were even worse, although the surface was still normal. But there was obvious teasing in the emotions exuded by the demon. Yes. Just as you thought. The devouring mouth spread his hands. He looked very comfortable at this moment. But in fact, he was just pretending. Stalling for time. Alka could see the magic he exuded. This magic was very hidden. Through some means, he opened a portal to the abyss in the dream. This was the part where reality was dragged into the dream. Reality and dreams were intertwined here. There were dreams mixed here. And there were also rules of reality. This was the normal situation when reality was dragged into the dream. Just like when Alka and his friends were dragged into the dream with the entire island. Such a situation creates complete chaos. And complete chaos can easily open the abyss portal that was originally difficult to open in reality. Obviously, this demon wants to delay time. Seeing this, Alka is not in a hurry. The faint dream energy gathers under the ground where they are. That is the energy of gold and silver in his dream bubble. The two energies interweave in the entire area, preparing under the area, and he can push this area back to reality in an instant. This area can enter the dream because of the power of nightmare. After all, when it was complete, it was also a god of dreams. But Alka's power is much higher than his. In addition to being the king of dreams, he is also a god of dreams. The authority of gods is even the gate between reality and dreams. With the help of gold and silver energy, unless Alka's god fragments in his body are fully assembled and revived, no one can stop him from pushing this area back to reality. Because this is to repair the error. At that time, no matter what the demon wants to do, it will fail. Being pushed back to reality will change even faster, and the chaos will be repaired in a very short time. Those portals will be crushed under the existence of the essence of the world. This is the absolute confidence brought by the blood of the gods of the Dream Kings, the guardians of the Dream Gate. You can also take this opportunity to see what means this demon has prepared. After all, now is the time to reveal all the conspiracies of this demon. Take this opportunity to get rid of them all. And since the enemy wants to delay time, Alka will not expose him, and is also waiting. The whole scene was inexplicably silent and stalemated. Flower Fairy, as a fallen god, but not completely dead, so many years have passed, but still want to revive. Oh, my power is not strong. How can I possibly stop you from working together in reality? The demon said, with a sarcastic tone in his voice, staring at Ruekai and Ality. You have been guarding the reality tightly, and have made sufficient preparations, just waiting for us evil demons to rush in. The demon opened his mouth and laughed strangely, showing his mockery. Then he pointed behind them. What a pity, I found your little secret. My believers have been looking for so long, but they still can't find the place where it can be truly revived. The huge flower in your city is better than ordinary people, but you want to hide it from my eyes? Ha ha ha. At this time, the demon said, while quietly dispersing magic power from his back, and continued to make preparations. The real place of resurrection is hidden behind. Hidden in the dream? At this point, the gardener could no longer hold back. He roared and waved his hands violently. Countless vines wrapped in green light shot out from the void around her, instantly spreading around and shooting towards the demon. Don't worry, the demon said, his hands burning violently, waving a large amount of magma, and waving it forward with huge energy to block the vines rushing over. The cultists around them also took action instantly, completely blocking the vines. With several evil gods descending, even the gardener, with the strength of the 6th stage, could not gain an advantage. Suddenly, the surrounding space became restless. The already bizarre dream became even more bizarre. The inky scenery began to spin, and then tore apart. The barrier was broken. Ha ha ha! Despair! Shout! Then watch the gods you believe in fall. The devouring mouth laughed. Demons began to pour out of the cracks around them. As the cracks grew larger, more and more demons swarmed in. These demons floated in the dream world, and seemed to be getting used to the strange state here, and then wanted to come to their side. Despair appeared beside everyone. Xiaodai and others looked at Alka. After seeing Alka gave them a reassuring look, they stood there calmly. They seemed a little out of place with the surroundings. The demons entered one after another, but there were still no high-level demons. However, the 5th stage intermediate demons began to appear in large numbers. These demons had different shapes, but they all had strong postures. The smell of sulfur began to surround them. The demons roared and surrounded them, but they were not in a hurry to attack, although they were extremely eager. But it was obvious that the devourer was standing there, and no one dared to move until he spoke. The devourer looked at everyone and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. I won't do anything to you. I will take you with me, and let you see with your own eyes how the flower fairy, who is about to revive, falls at the last moment." Obviously, the real purpose of this demon is not to prevent the flower fairy from reviving, but to make the flower fairy, who is about to revive, fall completely. The Holy Mother will punish your evil demon. Ality's eyes radiated a strong holy light, and he shouted, "Oh! Oh! Oh!" The holy light boy is angry. The devouring mouth made a scared gesture, stepped back several steps and said with a smile, that extremely insulting action made the eyes of the members of the Holy Mother Church following behind Ality flash with anger. But the anger did not cover up their current despair. Holy Mother? Where is she? Can she save the dying flower fairy? No, she can't. This is the world of dreams. You might as well pray to the gods in the dreams. Unfortunately, they were the first to escape. Ha ha! The mouth of the abyss laughed out loud. Not only him, but all the demons surrounding them also started laughing. At this time, his magic and the concealment action just now were completely successful. Now he was really showing off his bad taste. How about I give you an advice? The demon suddenly closed his mouth, and the laughter stopped abruptly. He stared at them and said, "How about praying to the kings of dreams? Here they are more effective than the gods you believe in, ha ha ha." After saying that, he couldn't help laughing, and laughed loudly. What a pity, ha ha ha. The gods you foolish mortals believe in are one of the main culprits of the world's destruction. These dream kings wish to get rid of you all. How could they help you? Ha ha. Is that so? In dreams, even the power of the Virgin Mary is beyond reach? Do other dream kings view reality in this way? Should I say, although this demon has a bad taste, it is indeed one of the powerful beings that survived from ancient times. There is still a lot to know. Alka quietly hid in the crowd and listened carefully. These are all rare information. At this moment, he suddenly felt a faint holy light flashing in his mind. Obviously, the Holy Mother seemed a little dissatisfied with his current state of sitting on the Diaoyu Island. At this time, the mark of the flower fairy on his forehead also flickered slightly, and a slight flower fragrance surrounded him. A weak but angry voice also sounded in his mind. How long are you going to wait? Crush this damn clown. Hear the voice of the flower fairy in his mind. Alka was a little embarrassed, and rubbed his cheek. It seemed that both goddesses were a little unhappy. The faint fragrance of flowers at this time also attracted the attention of everyone present. The mouth of the abyss looked at Alka, squinting slightly. Alka immediately concealed his body in the dream. This is a dream. And he is the king of this area. Flower fragrance? Have the followers of the Virgin Mary also received the blessing of the flower fairy? Due to Alka's timely concealment, his attention obviously did not allow him to see through the shield. Seeing through Alka's true nature in the dream. Let me think. The poor fellow who called my name, made a deal with me, and wanted to get rid of the oppression of the two gods seems to be the same as you. He smiled at this point. Obviously, he was talking about the Nafis family with whom he had signed a contract. Those mortals are really bold, trying to take advantage of the two gods, and want to get my benefits, but without paying the price. Mortals, always like this. As he said, he turned his head and looked at Alka and said, I admire you, mortal. Why don't you turn your head and believe in me like your predecessors? I will give you strength. And I will also make you the only survivor of this disaster. As he said this, he suddenly looked at Xiaodaidi and others beside Alka. Well, if you are worried about your companions, I can also spare their lives for your sake. At this time, even the silent saint of Arati and others could not help but look at Alka. He is so sharp. And he must have known the information about himself and others from Kaluto and others. At this time, he still disgusted people. Roar! The crystal dragon standing next to Jason suddenly roared. What a nasty curse. The lucky survivors of the prismatic clan. He glanced at the crystal dragon and said with a little disdain, what a pity. In the face of the disaster brought by the gods, even you can't escape destruction. Right? Now only you, a little guy who knows nothing, are left. What a tragedy. Hearing this, Alka almost couldn't help but let him continue the performance. This demon seemed to be a big mouth, and he couldn't help but tell anyone a few secret messages, while spreading his bad taste. He also had to make sarcastic remarks. Now he felt that he had one, and he was saying all kinds of things crazily. It seemed that he was ready to scold everyone present, and then kill them. And these words sounded meaningful to Alka, and they were incredible information. For this kind of top-level information, Alka always felt that the more he knew, the better, because he didn't know when it would be revealed under a treasure. This is the experience Alka has summarized. However, the demon no longer said anything, staring at Alka, as if waiting for his answer. Why don't you say more? What? The demon seemed to be staring at Alka strangely. Then he was a little irritated, with a hint of anger. Are you kidding me? Poor mortal. At this time, the nightmare was still hiding in the realm of fear, and staring at this side. Staring at Alka. Damn, what are you waiting for? Rush now. Let the guy performing on the stage become a laughing stock. A clown. Hurry up. Hurry up. He hid in his own realm of fear, roaring madly, imagining what would happen next, and even began to tremble all over. At this time, the devouring mouth frowned. Nightmare. I know you are watching. You damn coward. But you are just a pathetic fragment. Hide in your black fog and watch. Watch this broken world being dragged into the abyss. And become part of the abyss. Big mouth demon. Don't you notice? At this time, Nightmare's emotions seemed to explode, and his voice rang around. Heh. Coward. Hiding around? The devouring mouth smiled disdainfully. You keep talking here? Aren't you just searching for the traces of the flower fairy? Don't think I don't know. Hearing this, the gardener's eyes widened, and he was ready to take action. But at this time, Poro, who was standing next to him, suddenly held her down. In the gardener's puzzled eyes, he shook his head slightly. It turned out that this demon was talking here to do this kind of thing. But your performance on the stage, in the eyes of some people, is like a clown. It's funny. I'm almost laughing out loud. Hearing this, the devouring mouth suddenly frowned and looked at Alka and the others. Looking at Alka. Looking at the companions around Alka. Looking at their eyes looking at him. Did you see it? They are not afraid or panicked at all. They are watching your performance. Ha ha ha. How? You have become the object of others' jokes on your own stage. Showing off like a monkey. At this time, the devouring mouth no longer cared about the words coming from the surroundings. Instead, he looked at Alka and the others. Chapter 377 The Kingdom Arrives. In the words of Nightmare, Arati and others also turned their heads to look at Alka and others. At this time, Alka and others were just ordinary fighters in the entire team. However, they just stood there calmly. Even the crystal dragon spitted at the side with disdain. Eurylius, you are a girl. Jason turned around and taught her a lesson. The crystal dragon turned his head with disdain, staring at the devouring mouth that kept talking there with contempt. His eyes were filled with contempt. But it was obvious that Nightmare knew the identities of Alka and the others, and he had not exposed them until now. Instead, he turned the devil's attention to Alka and the others who had been watching the show. He forced the devouring mouth to give up his evil taste. He couldn't wait any longer. Devil from hell? Nothing you have can shake my determination, Jason said calmly, with a faint holy light emanating from his body. The people who were traveling with him watched him silently as he started to show off. My patience has run out. Die now. The devourer flapped its wings fiercely, and its body turned into a blood-colored stream of light, and it flew towards them in an instant. Stop. Alka pointed his finger at the demon in the sky and said. The devourer, who was rushing towards them, was nailed in the air in an instant. The devourer's orange-yellow eyes were full of disbelief. Arati and others also stared at Alka with wide eyes. A sound of breaking sounded. The devouring mouth broke free of its restraints and flapped its wings violently to retreat. Then it put on various energy shields on its body. A burst of light flashed. He was covered with various resistance effects. He stared at Alka intently. Attack! The surrounding demons roared and rushed towards them like a tide. At this time, Alka waved his hand gently, and the concealment state he had just put on himself disappeared immediately. A silver crown wrapped in mist was worn on his head. He raised his hands and clapped them gently. Paw, paw, paw! Your performance just now was very hard. I like it very much, Alka said with a smile. He then pointed to the demons around him. Thank you for the gifts you brought. The reason why Alka had been waiting was mainly because he found that these demons had very useful things, especially for dreams. Are you the king of dreams? The devouring mouth stared at Alka. There was confusion in his eyes. Why? Why would a human be one of the kings of dreams? He didn't understand. This is completely against common sense. Kill them! Leave no one alive. Demons swarmed in, and various energy bombs were already flying towards them. Snap! Alka snapped his fingers lightly. A mirror that almost completely filled the entire area appeared above their heads, and then covered the area below. It flipped over, and dragged them into the mirror space of the dream. And this mirror space is the country where Alka has come. This is exactly what he was waiting for. The shadow robe appeared next to Alka. King! A large number of white mist-like creatures suddenly emerged from the surroundings. They launched a powerful attack directly at the demons rushing around. A large amount of white mist interspersed between the demons. Disrespect to His Majesty. Demons invading the world? Die! These large numbers of white mist-like creatures have different forms. And there are endless levels of 6th and 5th stages. In Alka's dreamland, the strength of these demons has been reduced to the extreme. A cloud ball that looked harmless suddenly stretched out 2 huge claws. The claws made of cloud waved violently. The wings of a demon were torn into rags, and the other claw swung violently. The demon was cut into several pieces. Seeing these harmless fog creatures fighting so wildly, Alka said quickly, "Don't kill them. Imprison these demons." At this time, a huge crystal throne appeared above them in the void. Alka's body floated slowly and landed on the throne. In this way, he had a more detailed control over the entire dreamland and could make more precise adjustments. As you command, my king. A vague voice sounded from all around. The fog creatures that had been attacking wildly became somewhat restrained. They began to use various cloud-like methods to bind the demons. However, Alka also said that it was just imprisonment, and it was not necessary to ensure that the demons were in good condition. A blade-like mist-like creature, with one wave, completely cut off the wings of a demon. Ah! Damn it! But before the demon could say anything, 3 mist-like spears pierced it. Then he put it on the spears, ensuring its survival, and lifted it up. Holding his mist-like creature, he began to attack other demons with more mist-like spears. You can see demons one after another being worn by him like candied haws. He held it beside him. These mist-like creatures controlled and captured these demons with their own understanding. To be honest, they looked more like demons than demons. Poirot looked at the situation in the sky and couldn't help but complain. Some of the ways of capturing mist-like creatures were really unexpected. For example, tearing off all the moving parts, or using some incomprehensible ability. These demons were connected together into a ball, turning into a pile of meatballs. The crystal building below was also gleaming slightly. Some powerful mist creatures imprisoned the mid-level demons they had captured and placed them around the crystal building. These crystal buildings had a similar effect. The same cloud-like energy gushed out of the building, imprisoning the demons around them and binding them tightly. Then these mist creatures flew into the sky again and began to capture more demons. With a complete home advantage, these demons had no power to fight back. Just like chickens raised on a farm, these mist creatures are like farmers playing a chicken-catching game. However, most of their attacks have little effect on the mist creatures. To truly launch an effective attack on these mist creatures, one must target the soul and spirit, or a higher level of energy. Apart from this, there is no other way. Mirrors appeared one after another in the surrounding space, and these mirrors were completely covered on the broken cracks in the outer space. As soon as the demon comes out, it will enter his kingdom. Countless mist-like creatures are waiting around. They treat this place as a buffet. Invaders, feel the anger of the world. The mist-like white wolf roared, swallowing a demon with the strength of the 5th stage into its stomach. Then it was expelled from the tail. The expelled demon was completely entangled by the mist and could not move at all. The cultists were extremely confused by the sudden change. I don't know if it's because Alka didn't give a clear order. The surrounding mist creatures only attacked the demons and didn't attack them. They didn't know for a moment whether they should help the demons attack, because it was obvious that the demons had no power to fight back, until they suddenly realized that they couldn't move at all. They looked up and saw above. Alka, sitting on the mist crystal throne, stared at them and smiled slightly. At this time, Shadow Robe stayed beside Alka and waved gently at the location where the cultists were. A large amount of light and shadow, completely enveloping these cultists. Shadow Robe, I should be right? These demons are rare things. Shadow Robe nodded. You are not wrong. Your Majesty, they are exactly what we need. Hearing this, Arca nodded, then stared down. The devouring mouth was firmly bound in place by Shadow Robe's black light and shadow energy. Thank you. Thank you for sending so many of your compatriots. You are such a good person, I mean a good demon. Damn, mortal, don't be complacent, you win this time, he said angrily, and then immediately pulled out a part of himself. Kaluto's body was changing to its original state. Come as you like. Leave as you like. A kicking sound came from the sky. The illusion with a crystal antler appeared beside the demon. A large amount of white mist covered the demon's body, and the screaming red soul was dragged out. The pink mist in Alka's hand turned into a spear, which he threw out. The pink mist immediately hit the demon's soul that was dragged out. The pink mist wrapped around it, and immediately condensed it into a spherical pink mist ball. One brought the ball to Alka. It contained the devouring mouth that had just descended on Kaluto. Now, he would follow the rules of the dream. He would become Alka's trophy. Alka was a hunter in the dream. Jason leaned on the crystal dragon. So these things flying around us every day, are they so strong? Looking at the huge cloud-like creatures around him, he killed all the demons without leaving a single piece of armor, just like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Because the strength in the dream is slightly different from that in reality, people can't tell what stage these dream creatures are in. Alka is just relying on the essence of his dream to do a simple conversion. At this time, the gardener and others beside them looked at the situation around them. From their despair to the slaughter of the enemy, it was just a matter of a moment. They looked at Alka on the throne. It felt extremely unreal. Some people seemed to feel that their prayers were effective. Did they really pray for a dream king to help? Although the reality was not quite the same as the prayer. As the devouring mouth descended on Caliacinto, part of his body was melted by Alka. The original portals leading to the abyss also disappeared one by one, and the dream completely repaired the cracks. The demons that had been teleported were also completely captured and tied tightly around various buildings below. Those demons are handed over to you. Do you know how to use them? Hearing Alka's words, Shadow Robe nodded. This is not the first time these demons have invaded. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Alka nodded, then walked down from the throne, and jumped to the side of Ziadite and others. Your Majesty, how can you walk on this poor land by yourself? This is disrespectful to you, Jason said beside Alka, bending over in fear. Looking at Jason, who was being humiliated, Alka rolled his eyes and bumped him. Stop being humiliated here. Ha ha ha. Alka came to the gardener and others. The gardener looked at Alka and nodded slightly respectfully. Thank you for everything you have done. No need to do that. I didn't expect that the so-called backhand of this demon would actually hit the muzzle directly. It can only be blamed on their bad luck, Alka said with a smile. Although he said so, he probably knew why this demon dragged this area into the dream. In addition to the fact that the flower fairy needs to be revived in the dream. The main reason is the nightmare that Alka had dealt with before. Apparently through the communication just now, he hated the devouring mouth abnormally. Although the two had some kind of cooperation, the nightmare deceived him at the most critical point. 9 truths and 1 lie, even this cunning demon could not have imagined such a situation. And at this critical point, something completely contrary to common sense occurred. After all, Alka's strength in reality is only the 4th stage, and he is indeed a weak and dispensable ant to the devouring mouth. He didn't even understand Alka until the end, why he was the king of dreams. And in the realm of black fog, Nightmare was laughing crazily at this time, and the laughter was spreading crazily in his nightmare realm. Ha ha ha, look at that shocked expression? What interesting expression can be seen on this hateful guy's face? So interesting. I will make a video of his performance today, and spread it out. I want everyone to see it. This arrogant thing is like a clown performing on the stage. Ha ha ha. On the other side. This is not the place to talk. Let's go up, Arka said, as he raised his hands. The energy that was originally reserved for the area under his feet began to fly upward with the entire area. Although the people above could see that the surrounding dream scenery was falling rapidly downward, they did not feel any rising movement. The moment they rose, they left Arka's dreamland. Soon after a rapid rise, they returned to the land again. The surrounding scene was not much different from when they left, and the ground under their feet showed no signs of damage, as if the broken ground they stepped on in the dream just now was just their illusion. Back? We are back? Finally, thank the Virgin Mary. Thank you, Lord Alka. The guards who saw themselves back said ecstatically. As soon as they came up, several blue birds landed on the shoulders of Giuliana, the gardener of Arati and others. Obviously something is wrong. Not good, many areas are under attack. Giuliana frowned and said. When they were dragged into the dream, just now, the negative energy pulled down by the energy fluctuations from afar was divided into several parts. Some were given to other scattered teams, causing attacks on other villages. Those rituals were performed in these attacked areas. The ritual that dragged them into the dream was a large ritual formed by many surrounding cult forces, and brought them together. Let's go to support them. The enemy's main force has all fallen here. We still have time to rush over now. Aladi looked at the empty area in front of him. The cultists did not rise with them, but were left in the kingdom. There is no time to lose. Let's go. After saying that, the crowd quickly dispersed without having time to continue talking about the situation in the dream. They quickly rushed to the surrounding villages. Fortunately, their condition was not affected too much. After all, they became spectators in the dream world. However, the attacks on the surrounding villages were not too serious. After all the main forces of the cultists came to them. Although it was unexpected to a certain extent, they also killed the main force of the enemy. The attackers in other places were pirates, and a small number of cultists. With their return, they quickly cleared out these cults. Now there is only a certain degree of cleanup. Alka and others did not join the gardener and others. After all, they must be busy now. On the contrary, after Alka and his team cleared these cult images, they became free. With blood all over their bodies and fatigue, they returned to the camp. At this time, there was an unconscious person on their boat. It was the one they had been looking for, Karuto, who was possessed by the devouring mouth. At this time, Karuto still had the image of a demon. It was just that he had turned into his original demon image, and his body became a little dry, and even skinny. The barren body was covered with wounds, and even cracks could be seen on it. It was obvious that carrying the power of the devouring mouth with a body of only the 4th stage, and forcibly raising it to the 6th stage, was an extremely life-consuming thing for him as a mere mortal. How could a mortal who carried the existence of those evil gods survive after carrying such a powerful force? Death afterwards was their inevitable fate. And perhaps for these cultists, this was even the supreme honor. Even if Alka and the others didn't kill him now, he wouldn't live long. Narvi sat on the edge of the boat and looked at Kaluto, who was lying unconscious on the deck, looking at his devilish appearance. He had no sympathy, just staring at him, and didn't know what he was thinking. When the boat slowly docked in the camp, Kaluto, who looked like a devil, seemed to wake up slightly and slowly opened his eyes. The pain and weakness all over his body made it extremely difficult for him to even open his eyes. After opening his eyes, he couldn't even turn his head. He looked at the situation on the ship. He looked at Alka and others around him. He looked at Narvi in front of him. Your god has abandoned you. Humph! Kaluto snorted with his limited strength. Alka stepped over Kaluto's body, left the ship, and returned to the camp. Everyone followed him. Only Alka's voice came. He is handed over to you. Now it's your own choice. Narvi just watched, looking at his former blood relative. A faint holy light appeared in his hand, and the energy attached to the blade. The knife slashed. Pay for your blood debt. Me too. Chapter 378, Trophy. The sound of a blade entering flesh rang out. Narvi walked in from outside the camp. His right hand was stained with some blood. The hot blood even burned a few small holes in his sleeves. It seems that you have made your choice. Alka looked at him and said. He saw from Narvi's face relief and liberation. Narvi nodded and sat heavily on the rattan chair next to him. Sitting down suddenly, the weight made the rattan chair creak slightly. He leaned back on the chair. He exhaled. Yes, I made the right choice. His head will be the best gift for my loved ones when I go to see them. Here, he raised his right hand slightly and rubbed his necklace. It was just an ordinary necklace. What are your plans for the future? Hearing this, Narvi put his left hand on his forehead and raised his head to look at the ceiling. Go home and have a good rest. It's been too long since I came out. I'm almost forgetting what my hometown looks like. Alka nodded and murmured to himself, hometown. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulders. Lucilia sat on his shoulder and smiled at Alka, who turned around to look at him. Seeing this smile, Alka also slightly raised the corner of his mouth. It's finally over. What are your plans next? Xiaodaidi stretched his waist vigorously and asked Alka. After this battle, because of Nightmare's deliberate concealment, almost all the cultists and many guides targeting the Flower Fairy were caught by Alka. Basically, there is no threat to the land of all spirits. Now, there is not much time left for the Flower Fairy to revive. Hearing Xiaodai's question, everyone present turned their eyes to Alka. Alka thought for a while and said, rest here for a while, and make plans after you advance to the 4th stage. Hearing this, everyone nodded, except for Juanlu and Mathlisa. The rest of them are almost within reach of the 4th stage, and they only need to spend more than 10 days to be promoted successfully. Now we should really advance to the 4th stage first, and then consider other things. As soon as we finished talking, the sky outside suddenly darkened. It was as if the sun was covered in an instant. Looking at the darkening sky, Juanlu stood up and said, after a big battle, what do you want to eat? Grilled sawfish, Poro said bluntly. Juanlu nodded, and then looked at the others. Obviously, he was in a good mood today, and decided to let everyone have a favorite dish. Seeing this situation, everyone will definitely not let it go. Meteor fruit. I want a pork chop. Eat something light, grilled fish. You call this light? Isn't this considered light for me? Okay, I want a steak too. Everyone present ordered their favorite dishes. Ah, okay, what does it feel like to eat? I don't know, I don't want to eat. That's right, it's too troublesome. The puppet girls gathered around also started arguing about eating. It was just after dawn. The people who were doing their own things in the camp felt that a group of people were coming towards them. However, most people didn't care about it, because there was no puppet girl to sound the alarm. It's Gilliana and the others, Lucilia said. Not long after she finished speaking, Gilliana and Aladi entered the camp. Xiaodai, who had a good relationship with Gilliana, walked up to her and gave her a simple hug. Aladi beside her also nodded to everyone. It seems that you had a good rest yesterday. Hearing this, Alka smiled and said, finally, I can have a good sleep. That's right. Gilliana next to him looked at everyone, then bowed deeply and said, thank you for your help. Thank you for the help you brought to the land of spirits, to us and to our god. Forgive the gardener for not being able to spare the time. Even if most of the enemies have been eliminated, they still need to guard the land of fragrance to prevent any accidents. Hearing this, Alka waved his hand, not caring at all. This is completely understandable. For them, the matter may be almost over, but for the land of fragrance, it is not. After all, the mouth of the abyss had already made it clear yesterday that he knew the real place where the flower fairy revived. Although he had been beaten back, who knew who he had told this information to? Until the last moment, how could the people of the flower dare to relax their vigilance even a little bit? Whether for themselves, or for the gods they believed in. Okay, please don't say polite words, we are not strangers, Alka said with a smile. Then he said slightly seriously, forget about any reward this time, this is not a commission, it's just the help we should give as friends. Hearing this, Giliana, who was about to let the soldiers outside hand over the things to them, silently put down her hand. You will be the eternal friends of the people of flowers. When they were almost done talking, Arati looked at Alka and asked, when are you going to leave? After a while, my companions need some time. Hearing this, Arati looked at the people behind Alka and nodded in understanding. If you don't mind spending a little more time, wait until the flower fairy is fully revived before leaving. Hearing this, Alka nodded. Of course, how could I miss such a major event? Alati nodded and said no more. Soon the two of them said goodbye and left. After all, it was not time for them to relax. The revivification of the flower fairy? We are about to witness this major event that will affect the world on the spot. It's really exciting to think about it, Jason said as he watched them leave. After all, this is a true god resurrected, or an ancient old god returning to the world. This is certainly the biggest event in thousands of years. Suddenly, there was a noise above the camp, and then the ceiling opened to both sides, and the crystal dragon flew in from the sky. The moment it flew in, its body shook a little, and even hit the wall next to it. The surrounding branches shook slightly. Jason hurried over, looking at the crystal dragon lying against the wall. The people who were chatting came over with a little surprise. What happened to her? Alka asked, looking at the current state of the crystal dragon. The moment the crystal dragon flew in, it curled up into a ball and fell asleep. However, Jason's expression had stabilized except for the momentary panic just now, and he did not show any worry. He stroked the soft fur on the crystal dragon and said, it's okay. She will advance to the fourth stage with me and need a short period of sleep. Hearing this, Lucilia couldn't help but think of some of the dragons she learned from the book, and couldn't help asking, how long will he sleep? 1 or 2 years? Ah? Several people were surprised. Only Alka looked at Jason. You are talking about a normal dragon, right? Eurylius is not normal. Hearing this, Jason smiled. I didn't fool you. I didn't expect you to become knowledgeable. When I advance to the fourth stage, I will be able to feed her back through meditation. It won't be long before she wakes up. He touched the sleeping Eurylius. I hope she can wake up before the flower fairy wakes up. It would be a pity to miss such a time period. Everyone put aside their worries. Now, there's only waiting left. As night fell, Arka sank into the dream. He came to the kingdom of dreams. When he left his dream bubble and came outside, what he saw was a large amount of clouds and mist coming out of the dream buildings, binding countless demons. A closer look showed that there were at least hundreds of them. And the weakest little demons were gone, and the weakest ones left were ordinary demons of the second and third stages. Among them, there were also powerful intermediate demons of the fourth and fifth stages. At this time, these demons no longer had the roars that Alka heard when he came in last night. Almost all of them fell into a weak and comatose state. However, the bloody smell emanating from these demons, and the strong smell of sulfur, still floated in the air of the dreamland. However, the mist-like creatures in the dreamland had no sense of smell, and they could not sense the sulfur smell at all, and could only embarrass Alka, the king. At this time, the entire dreamland was busy. A large number of mist-like creatures became workers, and were building a sharp tower in the center of the country. Fortunately, with so many mist-like creatures working on the construction, the tower was progressing very quickly. Shadow Robe could be seen directing the construction progress around the construction site. Juan appeared next to Alka. Xian also appeared at the same time, and she sat on Alka's shoulders. Juan carried Alka on his back, and without Alcata's words, he came to the center of the tower. Shadow Robe floated over. Your Majesty? Alka nodded. According to the current progress, how long will it take to build? According to the actual calculation, it will probably take another week. Now we are only building the shell. The inner core needs the fine operation of the sixth stage mist creature. Hearing this, Alka asked, can it work? Extract the power of these demons to construct new people? Yes, The real purpose of this tower under construction is to use the bound demons around it as energy to create new mist creatures, speeding up the birth process of mist creatures. It's all right, Your Majesty. This is the use of the world's protective power. Before the world was broken, the world would throw the souls of these foreign invaders into the world furnace to become the world's nutrients. This is a punishment for the invaders. And the most nutrients are the demons who like to invade everywhere. After that, Shadow Robe began to introduce in more detail, Your Majesty. Many Dream Kings have used such buildings. This is a building created by a powerful ancient Dream King. It is mainly modeled after the former World Forge. It is said that this Dream King was originally the caretaker of the World Forge. With the destruction of the world, such a mechanism no longer exists. However, since some of the Dream King's worlds have built furnace towers that imitate the World Forge, for a long time, it played a role in resisting those invaders. It's a pity that there are not many such opportunities. As the will of the world becomes more and more depressed, the distance between dreams and reality becomes farther and farther. It is rare to see the figure of demons appearing in dreams. Even if demons die in reality, their souls will return to the abyss. Such an opportunity is rare. After listening to Shadow Robe's story, Alka nodded. Then do your best. After that, one carried Alka to the sky above the entire country. Alka's throne floated here. Alka sat on the throne. And then a pink mist floated around the throne. In addition to the dance troupe, there were 4 ordinary-looking objects behind the throne. These were the spoils of war obtained before, but they needed to eliminate the aura on them before they could be used. So they were thrown there. Looking at the mist in the palm, it was the part of the abyss mouth that was captured and melted and projected on Kaluto. It was equivalent to a part of the soul of this powerful demon. The pink mist dissipated. The spoils left after smelting appeared in Alka's palm. A piece of black metal, which exuded a strong evil aura. Alka's eyes flickered slightly, staring at the metal. The secret was revealed in front of him. The metal that was fused with the powerful abyss demon could be used to forge weapons. It will add a powerful lethal effect. Even the strongest, those with extremely high soul defense cannot avoid it. In short, if it is used to make weapons, it will be a weapon that can hurt gods. But Alka looked at this small part in his palm. What kind of weapon can it be forged? It feels like it can barely be made into a gun head. But it is precious enough. Alka threw it into his throne. Now he has no means to melt it, let alone forge it. We can only wait and see if there is any way to melt this piece of metal after Simon's strength improves. After doing this, Alka sat on the throne and closed his eyes. The mist on the throne and the mist on his crown mixed with silver light and began to connect the entire country. Alka was using the power of the country to experience the power from dreams. The ring made of galaxies could no longer be seen on his hand. Alka had taken it off and placed it in his dream. The sun shines in the camp. The crystal dragon shines with brilliant light, but she still curls up in her nest and sleeps. Except for Jason and some puppet girls, everyone else in the camp is far away from the camp. About 2 kilometers away, the magic here is gathering in a vortex. The magic gathering stone gathers the mixed magic in the air, and transforms it into more suitable magic through other crystals beside it, and infuses it below. And below him, there is a person meditating. The person meditating was Xia Deity. At this time, Xia Deity's face was covered with sweat, and the magic power was rapidly expanding and contracting. Xia Deity was advancing to the 4th stage. Suddenly, the magic power around her was slightly empty, and the magic gathering stone stopped absorbing magic power. Xia Deity stood up and turned off the magic gathering stone. She advanced to the 4th stage. Finally, Alka and others were waiting around. Seeing that Xia Deity had finally completed the promotion, they all gathered around. Wipe it off. Alka handed over a clean towel. Xia Deity took it and wiped the sweat off her face. Take a break. It will be your turn. Alka looked at her and said, Do you really want to get rid of it? Xia Deity asked with a smile. Of course. I'm a little annoyed with it, Alka said while looking at the galaxy ring on his hand. After that, they boarded the flying swallow again and returned to the camp. It was 2 kilometers away, and they would arrive soon. Seeing everyone coming back, Jason stood up and said to Xia Deity, Congratulations. After coming back, Xia Deity had almost finished resting. Alka took off the ring and placed it in her palm. Xia Deity looked at the galaxy in her palm, and its appearance was like the Milky Way in the sky. How beautiful! She couldn't help but say. Then she put it on her finger. A faint magic power was infused into the galaxy along her fingers. Dots of starlight flashed from the surface of the galaxy. At the same time, the yellow triangular headband on Xia Daidi's head was also revealed. The originally yellow gem began to rotate, and then it flashed beautiful starlight as if it was infected by the galaxy. Suddenly, the whole camp was darkened in an instant. Chapter 379 Flower Fairy Revives. The surroundings suddenly darkened, as if it was night. Alka immediately picked up the small hourglass and checked it. It was not night at all, and it had only been less than 10 hours. This should be because Xia Daidi had changed the light and darkness around. The stars were twinkling. In such a night-like environment, the beautiful stars appeared above their heads. Within reach, the stars surrounded them, and they seemed to be in the starry sky. The doll girls ran around in such a dreamy place, trying to catch the twinkling stars floating around them. Xia Daidi opened his eyes. He stared at Alka blankly. "It seems that it really suits you," Alka said with a smile. After taking a deep breath, Xia Daidi took off the ring, and the strange phenomenon around him disappeared instantly. Xia Daidi returned the ring in his hand to Alka. "Give me 2 days, and I can eliminate the aura on it. And then this treasure will be yours." Xia Daidi nodded, without any excuses. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the ring of light could be described as a match for Xia Daidi. The two can obviously complement each other. It is even possible to integrate the essence of the divinity of the two, and have a high degree of compatibility. Except for Xia Daidi, the rest of the people except Juanlu and Matt Lisa have touched this ring. Jason, who was supposed to advance after Xia Daidi, fell into a deep sleep because of the crystal dragon. The improvement of strength led to a rapid improvement in the efficiency of his meditation. Instead, he advanced before Xia Daidi. 2 days passed quickly. Alka put the ring that had completely eliminated his aura on Xia Daidi's hand. "Give it a try. Control it. I'm really curious about what effect a highly adaptable scepter-level treasure can have." Xia Daidi put the ring on his hand, and with the influx of magic power, he easily controlled it. Everyone gathered around, staring with wide eyes, watching carefully. As he controlled it, the galaxy disappeared completely, hiding in Xia Daidi's body. The previous vision appeared again. As the starry sky disappeared, Xia Daidi opened his eyes, and everyone could clearly see the starlight flashing in Xia Daidi's eyes. With another blink, the starlight dissipated. The streamers made of the galaxy wrapped around Xia Daidi, and a ring of light appeared on Xia Daidi's head. The yellow gemstone instantly turned into a reflection of the starry sky. The orange-yellow starlight flickered in the deep blue color. Swoosh! The ultimate sound of breaking through the air. Xia Daidi disappeared in an instant. This time she no longer turned into an orange-yellow beam, but into a blue meteor. The blue meteor instantly rushed into the sky, circling and spinning rapidly in the sky, and flying rapidly around the entire camp. All they could see was a blue trail flashing around them. "Can we turn now?" Julia couldn't help but ask as she watched this phenomenon. Before, if Xia Daidi turned into a beam and moved, he could only go straight. It was like a ray. Every time he turned, he would show up at the corner, then adjust his position, and turn into a beam again. This was particularly obvious in the battle, and all enemies who wanted to fight Xia Daidi must seize this opportunity, which was also Xia Daidi's more fatal weakness. So she always uses this to attack the enemy, and then turns and leaves. Now, Xia Daidi has changed from a beam of light to a meteor, flying freely in the sky. This flying speed is much faster than yours. Jason, standing next to Alka, said while looking at the blue meteor in the sky. "You are talking nonsense. He can't control the ring of the galaxy even when he uses it. He has always worn it on his finger, and has never really integrated it. Not to mention the ring of light that can cooperate with the galaxy." The stars in the sky rushed towards them, and then landed in front of them in a gentle way, without even a splash. Xia Daidi, who was still flashing with starlight effects beside him, showed his figure. "This feeling is really great." Xia Daidi stretched out his hands, looking at the starry sky effects wrapped around his hands, and couldn't help saying, "Now you are the strongest in the team." Alka came over, looked at Xia Daidi, and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Stand behind me during the battle." Xia Daidi couldn't help but said with a smile. Everyone chatted and laughed, and returned to the camp. At this time, almost half of the camp was occupied by the crystal dragon. As it fell asleep, its size also grew visibly. It is estimated that the current crystal dragon, without counting the tail, may be 6 meters long. Including the tail, it reaches an astonishing 10 meters. Especially the crystal-like dragon horn on its head, which has grown completely and become extremely beautiful. The soft hair on her body, which was originally like fluff, also became thin and shiny. In the thin and shiny hair, there were also strands of dazzling crystals dotted on her body. There were also some fallen nails of the crystal dragon around. And now her nails have completely turned into solid crystals. At this time, the crystal dragon suddenly snorted. Jason immediately turned his head and looked over. It's waking up. Everyone also turned their attention. Soon the crystal dragon opened its eyes, shook its head, and stood up shakily. At this time, Crystal Dragon's strength had completely reached the 4th stage and was on par with Jason. After waking up a little, she looked at Jason. I'm hungry. Although Crystal Dragon was still shouting as before, everyone could understand what she wanted to say. You know, only Jason could understand it before. Jason nodded helplessly. The first thing you do when you wake up is to eat. You're really not like a girl. No matter what, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. Crystal Dragon opened her mouth directly and shook her head and said, Okay, I can hear you. Shut your mouth quickly, you look really ugly like this. Jason said as he walked forward and closed the Crystal Dragon's mouth with both hands. I'm not ugly, you're ugly. Eurylius turned around and looked at her current appearance, nodding with satisfaction. I'm very beautiful now. Jason didn't bother to pay attention to him, and picked out 2 very good quality gems from his pocket ring, which were the size of a fist. And he could feel that these 2 gems were magic gems, and he could feel the pure magic power from them. These people were carefully selected by Jason. Alka remembered that he had selected the most exquisite ones from the numerous gems. Then he separated them from other gems and stored them. Here, these 2. Looking at the 2 gems Jason took out, Eurylius' eyes shone. It's these 2. Didn't you stop me from eating them before? Congratulations on your growth. Eurylius raised his paw, took the gem, and threw it directly into his mouth, and chewed it with the sound of kaba. It's so delicious. I wish I could eat it all the time. Don't even think about it. After hearing this, Jason looked at her and said, Shouldn't you say that you will work hard in the future, so that I can eat such a good gem every time? Stop it. My parents entrusted me to you, and you treat me like this. I haven't seen your parents, I picked you up. I don't care, I don't care. Alka and others gathered around, and looked at each other. They were in perfect agreement, and didn't make any noise to disturb the other party. They just watched and listened silently from their respective positions. Apparently, the 2 of them didn't realize that their conversation had been accurately recognized by Alka and the others. So this is Eurylius' personality? They sailed together from the egg of the home sea to the infinite sea for so long, and they didn't even understand. Why are they looking at us? Eurylius finally found something wrong. Alka and the others didn't say anything, staring at the 2. In the past, Alka and the others didn't understand the meaning of Eurylius' cry, so it was hard for them to pay attention to what they were talking about. After hearing this, Jason turned his head and looked at them. Then he frowned slightly. Can you understand her? Alka didn't shy away, and nodded with a smile. Yes, we have been able to understand her since she woke up. Oh no! I didn't realize that I had learned the language of conduction, Eurylius said suddenly. Then, the crystal on her body emitted a faint pink light from the colorful light. She flapped her wings and flew out from the ceiling. Is she shy? Xiaodaidi asked with a smile while sitting in her seat. Jason shrugged helplessly and then nodded. In fact, when you couldn't understand her before, she kept saying that you must look very majestic. When you can understand her, she must be very mature. Jason tilted his head and said, Now, she can't do this idea anymore. I didn't expect Eurylius to be so cute. Xiaodaidi smiled and squinted his eyes. Everyone was chatting, mainly listening to Jason talking about some of Eurylius' past. After all, they couldn't communicate with each other before. Not long after, Eurylius was seen, flying in from the ceiling again, sitting in her nest. She was serious. It seemed that Alka and the others still couldn't understand what she was saying. Lucilia jumped directly onto her neck. The sudden movement could be seen to scare Eurylius. The whole dragon body trembled. Eurylius, you are so beautiful now. Lucilia, who was lying on her neck, touched the beautiful long hair on her neck and the bright crystals around her neck and said, Really? Hee, I think so too. Eurylius, who was serious, immediately broke down. Zadaidi, Julia and Mathlisa could not help but gather around, as well as the puppet girls around, since they were now able to communicate with each other. Eurylius, who had been acting with them for so long, instantly merged with everyone. At this time, The fragrance of flowers wafted from afar. Alka touched his forehead. The blessing from the flower fairy imprinted on his forehead flickered slightly and shone. Juanlu and others who were sitting next to Alka turned their heads. It seems that it is really time to wake up. Alka put his hand down from his forehead and said, "Is it going to revive?" Simon asked. Alka nodded, "Yes. The flower fairy will be fully revived soon. And the new god will walk on the earth." Xia Daidi and others, who were chatting with each other, also turned their eyes over. Alka stood up, clapped his hands and said, "Let's go. Everyone. It's time for us to go to the land of fragrance to witness this moment of the century." Everyone took action instantly. They also packed up their own clothes. At least changed into new and clean clothes. Seeing that everyone was ready, Xia Daidi took them on the flying swallow and headed towards the land of fragrance. The crystal dragon also carried Jason in the sky. As they got closer and closer to the land of fragrance, the fragrance of flowers became more and more intense. And this flower fragrance is so familiar. It is the flower fragrance from the flower fairy. Look at the flower of the sky. Xia Daidi pointed to the faraway fragrant land, the towering flower of the sky that was like a tower, and said. Everyone looked over. The flower of the sky that should have turned into a bud at this time is in a slowly blooming posture. A lot of soft light is gathering in the flower. Alka and his team came to the fragrant fragrance without any obstacles. As they arrived, the vine wall moved to open the entrance, and Giliana walked out quickly. "I was thinking you guys should be here soon." At this moment, Giliana's face was full of excitement. Her god was about to be fully revived. Witness it with her own eyes while she was still alive. What a glorious moment. Giliana came over and led everyone inside. At this moment, it could be seen that the flower people almost completely crowded the road, filled every gap. After seeing Alka and others, they neatly moved aside to leave a path. Many residents recognized Alka and his companions. While greeting these residents, Alka and his companions walked into the gap with difficulty. Soon, they arrived under the flower of heaven. There was a large circle of space left, and all the flower people did not get too close to the soldiers who were packed in. The Silent Saint, Aladi, Rakai and others were all here, including the head gardener and gardeners from various places, all gathered here. They were gathered around the roots, and seemed to be singing a prayer song. Following the song, Jalina also began to sing loudly. The song spread outward, and all the flower people began to sing. Alka and the others stood there, looking at the huge flower in the sky, and smelling the fragrance in the air. They could feel the magic power all around, which almost completely filled the area. Apart from the singing, Alka and the others did not hear any noisy sounds. Even they closed their mouths, and waited for the ultimate moment. The flowers began to bloom slowly, the fragrance became thicker and thicker, and the increasingly exaggerated vitality began to spread around. Everyone felt as if their bodies had been freed of a heavy burden, and were refreshed. Under their feet, the green began to spread and flowers began to bloom one after another. The flower houses were fully opened, and after blooming, they emitted a little light. "Look, what is that?" Xia Daidi pulled Alka's sleeve, and looked into the distance. After the flower houses, and flowers around them bloomed, small flickering figures appeared. They were small humanoid creatures with wings like butterflies. Not much different in size from the puppet girls. They fluttered their wings, and flew out from the flowers they were born from. They flew towards the top of the flower of heaven, bringing with them more floral scents mixed together. But it didn't make people feel irritated or confused. Those are the spirits of flowers. Creatures from legends, Lucilia said, as she looked at these figures with butterfly wings. The singing became louder. Alka's eyes began to shine, and he could see more divine light gathering on the flowers. Bang! The sound was like fireworks exploding. The brilliant light began to splash out from the flower of heaven. The flower of heaven was in full bloom. The splashing light fell on everyone like raindrops. Everyone was blessed by the flower fairy. The fatigue and pain in the body disappeared completely. The pain was healed. In Alka's eyes, the brilliant light began to gather in the flower. In the flower, he seemed to see a more conspicuous light. Golden light emerged. 1, 2, 3. Orange light flickered. 1, 2, 3. Red light bloomed. 1. Compared to the formula for becoming a god he knew, there was one more orange light. Compared to what he had seen before, there was one more orange. He was sure that there should be no problem with the formula for becoming a god. This sudden extra orange light might be the key to the sudden revival of the flower fairy. These lights merged into one. They combined with each other, blended with each other. There was no order of precedence between them. The light shrank. A figure appeared in the center of the flower of heaven. Chapter 380 Flower Fairy divides the sea. The figure in the light slowly condensed, and the outline could be seen through the light. It was a graceful female figure, and Alka could probably tell that the outline was the flower fairy. As the light became more and more condensed, the color in the sky began to change. The eternal blue sky changed under the call of the gods to revive. This was also the first time Alka and his friends saw the sky change. Even the sun that hung forever in the sky seemed to start moving. In the past, except for the floating white clouds, everything else in the sky remained unchanged. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Alka's eyes radiated a stronger light. He shifted his gaze from the flower fairy to the sky, where he saw a more conspicuous light spot. The changes in the sky seemed to disturb some kind of light curtain used to shield detection, and Alka saw a strange scene through this opportunity. In the dazzling sunlight, there are different spots of light. Through the dazzling sunlight, I looked at the eternal sun. Spots of light of different colors flashed in the sun. And these spots of light were so familiar. Looking at these spots of light, Alka kept his eyes fixed on them, and tried his best to explore the secrets in them. Red spots of light appeared. 1, 2, 3. Then, there were more orange spots of light. They circled around the 3 red spots in the center. And there were 8 spots in total. Finally, Alka's eyes became extremely sore. And he immediately lowered his head and closed his eyes. Tears dripped from the corners of his eyes. He reached out to cover his eyes. He didn't know if it was because of the strong light or something else that caused the stimulation. He closed his eyes in the dark, but he could still see flickering double images. These double images seemed to form a strange symbol, but they flashed by. Feeling the stinging pain in his eyes, Alka immediately began to check if there was anything unusual on his body. He hoped that his rash exploration would not cause any problems. Fortunately, except for the strong light stinging his eyes, there were no other problems. The eyes of the people around were all focused on the blooming flower of heaven, looking at the condensed light. The figure of the flower fairy attracted the attention of everyone present. No one noticed that Alka had shifted his gaze to a higher place. After a short rest, Alka slightly opened his eyes. You could see the bloodshot eyes. A gentle breeze blew over, and everyone present was once again washed by the energy of life. With another energy wash, the bloodshot eyes in Alka's eyes immediately disappeared, and the pain in his eyes also disappeared. The flushing comes every once in a while. Alka looked up and stared at the flower of heaven. But what he was thinking about was the strange phenomenon that had just occurred because the flower fairy had completely revived and disturbed the sky. The sun seemed to be completely different from what he thought. It made sense to think about it. After all, whose sun would always hang in one direction and never turn? No matter how far away you look from, it seems to always be in that place. The sun is formed by the convergence of many powerful divine essences. Is it a living god? Why haven't I heard of it? Or is it the divine essence that is formed by convergence, which can be regarded as a huge fusion treasure? Alka could only guess based on what he saw. Taking a deep breath, get rid of the thoughts in his mind, and refocus his attention on the flower of heaven. Suddenly, the light shrank. The prayers of the crowd, the sound of the wind in the air, and all kinds of noisy sounds disappeared in an instant. It was as if he had entered a silent world. Feeling this change, all the believers closed their mouths silently. The green began to spread from under their feet. It spread all the way to the outside of the fragrant land, towards the farther and more out of sight, and spread quickly. The green land spread wider and wider, and spread faster and faster. The people who were still staying in various places in the land of all spirits all stopped, sliding the boat, sailing on the swamp, watching their boats being forced to stop, protruding from the water. As the green washed away, the places that were originally hid by the dead disappeared. The green expanded outward until it stopped at the border of the land of all spirits. And then it spread to the bottom of the land of all spirits. Boom! Boom! There was a loud noise under the feet of the people. And the whole island began to shake violently. With a strong shaking, the sea water on the swamp of the entire land of spirits began to recede. No, that's not right. The entire land of spirits began to rise. The vines began to intertwine with each other, becoming thicker, layer by layer, madly overlapping and entwining, tightly intertwined. Layer by layer of flowers and plants began to spread above. The sound of vines breaking began to appear at the border of the entire land of spirits. The sound of crackling rang out crazily. The link was broken. This land of spirits has separated from the swamp. Looking down from the sky, You can see the swamp that looks like a continent. 1/4 of the area is missing. It is the land of spirits that is missing. It has become a separate island, and has separated from the swamp. Alka can see the roots of the flower of heaven begin to spread to an unknown level. It has taken root in the space. Then it is tightly bound, as if it has fixed itself in place. For a moment, I can't understand what the meaning of this change is. There was another sway. The people who had just stood firm could not help but squat slightly to help their bodies, to stabilize their bodies and minds. Alka reached out and grabbed Lucilia, who had fallen from his shoulder. If you look at it from a macro perspective, you can see that Zahai began to continue his random drift, but the land of all spirits that had left Zahai stayed firmly in place. The sway just now was a collision between the two, and perhaps it would be their last contact. A giant, constructed by vines and connected to some real islands. The huge island formed by the combination appeared in the boundless sea. The flower of heaven was in full bloom, and the figure in it turned into a stream of light and flew into the sky, disappearing. What disappeared was the flower fairy. This action made all the flower people a little confused, and panic suddenly began to spread among them. At this time, the big gardener stood up. Don't panic. Flower people, my God has revived. She has gone to her kingdom of God. Pray with your heart, and you can feel the connection with my God is with us. Hearing the guidance of the big gardener, the people below closed their eyes, and began to pray with their hearts. They seemed to have really discovered the connection with God, and relief appeared on their faces. Praise my God! Praise my God! As the shouts came, more and more people responded. She should be able to walk on the earth, right? Where is she going? To the kingdom of God? Alka frowned and asked in confusion. You have to know that at this stage, all the new gods of the infinite sea are gods walking on the earth. They have almost built the kingdom of God on earth within their original sphere of influence. This will allow them to perfectly play the advantages brought by their own strength. If the flower fairy stays, it can be foreseen. The land of spirits will become another huge empire. The so-called kingdom of heaven, only the 4 gods own it. Is it because the flower fairy is a god revived from ancient times? Alka couldn't understand. Arati, who was standing next to him, heard this, looked at him and shook his head. No, the 4 gods will help this old god in different ways, not because they have a good relationship with each other. Hearing this, Hezaiaditi next to him was about to ask what it meant. Arati shook his head and left. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk about it in detail. What he said seems to be right. Although it is understandable that the Virgin Mary provided help. From the previous manuscripts and information, it can be known that the Virgin Mary and the flower fairy seem to have a good relationship. But the other 3 gods obviously don't have such a reason. Especially the life that doesn't get along with the flower fairy. Jason concluded on the side. But the facts are indeed here. Even the seed of life. It seems that they seem to have some exchanges before. Arka was about to speak. And Lucilia, who was sitting on his shoulder, covered his mouth with her hand. Because of such behavior, Arka silently shut his mouth. Some things are just known. It's time to go, Arka said, looking at the huge flower of heaven in full bloom. What he saw today, regardless of whether it is useful to him at this stage, at least he feels that he has benefited a lot. Are you leaving? Today will be a grand celebration, won't you stay? Jalina came over, standing next to Arka, and asked. Arka shook his head. It's time to leave. There are still many things to do. Hearing this, Jalina nodded and didn't force it. He came over and hugged everyone one by one, as a farewell. I wish you a safe journey. The door of the land of fragrance will always be open to you. You will always be friends of the people of flowers. Of course, this is a great place to take a vacation, Alka said with a smile as he looked around. Because of the revival of the flower fairy just now, the entire land of fragrance is almost filled with flowers of various colors. You can also see the flower fairies surrounding the flower of heaven. They seem to regard the flower of heaven as their new home. These natural elves were born because of the revival of the flower fairy. Gilliana smiled, then took something out from her waist and handed it to Alka. It was a transparent glass bottle, about the size of a palm. It looked ordinary, except for the transparent glass material. There seemed to be nothing special about it. This is a thank you gift from the head gardener. It's a small gift. Don't refuse it. The head gardener said you will use it. Hearing this, Alka took the glass bottle. Then he looked into the distance. He just happened to see the old man, with a white beard and a flowery robe under the flower of heaven. He looked at Alka's eyes, and waved to him with a smile. Alka nodded politely. Then he looked at the glass bottle in his hand. The round bottle body shrank at the mouth of the bottle, and a slender bottle mouth stretched out. A wild flower grew on a cork. Alka squinted his eyes slightly, and blinked. He saw the light radiating from the bottle, and the blue outline wrapped around the bottle. A hidden magic item? Okay, I will accept this thank you gift, and thank the gardener for me. After saying that, he waved to Gilliana. Goodbye. Goodbye. Everyone waved and left the town. Gilliana looked at their backs until they disappeared around the corner. Then she turned back to the Flower of Heaven. Alka and the others walked along the green streets, with a large number of flowers blooming around them. As soon as they turned the corner, they saw Rikai carrying a giant hammer. Are you ready to leave? Rikai looked at them and asked. Alka nodded. When are you going to leave? We have a lot of people, and we need to wait for the church to send a ship over. We may have to stay for a few more days to finish up. Hearing this, Alka and the others nodded, and then said goodbye to Rikai and left. When they passed through the building, the vine wall still existed, and even became greener. There were even flowers blooming in the gaps between the vines. The vine wall had turned into a flower wall. The vines drove the flowers to rotate, and an exit was revealed. When everyone looked outside, they could not help but stand still. In the entire fragrant town, perhaps they were the first to leave. They would also be the first people in the fragrant town to see such a scene. The vibration just now? Jason looked at the scene outside and asked with wide eyes. Alka nodded in confusion. Maybe. But this is something I never expected. At this time, the outside has become a land covered with green grass. But carefully from some gaps in the grass, you can see that there are still vines underneath. But the vines have become very thick and solid. The green grass extends to the end of the field of vision, and various strange plants and wild flowers are dotted on it. Several people walked out in confusion. The change is a bit too big. So we have to go out now? Alka asked. It should be. Everyone came to the place where the boat was moored, looking at the swallow, which had completely floated out of the water and tilted on the grass due to the rise of vines. Then the question is, what should we do with the swallow? Should we carry it out? Pororo came to the side of the swallow, patted the hull and asked. The vast swamp turned into land. The swallow that carried them here became the biggest problem. Arka reached out, and the glass bottle that Gilliana had just given him appeared in his palm. Looking at the glass bottle in his hand, Alka pulled the cork out with force. As the cork was pulled out of the bottle, magic appeared. Boat bottle? Lucilia suddenly said. Do you know this thing? Alka handed the bottle with the cork pulled out to Lucilia on his shoulder and asked. Lucilia touched the surface of the bottle, looked at it carefully, and nodded. It should be right. This thing is a boat bottle. A magical item that can put a small ship into the bottle. A very precious magic item, one that is hard to come by. I have seen it in my family before, and although the appearance is slightly different, the details are similar. Can the ship be stuffed into the bottle? Alka looked at the bottle in his hand, and muttered to himself. No wonder the head gardener said they could use it. This old man is so mysterious. How to use it? Hearing this, Lucilia pointed to the wooden cork in Alka's other hand. Look at the side of the cork facing inwards. Is there a seal-like mark? Hearing this, Alka picked up the cork and took a look. As expected, a small flower mark was seen on the side that was stuffed into the bottle. Yes, there is. That's right, you put the mark on the swallow, and then infuse the magic power into the bottle. It will stuff the swallow into the bottle. Be careful not to have too many things on the ship. If you deliberately fill the ship with cargo, it is very likely that the excess cargo will be thrown out. Lucilia recalled some memories in her mind, and said some things that need to be paid attention to. Alka nodded. It's really magical, Madlisa said beside him. Everyone stared at Alka curiously, watching his operation. Alka picked up the stopper, and used it as a seal, and stamped it on the hull of the flying swallow. A small flower mark, following the faint light, was printed on the hull. As the light flickered, a connection was established between the flying swallow and the bottle. Alka aimed the bottle mouth at the flying swallow, and then the magic power was transmitted into the bottle along his arm. Everyone could clearly see that Arcana's unique light pink cloud-like magic filled the bottle in an instant. It began to rotate slightly, turning into a whirlwind-like scene. Then Arcana felt a dragging force on the bottle. He used a little force to hold the bottle. With the dragging force, everyone could see the flying swallow start to move. Then the bow touched the mouth of the bottle, and the space began to distort in an instant. The bow began to shrink, and the ship was instantly dragged in, as if a huge suction force suddenly appeared. The swallow disappeared in front of them. Alka loosened his arms, and felt the weight in his palms. There was a clanging sound from inside the bottle. The pink mist dissipated in an instant, and Alka looked into the bottle. The small swallow stayed inside the transparent ship, and looked extremely delicate and beautiful like a model ornament. Put the lid back. The bottle immediately lost its magic, and became ordinary, as if there was really only a small model inside. It's just a well-made decoration. It's amazing, it's beautiful. Jason tilted his head, and looked at the bottle that Alka raised slightly. Alka turned the bottle slightly. No matter how he turned the bottom of the swallow was always facing downwards. Alka stood the bottle up. The swallow inside was still standing upright in the air, not touching the glass surface. He turned slightly, and held the bottle out, so that everyone could appreciate it. This bottle should be very expensive. Right? Simon said. It should be difficult to buy it on the market. Alka said, because no one among them except Lucilia knew that such a magical bottle existed. And Lucilia's former family. All you need to know is that the former patriarch was a 7-stage existence. I just happen to know the origin of this bottle.